I guided the liquid medicine that had been absorbed into my stomach to disperse and merge into my limbs and bones. Usually, warriors absorb medicine by absorbing it into their dantian and then transferring it to their entire body, but I don't have any spiritual roots, my dantian is empty and cannot store energy, so I can only disperse the medicinal power into every cell. Although these are ordinary herbs, after I mix them together, the medicinal effect is extremely strong. The power of the medicine poured into my body, and countless pores slowly opened up. Every cell was like a person about to suffocate, madly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Boom, there was a muffled sound in my body, and the originally closed meridians were instantly opened. I groaned. Others practiced using the energy of dantian to slowly open the meridians, step by step, without pain, but I couldn't. I needed to rely on external energy, just like leading seawater back to flood the river fields. This fierce force was not something everyone could withstand. It hurts, okay, I'll remember this pain. I gritted my teeth. If my spiritual root hadn't been stolen, how could I have used such a crazy method? Bang, bang, bang. There were continuous explosions in my body, and the meridians opened one after another. Every time they opened, I experienced severe pain. When the meridians in my body were opened, I almost fainted. It took me an hour to recover. After the pain passed, I felt my pores open up, and as I breathed, the invisible spiritual energy between heaven and earth was slowly absorbed by me. Very good, the meridians are unblocked, and I can finally practice. Feeling my body, the meridians are unblocked, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can be naturally absorbed through the pores to nourish the body and make it stronger. As soon as the meridians were unblocked, after the spiritual energy transformation, I was full of strength. I punched out with a whistling sound, and a smile appeared on my face. The pain was not in vain. Ordinary people first enter the chi-sensing realm when they practice, and then enter the chi-gathering realm after they can sense the spiritual energy. I took a different approach with my sword, using the power of medicine to open my pores, forcibly drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to penetrate my meridians, which is equivalent to entering the chi-gathering realm in one fell swoop. However, I cannot condense the chi cyclone because I do not have a dantian, so I am not really in the chi-gathering realm. Although I have forcibly opened up the meridians, my dantian cannot store true energy, and I cannot fight for a long time with others, so it still doesn't work. I searched for a long time in my memory, and found a unique martial arts memory among countless alchemy techniques, the 9-star hegemony body art. The surprise is that it is tailor-made for me. It is a secret technique that opens the secrets of the human body. What is cultivated is not the dantian, but the 9 stars. The 9 stars are 9 secret treasures in the human body. Opening 9 is equivalent to opening 9 dantian. Seeing this, I almost jumped up. But after reading the rest, my heart sank again. The cultivation of the 9-star hegemony body art requires countless elixirs. Just to condense the first star, Feng Fu star, it takes a huge amount of energy. If it is absorbed by external force alone, it will take 100 years to condense it. A huge number of elixirs must be used, otherwise it will be impossible to practice. But now the Long family is in a difficult situation and has no financial resources to buy elixirs. The pills I took before are not considered elixirs. We have to find a way to make some money. I changed my clothes and walked out of the room. It was past noon, and the huge mansion was deserted, extremely desolate. My father, the Marquis of Jinyuan, was in a remote borderland, and my mother and I were looked down upon by everyone in the imperial capital. Although we had titles, our lives were hard. The mansion only had a dozen maids and servants, and we couldn't afford to support more people. Among the princes, the Long family was the most destitute, and I was the most destitute among the princes. The martial arts culture of Fengming Empire is flourishing, and everyone practices martial arts. However, I have a special physique and cannot practice martial arts, which makes me the object of ridicule. In contrast to me, my father Tian Shao is a peerless strongman who guards the border and prevents the barbarians from invading even a step. He is the military god of the empire, while I am a waste who can't even sense the chi. It really feels like a tiger father and a dog son. Countless people laughed at me, but I didn't care. But a few days ago, Zhou Yaoyang, the son of the Man Wangho, laughed at me for not being my father's seed. This was clearly an insult to my mother's infidelity. I was furious at the time and brazenly dueled with him. He is a 7th level chi-gathering strongman, and I am an ordinary person who can't even sense the chi. It's simply self-humiliating, so I was beaten unconscious and sent back to the Long family. I became the laughingstock of the imperial capital for a while. After leaving the mansion, I went straight to the Baicao store in the imperial capital to learn about the market for herbal medicine. Many people pointed at me along the way, but I was used to it and sneered in my heart. My father suppressed the border and made great contributions to the empire, but my mother and I were bullied and looked down upon in the imperial capital. I was almost beaten to death. Is this the reward? The people protected by my father looked down upon me. Is this the reward? I quickened my pace. Although I was not afraid of these looks, I was still unhappy. At this moment, someone blocked my way. Hey, isn't this the Prince Long Chen? I heard that he was beaten so badly that even his mother didn't recognize him. How come he came out alive today? A 16 or 17-year-old boy in gorgeous clothes, accompanied by 2 guards, looked at me with a mocking expression. He is Li Hao, the prince of a royal family. Although his title is not high, in the Fengming Empire, strength is the most important. He stood in the middle of the road. If I want to pass by, I have to go around him. In the past, I might have turned around and left, but today I looked at him, shook my head, and sighed. People say that a good dog doesn't block the road. It seems that you are not a good dog. Long Chen, it seems that you didn't get enough of a lesson last time. Do you want to be beaten to death and thrown off the stage again? Li Hao's face changed and he said sarcastically. So you are just a dog, and you are only worthy of eating shit next to Zhou Yaoyang. I shook my head, not wanting to waste time on him. I had something important to do, so I walked past him. Long Chen, you are looking for death. Li Hao was furious and stretched out his hand to stop me. I frowned slightly and was about to speak when a tall figure came over and yelled at Li Hao, you are looking for death. Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten my brother? The man was Shifeng, about 18 or 19 years old, 9 feet tall, and had a terrifying aura. Shifeng, you have nothing to do here, you'd better not meddle in other people's business. Li Hao shouted at Shifeng in a timid manner when he saw him. Shifeng was also a prince, and his status was similar to his, but Shifeng was a Qi condensation level 8 expert, while he was only a Qi condensation level 3 expert. Moreover, Shifeng was born with supernatural power, and few people of the same level could be his opponent. He did not have the courage to challenge Shifeng. Brother Long Chen, I heard that you were beaten by that bastard Zhou Yaoyang. I'll help you vent your anger. Shifeng looked at me and said angrily. I looked at the big man in front of me, and my heart suddenly felt warm. He was the only person in the capital who treated me like a brother. It's okay. I will avenge myself. Don't worry. I smiled and patted his shoulder. Seeing me say this, Shifeng thought I couldn't save face, so he didn't mention it anymore. Let's go, take a walk with me. I smiled and was about to take Shifeng away. Seeing that we treated him like air, Li Hao was furious. Long Chen, you bastard, if you have the guts, challenge me. I took a few steps, my face suddenly darkened, my eyes were filled with murderous intent, and I slowly turned my head. You want to challenge me? My voice was as cold as ice, which made people feel cold to the bone. Li Hao shuddered and felt that I was a little weird today, but the big words had already been spoken, and being timid at this time would make him a laughingstock in the imperial capital. What's more, he was used to bullying me, and acted based on experience, not paying attention to the fear in his heart. Yes, do you dare to accept the challenge? Li Hao said loudly. No problem, but I want to raise the stakes. I thought for a moment and said. Raise the stakes. Haha, your Long family is almost broke, what do you have to bet with me? Use your house, or become my slave if you lose. Li Hao sneered. He didn't notice that a cold and sinister smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Brother Sure, how about lending me your precious sword? I said. Take it. Although Shifeng was a little reluctant, he still handed over the long sword. I nodded, remembered this favor, and said to Li Hao, although this precious sword is not a top-grade product, it is worth 8,000 gold coins. Now I think it is worth 5,000 gold coins. If you win, you can take the sword. If you lose, give me 5,000 gold coins. How about it? Li Hao was tempted. Shifeng's sword was made of fine steel and was made by a famous master. It was definitely worth 8,000 gold coins. I, a fool, used it as a bet. He was very happy in his heart, but he said sarcastically, I wonder if someone will turn against you after you lose. Don't worry, Shifeng, always keep my word. Shifeng sneered. Okay, then go to the ring to sign the contract. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I won't be called Li Hao. Li Hao was overjoyed and said in high spirits. My face was calm, but my eyes were gloomy. Li Hao was just a dog beside Zhou Yaoyang. I didn't take him seriously, but what conspiracy did they have against me? No matter what, there will always be a day when the truth comes out, and I will go to the ring outside the imperial capital with them. Who am I? I am Long Chen. I am the peerless alchemy emperor who looks down upon the world and the sky, Long Chen. I am the coward who is bullied by everyone and unable to practice, Long Chen. My mind was in a mess and my whole body was in severe pain. I stopped thinking and groaned in pain. Chenner, you finally woke up. That's great. Mother was so worried. You said you were fine, why did you fight with others? A gentle voice sounded in my ears, full of joy and comfort, and choked up a little at the end. I slowly opened my eyes, and the surroundings were blurry. When the picture became clear, I saw a woman's face in front of me. She was in her 30s and beautiful, but there were deep crow's feet at the corners of her eyes that didn't match her age. She looked at me with tears in her eyes, full of love and pampering, which warmed my heart. Child, you scared me to death. After the woman said this, her eyes became redder and tears fell. Mother. I looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar face, and called out this word in confusion, with surprise on my face. Child, don't scare me, don't you even recognize me? The woman's face showed panic. At this time, an old man appeared, looked at me and said, Madam Long, Prince Long Chen suffered a severe blow to the back of his head, and his thinking may still need to recover. I just gave the young master medicine, and the effect of the medicine has not been completely dissolved. Let the young master rest more. Madam Long looked at me worriedly, nodded reluctantly, and reluctantly followed the old man out of the room. From afar, I heard the old man whispering to Madam Long, it's a blessing that young Master Long is alive this time. Nothing can be forced. Madam Long said in a trembling voice, what the pharmacist means is that my son. The old man called the pharmacist side and said, the prince suffered a severe concussion on the back of his head. It's a blessing that he can wake up. However, the sequelae are serious, and amnesia is reasonable. The two people walked away, and I couldn't hear clearly, but I could faintly hear Madam Long sobbing. I looked at the ceiling, feeling severe pain all over my body, especially at the back of my head, which was swollen and painful. What the hell is going on? I am Long Chen, and Madam Long is my biological mother. How can I feel strange towards her? And where do those confusing memories come from? I seem to be a great and powerful person, but how can I be a miserable loser? Dan Emperor Long Chen. Trash Long Chen. Which one is the real me? Is it Dan Emperor who took over my body and was reborn, or is it that the trash merged with Dan Emperor's soul? Question marks rolled in my mind. Forget it. No matter what, I am Long Chen. Whether I am trash or Dan Emperor, I am just alive. Since the memory fusion is the same, why bother? What I need to do now is to recover as soon as possible. Feeling my body, I found multiple fractures, 3 broken ribs, 2 broken arms, and a large part of the skull collapsed. He was really ruthless. Although I can't gather chi, my soul power seems to be very strong. I can sense the area within 10 feet around my body. I couldn't help but be surprised. According to the chaotic memory, I know that the power of the soul is precious, especially for the alchemist. I made a profit, whether it is the rebirth of the alchemy emperor or the fusion of memories, it is a big profit for me. The former lives another life, and the latter has the soul of an unparalleled strongman. It's awesome. After carefully checking my body, my face changed, my spiritual root has been sucked away, and a piece of my spiritual bone in my chest is missing. It must have been dug out. Is there a hole in my heart? Who is so cruel that my spiritual root, spiritual bone, and spiritual blood are all taken away? No wonder I can't practice. I was furious. Now that my soul power is strong and I can see inside, I discovered the secret of becoming a waste. The spiritual root is in the dantian, which is the root of practice. Without it, it is impossible to sense and absorb spiritual energy for practice. Spiritual blood is a trace of innate blood that people are born with, and most practitioners don't know it. The spiritual bone is in the slightly raised part of the chest. Normal people don't have it, and there is only 1 in 10,000 practitioners. It is a sign of a top genius. There is a piece missing in the spiritual bone in my chest, which is obviously dug out. My face is ugly. If it weren't for the fusion of memories, I wouldn't know that my body had been tampered with. Although these 3 things are useless without the body, it cost me so much effort. The means are too insidious, making me live a life worse than death. I am angry, but it's useless to be angry if the things are gone. You'd better not let me know who did it. I gritted my teeth. I was originally a genius, but because of this despicable bastard, I became a waste who can't practice, and I was bullied and looked down upon by others. I was furious when the door was gently pushed open and a pretty girl of about 13 or 14 walked in. It was my personal maid Bauer. "Master, it's time to take medicine." "Medicine? What medicine do you have in your hand?" I asked with my nose twitching. "This is the tiger bone pill that Madam spent a lot of money to get. It can heal the master's injuries very quickly." Bauer replied, opened the exquisite little box in her hand, revealed the pill and said, "It is said that this pill was made by Master Yunchi, the alchemist, and the medicinal power is very strong. Master, let Bauer help you take it." I looked at the thing in my hand with a strange expression. Can this be called a pill? It is flat on 3 sides and not round on the other side, like a meatball. Not to mention the shape, the color is black and there is no luster. If it were not for the medicinal fragrance, I would have suspected that it was a sheep dung egg. After looking at it for a long time, I sighed. This, master, is really amazing to be able to waste more than 80% of the medicinal properties of the pill. I wonder how he can do it to such a bad level. The pill is divided into 5 grades: low grade, medium grade, high grade, top grade and absolute grade. This pill is clearly not one of the 5 grades. I suddenly realized that this is a defective product, a waste pill. Alchemists usually don't sell it because they can't afford to lose face. They often mix it into liquid medicine or throw it away directly. Master, don't be stunned. Madam sold her jewelry for this precious pill. You should take it quickly. Bauer urged. My heart ached. My mother loved me very much. She loved me to the extent of doting. She would never refuse anything I asked for. My mother worried about me. She was a beauty when she was young. Now she is in her 30s. Just looking at the deep crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, you can tell that she has paid too much. Looking at the pill in my hand, although it is a defective product, the medicinal material is good. Although it accounts for 80% of impurities, it can heal the wound. I took the pill and told Bauer not to reveal my news to anyone, including my mother. Although Bauer was puzzled, she nodded obediently out of trust. After taking the medicine, although I could not use my cultivation to refine the medicinal power, I relied on the powerful soul power to guide the medicinal power to the injured part, and the recovery effect was extremely rapid. The next day, I slowly opened my eyes, a smile appeared on the corners of my mouth, and I stretched my muscles. Very good, although the pills are not very good, the quality of the medicinal materials is good. Except for the back of my head, most of my injuries have recovered, which is more than enough to treat external injuries. I walked to the mirror and looked at myself in the mirror with sword eyebrows, bright eyes, and handsomeness. I said in a deep voice, from today on, I, Long Chen, will no longer be the Long Chen of the past. I want to rise. Although my body is still a little weak, I have no problem walking. I walked out of the door and the sun rose outside. I thought carefully for half an hour, called Bauer, wrote down a series of names of medicinal herbs for her, and asked her to get the herbs. Bauer looked embarrassed, and I understood. The Long family was in financial difficulty, and Bauer couldn't get any money from the account office. My mother sold all her jewelry, which was her precious dowry. Now the Long family is too poor. I felt my pocket and found more than 80 silver coins. It's not much, but it's enough to buy medicine. Bauer is very diligent. She bought the herbs in less than an hour. I started right away, mixing the herbs in different proportions and boiling them in a clay pot. 3 hours later, the medicinal liquid exuded a medicinal fragrance. I looked at this bowl of cheap medicinal liquid and a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. My rise as Long Chen will start with this bowl of medicinal soup. Fengming Empire is full of martial arts, and fighting is inevitable. There is a life and death stage outside the imperial capital, which is a place to settle personal grudges. Here, as long as both parties agree to sign a life and death contract, they will not be punished by the imperial law even if they kill someone on the stage. There are many people watching the excitement on weekdays, and today is no exception. After the decisive battles, when Li Hao and I went on stage, there was a commotion in the audience. Isn't that man Long Chen? Why is he here again? Yeah, he was almost beaten to death yesterday, why is he here again today? Humph, I guess he doesn't want to live anymore and wants to be beaten to death here. My father, Long Tianshao, is revered as the Marquis of Zhenyuan and a military god. However, the rich and powerful people in the imperial capital do not take him seriously because he is born a commoner. Therefore, few people in the entire imperial capital look up to me. Long Chen, you loser, why are you here again? Isn't this just a waste of time? Who wants to watch you fight? Get out of here. That's right, if you want to commit suicide, find a place where no one is around. No one wants to watch a loser. It's such a waste of time. Hundreds of people in the audience cursed me loudly, obviously they were very disgusted with me. However, in a far corner, 2 girls wearing veils were concentrating on watching me on the stage. Sister, is that your fiancé? Why does he look so bad? There is nothing moving at all. One girl said disappointedly. Humph, it was my father who made the decision to marry me to him. It's really infuriating. Another girl said angrily. On the stage, I had no idea that 2 girls were watching me, and I didn't respond to the scolding. I just looked at Li Hao calmly. Li Hao pointed at the rioting crowd and sneered, "See. You are an unwelcome waste. You should just kill yourself if you know what's best for you." I just looked at him calmly without saying a word. Dang, the bell rang, the duel began, life and death. The originally noisy crowd was quieted by the bell. After all, it was a life and death duel, and someone might die at any time. Sister, your fiancé has no cultivation at all, and he is facing a guy in the 3rd level of Qi gathering. Aren't you worried? The girl asked. Humph, what is there to worry about? If he dies, forget it. It has nothing to do with me. Another girl snorted lightly, but a very strange silk net appeared in her palm. Hee hee, you said you don't care, and even prepared weapons. It seems that you still care about him. But don't say that although his cultivation is too useless, he is really good-looking. Otherwise, sister, don't want him, give him to me. The woman said with a smile. Nonsense, can you give him up casually? If you like him, you can wait until I break off the engagement with him, and you can do whatever you want. The other woman said angrily. Hee hee. I was calm and composed in the ring, and I was like 2 different people from the one who was gritting his teeth yesterday. Long Chen, are you calm now that you are about to die? Don't worry, I won't kill you today for your bet. Li Hao said smugly. You talk too much nonsense, hurry up, I have something else to do later. I said impatiently. Because the whole place was silent, my words were heard by everyone, and in an instant, the entire arena erupted in laughter. Li Hao, what are you waiting for? Beat this bastard to death right away. He is really disgusting to us. Someone who knew Li Hao shouted on the spot. A sneer appeared on Li Hao's face. He no longer hesitated and unleashed all of his strength at the 3rd level of Qi condensation. He stepped on the stage and pounced towards Long Chen, throwing a punch. As soon as Li Hao made his move, there was a burst of applause from the audience. Li Hao's posture was beautiful and handsome. What a great move, the jade tree in the wind fist. Someone recognized this move, but the 2 women in the distance secretly spitted, with a hint of sneer on their lips. A hint of sneer also appeared on Long Chen's lips. Such an idiotic trick with so many loopholes can be used against the enemy. Seeing a fist coming towards his face, a strong wind was whistling, but Long Chen ignored it and did not move. Haha, this loser can't even hide, someone in the audience mocked. However, just as he finished his taunting shout, Li Hao's fist had already stopped 3 inches in front of Long Chen's face, motionless. Those who were originally indulging in mockery suddenly fell silent. They noticed that Long Chen stretched out one leg and kicked Li Hao hard between his legs. Li Hao, who had originally been in high spirits and had maintained his elegant demeanor, now looked as pale as a purple eggplant. It was obvious that Long Chen's kick had made him uncomfortable. The severe pain had distorted his face and made him unable to move. He couldn't move, but Long Chen could. At the moment he paused, Long Chen grabbed Li Hao's hair with both hands, pulled him back with force, and at the same time, he struck out with his strong knee. Bang, bang, bang. Long Chen's movements are very pleasing to the eye, with clear sections, and the combination of movement and sound gives people an extremely strong visual impact and a brisk sense of rhythm. There was a sound of bones cracking that made one's teeth ache. Li Hao was hit hard 3 times in a row. His nose bridge had collapsed and deformed, his face was covered in blood, and he had passed out. For a moment, the entire venue was silent. No one had expected that a powerful man at the 3rd level of the Qi-gathering realm would be defeated so quickly by a useless person who had no cultivation at all. Moreover, they were defeated in the cleanest and most efficient way. This result was like a hard slap in the face of those clamoring people. Even the 2 girls who were secretly watching the fight from a distance were shocked. That Li Hao was nothing in front of them, yet he could be killed with just a wave of his hand. But Long Chen was different. From beginning to end, he did not use a single bit of spiritual energy. He defeated Li Hao entirely with the fighting methods of a mortal. Long Chen wins. A voice came from the audience. It was an old man who was in charge of hosting the competition and was responsible for registration and announcements. Long Chen's chest rose and fell sharply several times. He used great willpower to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Now was not a good time to kill. It was just that it had been suppressed for too long, and when it burst out all at once, it was difficult to take it back. From the outside, it seemed that Long Chen was so excited that his hands and feet were weak and he was gasping for breath wildly. Long Chen stepped off the stage, walked to the old man, took back his bet sword, and received a crystal card worth 5,000 gold coins. The rule here is that before the game, all bets must be handed over to the referee to show fairness and eliminate the possibility of regret. After getting the precious sword, Long Chen directly returned it to Shifeng and put the crystal card in his arms, feeling a little excited. Although 5,000 gold coins are not a lot, they can solve some urgent problems. The higher-ups have been withholding the Long family's salary for a long time, and now the Long family is really struggling to make ends meet. Under the gazes of countless people, the 2 of them slowly left. The 2 girls, seeing Long Chen leave, also disappeared. The news that Long Chen defeated Li Hao spread throughout the imperial capital like legs, leaving countless people puzzled. How could a useless person who couldn't practice martial arts become so powerful all of a sudden? However, countless people witnessed it with their own eyes, and news spread that Li Hao was carried back to the mansion. For a moment, many people found it hard to accept it. After Long Chen and Shifeng left, Long Chen wanted to share the spoils with Shifeng, but Shifeng refused. In the end, he made an excuse that he had something to do and went back without even asking why Long Chen suddenly became stronger. Keeping this favor in mind, Long Chen went straight to Baicao Hall. After entering Baicao Hall, Long Chen asked for a catalogue of medicinal herbs here. The names and prices of various medicinal materials were clearly recorded on it. Long Chen saw most of the medicinal materials used to refine Feng Fu Dan on it. Fortunately, the medicinal materials used to refine Feng Fu Dan were not particularly rare. However, when Long Chen saw the prices above, his heart was bleeding. The gold coins he had were only enough to buy 3 sets of materials. But he couldn't buy all the materials. He also needed to buy an alchemy furnace and some other spare medicinal materials. The few gold coins in his hand were just a drop in the bucket. But he had to buy it, so Long Chen gritted his teeth and spent 1,200 gold coins to buy a bronze tripod furnace of the worst quality. He also bought some medicinal materials for refining Feng Fu Dan, and also bought a large amount of medicinal materials for refining Huichi San. When Long Chen came out of Baikatang, he only had 500 gold coins on his crystal card. After returning home, Long Chen went straight to his room, locked the door, and asked Bauer to inform everyone not to disturb him. He knew that his mother would definitely know that he was going to the competition again. He was afraid that his mother would worry, so he deliberately asked Bauer to stop his mother. Anyway, he was fine, so his mother should not be too worried. Now he has to race against time and must quickly improve his strength. The predicament of the Long family is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Long Chen smells a sense of crisis. Call. The spiritual energy in Long Chen's body circulated, and a ball of flame appeared in the palm of his hand. This was the elixir fire condensed by the alchemist. However, seeing the flame, Long Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry. This flame was too weak. The alchemy fire is the spiritual fire condensed by the alchemist using his own spiritual energy through a unique operation method. However, the alchemy fire condensed by Long Chen now has a very low temperature and is not much stronger than ordinary fire. Moreover, Long Chen discovered that without the support of his dantian, his dan fire could not last for more than a quarter of an hour, which was far from enough time to refine the elixir. Long Chen gave a bitter smile. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. Long Chen did not refine the elixir. Instead, he put the ingredients of the qi recovery powder into the cauldron and refined them one by one. However, he did not use the elixir fire, but the fire of wood. After all the herbs were refined, Long Chen had a whole jar of qi-restoring liquid beside him. After resting for a while, Long Chen took a deep breath. It's time to officially start refining Feng Fu Dan. The 9-yin grass has been refined. The earth dragon root has been refined. The extraction of Yanwizi is completed. It took Long Chen several hours to refine more than 30 kinds of grass, and he was sweating profusely from exhaustion. Making elixirs is different from boiling medicine. It requires extracting the essence of each herb, removing impurities, and refining it into powder. However, the fire in Long Chen's hand was too weak, and the powder extracted contained too many impurities, but there was nothing that could be done about it. First, Long Chen's cultivation was not enough, and he did not have the sustained energy to stimulate the dan fire, so the power of the flame was not strong. Second, Long Chen now has neither the opportunity nor the ability to tame other flames, so he can only make do with this. Feng Fu pill is a first-grade pill. Usually only alchemists at the alchemy apprentice level can refine first-grade pills. However, if one wants to practice the art of alchemy, in addition to possessing a powerful alchemy fire, one also needs powerful spiritual energy, and most importantly, extremely powerful soul power. The other two are not difficult. As long as the conditions are met, Danhua can capture fire-type monsters, tame them as pets, and use the fire of the monsters to cultivate his own fire, which is also very powerful. More than 99% of alchemists use beast fire. Only some alchemists with extremely ancient heritage and strong strength can control an extremely mysterious and ethereal spiritual fire between heaven and earth. Spiritual fire is a kind of flame with soul. In Long Chen's memory, it seems that he once mastered an extremely powerful spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful he is, he has to use the miserable garbage fire to continue refining pills, and he cannot get the things in his memory out. After resting for a while, Long Chen took a deep breath. Call. A half-foot-long waxy yellow flame jumped out from the palm of his hand, and a surge of heat came. Not bad. After the refinement just now, the power of the flame has increased a little. Never mind, it's better than nothing. He put 7 kinds of medicinal essences into the furnace in succession, and the power of his soul unfolded. The flame in Long Chen's hand suddenly jumped up, becoming several times stronger than before. If other alchemists saw me using soul power to activate flames, would they be scared to death? Long Chen gave a bitter smile. The most valuable thing for an alchemist is the power of the soul. Human soul power is basically innate, and it increases passively as the level of cultivation improves. Soul power is the foundation of alchemy. When refining the alchemy, a large amount of soul power is needed to control the temperature. If there is any mistake, all the previous efforts will be wasted and the alchemy will be reduced to a pile of ashes. If the medicine is very powerful, the furnace will even explode. Usually, alchemists will not invest soul power at the very beginning. Basically, they will use soul power to carefully control the output of firepower in the middle and late stages when the elixir is about to be formed. After all, that was the key to making the elixir. The temperature of the flame needed to change constantly, sometimes high, sometimes low, sometimes fierce, sometimes slow, which consumed a lot of soul power. If the soul power was exhausted at that time, then the whole furnace of pills would basically be scrapped, but Long Chen actually used soul power from the beginning. Moreover, the extremely precious soul power was only used to increase the firepower and burned as firewood. Any alchemist would definitely curse loudly. Even if he was a spendthrift, he would not be so wasteful. But Long Chen was not afraid. According to his memory, his current soul power was no worse than that of an ordinary alchemist. The levels of alchemy practitioners are as follows: alchemy apprentice, alchemy scholar, alchemy master, alchemy king, alchemy emperor, alchemy sect master, alchemy saint, and alchemy emperor. In Long Chen's memory, there is a memory of a powerful Den Emperor, so he is very clear about his own energy. This time when Long Chen woke up, his soul power had mutated and became extremely powerful, so Long Chen was qualified to do this. Buzz. The alchemy furnace in front of Long Chen shook slightly and made a soft sound. Hee, adding fuel to the fire, the speed is much faster. He hurriedly threw 3 more herbs into the furnace, but by this time, sweat was already visible on Long Chen's forehead. He quickly took out a 2-foot-long grass stem, put one end into the medicine jar, which was full of recovery liquid, and put the other end into his mouth and took a deep breath. After the chi-restoring liquid entered the stomach, the pores all over the body opened rapidly and began to frantically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual power that was about to be exhausted was recovering rapidly. This was something Long Chen had prepared long ago, and it was also a necessary step for refining the Fengfu pill. Otherwise, with the limited spiritual power he had now, refining the pill would be nothing but a joke. He held a grass stalk in his mouth and took a sip of the recovery liquid from time to time to supply the output of spiritual energy in his body. Compared to Long Chen's spiritual energy, his soul power was too strong. It was not until 2 days later that Long Chen felt a little tired, which was a manifestation of the huge consumption of soul power. However, at this time, all the medicinal materials in the furnace had been put in, and only the finishing work was left. The aroma of medicine had already begun to spread everywhere. Although Long Chen had the impression that he could make such a first-level elixir with his eyes closed, it was different now. This was something that would change his destiny, and it would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a vibration inside the furnace, making a buzzing sound, and the aura inside the furnace began to become violent. Long Chen was not at all panicked, but instead a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This was a sign of pill success and also the most critical moment in pill refining. All the power of the soul was activated without any reservation. The flame in his hand suddenly surged, and an invisible force tightly locked the entire alchemy furnace. This technique is called seal the heaven and lock the earth. It is a trick that Long Chen created from his memory. It is used to prevent the pill from exploding and the furnace from blowing up. Moreover, this trick is very practical. It can lock all the medicinal power in the furnace in the shortest time to prevent too much loss. Usually, alchemists will use it in the last step, because the elixir is violent and they use gentle means to stabilize it. Although doing so is much less dangerous, the loss of the essence of the medicine is very large, so the effect of the pill is very general. Bang. As Long Chen's soul power suppressed it with all its might, the entire alchemy furnace made a muffled sound, and then there was no sound at all. Long Chen looked at the calm alchemy furnace in front of him and couldn't help but breathe wildly. His whole body was drenched in sweat and he felt dizzy. After a long while, Long Chen recovered a little. With excitement, he opened the furnace lid, and even his hands were shaking. 5 round bullets came into Long Chen's eyes, and the rich aroma of medicine filled the entire room. 2 low-grade pills and 3 useless pills. Oh, if I tell anyone about this, I'll be so embarrassed. Long Chen's face was filled with excitement, but he sighed. Long Chen was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. He had integrated the memories of a generation of Dan Emperor. It seemed that the Dan Emperor was too arrogant. He didn't care about whether it was shameful or not, and hurriedly put the 5 pills in his hand and looked at them carefully. The 2 low-grade pills were round in body, exuding a refreshing and invigorating fragrance. Just the smell of them made people feel excited. Long Chen couldn't help but feel ecstatic. A finished pill could be sold for at least hundreds of thousands of gold coins in the imperial capital. The 3 useless pills in his hand were much stronger than the pills his mother had begged for. At least 30% of the medicinal essence was locked up in the pills. Pills whose medicinal essence accounts for 50% are called low-grade pills, and low-grade pills account for more than 80% of the entire pill world. Pills that contain 60% of the medicinal essence are called mid-grade pills, 70% are called high-grade pills, 80% are called best-grade pills, 90% are called ultimate-grade pills, and as for 100%, Long Chen didn't want to think about it now. It was too far away. Maybe someone would think, what's the difference between 50% and 60% efficacy? Isn't it better to take 2 low-grade pills than 1 medium-grade pill? If someone asked this question, they would be spit out to death. In addition to the essence, there are impurities in the elixir. The so-called impurities are things that cannot be absorbed by the body. The most important thing is that those impurities will offset part of the absorption of the essence. The so-called, all medicines are 3 parts poison, is not just a common saying, but a truth. When the elixir is condensed, it is inevitable that elixir poison will be produced. This kind of poison will not cause much pain unless it is taken for a long time. However, as a practitioner, elixirs are often life-saving things. One does not know how many of them one has to consume in one's lifetime. When the elixir poison in the body condenses to a certain level, it becomes a deadly poison. Erysipelas is the most difficult poison to eliminate, penetrating deep into the flesh, bone marrow, and even the soul, and the more advanced the elixir, the less side effects it has. Therefore, the difference in effect between low-grade elixirs and medium-grade elixirs is more than 10 times, while the price is more than 100 times different. Long Chen put away the 5 pills, packed up the alchemy furnace and everything else, and couldn't hold on any longer, so he fell asleep. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Long Chen felt a pair of warm hands caressing his cheeks, and vaguely heard some whispers, but he was too tired to wake up. When Long Chen woke up again, it was 3 days later. He was starving, so he wolfed down his meal and began his retreat again. He swallowed a waste pill and used the power of his soul to draw the power of the pill into the Yongquan point under his foot. That was where the first star of the 9-star hegemony body art, Fengfu star, was condensed. Bang. Long Chen shook his right foot, and the ground beneath his feet made a loud bang. Cracks appeared on the ground, covering the entire room. Very good, we have found the meridian route and the exact location. Next, we can really impact it. Long Chen smiled slightly, and a low-grade Fengfu pill appeared in his hand. He threw it directly into his mouth. An extremely pure energy burst out, and under the guidance of Long Chen, it went straight to the Yongquan appointment under Long Chen's feet. The Yongquan point on the sole of the foot moved, just like a dry riverbed being moistened. With the influx of medicinal power, it was like a dragon, wreaking havoc there. Boom. There was a loud bang, and terrifying energy spread out. Long Chen's body moved without wind, and a terrifying aura exploded, shattering the entire room, with smoke and dust spreading out and air waves rolling. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, revealing Long Chen's handsome face. His eyes were full of excitement. He felt a small bean-shaped body at the sole of his feet. Endless energy flowed into his whole body along his feet. Long Chen wanted to roar to the sky. The movement from Long Chen's side immediately attracted the attention of the entire Marquis mansion, and everyone rushed over. Seeing his mother coming over, Long Chen hurriedly said, "Mom, today is the day when the prince goes to study at the Imperial Academy. I'll go there as soon as possible." After saying this, he left behind a group of stunned people and a pile of tattered ruins, changed into clean clothes, and headed straight for the Imperial Academy. The Imperial Academy is open to all the princes of the Imperial capital once a month for 1 day. In the morning, they study poetry and etiquette, and in the afternoon, the martial arts collection in the palace is open to everyone for free. In the past, every time the Imperial Academy was opened, it basically had nothing to do with Long Chen, because if he went there, he would only become the object of everyone's ridicule. But now it's different. After taking the Fengfu pill, Long Chen has condensed the prototype of Fengfu star. Although it is just a prototype and cannot store much spiritual energy, it is much larger than the storage capacity of the body's meridians. The meridians are like rivers, and the Dantian is the sea that accommodates all rivers, and is also commonly called the Qi Sea. Although the rivers appear to be numerous, their capacity is limited, and without the support of Dantian, they will soon dry up. However, all these problems are solved with the condensation of Fengfu Star. The most important thing is that Fengfu Star has condensed its prototype. As long as the energy is enough in the future, it will eventually form a complete Fengfu Star. At that time, Long Chen will have his first Dantian, the 9-star hegemonic body technique. The most perverted thing is this. When the 9 stars are fully opened, it is equivalent to 9 Dantians running. Thinking about it with your heels, you also know how powerful such a powerful source of spiritual power is. And although Long Chen has all the operating methods of the 9-star hegemonic body technique, he still knows very little about this heaven-defying method, and he still needs to continue to explore. After he has completely condensed the Fengfu Star, he can store a large amount of spiritual energy, and he can try to condense his blood to enter the blood coagulation realm, and become a true warrior in one fell swoop. The Qi gathering stage is only the first step in learning martial arts. Only when you enter the blood coagulation stage, with Qi and blood surging throughout your body and your fighting power skyrocketing, can you become a true warrior. Long Chen didn't know what level of the Qi gathering realm he was in right now, but with the formation of the prototype of Fengfu Star, his body was strengthened a lot, which surprised him greatly. Now he simply threw out a punch, and the whistling sound could shatter a vase 5 feet away, and his whole body was filled with strength. This time he came to the Imperial Academy just for the martial arts collection. The Fengfu Star was about to condense, and the spiritual energy in his body was gradually becoming abundant. He could already practice martial arts skills. The so-called martial arts combat skills are all combat techniques summed up by some great predecessors based on their own spiritual energy and the direction of their meridians. Fighting skills are extremely terrifying. They can allow a warrior to unleash powerful strength that is several times his normal combat power, making him unstoppable. Therefore, combat skills are very important to every warrior. Now that Long Chen has the spiritual energy to practice combat skills, he can't wait. The Imperial Academy, located on the north side of the Imperial capital, covers an area of dozens of miles and is the most magnificent building besides the Imperial Palace. After verifying the badge, Long Chen entered the Imperial Academy and went straight to the Literature Hall, where he would cultivate in the morning and listen to Taoist scholars talk about the past and present, poetry, etiquette, literary illusions, and other outdated theories. I just entered the Hall of Literature. Because I arrived early, I saw that there were only dozens of princes in such a huge hall. Haha, Brother Long, you're here. As soon as Long Chen arrived, several young men greeted him enthusiastically. These young men were just like Long Chen. They were unable to practice due to various reasons. Although they were not close friends, they could be considered to be in the same boat. In the Fengming Empire, where martial arts flourished, although they were not bullied as badly as Long Chen, they were often ridiculed, despised, and looked down upon. So these people got along well with Long Chen, especially since they hadn't seen Long Chen here for a long time, and they were particularly happy to see him today. Haha, you guys are here early. Long Chen also greeted them with a smile. Now that Fengfu Star has been successfully condensed, he is in a good mood, and has completely changed from his previous decadence. I heard that a few days ago, Brother Long displayed his prowess and defeated Li Hao. I really admire him. Could it be that Brother Long has already started practicing? A thin man said enviously. They were originally at the same level as Long Chen. Now, when they heard that Long Chen had defeated Li Hao, who was at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, they were shocked but also a little envious. Hee, it's just luck, but I've learned a new magical skill recently. Long Chen didn't want to continue with this topic and said mysteriously. Magic skill? What is that? As expected, everyone was attracted and changed the subject immediately. Hee, I recently got a book of physiognomy secrets, studied it hard, and gained quite a bit of experience, Long Chen said with a little pride. Physiognomy? Isn't that just street fortune-telling scam? That's wrong. I've been studying physiognomy recently and have gained some insights. That day, I saw that Li Hao's forehead was black and moldy, which was clearly a sign of bad luck. So I agreed to duel with him, and what was the result? Hee. Long Chen smiled without saying anything. Everyone was half believing and half doubting for a while, but suddenly someone said with a look of enlightenment, "It seems to be true." I heard that Li Hao seemed to be possessed by an evil spirit that day. He didn't even use his full fighting power and was defeated by Brother Long. Everyone had heard about the duel between Long Chen and Li Hao, but most people were puzzled by Li Hao's failure. Now that Long Chen mentioned it, everyone suddenly understood the situation and couldn't help but believe Long Chen's words a little more. Hey, Brother Long, since you are an expert in physiognomy, can you help me see why my fiancé always avoids me and refuses to meet me? What's going on? One person said with some distress. No problem, come on, let's find a place to sit first. It's not appropriate to stand here. Everyone found a table in the corner and sat down. There were some snacks on the table for the princes to enjoy. Long Chen pointed at the cakes on the table and said to the men with a smile, "Have a piece." Okay. The man was not polite and picked up a piece of cake and ate it. Everyone looked at Long Chen in confusion. How does it taste? Great. Want another one? Good. The man picked up another piece of cake and started eating it, but after taking only one bite, he suddenly realized something and said to Long Chen respectfully, "Thank you, Brother Long, for your guidance. I understand now. In fact, I was too greedy. Brother Long is reminding me that people need to be content, right?" Everyone looked at Long Chen with admiration. They never thought that Long Chen was so advanced in Taoism that even a small piece of cake could be so thought-provoking. However, Long Chen shook his head and sighed, "You are wrong. What I want to remind you is that you are already so fat, and you are still eating so hard that you can hardly get through the door. Your fiancé is just avoiding you and not breaking off the engagement with you. This is already a huge concession from you. You should be content. With your figure, any woman sleeping next to you would be too scared to sleep, fearing that you would roll over and crush her into a picture." The man blushed, and after Long Chen's reminder, he looked at his body, which was more than 5 feet tall and more than 4.5 feet wide, and felt that he seemed to have gained a little weight. "Fatty you, don't waste Brother Long's precious time. Go back and lose weight." "Brother Long, hey, what do you think of my face?" Another thin man said with a respectful smile. "You." Long Chen looked at him seriously, and after a while he said, "Your appearance means you will be poor and destitute before the age of 30. Fortunately, after the age of 30. The man was overjoyed. "Could it be possible that I can become successful after I turn 30? "No, after you turn 30, you'll slowly get used to it," Long Chen said. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. As they were laughing, suddenly a pair of resentful eyes looked over here, making everyone's laughter stop abruptly. Long Chen had sensed it a long time ago. Looking back, he saw Li Hao's eyes were like two sharp blades, staring at Long Chen fiercely. "Master Li, are you healed? That's really cause for celebration. However, the upper wound has healed, but how about the lower wound?" Long Chen asked with concern. Li Hao's face twitched and he was carried back to the mansion. His entire face was almost flattened by Long Chen's knee. The Li family hurriedly asked the pharmacist of the Alchemist Guild for help and spent a large amount of gold coins to help Li Hao recover. I have to say, it's good to have money. In such a short period of time, Li Hao is no different from a normal person. But today, after Long Chen mentioned it, Li Hao immediately felt a sharp pain in his vitals as if it were a conditioned reflex, as if he was remembering the kick from Long Chen. Long Chen's kick was too fierce at that time, and it almost crippled him. What made him most angry was that when he was carried back to the mansion to heal his wounds, it was discovered that he was missing one of his testicles. When the people from the mansion hurriedly rushed to the arena, they found that the arena had already been cleared. When Li Hao woke up and heard the news, he almost fainted from anger, but it was too late to save the situation. No matter how powerful the alchemist was, he could not create a new one for him. Now that Long Chen mentioned it, his face became extremely ugly. He stared at Long Chen intently, gritting his teeth and said, "Long Chen, you bastard, I want to fight you to the death. Do you dare to accept it?" Long Chen's originally smiling face suddenly tensed up. This name was extremely insulting, especially to his mother. It is true that if you don't do anything you won't die. Since you want to escape from worldly troubles, I will help you. Again, I want to add some spice. Long Chen looked at Li Hao. Since you want to die, you have to die meaningfully. After all, they are from the same country. He couldn't bear to see Li Hao die as light as a feather. Okay, no matter how much you bet, I, Li Hao, will take over. However, a sneer appeared in his heart. No matter how much the bet is, you will not live to spend it all. Last time, Li Hao was careless and was caught by Long Chen, which led to such a miserable defeat. He will never let himself make the same mistake again. This time is different from the last time. He is talking about a life and death duel. In the last duel, although he would not take responsibility if he killed the other party, as long as the other party admitted defeat, he would not be able to kill the other party. But a life and death battle is different. When two people go on stage, it is equivalent to handing over their lives. Even if they admit defeat, it is useless. The victorious party can decide the life and death of the other party at will. Okay, we'll meet on the stage of life and death at 3:15 tomorrow afternoon. Li Hao sneered and looked at Long Chen as if he were a dead man. Long Chen sneered in his heart. Now it was time to kill a chicken to scare the monkey. Seeing Li Hao was about to leave, Long Chen smiled sinisterly and said, "Keep your balance when walking. Don't fall." Hearing Long Chen's words, Li Hao, who had already turned to leave, suddenly stiffened and his face was almost distorted. He understood the meaning of Long Chen's words. He took a deep breath, as if he hadn't heard Long Chen's words, and slowly walked towards the other direction of the literature hall. But Long Chen's words were like steel needles, piercing his sensitive parts. He felt that every time he lifted his legs, it would bring back heart-piercing memories. He wanted to walk away as if nothing had happened, but the more he thought about it, the more unnatural his walk became, and everyone looked at him strangely. Seeing Li Hao walking away like a duck, a person beside Long Chen carefully reminded him, "Brother Long, why did you agree to him? That is a life and death duel, and someone will die. It's okay. Today I saw that his face was dark and deathly, which means he will be killed by the ghost. He won't survive the day after tomorrow. By the way, I have something I want to ask for your help." After Long Chen finished speaking, he whispered something to them. Everyone looked at each other, and finally the one called Fatty Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Long, since you asked, you can take all my savings." After saying that, he handed Long Chen a crystal card. Long Chen didn't expect that Fatty Yu was so loyal. There were as many as 80,000 gold coins on the card. Although they are all princes and nobles, they are basically from side branches and are not taken seriously. These gold coins are a huge sum of money for the fat man. "I have 60,000 here, take it." "I don't have much here, only 30,000. "Brother Long, that's all I can do." "Here I am." Long Chen originally thought that being able to borrow tens of thousands of dollars from them was already a lot, but he didn't expect that they would help him with all their heart. "Everyone, if I die, all your money will be wasted," Long Chen reminded as he looked at the crystal card in his hand. "Brother Long, you look down on us, don't you? We are all unable to practice and have suffered a lot from them. Brother Long, you dare to fight them to the death. Although we don't have that courage, we still need to show our strength." When the few people saw that Long Chen agreed to Li Hao's life and death battle, they couldn't help but feel a sense of solidarity. When they saw Long Chen asking for help, they got excited and didn't care about anything else. Long Chen nodded, remembering this favor in his heart. With more than 200,000 gold coins in his hand, it was enough for him to do something. At this moment, a group of footsteps suddenly sounded, and a group of people walked into the literature hall. The originally noisy literature hall immediately became silent. Long Chen looked in the direction of the people coming, and his eyes couldn't help but turn cold. A group of people came in like stars surrounding the moon, hugging a man. The man had a handsome face, a tall stature and a very handsome appearance. He was none other than Zhou Yaoyang, the son of the barbarian marquis, who had beaten Long Chen severely in the arena, almost killing him and throwing him off the arena. Zhou Yaoyang is the eldest son of Marquis Man Wang, and his cultivation is top-notch among all the princes, so he is very popular among them. As soon as Zhou Yaoyang came in, he saw Long Chen and his group. He smiled slightly, walked over, looked at Long Chen and said, "I'm very sorry for what happened last time. I beat you so badly that even your mother didn't recognize you." Although he apologized, there was no trace of apology on his face, and his words were full of disdain, like an emperor looking down at Long Chen. "Don't worry, I will beat you so badly that even your grandma won't recognize you," Long Chen said with a faint smile, secretly angry in his heart. "When I woke up that day, only my mother and the old pharmacist were there." This sentence must have been spread by the old Korean. Zhou Yaoyang's words were equivalent to telling Long Chen that the old man was one of theirs, and although Long Chen's injuries looked scary, they were not fatal. Even the injury on the back of his head, although bloody, was not serious. There was no need to use such high-level medicine to treat himself. These guys were clearly trying to scare his mother and emptied all of her savings. Instead of killing me, he wanted to weaken his family's financial resources and make their lives even worse. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Long Chen, you are looking for death. I think you have forgotten the pain even after your wound has healed. Do you still want to be beaten half to death by Brother Yaoyang? That's right, a useless person who can't practice has the guts to speak so arrogantly. He is really courting death. Idiot, to allow such an idiot to be the same prince as us is simply an insult to us. Before Zhou Yaoyang could say anything, the people around him had already started pointing at Long Chen and cursing loudly, spitting saliva. Long Chen, although you and I are both princes, one is in heaven and the other is on earth. You are just a tiny ant and can only look up to me. So, even if I bully you, you have to endure it, otherwise the consequence will be like last time, and you will be beaten into a dead dog. Zhou Yaoyang pointed a finger at Long Chen's nose and said. Snap. Long Chen smiled slightly, and suddenly stretched out his hand. Before anyone could react, he tightly grasped Zhou Yaoyang's finger, exerted a little force, and a crisp sound came out. Zhou Yaoyang cried out as a strong pain swept through his whole body. His 10 fingers were connected to his heart, and he was bent down involuntarily by Long Chen. Although he is a powerful man at the 7th level of Qi gathering, as long as he has not entered the blood coagulation realm, the strength of his physical body is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. What's more, the incident happened suddenly and he had no time or luck to resist. Once his vital points were controlled, he would be no different from an ordinary person. Long Chen looked down at Zhou Yaoyang, whose face was almost deformed by pain, and asked doubtfully, "High above?" Looking down. "Are you talking about yourself?" The sudden change shocked everyone. At this moment, Zhou Yaoyang was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Only then did the others react and pounced on Long Chen. "Asshole, let go of Brother Yaoyang. Whoever dares to come over here, I will beat him to death." The people around Zhou Yaoyang, seeing that he was being attacked by Long Chen, shouted and were about to rush forward. Just as Long Chen was about to make a move, suddenly a tall figure appeared beside Long Chen, and shouted at the group of people angrily, like a thunder, shaking everyone's eardrums. After seeing the person clearly, a smile appeared on Long Chen's lips. The person was none other than Shifeng. The princes who were about to rush forward stopped in their tracks when Shifeng appeared. Shifeng was an aloof and proud person who did not like to form cliques, but his cultivation was the highest among all the princes, and his tall and mighty figure intimidated them at once. For a moment, everyone fell silent. The only sound in the entire literature hall was Zhou Yaoyang's groan of pain. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a loud angry shout was heard and an old man walked in. Everyone's face turned stern and they all looked at the old man. The old man was the lecturer of the Hall of Literature, a Confucian scholar. It was said that he was honest and upright, serious and dignified. According to the law, those who fight in the Hall of Literature will be detained for a month. "Do you want to try?" the old man snorted coldly. Long Chen's eyes rolled, and he loosened Zhou Yaoyang's deformed finger, and hurriedly smiled at the old man. "Sir, you misunderstood, we were not fighting just now, we were just doing a test." "Oh. Test? What test?" The old man was obviously not so easy to fool, and he looked at Long Chen coldly. "We are testing the strength of one finger and how long it can last under the siege of 5 fingers. Through this test, we came to the conclusion that the power of unity is irresistible. No matter how strong a finger is, it is isolated and its strength is limited. Only with the support of a partner can it obtain energy continuously, become stronger and more durable. In this test, Zhou Yaoyang and I both gained knowledge and understanding of power, which will be of great help to our future practice. It is said that we have benefited a lot, Brother Zhou, don't you think so?" Long Chen looked at Zhou Yaoyang meaningfully. Zhou Yaoyang was so angry that he almost fainted, but it was obvious that he had to swallow this loss. Otherwise, if he denied it, both he and Long Chen would be detained. Even if he was the prince, he could not break the rules of the literature hall. Yes. Zhou Yaoyang tried his best to keep his voice calm, but after the severe pain, even his voice became hoarse, and it sounded like he was scraping iron. The old man looked at Long Chen, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes, and he nodded and said, "In this case, I will not blame you. Remember, don't make trouble here in the future." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but sigh that Long Chen was lucky. The old man clearly saw that Long Chen was talking nonsense, but he still let them go. "Just wait for me." Zhou Yaoyang gritted his teeth and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Long Chen's move was too ruthless. Not only did he break his fingers, but he also twisted the meridians in one of his fingers into a knot. Otherwise, Zhou Yaoyang would not have been in so much pain and had no power to resist. "Brother Zhou is always welcome to continue to ask me for testing." Long Chen smiled politely, "You little bastard, today I'm just asking for some interest back, the best is yet to come." More than 200 princes sat quietly. The old man nodded with satisfaction and started a series of nonsense. Alas, everyone felt sleepy after listening to it, but they didn't dare to sleep. Even though the old man didn't have any skills, he had the final say in the entire Imperial Academy. If you offended him and were expelled by him, you wouldn't have to think about collecting martial arts in the afternoon. It's like 2 eggs, 1 rotten egg and 1 good egg, but if you want to eat the good egg, you have to eat the rotten egg first. The old man talked about some historical anecdotes, knowledge about governing a country, agriculture, forestry, fishery, and animal husbandry, and even Long Chen almost dozed off. However, the fat man and his companions listened very seriously, because they were unable to practice cultivation, and they hoped to use their knowledge to get a government position in the future. After enduring the painful torment, they finally made it to noon. After lunch, everyone rushed to the combat skills pavilion like a swarm of bees. Even people like Fatty Yu who couldn't practice cultivation ran over. There were countless skills and techniques in the combat skills pavilion, so it would be nice to try their luck. The combat skills pavilion is divided into 3 floors, but only the bottom floor is open to all princes. Although there is only 1 floor, there are 17 bookshelves filled with various combat skills and techniques, which looks dazzling. "Brother Yaoyang, I have challenged Long Chen to a life-and-death duel. I must kill him this time to vent your anger." Li Hao secretly ran to Zhou Yaoyang at some point and said respectfully. At this time, Zhou Yaoyang had used his luck to stop the pain in his fingers, but his joints were dislocated and his meridians were twisted. He had to find a pharmacist to help him with the treatment. Now is not the time to kill him, otherwise I would have killed him last time. Zhou Yaoyang shook his head and suddenly asked, "By the way, how did he defeat you last time?" "Well, oh. Actually, I was careless, and Long Chen took advantage of the opportunity. I'm so angry that I was defeated by this piece of trash," Li Hao said resentfully. The last defeat caused his reputation to suffer a great loss, and some people even spread rumors about him behind his back, which made him almost crazy. He always believed that the last time was just a small negligence, so he wanted to kill Long Chen this time. Long Chen must not die, at least not now, don't let this happen. Zhou Yaoyang was afraid that Li Hao didn't understand what he meant, so he deliberately repeated it again. "What should we do?" "Just let him go," Li Hao said somewhat unwillingly. Zhou Yaoyang looked at his twisted and deformed fingers and said through gritted teeth, "Although I can't kill him, I can still take 1 or 2 parts from him." Li Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said excitedly, "Okay, this time I'm going to kick his balls and burst them. Oh, and I want one of his eyes too. His eyes really annoy me." Zhou Yaoyang and Li Hao smiled at each other, but they didn't notice that Long Chen, who was pretending to look at the bookshelf, also smiled, but that smile was colder than theirs, like a leopard looking at 2 whispering sheep. Long Chen was in a position where his spirit power could just detect the movements of the 2 people. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying, he could guess it almost accurately by looking at their lip shapes. Seeing the 2 of them flipping through the classics on the bookshelf as if nothing had happened, Long Chen was too lazy to pay attention to them and began to truly look for his own goal. In his memory, apart from the 9-star body domination art, almost all of it was knowledge about alchemy, and he now really needed to master a combat skill. Long Chen took a fancy to a combat skill and was about to reach out to take it, when suddenly a dark-faced man snatched the combat skill book away in advance. "I'm sorry, but this prince has taken a fancy to me." The man didn't even look at Long Chen, and flipped through the pages as if no one was around. Long Chen frowned slightly. This was clearly intentional, but Long Chen did not get angry and changed the bookshelf. Just as he saw a book on palm fighting techniques and was about to take action, the black-faced man, who had been waiting on the side, snatched it away again. "Excuse me, Ben." Snap. A big slap hit the black face hard, interrupting his words, and the powerful force directly hit him away. Pa. A very loud slap hit the black face hard, interrupting his words. The powerful force directly slapped him away, and more than a dozen long teeth rolled to the ground. "Sorry, my hands are itching." Long Chen looked at the black-faced man who was blinded by the slap with some apology, and said politely. The slap was so loud that it could be heard in every corner of the combat skills pavilion. Everyone who was hurriedly looking through the combat skills put down their skills and looked over here in shock. Who is so presumptuous in the battle skills pavilion? Suddenly, a cold shout was heard, and a man in black appeared in the combat skills pavilion, looking at Long Chen and the black-faced man with a stern expression. As soon as the man appeared, the blood and energy in his body surged, like a mountain pressing down on people, making it difficult to breathe. Long Chen couldn't help but shrink his eyes slightly. Blood coagulation realm expert. I didn't expect that there was a powerful blood coagulation realm expert hiding here. However, considering that this is an important place of the combat skills pavilion, I feel relieved that there is a powerful expert guarding it. The combat skills pavilion is a forbidden area for weapons. If you fight here, you will be put in solitary confinement. Everyone knows this rule. "Tell me, what's going on?" the blood coagulation realm expert shouted angrily. "You'll have to ask him about this." Long Chen showed no fear at all. He spread his hands slightly and said innocently. The black-faced man was furious. He had clearly been slapped, so why was he still asking me? "Sir." Grown-ups. At this moment, Zhou Yaoyang, who was hiding in the distance, ran over and said to the blood coagulation realm expert, "It's like this." Wang Mang's face suddenly felt itchy and he slapped himself. It was not a fight. Please understand. The black-faced man named Wang Mang was surprised and wanted to say something, but when he saw Li Hao in the distance desperately winking at him, he swallowed his words. "You are the son of Marquis Man Wang, right?" The man looked at Zhou Yaoyang and said. "That's right," Zhou Yaoyang said hurriedly. The man nodded, glanced at Wang Mang on the ground and said, "If your face itches, just scratch it. You make people think that you have an itchy tooth. I don't want to see this kind of thing a second time. Clean up the garbage you left behind." After the man finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving everyone in shock. They didn't expect Zhou Yaoyang to help Long Chen. "Hey, did you hear me? You are such a grown-up, why do you pee and poop everywhere? Clean up the poop you left behind." Long Chen chuckled, as if he had expected this scene, turned around and walked away, continuing to leisurely select combat skills. Hateful. Looking at Long Chen's arrogant figure, Wang Mang's eyes were so angry that they seemed to spit fire. This slap was too humiliating. "Wang Mang, be patient. If you accuse Long Chen of beating you, Long Chen will be locked up for a month, and he will come out safe and sound after a month. But you have to swallow your anger. Tomorrow Li Hao will help you get your revenge back. So, you have to endure it," Zhou Yaoyang said. Wang Mang nodded. He knew about the decisive battle between Li Hao and Long Chen, but he was used to bullying Long Chen and didn't think too much about it. He just played it for fun. As a result, he got out of control today and was slapped hard in the face. He had no place to complain, which was a typical case of him swallowing his anger. Several people hurriedly collected the scattered teeth on the ground and wiped the blood off the ground. Zhou Yaoyang suddenly said, "Your face is not swollen that badly. It seems that Long Chen's power is not very strong. But why did he pull out so many of your teeth?" Others were also very confused. Logically speaking, only extreme force could knock out such strong teeth. Who knows? It's really weird. Wang Mang also looked depressed. What he didn't know was that Long Chen was proficient in the art of alchemy and knew the structure of the human body very well. The slap just now was delivered with enough force to loosen his gums and dislocate half of his teeth. Long Chen's move was very cruel. Teeth are difficult to regenerate, unlike other injuries that can be treated with medicine. From now on, Wang Mang can only use one side of his teeth to eat. After learning from Wang Mang's previous experience, everyone became much more obedient and no one dared to provoke Long Chen again. Long Chen was quite happy to be free, and he carefully looked through the classics here. The combat skills and techniques here could only be read here and could not be taken away. Bull-like strength. That was a book of combat skills. In this world, all combat skills were divided into 3 levels: heaven, earth, and mourn. All the techniques and combat skills displayed here were lower-level human-level combat skills, which were the lowest-level combat skills. However, despite being the lowest-rate combat skill, it is still extremely precious. Even when facing a prince of noble status, a master of the blood coagulation realm is needed to monitor him. This shows how much the Fengming Empire values combat skills. Although it is a low-level combat skill, the route of spiritual energy flow is simple, clear, direct, and effective. It is very good. Long Chen finished reading the combat skills in his hand and nodded. This combat skills book was very suitable for him, especially for him who knew the meridians in his body very well. He could master it quickly. He read it carefully again. Now his soul power was extremely powerful. It greatly helped his memory and was almost as good as having a photographic memory. After memorizing the bull force thoroughly and putting it back to its original place, Long Chen saw another auxiliary combat skill, wind chasing step. The wind chasing step is a type of footwork that directs spiritual energy along special meridians and focuses it on the feet. This can increase one's speed and explosive power, and is very effective whether for long-distance running or short-distance dodging. Very good, another useful book. Long Chen smiled slightly, and hurriedly memorized the spiritual power flow route and the specific method of activating it. Time is up, all princes, put down the secret books in your hands. If anyone dares to hide them privately, they will be killed without mercy. At this time, a strong man in the blood coagulation realm appeared, and his cold voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone hurriedly put down the secret books in their hands. Some people shook their heads with a lingering look. The Fengming Empire had extremely strict management of combat skills, and they only had half a day a month to come here to study. Many people need to spend several months to master a combat skill, but although they are dissatisfied, no one dares to complain. Long Chen was slightly stunned. He did not expect time to pass so quickly. However, if others knew that he had memorized 2 books of combat skills in just over 2 hours, they would probably be shocked. Many records in combat skills are obscure and difficult to understand, especially those terms regarding the circulation of spiritual power and the flow of qi through meridians, which can easily confuse people. One needs to study them while circulating spiritual energy to verify them. After leaving the Imperial Academy, Long Chen greeted Fatty Yu and the others, and then whispered a few words to Shi Feng. Shi Feng was surprised at first, but he quickly suppressed his emotion. However, he could not hide the shock in his eyes. After returning home, Long Chen saw that the house that had been shattered earlier had been cleaned up, but it was no longer habitable. Fortunately, there were many houses in the house, so he had a room freed up for him. She went to her mother's room first and greeted her. The series of events that had happened in the past few days made Mrs. Long restless. Ever since Long Chen woke up, he seemed to have changed completely, making her feel a little strange. Fortunately, Long Chen has now adjusted himself and talked to his mother for a while, which made his mother feel much more at ease. However, he did not mention a word about the life and death duel with Li Hao. After returning from his mother's place, Long Chen returned to his room, locked the door, and directly took the second Fengfu pill. With the refining of the second Fengfu pill, the Fengfu star under Long Chen's feet grew a little stronger. As Fengfu star grows stronger, more spiritual energy can be stored in it, just like a dantian. However, this Fengfu star is only a prototype at present. If it wants to be fully formed, it will need countless Fengfu pills to fill it. This is also why Long Chen was shocked when he learned about the cultivation method of the 9-star hegemony body art. Even after taking 2 Fengfu pills worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins, Fengfu star is still in its infancy. It is still unknown how far it is from the three real stages of formation, convergence, and transformation into a star. What the legendary 9 changes of star transformation are is still unknown. This Fengfu star is simply a bottomless pit. However, Long Chen knew that the 9-star hegemony body art was his only way out. Otherwise, he would only live a mediocre life, or even fail to achieve a mediocre life, and would only become a prey to be slaughtered. It took 2 hours to refine the Fengfu pill. The embryonic form of the Fengfu star grew a little bit bigger, and the spiritual energy that he could circulate also increased. It was already midnight. Long Chen quietly walked out of the room, came to the woodshed, took a deep breath, and slowly circulated the bull force. For Long Chen, who knew his own meridians like the back of his hand, it could be said that he could learn the low-grade human-level combat skills in one go without any pressure. I walked to a stone mill, which is a tool used to crush rice and remove the husks. It weighs more than 1,000 pounds. He held the millstone with both hands and exerted force with his arms. Rise. The huge stone mill rose up in response. Long Chen carefully sensed it and felt that he should have some strength left. His current strength should be around 1,500 kilograms. You should know that before he was defeated by Zhou Yaoyang, his strength was only 150 kilograms, but now it has increased tenfold. Very good. Apart from anything else, my current strength is almost comparable to that of a guy at the 5th level of Qi gathering. Long Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited, and at the same time, he was even more looking forward to the 9-star hegemony body art. He had only condensed a prototype, but there had been such a huge improvement. He wondered what level he would reach after he really condensed the Wind Mansion star. After hesitating for a while, he still couldn't suppress the itch in his heart. He lowered his waist and sat on the horse. The breath slowly surged under his feet, and a burning force pressed on the meridians and slowly flowed into his fists. Bull fist. Bang. Long Chen punched the stone mill in front of him, making a loud bang. The huge stone mill was knocked away by the punch and hit the wall in front of him hard, causing the entire wall to collapse. Long Chen couldn't help but be stunned. What a strong force. Originally, he just wanted to test the power, but he didn't expect it to cause such a big noise. When he looked outside, he found that many lights were on in the mansion. He immediately realized that his action had alarmed everyone, so he quickly turned around and sneaked back to his room, where he fell asleep. But in my heart I was so excited that I almost danced with joy. 9-star body domination art, what level of martial arts do you have? If all 9 stars gather together, how powerful will it be? That night, Long Chen was so excited that he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. When the sun sent the first ray of sunlight into the room the next day, Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. Hey, you want parts of my body? This is a great dream, but it seems you can't realize it. After getting up and washing up, he could still hear the servants talking about the strange things that happened in the woodshed last night. Facing the rising sun, Long Chen couldn't help but think of a sentence in his mind. Today is a good day, everything you dream of will come true. Outside the imperial capital, quite a few people have gathered in front of the decisive battle stage. In addition to some idle people who often come to watch the fun, there are also quite a few princes of the imperial capital. Today is the day of the life and death duel between Long Chen and Li Hao. Although there are constant duels here on weekdays, there are not many life and death duels. What's more, it was a life and death duel between 2 princes. Although their cultivation was not earth-shattering, it still attracted countless people to watch. The most famous gambling house in the entire imperial capital, Yulan Gambling House, even opened a handicap for all gamblers to choose from. Li Hao wins, 1-2. Long Chen wins, 10-1. Because it is a life and death battle, there will be no possibility of any fraud, especially since the 2 princes are of noble status. It is very exciting to use money to bet on the life and death of the 2 princes. For a moment, even those who were not gamblers began to place bets, but most of them were betting on Li Hao to win. Although Long Chen defeated Li Hao last time, Li Hao was completely unprepared at that time and was taken advantage of by Long Chen. A miracle would not happen twice in a row. However, there are a small number of people who like excitement, take risks, and want to make a small profit with a big investment, so they bet on Long Chen to win, but these people are very few. The betting area was not far from the arena, and it was packed with people betting on Li Hao to win, but the area for betting on Long Chen to win was deserted. Bet 300,000 gold coins on Long Chen's victory. Suddenly, a tall man appeared in front of the person in charge of registration and threw a crystal card to him. What? The man was shocked. It was almost half the morning, and he had only received more than 10,000 gold coins in total. He almost thought he had heard it wrong. The tall man was none other than Shi Feng. He was entrusted by Long Chen to put all the gold coins on himself. Long Chen expected that the life and death battle between him and Li Hao would definitely start because of their identities, and with the strength of the Yulan Casino, the game would definitely start. For this kind of life and death battle, the Yulan Casino has to do it even if it knows it will lose money, otherwise it will lose a huge amount of popularity. The place where they make the most money is their own internal gambling, and they must also participate in this kind of external gambling, otherwise it will cause dissatisfaction among gamblers. However, the Yulan Casino is wealthy and can afford to play even if it means losing money to gain publicity, so Long Chen focused on this point. The original bet was changed to the current bet on the outside, one is 1 to 1, the other is 1 to 10. As long as Long Chen is not stupid, he will know what to do. With the help of Fatty and others, he raised more than 200,000 gold coins yesterday. After handing the gold coins to Shi Feng saw that Long Chen was so confident, so he gritted his teeth and raised the gold coins to 300,000. Shi Feng's family is not wealthy, because the Shi family members are straightforward, have bad tempers, and are not good at business. In fact, they are not as rich as Fatty Yu and others. In order to raise money, he mortgaged his weapons and armor, and gathered enough money just to have some fun with Long Chen. After receiving the receipt from that person, Shi Feng's heart couldn't help but beat wildly a few times. "Brother, you better be calm. I have taken out all my belongings." When it was almost noon, Li Hao had already arrived. He jumped onto the 10-foot-high stage, which immediately caused a burst of cheers. However, those voices were not made because of his figure, but because the prelude to the decisive battle was about to begin, and the good show was finally about to begin. Today Li Hao wore a set of tight clothes, his whole body was clean and neat, very pleasing to the eye, and a hint of pride appeared on his face. "Long Chen, I will return you tenfold for the humiliation you gave me." However, after Li Hao came on stage, after waiting for a long time, Long Chen did not appear. People couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that he didn't dare to come? As everyone was wondering, the old man guarding the ring said coldly, "The duel you agreed to is at 15:30. You came half an hour early. You can choose to wait on the stage or come down and wait." Everyone booed when they heard it. Li Hao, who was originally full of high spirits in the ring, was dumbfounded. How could he forget to check the time? "It doesn't matter. I'll just wait for him on the stage. He's a dying man anyway, and his time is much more valuable than mine." Li Hao smiled faintly and sat cross-legged on the ring, looking like a master. However, after maintaining this master's demeanor for a while, something was wrong. Because it was noon, the sun was very strong, and the ring was made of black rock slabs, which were so hot that you could basically fry eggs on them. But Li Hao had already sat down and could not stand up again. In order to maintain the demeanor of a master, he was in agony all the time. Some sharp-eyed people have already noticed that smoke has begun to come out from under Li Hao's buttocks, and for a moment everyone's faces looked extremely strange. This guy is such an idiot. He's trying to save face but suffers in vain. In a moment, the battle hasn't even started yet and is about to get burned. A sweet laugh came from a woman's mouth. In the distance, two masked women were looking at the ring indifferently. "To put it bluntly, it's just hypocrisy," another woman shook her head. "Sister Mingqi, we have been here for several days. When do you plan to break off the engagement with him?" the woman asked. The woman called Meng Qi frowned slightly and said with some embarrassment, "He is in trouble now. If I rashly propose to cancel the engagement at this time, it will be too cruel to him. I don't know what to do. But, dragging this matter out like this is not a solution. Master has urged us several times. If we don't return to the mountain, we will probably be punished. Besides, with your talent, you will be able to step into the innate realm and touch the way of heaven in the future. You and him are destined to be people from two different worlds, so there will be no result at all." The woman sighed. "But I always feel that doing this is very unfair to him. Alas, let's wait and see. Meng Qi shook her head gently, a trace of distress flashing in her beautiful eyes. The woman saw that Meng Qi was still hesitant and was about to speak when she suddenly saw a commotion among the crowd in the distance and could not help but hurriedly look over there. I saw a man in a black robe walking slowly in the crowd. He had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a high spirit. He had a unique aura about him, giving people a very deep feeling. He is like a well. He seems nothing special on the surface, but no one can see through him or his depth. It is as if he himself is a mystery. Even that woman and Meng Qi couldn't help but feel moved when they saw Long Chen appear in this image. It must be said that the current Long Chen was completely different from the one they saw a few days ago. He was now full of confidence. Seeing Long Chen coming, Li Hao jumped up from the ground, feeling a burning pain in his buttocks and a surge of anger in his heart. Long Chen, come up and die! Li Hao shouted angrily. Long Chen didn't even look at Li Hao. He glanced at the crowd and saw Shi Feng nodded to him. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Not only did he see Shi Feng, he also saw Fatty Yu and the others. It was obvious that they came to cheer him on. Long Chen smiled at them, turned around and walked towards the ring. Li Hao jumped up, while Long Chen went up the stairs. For a moment, those who bet on Long Chen to win felt disheartened, feeling that the little money they invested would probably be lost forever. Dragon dust. Seeing that Long Chen finally came up, Li Hao couldn't help but spit out 2 words through gritted teeth. Idiot, your butt is burnt. Long Chen looked at Li Hao and couldn't help but sneered. In fact, he had been here a long time ago, but he had been hiding in the distance to enjoy the cool air, so no one noticed him. However, he saw everything here clearly. It is 3/4 noon. Both parties signed the life and death contract. At this moment, the old man took out a document. Long Chen smiled slightly and left his name on it. This time is different from the last time. There is no such thing as surrendering. The winning party has the power to decide the life or death of the other party. After Li Hao signed, he looked at Long Chen with a ferocious face. Little bastard, today I will return the humiliation you gave me 100-fold. Now that the life and death contract has been signed, this arena will become the place where they fight to the death, and they don't need anyone to be the referee. A sharp knife cuts the body and heals it quickly, but a harsh word hurts and the hatred lasts forever. It seems you don't understand. You provoke me again and again. You are forcing me. Long Chen took a deep breath, and a strong murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Ever since Zhou Yaoyang said that he was not Long Tianxiao's offspring, some people began to call him by this insulting word. Go to hell, bastard. Li Hao sneered and roared, and his whole body's spiritual energy circulated. With the naked eye, a stream of spiritual power could be seen flowing around him. Everyone in the audience smiled at each other. Li Hao suffered a great loss last time. He did not circulate his true energy to protect his body and was successfully ambushed by Long Chen. This time, he had arranged defenses in advance. Although they are only in the Qi gathering stage and cannot release their spiritual power, they can circulate their spiritual power to protect their bodies, and it is difficult for ordinary people to cause harm to them. After Li Hao arranged his defense, he rushed towards Long Chen with a grim smile on his face, grabbing Long Chen's shoulders with both hands. The claws were filled with spiritual energy, just like iron hooks. If an ordinary person was caught by them, his shoulder bones would be crushed immediately. Okay, Li Hao, destroy this bastard completely. There was a loud roar from the audience. The person was none other than Wang Mang, who had half of his teeth knocked out by Long Chen's slap in the Imperial Academy. Wang Mang is still young, but he has already lost half of his teeth. With his family's financial resources, he simply cannot afford the elixir that can regenerate bones. He has already hated Long Chen to death, and when he saw that Long Chen was about to be captured, he couldn't help but cheer loudly. He cheered, and Shi Feng, Fatty Yu, and the others all changed their expressions. From beginning to end, Long Chen did not reveal a single bit of his cultivation, which made their hearts instantly rise to their throats. Long Chen looked at Li Hao rushing towards him, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, he took a step forward, and the whole person rushed towards Li Hao like a shadow. Bang bang. There was a loud bang, and everyone was stunned. Long Chen had appeared in front of Li Hao without anyone knowing when, like a ghost. That was the effect of the gale step. The speed was incredibly fast, especially when it exploded at close range, making it impossible to defend against. Li Hao's claws stopped in midair, and Long Chen kicked him fiercely between his legs. The violent force kicked him into the air. Wang Mang was just imagining how Li Hao would torture Long Chen to the point where he would rather die than live, but the scene before him suddenly left him dumbfounded. On the ring, Li Hao held his crotch tightly, his face twitching and distorted. If he had not used his spiritual energy to protect his body beforehand, he would have fainted from the pain. The whole audience fell silent for a moment. Everyone looked at Li Hao on the stage, and all of them had strange expressions on their faces. "That's good now," Long Chen nodded. "You." Li Hao was so angry that his eyes were about to burst. "You are destined to become a useless person who cannot reproduce. Go to hell, stone-crushing fist." Li Hao roared madly, forcibly circulated his spiritual energy to stop the pain in his lower body, and threw a punch at Long Chen, with a surging breath and a whistling sound. All the power of the third level of Qi gathering was unleashed. He was now in a frenzy and had forgotten Zhou Yaoyang's instructions. He was determined to kill Long Chen. Long Chen looked at the mad Li Hao, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes, and he shouted loudly, like a thunder that shook the whole area and made the eardrums of the people around him buzz. An invisible aura swept out, and Long Chen did not dodge at all and also threw a punch. Bull-like strength. Boom. There was a loud bang, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Li Hao screamed, blood was all over the place, and in the horrified eyes of the people, one of Li Hao's arms was shattered. Long Chen still maintained the same punching posture as before, his eyes were cold, his face was indifferent, and his terrifying murderous aura made people tremble in their hearts. At this moment, Long Chen was like a cold-blooded killer, filled with icy murderous intent that made people shudder. The whole place was in dead silence. Just now, the power that Long Chen had unleashed was so powerful that even Zhou Yaoyang, who was at the 7th level of Qi gathering, felt terrified. How is it possible that he can use combat skills? Isn't he unable to practice? What's going on? That look is so scary. People couldn't help but be horrified. Those who had mocked Long Chen before were now filled with fear. Looking at Li Hao lying on the stage, they felt as if they were seeing themselves, and they couldn't help but shudder. On the ring, one of Li Hao's arms was shattered and blood was flowing everywhere. Long Chen's punch not only shattered his arm but also injured his lungs. Even Long Chen himself was somewhat shocked. It seemed that he still underestimated the 9-star hegemony body art. Even for an ordinary person with a low-grade combat skill, when using it, he could actually burst out with such terrifying power. Walking slowly towards Li Hao, on the arena where one could hear a pin drop, Long Chen's footsteps were clearly audible, like a prelude to murder, stepping heavily on everyone's heart. Tap, tap, tap. Li Hao's earlier anger had long since vanished, and now his face was filled with fear. He looked at Long Chen and said tremblingly, "Don't, come over here." Li Hao wanted to hide backwards, but he was so terrified that he found that he could not use any strength at all. The approaching Long Chen was like a nightmare that he could not escape. Don't kill me." "Zhou Yaoyang ordered me to do it," Li Hao said in a crying voice. Zhou Yaoyang's face changed and he shouted angrily, "Li Hao, what are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. It was you who asked us to deal with Long Chen and said you would give us benefits afterwards. All this is my fault because of you," Li Hao pointed at Zhou Yaoyang and said hysterically. In the face of the threat of death, he had forgotten everything. "Li Hao, you are looking for death." Zhou Yaoyang's face turned pale and his eyes were full of murderous intent. "Zhou Yaoyang, you bastard, you used me, Long Chen, let me tell you, Zhou Yaoyang is just a lackey, actually." Long Chen suddenly felt a chill coming over him. He smelled the breath of death, and without thinking, he retreated explosively. However, nothing happened after Long Chen retreated. When Long Chen looked at Li Hao again, he found that Li Hao's eyes had lost focus and he had died. Long Chen's expression changed slightly, and he looked into the crowd, only to see a figure wearing a bamboo hat running out quickly. After a few jumps, he disappeared from everyone's sight. The sudden change caused an uproar among everyone present. It was obvious that the mysterious man had killed Li Hao. Long Chen wins. After a brief period of confusion, the ring guard finally announced the final result. Although Li Hao was not killed by Long Chen defeated Li Hao, and it was easy for him to kill Li Hao, so it is understandable to judge Long Chen as the winner. Following Long Chen's victory, countless people couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This result made them lose all their money. Dozens of people couldn't help but shout loudly. They beat Long Chen to win, while Fatty Yu and others shouted like wolves. No one paid any attention to Li Hao lying on the ring. The ring management would notify his family to come and claim the body. Duels on the life and death stage are protected by imperial law, and no one is allowed to seek revenge privately. Li Hao is just a bastard son, and his status is not particularly high. If he dies, and it won't cause much of a stir. This is the toughness of the Fengming Empire. Long Chen stepped down from the stage and was welcomed like a hero by Fatty Yu and the others. Shi Feng gave Long Chen a big hug. "Good boy, when did you become so vigorous? You didn't tell me earlier." "I was in the audience and my heart was about to jump out of my chest," Shi Feng complained. "Brother Long, oh no, Brother Long, we will follow you from now on, you have to protect us," Fatty Yu and others said with shining eyes. Long Chen laughed and said, "No problem, let's go and collect the bets." Everyone couldn't help but cheer, and under the envious gazes of countless people, Long Chen withdrew a full 3 million gold coins. When a crystal card with 3 million gold coins on it was placed in Long Chen's hand, Long Chen was even more excited than killing Li Hao. He knew that Li Hao was just a small fry, and now what Li Hao revealed before his death made him even more alert. He originally thought that he was being bullied simply because of the disagreement between his parents. It seemed that it was not just a simple fight, and he was just a pawn. He was just a useless boy and his family was very poor. It was obvious that they were targeting his father by deliberately targeting him. It seems very complicated. However, looking at the 3 million gold coins in his hand, Long Chen couldn't help but feel extremely confident. Could this be the legendary wealth and power? After leaving with everyone, Long Chen found a tea house. After everyone celebrated, Long Chen returned all the capital to everyone. However, all the winnings were kept. Long Chen made a promise to everyone, which made them very excited. The future cultivation of everyone depends on Long Chen. Fatty Yu and the others couldn't help but be overjoyed. They were all people who couldn't practice cultivation, and if someone else said it, they wouldn't believe it. But Long Chen was originally the same as them, but now, he can kill Li Hao in one move. How real is that? Hearing what Long Chen said, everyone was delighted, but Long Chen asked them to keep it a secret, and everyone nodded frantically. Long Chen said it so seriously, and it concerned everyone's future, and was even as important as their lives, so they dared not take it lightly. After Fatty Yu and the others left, Long Chen chatted with Shi Feng again. Shi Feng was a genius. Among all the princes, he had the best aptitude. He was already at the 8th level of Qi gathering and could enter the 9th level at any time. Before he turned 20, it should not be a problem for him to enter blood coagulation. After 2 observations, Long Chen concluded that Shi Feng was definitely a trustworthy person. After asking about Shi Feng's current state of cultivation, he separated from Shi Feng and headed straight for the Alchemist Guild. The Alchemist Guild, located in the south of the imperial capital, is the most sacred place in the entire imperial capital. Even the royal family does not dare to be disrespectful to the people of the Alchemist Guild. It is said that alchemist guilds are spread all over the world, and this guild in the imperial capital is just one of them. This time when Long Chen came, he needed to take a pharmacist qualification test. After all, with a certificate, it would be very convenient for him to buy medicine or travel around the world in the future. No matter where you are, alchemist is a very scarce profession. With this proof, Long Chen's value is different. Even the Fengming Empire needs to think twice before touching him. The most important thing is that with this qualification certificate, he can buy rare medicinal materials from the Alchemist Guild at a very favorable price, which can save him a huge amount of money. The Alchemist Guild covers only a dozen acres, but is several dozen feet high. It is very magnificent and awe-inspiring. Entering the lobby, 2 maids received Long Chen. When they heard that Long Chen was here to take the pharmacist qualification test, they were surprised. Although Long Chen looked only 15 or 16 years old, and there was no fluctuation in his cultivation, the two men still brought Long Chen into the alchemy hall. When Long Chen arrived, there were more than a dozen men in the hall, activating the pill fire, apparently refining medicine. "Hey, why is it you?" As soon as Long Chen arrived, an old man looked at him in surprise and couldn't help asking. As soon as he saw that man, Long Chen was secretly angry. That old man was the one who treated him and insisted that he might have lost his memory even though he was obviously fine. He was also the black-hearted old man who stole his mother's jewelry. "I'm here to take the exam as a pharmacist." Long Chen suppressed his anger and decided to settle accounts with this old man later. Assessment. Pharmacist. The old man looked Long Chen up and down and said, "It seems that your last injury has not healed completely. You should go back and recuperate." Long Chen frowned slightly and said, "I am indeed here for the assessment." The old man's face darkened. "I don't have time to waste with a kid like you, get out of here, or I'll have the guards throw you out." Long Chen couldn't help but secretly angry, looking at the old man and said loudly, "If you have green hair in your ears, I will tell you again that I am here to test the pharmacist." By the time he finished speaking, Long Chen's voice had turned into a roar that spread throughout the entire Alchemist Guild. "Who is making so much noise here?" Suddenly, an old man with a gaunt face came over with an unhappy expression. Long Chen rolled his eyes and a sly smile appeared on his lips. What caught Long Chen's eyes was a stunning beauty, with eyebrows like willow leaves, eyes like autumn water, skin as white as jade, lips like crimson dots, and hair like a waterfall falling to her waist. When she saw Long Chen coming in, her beautiful eyes met his, which made Long Chen's heart beat wildly. The girl seemed like a fairy who was not of this world. Because of her presence, the whole room seemed to have turned into a fairyland on earth. Long Chen stared at the girl blankly for a while, and was actually infatuated. The woman's jade-like cheeks turned slightly red, and she stopped looking at Long Chen. Seeing this, Mrs. Long couldn't help but cough and said, "Chener, you haven't met Meng Qi yet. She is your fiancée who was arranged for you when you were born." Speaking of her fiancé, Mrs. Long's face was filled with joy, but Long Chen was shocked that he didn't even know that he had such a marriage. "Greetings, Miss Meng Qi." Long Chen noticed that his mother had been winking at him, and then he reacted and bowed slightly. A blush appeared on Meng Qi's pretty face. She bowed, but her cherry lips moved without saying a word. Mrs. Long smiled and said, "Meng Qi, you and Long Chen are both young people, you two can chat first, I will go out and prepare some food." After she finished speaking, Madame Long gave Long Chen an encouraging look and left, leaving only the two of them in the room. Facing a fairy-like person, Long Chen felt a little overwhelmed for the first time. After a long while, he finally managed to say, "Please sit down." Meng Qi gently shook her head and glanced at Long Chen. A hint of complexity flashed across her beautiful eyes as she said, "Long Chen, I have something to tell you. Can we go to another place?" Long Chen was slightly stunned, but still nodded. The two of them left the Long family and found a remote place, while Long Chen was stunned. Meng Qi stretched out her jade-like hand and slowly formed a seal in front of her chest. Seeing that seal, Long Chen almost screamed, because he recognized the ability of that seal, contract summoning, which was an ability only possessed by beastmasters. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in space, confirming Long Chen's thoughts. A monster with a lion's head and an eagle's body, more than 3 meters long, appeared in front of the two of them, and a majestic aura surged over them. Although Long Chen was unable to practice before, he still knew the basic common sense of the magic beast atlas. This magic beast was called the Lion Eagle, and it was a terrifying second-level magic beast. The Lion Eagle in front of him was obviously not yet a full-grown adult, but its combat power was so great that even an ordinary blood coagulation realm warrior could not be its match. However, the Lion Eagle, which seemed extremely ferocious, was unusually docile in front of Meng Qi and lay obediently on the ground. Meng Qilian took light steps and slowly walked onto the back of the Lion Eagle. She said to Long Chen, "Come on up." Long Chen glanced at Meng Qi and saw a flash of panic in her eyes. Long Chen hesitated for a moment and walked up. It was the first time for Long Chen to step on the back of a monster, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. If this thing goes crazy, it will eat people. Call. The Lion Eagle suddenly spread its wings, and its huge body carried the two people straight into the sky. The moment the lion eagle took off, Long Chen was almost thrown out. Suddenly, a jade hand supported Long Chen, easing Long Chen's embarrassment. Seeing a hint of teasing on Meng Qi's pretty face, Long Chen couldn't help feeling embarrassed as he wanted to laugh but was too embarrassed to do so. "I'm a bit dizzy," Long Chen smiled and made a lame excuse. Meng Qi couldn't help but burst out laughing, but suddenly felt a little embarrassed and turned her pretty face away. The lion eagle flew very fast, and in a moment, it flew out of the imperial capital and landed on the Luoxia mountain outside the city. At this time, the sky was about to darken, and the setting sun was as red as blood, illuminating the entire imperial capital. It was a very beautiful picture. The two stood on the top of the mountain, and no one spoke. Long Chen looked at the imperial capital, and a trace of helplessness flashed in his starry eyes. "Long Chen, I..." Meng Qi hesitated for a long time, finally took a deep breath, and said with her cherry lips, "Are you here to cancel the engagement?" Long Chen did not turn around, his eyes still looking at the imperial capital. Meng Qi's heart was shocked, and a look of disbelief appeared on her pretty face. "You, no. I guessed." Long Chen slowly retracted his gaze, looked at Meng Qi's flawless face and said, "Thank you." "Thank me?" Meng Qi was a little confused. "Thank you for not mentioning it in front of my mother, not making her sad, and taking care of my face, so I want to thank you," Long Chen said with a smile. Meng Qi looked at Long Chen. In the past few days, she had already found out everything about Long Chen's situation in recent years. She had thought about how angry Long Chen would be when he heard the news, how crazy he would be, and even how he would curse, but she had never thought that she would encounter a situation like today. "I know you are a gifted girl. At such a young age, you can control a second-level monster. And I am just a mortal now. We are people from two different worlds. There is nothing wrong with what you did, you don't need to be sad." Long Chen smiled slightly, his smile was very warm and made people feel very comfortable. But when Meng Qi saw that smile, her heart ached inexplicably. The big boy in front of her had experienced too many misfortunes, and she was going to rub salt into his bruised body. Wasn't that too cruel? "Give me a few days, I will persuade my mother to cancel this marriage. I promise you, I won't let you wait too long." After Long Chen finished speaking, he turned around and slowly left. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the thin figure, which looked a little desolate on the mountain road. Watching Long Chen's departing figure, tears welled up in Meng Qi's beautiful eyes, and she couldn't help but cover her cherry lips with her jade hands. "Am I doing this right or wrong?" Behind Meng Qi, a young girl slowly came over and comforted her softly. "Sister, now that everything has been said, let's resolve it once and for all. However, this Long Chen is indeed a little weird and pitiful." The two girls watched Long Chen's figure until he completely disappeared. After Long Chen came down the mountain, he became more and more depressed. When he first saw Meng Qi, he developed a deep admiration for her. Meng Qi's otherworldly demeanor is like that of a fairy from heaven. It would be strange for a mere mortal like Long Chen not to be tempted. But just as the admiration arose, before I could express it, it was poured with a bucket of cold water. No one felt good about it. Long Chen's soul power was extremely strong and he was extremely sensitive to other people's emotions. When Meng Qi demonstrated her strength and summoned the lion eagle, he felt that something was wrong, which led to the subsequent conversation. "I've fallen out of love before I've even fallen in love." Long Chen felt miserable in his heart, and he wanted to scream madly. He had never cried after experiencing so much grievance and oppression, but this time he really had an urge to cry. He could feel that Meng Qi was a kind woman, otherwise there would be no need to consider his feelings and he could have cancelled the engagement in the most direct way. Long Chen didn't want to cancel the engagement, but what could he do? Cry and beg for mercy with tears and snot? Well, if it can really be salvaged, Long Chen doesn't mind being shameless for once. The key is that even if he does that, it will be meaningless. It would be better to part ways in peace. Although he felt uncomfortable, Long Chen still endured it. When he returned home, it was already dark. As soon as Long Chen came back, his mother began to interrogate him, asking him what they had talked about, what progress had been made, and whether there were any intimate actions. Feeling helpless, Long Chen finally managed to cope with it for a while before asking, "Mom, how did Meng Qi and I get engaged? Why didn't you tell me about it?" When Mrs. Long heard Long Chen's question, a hint of pain appeared in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it. She told Long Chen that the two families were very close in the past, and that Long Chen's father and Meng Qi's father were close friends for life and death. Later, they became sworn sisters and vowed that if the children they gave birth to were boys, they would be brothers, and if they were girls, they would be sisters, and if they were a boy and a girl, they would be husband and wife. Long Chen curled his lips slightly. You guys are full of energy and enthusiasm, but when it comes to me, you are miserable. Mom, I feel like Meng Qi and I aren't a good match. Long Chen thought for a while, then finally gritted his teeth and said. What? Mrs. Long's expression changed slightly, and she looked at Long Chen in disbelief. Well, Mom, don't get excited. I mean, I feel that Meng Qi and I are not suitable for each other. After all, Long Chen said with some embarrassment. Asshole, what nonsense are you talking about? Meng Qi is a fairy who has transformed into a human. How can she be unsuitable for you? Mrs. Long was furious and couldn't help but curse. Mom, listen to me. Love is about mutual consent. It's interesting to be together. You have arranged the marriage without our consent. Isn't that a bit too arbitrary? Long Chen said with a smile. You're really going to piss me off to death. Madame Long completely ignored Long Chen's words and was so angry that she burst into tears. Long Chen couldn't help but feel embarrassed, but he couldn't tell the truth, so he could only stand there. Madame Long cried and suddenly asked, Chen'er, tell me the truth, did Meng Qi regret it? How could that be? Meng Qi is a good girl. It's just that I feel it's too sudden and I can't accept it, Long Chen said hurriedly. Don't say any more, child. Your parents are sorry for you. Mrs. Long was not stupid. How could she not know what kind of temper Long Chen had? After a little thought, she realized that it was not that simple, and she hugged Long Chen and cried bitterly. Mom, it's not as bad as you think. I just said that it's not suitable for her now, but I didn't say it won't be suitable in the future, Long Chen said with a smile. I plan to cancel the marriage first, and then your son, with his own ability, will pursue her again and let her continue to be your daughter-in-law. Wouldn't that make everyone happy? Long Chen said with a smile. Humph, it's not that simple. Meng Qi is as beautiful as a fairy, and there are countless people pursuing her. If the marriage certificate is gone, how can you have a chance? Mrs. Long sighed and continued, you are right. You can't force this kind of thing. Since it is your marriage and you are already grown up, you can decide for yourself. Thank you, Mother. Long Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Madame Long took out an antique wooden box from under the bed, took out a thin piece of paper from it, handed it to Long Chen and said, this is your marriage certificate. If you want to cancel the engagement, just destroy it. Long Chen took the thin piece of paper, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. He couldn't accept the fact that his beautiful wife was gone. Long Chen knew the man. Not only Long Chen knew him, but there were very few people in the capital who knew him. He was the president of the Alchemist Guild, Master Yun Qi. Master President, this kid suddenly came here to make trouble. I will chase him away right now, the old man said hurriedly when he saw Master Yun Qi. Long Chen rolled his eyes and pretended to be grateful and said, are you Master Yun Qi? Great, Long Chen thanks you for saving my life. Yun Qi was originally unhappy, but after hearing what Long Chen said, he was stunned and asked, kid, did you recognize the wrong person? Wrong person? No, absolutely not. Long Chen shook his head, pointed at the old man and said, my mother spent hundreds of thousands of gold coins through this master to buy a tiger bone pill from you, and it cured my injury. I am so grateful to you. When Long Chen said this, the old man's face suddenly changed. Yun Qi's face turned cold, and he looked at the old man and said, Guancheng, tell me, what's going on? Mr. President, don't listen to his nonsense. Guancheng hurriedly explained. Hey, why don't you admit it? The people in our Alchemist Guild are really noble and upright. They do good deeds without leaving their names. But it is an indisputable fact that you sold a defective tiger bone pill to my mother, Long Chen sneered. Although Guancheng kept winking at him, Long Chen pretended not to see it. Old man, do you think it's so easy to cheat me of the Long family's money? Guancheng is an old member of the Alchemist Guild. He was originally a medicine boy of Master Yunqi, but he had no talent for alchemy. However, Guancheng worked diligently for Master Yunqi for decades. Master Yunqi took pity on him and gave him a job as a deacon of the Alchemist Guild, asking him to help with some chores. Sometimes he would give the waste pills he made to Guancheng for disposal. The normal procedure was to dig out the useful parts of the waste pills and mix them into some medicinal liquid. The waste pills were not sold to the outside. This involves issues of professional ethics. If word gets out that Master Yunqi is actually selling waste pills, he will be laughed at by his peers. Master Yunqi sighed, looked at Guancheng and said, "You have been with me for decades, you know my temper, go by yourself, and never come back." Guancheng's face turned pale, and there was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. "My lord, I..." "Go ahead," Yunqi raised his hand and said lightly. Guancheng almost collapsed to the ground. Yunqi's words were equivalent to expelling him from the Alchemist Guild. A deacon who was once high and mighty suddenly became penniless, and Guancheng seemed to have aged by 10 years in an instant. "Hey, stop pretending. You've been cheating and deceiving people for so many years, and you can't spend all the dirty money you've earned until you die. Why are you pretending to be a pathetic wretch?" Long Chen said disdainfully. As the deacon of the Alchemist Guild, this old man was very close to some princes and nobles. He had gained countless benefits over the years. Looking at his face, Long Chen felt sick. Guancheng's face turned angry, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. He lowered his head and slowly left. Watching Guancheng disappear, Master Yunqi shook his head and said to Long Chen, "Thank you, young man, otherwise I would still be kept in the dark. Hee, this old man cheated our family out of everything we had, and I'm taking revenge on him on purpose." "Don't be polite to me," Long Chen said with a smile. Master Yunqi was a little surprised and said, "Haha, this kid is straightforward, not like a sinister and cunning person, not bad. Haha, how can I hide my little trick from the senior? Since I can't hide it, I might as well pretend to be a good person." Long Chen spread his hands and said with a smile. Master Yunqi couldn't help but laugh. For many years, everyone had been respectful when they saw him. This was the first time someone spoke to him like this. It felt very interesting. "Boy, you came to my Alchemist Guild, not just to complain, right?" "Of course not, I'm here to take the assessment of the alchemist," Long Chen said, extending his right hand. "Call." A tiny flame jumped up to his fingertips. In order to leave a deep impression on the master, Long Chen moved his fingers slightly, and the flame jumped back and forth on his fingertips like a naughty monkey. Good control. Originally, seeing the flame, Yunqi nodded slightly. It was not bad to condense den fire at this age, but Long Chen's subsequent actions made him a little moved. The control of the power of fire mainly comes from the size of the soul power. Long Chen's flexible use of it shows that his soul power is much higher than that of ordinary people. However, what he didn't know was that Long Chen was hiding his abilities. If he displayed the ancient secret technique in his memory, he didn't know if it would scare the master in front of him. "Very good, your soul power is stronger than that of ordinary people. You have a potential in alchemy," Yunqi nodded. Hearing Yunqi's words, Long Chen felt relieved. It would be better to retain his strength as much as possible. "Come on, I'll take you to test it." After saying this, Master Yunqi took Long Chen away. Looking at the two people's departing backs, the people who were originally refining medicinal materials with alchemy fire in the hall could not help but be dumbfounded. No need for assessment, just go for the test directly. How could this be? Could he be a relative of Master Yunqi? What a fart relative. Isn't that kid the notorious loser Long Chen in the imperial capital? The dozen or so people in the hall were here to take the assessment as alchemists today. However, according to convention, they needed to purify a portion of the herb and meet the standards before they could proceed to the next test. But Long Chen directly skipped this procedure, which made them very angry, but helpless. This is the Alchemist Guild, a supreme place where no one dares to fart and can only hold their frustration in their stomachs. In a basement of the Alchemist Guild, Master Yunqi pointed to a crystal in front of him and said, "Ignite your flame." Long Chen nodded, stretched out a finger, and the flame condensed at the fingertips, slowly tapping the crystal. Several lines appeared on the crystal. Master Yunqi said calmly, the Dan fire is lower yellow grade, which is barely qualified. Dan fire is divided into 4 levels, heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Each level is divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. Long Chen's Dan fire is condensed by himself. It is not beast fire, nor is it the fire of heaven and earth. Therefore, it is at the lower level of yellow, which is very normal. After saying that, he brought Long Chen to a pool. The pool was only half a foot deep, and the bottom of the pool was covered with hundreds of crystal clear beads. Use your soul power to see if you can make the bead float to the surface. The pool in front of him was not a real pool. The water inside was called true soul mercury. When Long Chen carefully touched the water, he found that the water suddenly amplified his soul power by more than 10 times. Long Chen immediately felt relieved. His soul power was currently not enough to move objects through the air. It seemed that he had overthought. The power of the soul began to operate, and suddenly more than a dozen beads were affected by the power of the soul and slowly floated to the surface. However, Long Chen suddenly discovered that Master Yunqi was looking at the beads in shock. Oh no, the truth is revealed. Long Chen hurriedly released his soul power and circulated his spiritual power, making himself look pale and shaky, giving people the illusion that his soul power was overdrawn. Master, am I qualified? Long Chen asked breathlessly. Xian level, it's actually Xian level. Master Yunqi murmured as if he hadn't seen Long Chen's performance. After a while, Yunqi noticed that Long Chen had collapsed on the ground. Long Chen's acting skills were definitely at the level of an award-winning actor. Not only was his face as pale as paper, but his eyes were also a little dull, as if he was overexerted. Very good, your soul power is indeed extremely strong. You are a promising talent. We have picked up a good seedling this time, Yunqi said with a smile. When Long Chen heard this, his eyes lit up. Master Yunqi, I really want to practice alchemy. I wonder if I can become your registered disciple. Yunqi shook his head and said, I dare not accept you. You should practice well. I will give you a chance in the future, a chance to reach the peak of the alchemy path. Seeing Yunqi's refusal, Long Chen smiled awkwardly and said, I mainly want a name, so that when I go out, no one will dare to bully me, right? Yunqi was stunned and couldn't help laughing. Long Chen's straightforward personality made Yunqi feel a little amused. Over the years, he had never met such an interesting young man, but Long Chen's abnormal soul power made him very optimistic about Long Chen. Don't worry, I will give you a down to waist badge later. Who dares to bully you? Yunqi said with a smile. Long Chen couldn't help but be overjoyed. Most people who wanted to join the Alchemist Guild had to first take the pharmacist qualification test. After completing the test, they would have to wait a year before they could take the Alchemist qualification test. A pharmacist is just an entry-level position, which has already made countless people jealous, while an alchemist apprentice is a formal alchemist. With your current alchemy fire and soul power, it is still a little difficult to refine the pill, but within a year, you will be able to refine the pill. I am just distributing it in advance, and it is not considered a violation, Yunqi said with a smile. Long Chen was grateful in his heart. Although he could look down on anyone in the art of alchemy, he had to admit that Yunqi was an elder worthy of respect. Master Yunqi personally made a Dan 2 nameplate for Long Chen, and also gave him a medicine cauldron and a set of Dan robes. The material of the Dan robes was very luxurious, and there was a Dan star pattern tattooed on the chest, which was the symbol of a Dan 2. The medicine cauldron was made of pure copper and red gold. The materials were exquisite and the shape was more reasonable. It was much higher grade than the one Long Chen had bought before. In addition to the 2 things, what surprised Long Chen was that Master Yunqi also gave him a space ring. It was a very magical ring. As long as you input soul power, you could open the space inside and store any items you wanted. That was a luxury item worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Long Chen had never dared to think of it before. When he input his soul power into the ring, he found that there was a space of about 10 feet square inside, which made Long Chen very grateful. Master Yunqi told Long Chen that with the badge, Long Chen could enjoy a 50% discount on all medicinal materials purchased from the Alchemist Guild, and could also study all the alchemy experiences of his predecessors for free. Long Chen suddenly felt like a country chicken leaping onto a tree and turning into a phoenix, and he bought a large amount of Fengfudan medicinal materials and some other herbs from the Alchemist Guild. When Long Chen stepped out of the Alchemist Guild, he felt like he had become a different person. He was worthless when he went in, but became worth millions when he came out. Even his back was straight. From now on, he could look down on people with his nose. Long Chen returned home with a great harvest. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Bauer guarding the door. When he saw Long Chen, he directly pulled him to the ladies' room. As soon as he entered the room, Long Chen was stunned, and his heart beat wildly a few times. There was a muffled sound, and the alchemy furnace shook, then calmed down. When the lid of the furnace was opened, 9 full pills came into view. A strong scent of elixir wafted towards him, refreshing his heart and soul. A smug smile appeared on Long Chen's face. He reached out and took one of the pills in his hand. The pill was round all over, with a faint luster and a layer of faint patterns on it. Although the elixir pattern is light and the color is not bright enough, the spirituality of the elixir has been lost a little, but it can barely be considered a mid-grade elixir. This is the first mid-grade elixir that Long Chen has refined. One must know that the improvement of the elixir is related to many aspects such as the elixir furnace, elixir fire, and soul power, none of which can be missing. Now there is no problem with Long Chen's soul power, but the alchemy furnace is too poor, not to mention the alchemy fire. Using an ordinary first-grade alchemy furnace and the worst alchemy fire to refine a mid-grade pill, looking at the entire alchemy world, perhaps only Long Chen, a monster who has merged with the soul of the alchemy emperor, can do it. He refined more than 20 furnaces of pills in one breath, and a total of more than 100 low-grade Fengfu pills lay quietly in Long Chen's ring. During the process, Long Chen secretly inquired about the situation outside. Li Hao was killed, so naturally Long Chen could not be blamed. The imperial capital also posted a reward notice to capture the murderer who killed Li Hao, but the notice was of little use and soon died down. Long Chen sneered in his heart, even if it's just a show, you should do it thoroughly, do you think I'm a fool? A prince was killed for unknown reasons and the case was left unresolved. This is too blatant. Although he understood it in his heart, Long Chen didn't dare to act rashly. Before he had absolute strength, he had to protect himself. Now that his father is guarding the wilderness, he has no idea what the situation is over there. According to the practice of the Fengming Empire, all the generals and their families who are away are not allowed to leave the imperial capital. To put it bluntly, they have to be cautious. Long Chen knew nothing about his father's situation. He only knew that his father had not been around since he was old enough to understand. As I grew up, the originally bustling mansion gradually became deserted, and fewer people came to visit during the holidays. Since a few years ago, the Long family has become increasingly decadent, and its status in the imperial capital has become lower and lower. Long Chen has become the target of attacks by princes of the same age. However, Marquis Jinyuan still did not say a word about this, and Long Chen could not help but feel a little dissatisfied with his father, but was severely reprimanded by his mother. After waking up this time, Long Chen finally realized that something was wrong. He had thought things too simply before. My father must have had his own reasons for refusing to be summoned several times. It is unlikely that it was just because the war with the barbarians was getting intense. It would be fine if it happened once or twice, but over the years, he had refused to be summoned several times, which had caused countless princes and nobles in the imperial capital to become dissatisfied with Long Tianshao. There were even rumors secretly that Long Tianshao intended to rebel, but no matter how wildly these rumors spread, there was no response from Long Tianshao. Until 3 years ago, the royal family never summoned Long Tianshao again, but the Long family's life became worse. First, the Long family's salary was withheld. Without any source of income, the Long family suddenly fell into a difficult situation. Then, the princes provoked Long Chen in various ways. Especially this time when Long Chen was injured, and the old man cheated the Long family of so much money in one go, Long Chen finally became alert. This was slowly forcing the mother and son into a desperate situation, with the purpose of making Long Tianshao surrender, but Long Chen had no idea what the secret was. But one thing is certain, there is someone behind this, wrestling with the father, and the other person is very strong. Never mind for now. The hungry wolf will show its fangs sooner or later. What I need is to improve my strength. Long Chen briefly explained a few words to Bauer and then began his retreat. Now that the prototype of Feng Fu Star has been condensed, it will be easy. He only needs to keep absorbing the medicinal power. The Feng Fu Star was at Long Chen's feet. As it continued to absorb the medicinal power of the Feng Fu pill, it began to grow rapidly and become larger. 7 days later, Long Chen ate pills like he was eating. The Feng Fu Star under his feet, which was originally the size of soybeans, became the size of Longan, as if a whole new space had been opened up under Long Chen's feet. After Feng Fu Star became the size of a Longan, its appearance no longer changed. As it continued to absorb the medicinal power, countless tiny lines appeared on Feng Fu Star, and it actually began to move slowly. Boom. With a loud bang, after the last mid-grade Feng Fu pill was absorbed, the Feng Fu Star under Long Chen's feet, which had been lifeless, finally moved for a while, frantically absorbing the spiritual power from the outside world. Yeah, I finally succeeded. Long Chen roared, feeling the operation of the Feng Fu Star under his feet, and his whole body was filled with strength. However, now it has only been successfully condensed. According to my memory, for the 9-star Hegemon body art, each star must go through 9-star changes before it can be considered complete. My Feng Fu Star has just condensed. If it is based on what the outside world says, I wonder if it can be considered as the first level of Qi gathering. Whoosh whoosh. 3 consecutive punches were thrown, the whistling sound of the wind was deafening, the walls were shaken and almost collapsed. Without using any spiritual energy, he possessed such power just by relying on the strength of his physical body. Long Chen couldn't help but be overjoyed. Although it was a bit hard and the progress was slow, the power of the 9-star hegemony body art was too strong. It's only the first level of heaven. His strength now is much greater than that day when he punched the millstone away. Hee, if it goes on like this, I'll be able to find my future wife soon. Long Chen smiled, thinking of Meng Qi's face, his heart filled with passion. But thinking of senior brother Qi, Long Chen snorted in his heart, next time I see you, if I don't beat the shit out of you, you won't know why the flowers are so red. Suddenly, Long Chen slapped his forehead and thought, he was busy practicing, but today was the day to go to the Imperial Academy. Seeing that it was just dawn, he hurriedly changed into a new set of clothes and headed straight for the Imperial Academy. Along the way, the look of ecstasy on Long Chen's face never ceased. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his Feng Fu Star could store a huge amount of spiritual energy. From now on, when he made pills, he would no longer have to worry about running out of spiritual energy and having to take medicine constantly. The last time he dueled with Li Hao, Long Chen had used his fighting skill, Bull Force, which was so powerful that he crippled Li Hao with one punch. But that punch almost drained all his spiritual energy, and now he no longer has to worry about this problem. After sensing the spiritual energy within Feng Fu Star, he conservatively estimated that it was enough for him to unleash his bull power more than a dozen times. This was the difference between truly stepping into Feng Fu Star. The most important thing is that after his cultivation level increased, his physical strength also increased rapidly. Although he has not tested it, he knows that it must be terrifyingly huge. Just as I was excited, the gate of the Imperial Academy was already in sight. I entered the gate and, as usual, went straight to the Hall of Literature. As soon as they entered the Literature Hall, the originally noisy Literature Hall suddenly became quiet because of Long Chen's arrival. Many people still couldn't accept Li Hao's death. Almost all the princes were present at the battle that day and witnessed Long Chen's domineering punch with their own eyes. Those princes who often mocked Long Chen couldn't help but feel a little scared. Haha, Brother Long. When Fatty Yu and the others saw Long Chen coming, they were overjoyed and quickly surrounded him. Brother Long, you are getting more and more energetic. Brother Long, please take a seat. Brother Long, have some tea. Brother Long, let me give you a back pat. Long Chen laughed and scolded, don't use this useless trick, help me get something to eat, I haven't had breakfast yet. Long Chen found a corner and sat down. Fatty Yu had already brought the snacks over. Several people looked at Long Chen eagerly. Long Chen was indeed hungry. He had basically been eating pills these past few days and was about to vomit. He grabbed some snacks and ate a big meal. After eating for a while, Shifeng arrived and Long Chen waved at Shifeng. Shifeng walked up to Long Chen, who handed him a jade bottle and said, take it. It won't be long before you become a new generation of blood coagulation realm expert. Long Chen's voice was not loud, but Fatty Yu and the others heard it clearly. They were all so shocked that they couldn't say a word. Shifeng was also shocked and hurriedly opened the jade bottle. An extremely strong elixir fragrance wafted into his nose, and inside lay a round pill. "What's this?" Long Chen smiled slightly and uttered 3 words lightly, "Ninghua pill." Others may not know what Ninghua pill is, but Shifeng, who is at the 8th level of Qi gathering, knows that for those at the 9th level of Qi gathering, it is a treasure they dream of. Ninghua pill is a pill for advancing from Qi gathering stage to blood coagulation stage. It contains a large amount of energy that can help people break through quickly. The most important thing is that the Ninghua pill is only used to gather Qi and has no effect on future practice. However, Ninghua pill is extremely difficult to refine, and the failure rate is too high, especially at the final moment of gathering the pill. The failure rate is simply a nightmare for alchemists. An ordinary Ninghua pill costs more than 1 million gold coins, and it is still priceless. 1 million gold coins was simply out of reach for Shifeng, who was not well off. He had never dared to think about it. "Long Chen, this. What are you talking about? Just take it. I never hesitate when I take things from you." "Don't act like a woman," Long Chen interrupted with a wave of his hand. Shifeng nodded. Anything he said at this time would be hypocritical. He suppressed his excitement and said, "Okay, I will take it as soon as I reach the 9th level of Qi gathering." "No need. Don't you see the patterns on it? When you go back, take it immediately and you will definitely be able to advance to the blood coagulation stage quickly," Long Chen said with a smile. Shifeng then discovered that there was a faint line on the pill and he almost screamed in fright. This was actually a mid-grade pill, which would be many times more expensive. "Put it away quickly. We brothers should not talk about useless things," Long Chen said. Shifeng's eyes turned red, and he kept the pill close to him. Compared to Long Chen's brotherhood, he was more moved by the pill. Brother Long. Uncle Long. Grandpa Dragon. Although Fatty Yu and his companions didn't know what the condensation pill was, they knew about the elixir, which was a treasure. For a moment, they stared at Long Chen like hungry wolves, their eyes turning blue. Long Chen got goosebumps when he was yelled at by several people, and hurriedly asked them to stop. "Don't worry, I told you guys that I will take care of your affairs." In fact, the reason why they cannot practice is because their spiritual roots are too poor and they cannot sense true Qi. Others may not be able to do it, but who is Long Chen? He has integrated the memories of a generation of Den Emperor. If he can't even do this, how can he be called Den Emperor? Well, each person takes 1 bottle, 3 drops a day. Abstain from meat, alcohol, and sex. The effect will be seen in 7 days, and you can feel the Qi within half a month. As for how long it will take to gather the Qi, it depends on your personal efforts. Long Chen threw each of them a bottle filled with liquid medicine, which Long Chen prepared himself. The medicinal liquid is not precious. For those people with useless spiritual roots, it can barely improve their spiritual roots. However, Long Chen is not a god, so the degree of improvement is limited. There would be no problem in allowing them to enter the Qi gathering realm. If they are lucky, they might be able to enter the blood coagulation realm, but it is absolutely impossible to go any higher. However, for Fatty and others, it was an unimaginable treasure. They looked at the bottle nervously, wishing they could drink a drop right now. "Brother Long, if we are able to practice, will it be bad for you?" Although Fatty Yu is fat and has a big head, his brain capacity is not small. He was the first to think of the problem. If Long Chen really has a way to improve these useless people, it may have an adverse effect on Long Chen. It will be troublesome if he is targeted by people with ulterior motives. Fatty Yu wanted to ask if he wanted to help Long Chen conceal it, but Long Chen just laughed and said, "It doesn't matter. These medicines are all made by Master Yunqi. If anyone wants them, just ask Master Yunqi for help." Master Yunqi. Several people were shocked and were about to ask if Long Chen was joking when they heard footsteps. Looking back, they were all panicked. On Luoxia Mountain, the sun was just rising. When Meng Qi looked at the marriage certificate handed over by Long Chen, a trace of reluctance flashed in her beautiful eyes. She stretched out her jade hand again and again, but never took the thin paper. Long Chen smiled slightly, gently reached out and held Meng Qi's jade hand, and placed the marriage certificate in her hand. When he touched the pair of snow-white hands, Long Chen couldn't help but feel his heart fluttering, and it took him a lot of effort to calm himself down. "Take it, you are a kind girl. Even though things have come to this, I don't hate you at all," Long Chen said softly, looking at Meng Qi's flawless jade face. One of her hands was grabbed by Long Chen. Meng Qi's delicate body trembled. She instinctively wanted to pull her hand back, but she couldn't bear to do so. Long Chen's words made Meng Qi's heart ache. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes and she choked up and said, "Long Chen, I'm sorry. She is indeed a kind girl. It's time to strike while the iron is hot." Long Chen was delighted, but his expression remained gentle, like an older brother. He reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Meng Qi's eyes. "It took a lot of self-control to prevent myself from being obsessed with that perfect face." Meng Qi's charm was truly amazing. If Long Chen's soul power was not so powerful, his breathing would have been rapid and his heart would have been beating like thunder, but he needed to continue working hard at this time. He smiled and said, "Meng Qi, this matter is not your fault. If you want to blame someone, blame my father and your father. They really have a good relationship. They can get married. Why do they have to force us?" Meng Qi, who was originally choking with sobs, suddenly couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard Long Chen's outrageous words. Her beautiful eyes were smiling, like pear blossoms in the rain, like jade dew welcoming spring, so beautiful that Long Chen couldn't help but blurt out, "Meng Qi, you are so beautiful." But he regretted it right after he said it. Damn it, he still couldn't control himself, and his true nature as a wolf was exposed. Long Chen was so angry that he wanted to slap himself. Fortunately, Meng Qi was not angry when she heard Long Chen's praise. Her pretty face flushed, her beautiful eyes moved, and her shy look was another kind of beauty. Dead, Long Chen, oh Long Chen, if you miss such a beauty, what is the point of your living? That's right, we must use any means necessary, not be afraid of danger, and not be shameless. The bolder we are, the more productive the land will be. Long Chen took a deep breath and let go of Meng Qi's hand, but the marriage certificate remained in Meng Qi's hand. "In fact, with your current status, you don't have to care about my feelings at all. Just pretend that I don't exist. We are from two completely different worlds. But you still came. I know you don't want me to continue to have illusions, and you don't want me to face the cruel result in endless waiting. There is nothing wrong with what you did. On the contrary, I am very grateful to you." Long Chen looked at Meng Qi and nodded. "Long Chen, are you saying this to ease the guilt in my heart?" Meng Qi looked at the marriage certificate in her hand and said with a slightly trembling voice. "No, I'm just telling the truth, but from today on, I have a lofty goal," Long Chen said with a smile. "What is it?" Meng Qi asked. "From today on, I will practice hard. When I am strong enough, I will look for you. Now that the marriage certificate is invalid, it won't prevent me from pursuing you again," Long Chen said with a smile. Although he was smiling, his eyes were full of determination, and combined with his resolute expression, it was impossible to doubt his determination. Meng Qi was stunned for a moment. It was the first time she saw someone confess to her so boldly, and he was a man who had been deeply hurt by her. For a moment, Meng Qifang was confused and didn't know how to answer, whether to refuse or accept. "You don't have to feel pressured. This is just my wishful thinking. A kind person like you is worthy of me, Long Chen, to protect with my life. But before pursuing you, I have to practice hard and become a truly strong person, so that I will be qualified to protect you. For this qualification, I will practice desperately, whether you accept it or not, I will do it," Long Chen said firmly. Meng Qi's pretty face flushed from time to time. Although she came from a humble background, everything changed after she joined the sect. It was the first time that someone dared to confess to her so boldly and directly. Looking at Long Chen's determined eyes, she felt flustered and was speechless for a long time. There is hope. Looking at Meng Qi's helpless expression, Long Chen was secretly delighted. At least Meng Qi did not show any disgust or aversion towards him. This was already a small step forward. He needed to work harder and continue to be sentimental until she was moved. Just as Long Chen was about to continue to strike while the iron was hot, a terrifying aura suddenly rose up, and the fierce aura made people tremble in their hearts. Meng Qi's face changed slightly. She took a step forward, blocking Long Chen behind her. She moved her jade hand slightly, and just as she was about to take action, she withdrew her jade hand after seeing the situation clearly. I saw a huge wasp appearing in front of me. It was nearly 5 meters long, with a surging aura and colorful patterns all over its body, which made people's scalps numb. Long Chen couldn't help but be shocked. It was a second-level magical beast, and among the second-level magical beasts, it was a very violent angry blood bee. Even a third-level magical beast would rarely provoke it, because even if it is a third-level magical beast, once it is pierced by its tail stinger, it will be skinned alive if it does not die. But after a brief shock, Long Chen looked at the pretty figure in front of him, and his heart was moved. If you can stand in front of me once, I can stand in front of you for a lifetime. Call. The huge angry blood bee fell to the ground, and when the horrifying roar disappeared, a man jumped off from the back of the angry blood bee. He looked to be in his 20s, with a tall figure and regular features. He gave people a very noble feeling, but the unconcealable arrogance between his brows ruined his overall image. As soon as the man appeared, he looked at Meng Qi with admiration that was hard to conceal in his eyes. "Junior sister, you haven't returned to the sect for so long, Master is very unhappy, so he asked me to come find you," the man said with a smile on his face, but when he saw Long Chen, he couldn't help but frown and asked, "Who is this person? Could it be?" As he spoke, a hint of coldness emerged in the man's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. "Don't talk nonsense, I'm just asking this young man something here." Meng Qi was obviously not good at lying, and a trace of panic flashed in her beautiful eyes. Turning around, he said to Long Chen, "Thank you, sir." After saying that, she glanced at Long Chen. That glance contained a lot of things. Before Long Chen could understand it carefully, Meng Qi had already summoned her mount and flew away. The man glanced at Long Chen, snorted coldly, and pointed his finger. A transparent arrow flew out in front of him and headed straight for Long Chen's face. Long Chen was just recalling the meaning of Meng Qi's look. He never expected that the men would suddenly attack him so ruthlessly. It was too late for him to dodge. It was an arrow condensed from the power of the soul, invisible but tangible. Once an ordinary person was hit by that arrow, his soul would be immediately crushed and he would become an idiot. Long Chen was shocked. It was too late to dodge, so he quickly activated his soul power to resist. Although his soul power was strong, he had never practiced soul techniques, so the chance of resisting was slim. Bang! Suddenly, another arrow appeared out of nowhere and hit the man's attack with a loud bang. Long Chen was knocked back 4 or 5 steps by the force. "Brother Qi, if you attack a mortal like this and Master finds out, it will be bad." At some point, a young girl appeared beside the two of them and spoke indifferently to the men called Senior Brother Qi. The man surnamed Qi's expression changed slightly, but he immediately smiled and said, "Junior sister, you misunderstood. I was just testing him. How could I really hurt him?" Long Chen's face looked grim. With his soul power, how could he not see that the bastard clearly wanted to turn him into an idiot? Long Chen couldn't help but get furious, especially the way this bastard looked at Meng Qi, which made Long Chen furious. Now he actually wanted to kill him, which made Long Chen grit his teeth in anger. "Sir, this is an inner disciple of our Fenghuan Pavilion. He has a very high level of cultivation. You have to work harder." After the girl finished speaking, she blinked at Long Chen on purpose. Long Chen was stunned. Was she giving me a special reminder? "Brother Qi, let's go," the young girl said to Senior Brother Qi, but her posture made it obvious that she wanted to go with Senior Brother Qi. Senior Brother Qi glanced at Long Chen, smiled faintly, and jumped onto the angry blood bee. After the two left, Long Chen couldn't help but curse angrily. "I'll remember this grudge." After his anger, Long Chen calmed down. No matter what, he still gained something today. Although the engagement was broken off, at least he left a good impression on Meng Qi. The most important thing was that he found that when Meng Qi left, she kept the marriage certificate carefully and did not destroy it immediately, which left him with greater hope. But at the same time, he also had a great sense of crisis. How many people could resist the charm of a woman as outstanding as Meng Qi? Moreover, there was a man named Qi Shi who looked like a dog beside her. It was really too dangerous. What if, in addition to brother Qishur, there are also brother Nyoshur and brother Goshur? No, I have to improve my cultivation quickly. Although we have now connected with the Alchemist Guild is a neutral force and does not participate in any struggles. We have to rely on ourselves for everything. Li Hao's words before his death that day sounded a warning to Long Chen. If the other party only used himself and his son to restrain his father. My father has rejected the royal summons several times so far. I'm afraid he has already understood something. The longer time goes on, the less useful Long Chen and his mother will be, and the more dangerous they will be. After returning home, Long Chen locked himself in the room, told no one to disturb him, and took out the herbs from the space ring one by one. Last time at the Alchemist Guild, the bronze tripod that Yunqi gave him helped Long Chen a lot. As one of the essential tools for alchemists, the tripod contains a lot of knowledge. Long Chen's original cauldron was a fighter among garbage. Not only did it have poor heat conductivity when refining pills, it also consumed a lot of Long Chen's pill fire. In addition, the quality is even worse. It is unable to seal the spiritual energy of heaven and earth when refining the elixir. Impurities enter the furnace while spiritual energy runs out. It would be strange if such a furnace could produce good elixir. Moreover, when the alchemy furnace was cast, the craftsmanship requirements were very strict, and Long Chen's original medicine cauldron was clearly made by an ordinary craftsman. But there was no other way. A decent medicine cauldron would cost at least hundreds of thousands of gold coins, or even millions of gold coins. Long Chen simply couldn't afford it. The cauldron that Yunqi gave to Long Chen was a first-grade medicine cauldron, which was usually only available to alchemists at the alchemy apprentice level. With this medicine cauldron, Long Chen could be considered to have upgraded his weapon. Looking at this brand new medicine cauldron, Long Chen nodded. It's time to speed up, otherwise my wife will fly away. The man who came was a young man, who looked to be 15 or 16 years old. He was wearing a yellow robe and a golden crown on his head, which was very luxurious. Meet the seventh prince. As soon as the young man arrived, everyone knelt down in greeting, even Shi Feng knelt down very reluctantly. The young man's name was Chu Feng. He was the seventh and youngest son of Chu Tianque, the current emperor of Fengming Empire. I heard that when Chu Feng was just born, Chu Tianque had already gone into seclusion and has not come out yet. Chu Feng has never seen what his biological father looks like. Long Chen had heard a lot about Chu Feng. He knew that he was born to the Queen of the West Palace, and was spoiled and domineering since childhood. Except for the Crown Prince, there was almost no one he was afraid of. He didn't expect that he would come here today. However, when he saw Zhou Yaoyang beside him, Long Chen suddenly understood clearly that he was probably coming for him again. According to the etiquette between the monarch and his subjects, all princes had to kowtow when they met the princes. Fatty Yu, Shi Feng, and others all knelt on the ground. Unless they broke through to the blood coagulation stage, they could not be exempted. Long Chen curled his lips. A second-generation rich man also wants me, Long Chen, to kneel down to you. Apart from my parents, the only one who is worthy of me, Long Chen, kneeling down to you has not been born yet. The seventh Prince Chu Feng glanced at everyone indifferently, and suddenly saw Long Chen sitting there openly like a crane standing out among chickens, and his face darkened. How dare you, Long Chen? The seventh prince is here, and you don't even bother to bow and kowtow. Are you planning to rebel? Around the seventh prince, Zhou Yaoyang, and the others had not expected that Long Chen was so bold as to go against the seventh prince so blatantly. Wang Mang, who had been slapped hard by Long Chen, couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw this. Fearing that Long Chen would react, he hurriedly shouted and put a big hat on Long Chen. Others were also shocked, especially Fatty Yu and others, who were so scared that they broke out in sweats. The fight between the princes was just a minor incident. However, if he offended the seventh prince, he would most likely lose his head, not to mention that Long Chen's behavior at this time was clearly treasonous. There was an obvious hint of excitement in Zhou Yaoyang's eyes. He had a little friendship with the seventh prince and often accompanied this useless prince in eating, drinking, and having fun. Today, he suddenly had an idea to bring the seventh prince here to see if he could suppress Long Chen. After all, the last time Long Chen defeated Li Hao, he became famous in the imperial capital. However, Zhou Yaoyang and others were slapped in the face, because they had almost put all their fortunes on Li Hao. Now, they were all living a tight life, and the days of debauchery were gone forever. What he didn't expect was that the matter was even simpler than he thought. Without him saying anything to instigate, Long Chen had already aroused the seventh prince's anger. Listening to Wang Mang's roar, Long Chen showed a hint of disdain. He smiled slightly and asked with some concern, "Wang Mang, how does it taste? Seeing that your forehead is full and your cheeks are round, it seems that the egg is very nutritious." Wang Mang's face changed immediately and his stomach felt like it was churning. The last incident left him with serious aftereffects. Now, whenever he eats, he will think of the scene that day, and vomit continuously as a conditioned reflex. Now he couldn't eat anything and had lost a lot of weight. He didn't look like the full forehead and rosy cheeks that Long Chen had described. He clearly looked like a zombie. Wang Mang's face turned purple with anger, but he dared not say a word. He tried hard to suppress the movement of his stomach. He was afraid that he would vomit if he opened his mouth. "Long Chen, you are just a mere prince with no official title or fame. Why don't you kneel when you see me?" The seventh prince pointed at Long Chen angrily. The seventh prince was usually arrogant, and even the other princes and princesses were unwilling to provoke him. Today, he saw a little prince daring to treat him like nothing, and he couldn't help but get furious. Looking at the boy with a childish face, Long Chen said calmly, "You are still a child, I won't bother with you, go back to where you came from." What? Everyone's face changed at once. Did Long Chen want to die? How could he dare to say anything? If he had not performed the ritual of kneeling and bowing before, he would have been locked up for a few days and beaten with a stick at most. But what Long Chen said now was obviously treasonous, which was a capital crime. Was Long Chen crazy? "You are looking for death, catch him for me." The seventh prince was furious and shouted to the people around him. Those people were all Zhou Yaoyang's companions. When they heard the seventh prince's order, they were overjoyed and rushed towards Long Chen without thinking. If it were any other time, they would still have reservations, but now with the seventh prince's order, they no longer had any reservations. With this backer, they would not bear any responsibility even if they killed Long Chen. Bang! Just as they pounced over, Long Chen kicked the table in front of him. The table made of thousand-year-old wood was as solid as iron and incredibly heavy, but it was kicked away by Long Chen and rushed straight towards the crowd. Zhou Yaoyang was the first to be hit. Seeing the table flying towards him, he shouted loudly, mobilized all his strength, and punched the table. With a loud bang, the sturdy table was smashed into pieces by Zhou Yaoyang's punch. As expected of a powerful man who had reached the seventh level of qi gathering, his aura was extremely terrifying. However, after smashing the table, his body instinctively paused. At this moment, Wang Mang, who was originally beside him, had already passed Zhou Yaoyang and became the first warrior to pounce on Long Chen. Long Chen looked at Wang Mang, who was coming towards him with gnashed teeth, as if he were an idiot. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he waved his hand casually. Snap! The movement was incredibly fast. Before everyone could see Long Chen's movement clearly, they heard a loud bang and Long Chen's hand slammed tightly on Wang Mang's face. Wang Mang was blown away, drawing a beautiful parabola in the air and flying straight into the distance. The most shocking thing was that during his flight, more than a dozen teeth flew out magnificently. Bang! Wang Mang's body hit the wall directly, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted immediately. However, his still open mouth clearly told the world that he had become a backward and toothless person. Zhou Yaoyang just rushed over and found Wang Mang being knocked away. He was slightly shocked. Although Wang Mang's cultivation was not very good, he was still very uneasy to be knocked away so easily. However, this was not the time to retreat. Zhou Yaoyang shouted loudly, and a momentum belonging to the seventh level of qi gathering burst out, and spiritual energy filled his whole body. Six-Yang Fist. As Zhou Yaoyang shouted loudly and threw a punch, a faint green color appeared on his fist, which was a unique phenomenon of fighting skills. Liu Yang Fist is one of Zhou Yaoyang's unique skills. After practicing for a long time, one of his punches has the power of over 1,000 pounds and is unstoppable. Snap! Without any hesitation, Long Chen slapped Zhou Yaoyang's fist. When the fist and palm collided, energy radiated out, making a loud bang. However, what shocked everyone was that Long Chen easily took Zhou Yaoyang's powerful punch. How is that possible? Zhou Yaoyang was shocked. He felt as if his punch had hit a mountain, and his chest ached slightly from the shock. As for Long Chen, he didn't even bat an eyelid, and a fierce look appeared on the corner of his mouth. Zhou Yaoyang, it's my turn now. Zhou Yaoyang's scalp suddenly felt tingling. He felt as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. His heart was pounding and he quickly backed away. But he failed to do so. Long Chen's big hand tightly grasped his fist. No matter how he struggled, he was like a dragonfly shaking a pillar, motionless. Zhou Yaoyang was horrified. What kind of power was this? Long Chen was like a humanoid monster. His cultivation was not obvious and he relied entirely on brute force to suppress him. Call. However, Zhou Yaoyang was also a strong man. He had followed his father's subordinates and killed monsters together. He had seen blood and remained calm in the face of danger. Seeing that he could not break free from Long Chen's hand, he raised his right foot and went straight to Long Chen's lower abdomen. This was a move that would save the enemy at any time. It was very simple and effective, but Long Chen didn't even look at Zhou Yaoyang's foot, he just fought with one hand. Rise! Long Chen shouted loudly, like a spring thunder, which made people's eardrums hurt. As Long Chen shouted, Zhou Yaoyang stood up in response. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, Long Chen picked up Zhou Yaoyang and threw him to the ground fiercely. Bang! With a loud bang, the entire ground shook, and at the same time, the sound of numerous broken bones was heard, making everyone feel cold. Puff, puff, puff. Zhou Yaoyang, who was thrown to the ground, spurted out 3 mouthfuls of blood in succession, which were mixed with countless pieces of internal organs. People obviously found that he was much bigger than usual. No, it should be said that he was much flatter. His volume remained the same, but his area seemed to have increased a lot. Looking at Zhou Yaoyang, who kept coughing up blood, and then looking at the solid ground beneath him and the cracks caused by the smash, everyone gasped for a moment. Looking at Zhou Yaoyang, who was breathing in more than out, Long Chen felt relieved. He had been holding this breath for a long time. Over the years, the person he hated the most was Zhou Yaoyang. He was like an omnipresent nightmare, constantly tormenting Long Chen. For a moment, the whole hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone, including the 7th prince, was stunned. Even the princes who were about to rush forward swallowed hard, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Long Chen maintained a calm expression from beginning to end, but the calmer he was, the more frightening he became, as if he were a ruthless killing god. Long Chen glanced at Zhou Yaoyang and couldn't help but smile. He looked at the 7th prince in the distance and slowly walked towards him. The 7th prince had always been accustomed to a life of luxury. He was good at bullying others, but he had no experience at all when it came to being bullied. When he saw Long Chen approaching with a smirk on his face turned pale. What do you want to do? Don't come over here. The 7th prince's voice was full of trembling. I seemed to feel the cold murderous intent in Long Chen's eyes. He felt as if a butcher knife was placed on his neck. As long as Long Chen had an idea, he would be beheaded. Long Chen said nothing, still with a frightening smile on his face, and slowly walked towards the 7th prince. Now everyone was stunned. What did Long Chen want to do? Did he want to kill the 7th prince? No, don't come over here. The 7th prince kept retreating, but now he had retreated to a corner and had no way to retreat. Looking at Long Chen, who was getting closer and closer, the 7th prince's eyes were filled with fear, as if he could smell the scent of death. You shouldn't have forced me. Don't blame me. Long Chen shook his head with pity, and slowly put his hand into his arms. Suddenly, a big hand went straight to his face. No. The 7th prince let out a scream that echoed throughout the literature hall. Everyone's heart was pounding. Was Long Chen really planning a rebellion? But what shocked everyone was that Long Chen's hand stayed in front of the 7th prince and did not fall. The 7th prince had originally closed his eyes out of fear, but after waiting for a long time and seeing nothing unusual, he slowly opened his eyes. Long Chen was seen holding a jade token in his hand with a faint smile on his face. He looked like a completely different person from his previous murderous look. Seventh Prince, take a good look. This is an identity badge for an alchemist. Do you think I need to kneel down to you? The seventh prince had narrowly escaped death, but now he was frightened by Long Chen. How could he have the time to verify whether the nameplate was real? No need, absolutely no need. The seventh prince looked at Long Chen, horror in his eyes. The murderous aura released by Long Chen just now made him feel the fear of death. For him, who had always lived a life of luxury, it was considered brave enough not to pee his pants out of fear. Thank you for your understanding, Prince Seventh. Long Chen smiled slightly. For such a second-generation rich man, he only needed to scare him. Even if he had the nameplate of an alchemist, he would not dare to do anything to a prince. After all, this was still the Fengming Empire. Get up. Long Chen slowly stretched out a hand and handed it to the seventh prince, who was already paralyzed on the ground in fear. The seventh prince couldn't help but feel flattered. He looked at Long Chen, unable to react for a moment, and he stretched out his hand hesitantly. After all, he is a prince. Besides, he was just being used by Zhou Yaoyang. If Long Chen really had a grudge against him, then he would have fallen into Zhou Yaoyang's trap. Although Long Chen didn't care, he felt very bad to be plotted against. What he did was to give the seventh prince a way out. After all, the seventh prince was only 15 years old. Although he was tall, he had very little experience. He was at a loss when he was controlled by Long Chen's soft and hard tactics. After standing up, he didn't know what to say for a while. Seventh Prince, why don't you sit for a while longer? Long Chen reminded. Oh, no, Ben. Well, I still have something to do, I'll go back first. After saying that, the seventh prince hurriedly turned around and left the Hall of Literature. When he walked out of the Hall of Literature, the seventh prince felt his legs go weak. However, he was afraid of Long Chen from the bottom of his heart. He even saw the smile of the god of death just now, and felt that life and death depended entirely on Long Chen's thoughts. Seeing the seventh prince leave, Long Chen turned around and glanced at the group of princes. They were the ones who had participated in the siege of Long Chen just now. However, as Long Chen used his ruthless hands to severely injure Zhou Yaoyang, they were all frightened and dared not move. When they saw Long Chen looking at them, their faces changed and they all retreated. Long Chen was too lazy to pay attention to this group of people. Although they once made Long Chen hate them to the core, now he was not on the same level as them, so the hatred was not that strong. He slowly walked to Zhou Yaoyang, who was breathing in more than out. His eyes were dull and he looked like he would die at any time. Long Chen, you can't kill him. Let's send him to the Alchemist Guild. He should still be able to be saved. Shi Feng came over to persuade him. After all, this was not an arena, it was a private fight. If someone died, Long Chen would not be able to escape responsibility. Don't worry. As the saying goes, good deeds don't pay with one's life, but evil deeds will last for 1,000 years. Look at his eyebrows, which are as messy as grass, and his forehead is sunken. He looks like a villain. Such people usually don't die so easily. Didn't you see that his face is very rosy? Long Chen said with a smile. Fatty Yu and the others were speechless. Zhou Yaoyang was considered a handsome man, but the reason why his eyebrows were as messy as grass and his forehead was sunken was not because of his facial features. It was because he was thrown by Long Chen. His whole body was flattened and deformed. Besides, is the complexion rosy? That is because the blood cannot circulate and is trapped in the face. It is a little red, but it is already purple, and it has nothing to do with rosy. He reached into his arms, took out a pill, and stuffed it into Zhou Yaoyang's mouth. Pa. 2 loud slaps were given to Zhou Yaoyang on the face, and the pill that he originally could not swallow successfully entered his stomach. Even though Long Chen hated Zhou Yaoyang very much, he still kept his composure. Although Zhou Yaoyang's injuries were horrific, he would definitely not die. After taking the healing medicine he made, his internal organs would be protected. As for the external injuries, that was the problem that the Zhou family should solve. All Long Chen needed was to prevent him from dying. If you don't want Zhou Yaoyang to die, carry him away quickly, Long Chen said coldly, pointing at the princes who were still in a daze. The men finally reacted and hurriedly and carefully lifted Zhou Yaoyang, put him on the table, and carried the table away. By the way, Wang Mang, who was already unconscious in the corner, was carried away. You, and you, come and clean up the blood on the floor. Long Chen pointed at a few princes and said, these guys had often mocked Long Chen in the past. Although Long Chen was not going to use them as a scapegoat, arranging some work for them to do would be a way to vent his anger. The guys named by Long Chen couldn't help but shudder. They didn't even dare to fart and hurried to clean up. They were very diligent. After a short while, they finished cleaning and even found all of Wang Mang's dozen teeth. To Long Chen's surprise, the old man who was giving the lecture only arrived after they had finished cleaning for more than half an hour. However, the old man looked at Long Chen with some doubt, and then started talking about the same old things again. Long Chen couldn't help but curse in his heart. You old Korean, you must have accepted benefits from Zhou Yaoyang, otherwise you would not have appeared more than half an hour late. Long Chen couldn't help but secretly despise him. He originally thought that scholars were all noble in nature, but today his idea was overturned. He felt that he had been deceived, and all the good impression that the old man had left on Long Chen last time disappeared. It was still the same drowsy pace. After enduring it, we had lunch and headed to the combat skills pavilion together. Fatty Yu and the others did not go over, but went straight back home to take medicine. Seeing Long Chen take action today shocked them, but it was as if they had seen their own future, and they couldn't wait any longer. After Long Chen entered the combat skills pavilion, he repeatedly read several combat skills books, but he was not satisfied with them. The power of the combat skills was average and they were no longer in Long Chen's eyes. He read very quickly. In less than an hour, he had read through hundreds of books on combat techniques and couldn't help shaking his head. No wonder it is open for free, there are only some rubbish combat skills, the operation routes are cumbersome, and the power is poor. However, only the strong people in the blood coagulation realm are qualified to enter the second floor of the combat skill pavilion. Moreover, other combat skills are not of much use to Long Chen. His body movement includes the wind-chasing step and his combat skill includes the bull strength. The top combat skills here are not much different from them. Even if he learns them, they will not be of much use. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Just as he was about to stop wasting time, his heart suddenly moved slightly and he glanced towards the corner of the bottom shelf. On other bookshelves, there was a book on combat skills placed in a neatly arranged square, but that place was filled with a bunch of things piled up in a mess. The things there were also martial arts techniques, but some of them were already worn out, and basically they were incomplete secret techniques. To put it bluntly, they were waste, and it would be a pity to throw them away, so they were piled up in a corner. When Long Chen's eye swept towards that corner, a roll of worn animal skin paper caught Long Chen's attention. The roll of animal skin paper was very worn out, but Long Chen, relying on his powerful soul power, could sense that the animal skin paper exuded an extremely ancient aura. Reaching out to take the roll of animal skin paper out of the garbage pile, Long Chen couldn't help but be shocked. Perhaps others couldn't see the abnormality of this piece of animal skin. However, relying on his powerful soul power, he could clearly feel the terrifying pressure coming from the animal skin. The hide was dotted with spots and was in tatters in many places, which were traces of erosion over countless years. Long Chen estimated that the owner of this animal skin must be an extremely terrifying existence, otherwise he would not have retained such a terrifying will after so many years. It was ridiculous that such a horrible thing was thrown here like garbage. Long Chen hurriedly looked at the animal skin. There was a pattern on it, with 2 words written in ancient Chinese characters on it. Opening the sky. What a boldness. Long Chen couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of martial arts or fighting skills dare to be called by this name? Isn't it too arrogant? Looking at the pattern, Long Chen couldn't help but frown. He saw only 9 red dots marked on it and nothing else. There seems to be a thin line connecting the 9 points, but it is too old and it is not known whether it was originally there or a crack that appeared later. Time is up, all princes, put down the secret books in your hands. At this moment, a cold voice spread throughout the entire combat skills pavilion. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Time passed too quickly. Some people couldn't help but feel depressed. It was really too much of a rip-off to only be able to come here once a month. Long Chen looked at the fragment in his hand and couldn't help feeling reluctant. His time was too precious, and waiting for a month was unbearable for him. Seeing that everyone had left one by one, Long Chen slowly walked out, but he still held the roll of tattered animal skin paper in his hand. The blood coagulation realm expert at the door had a slightly cold expression on his face, and just as he was about to speak, Long Chen spoke first. "Sir, I would like to take this torn animal skin paper back to study it. Please accept this." After Long Chen finished speaking, he threw a pill to the man without waiting for him to speak. The blood coagulation realm expert was about to scold him, but when he suddenly saw the pill, his face changed. He reached out and grabbed the pill, and was shocked to find that it was a blood coagulation pill, which was exactly what he needed most in the blood coagulation stage. The most important thing is that this blood coagulation pill is actually a mid-grade blood coagulation pill, which is dozens of times more valuable than ordinary blood coagulation pills. A strong person in the blood coagulation realm needs to use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to condense his blood, making his chi and blood more domineering and powerful, and strengthening his body. The blood coagulation pill can improve the blood coagulation effect several times. With this blood coagulation pill, he can at least save half a year of work. The blood coagulation realm expert's expression changed several times, and in the end he could not resist the temptation of the pill and took a look at the worn animal skin in Long Chen's hand. "Remember, I saw nothing." How come Long Chen still didn't understand what he meant? It was clear that if he was found out, he would not admit it, but Long Chen would be charged with theft. Long Chen didn't take it seriously. He put away the worn animal skin and left. The blood coagulation realm expert then carefully looked at the blood coagulation pill in his hand again. "I never thought that he actually has such a treasure. No, I have to find out more about his background." The blood coagulation realm expert disappeared in the combat skills pavilion after saying this. After Long Chen left, he went straight to the mansion. Since he dared to throw out the blood-clotting pill, he was not afraid of that person investigating. Now he needs people to know that he is an alchemist who is highly regarded by Master Yunqi. This is enough. This is what is called using a tiger's skin to make a big banner. In this way, he told the other party that he, Long Chen, was no longer the useless boy who could be manipulated by them. If they wanted to touch him, they needed to consider the consequences. As Long Chen walked and pondered how to dig out the mastermind behind the scenes bit by bit, he unknowingly walked into an alley. Suddenly, a huge net fell from the sky, and Long Chen was covered before he could react. Long Chen was startled, and he was already flying into the air. When Long Chen was thinking about how to dig out the mastermind behind the scenes bit by bit, suddenly, a huge net fell from the sky, and Long Chen was covered before he could react. The net was very cleverly designed. As soon as it covered Long Chen, it quickly tightened, binding him tightly. Just as Long Chen was about to struggle hard, his body suddenly felt lighter and he flew into the air. He was shocked to find that there was a huge harrier eagle above his head. The kite hawk is not a magical beast, but a wild beast. However, due to its huge size and docile temperament, many powerful people like to use it as a mount. Obviously, this harrier hawk was a mount, but it was too late for Long Chen to regret. He was careless and fell into the trap. Now the harrier eagle flew hundreds of feet into the sky. Looking at the ground below, Long Chen was so scared that his face turned green and he dared not move. I hope the quality of the net must be very strong. If it breaks, even if Long Chen has 10 lives, he will lose them all if he falls from such a high place. Even if Long Chen had great abilities, he would be smashed into a flat pancake if he fell down, and the area he fell on would have to be larger than what happened to Zhou Yaoyang before. "Humph, you bold servant, how dare you bully my brother?" At this moment, a crisp and delicate cry came from the back of the harrier eagle. The sound was very pleasant, but the anger contained in it made Long Chen feel that something was wrong. Long Chen held the net tightly, but he could not see the person on the harrier's back. He simply kept silent because he was afraid of angering the woman. If she let go, he would be doomed. A good man does not fight with a woman. "I won't argue with you." Long Chen kept his mouth shut and said nothing, making people feel that he was afraid. The woman on the harrier's back stopped talking when she saw that Long Chen didn't say anything. Suddenly, she saw a big mountain and urged her mount to fly over. That mountain was none other than the Luoxia mountain that Long Chen had been to before, but it was completely different from the last time Meng Qi brought him here. Last time I was on the eagle's back, this time I was being carried. And the landing was also different. Last time, it landed steadily. This time the treatment was not so good. When Long Chen was still more than 10 feet away from the ground, he fell freely. Bang. There was a loud bang. Although he was prepared and had luck to protect himself, he was still dizzy and seeing stars after being thrown down from such a high place. Humph, you daring slave, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know how to respect your master. Hearing that voice, Long Chen's eyes were filled with flames. Now that he was on the ground, if I didn't beat your nose into a straight board, you wouldn't be able to respect your Lord Long. Long Chen's eyes seemed to be burning with two flames, and he turned around suddenly. However, as soon as he turned around, the raging anger in his eyes was half extinguished. Although he knew that the other person was a woman, when he saw that woman, Long Chen couldn't help but be dazed. The woman looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, with a slender figure, big breasts, a perky butt, and a slim waist. She wore a white gown and a jade belt around her waist, which made her breasts look even more plump. What surprised Long Chen the most was that the woman had eyebrows like willows, eyes like peach blossoms, a straight nose, and a hint of anger on her small lips, but she gave people a different kind of beauty. You bold slave, where are you looking at? The woman saw Long Chen staring at her intently and couldn't help but said angrily. The anger that had originally disappeared was ignited again by her word slave. Long Chen sneered and said, "Girl, did you take the wrong medicine or too much medicine? What nonsense are you talking about? Why did you kidnap me here? Could it be that you have taken a fancy to me and coveted my beauty and want to do something bad?" As Long Chen spoke, his face was filled with shock and regret, which made the girl so angry that her face turned red. "You shameless man, you bullied my brother. I am here today to vent my anger for my brother. With the attitude of you, even if I were blind, I would not fall in love with you," the woman shouted angrily. "Your brother?" Long Chen was a little confused. "Humph, my brother is the 7th Prince Chu Feng. You embarrassed him today. I am here to avenge him." The woman was none other than Chu Feng's elder sister Chu Yao, the 3rd princess of the empire. Emperor Fengming had 7 sons and 3 daughters, and Chu Yao and Chu Feng were the youngest. Today, Chu Yao suddenly saw Chu Feng coming back in a daze. She felt a little strange and asked him the reason, but Chu Feng was so scared that he refused to say anything. Chu Yao learned through other channels that Chu Feng was asked out by the Prince of Manhuangho, and soon she knew the whole story. Upon learning that her brother was frightened, Chu Yao was so angry that she wanted to make trouble for Long Chen, but as a princess after all, she couldn't act too ostentatiously, so she secretly waited on the road that Long Chen had to take to go home. As a result, Long Chen was thinking about something, and he didn't expect that someone would openly attack him in the imperial capital, and he was really caught in the trap. "It seems that I didn't do anything to your brother," Long Chen said with a frown. "You bold slave, you deserve a death penalty for scaring my brother like this. Don't you know the difference between superiors and subordinates?" Chu Yao said coldly. Long Chen was so angry that he yelled, "Idiot woman, don't think I won't punish you just because you are a woman. Don't force me, I will beat myself when I get angry. You bastard." It seemed that no one had ever scolded Chu Yao like this in her life. Now that she was scolded by Long Chen, her pretty face turned cold with anger. She stretched out her jade hand and attacked Long Chen with a palm. What Long Chen didn't expect was that this Chu Yao was actually a powerful person at the 9th level of Qi gathering. When that palm was slapped out, a scorching breath erupted, as if a flame was attached to the palm. It was a combat skill above the middle level of human grade. Long Chen could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with that palm strike. Although he was not afraid, he was unwilling to fight her head-on with brute force. Call. Just when the jade hand was about to touch Long Chen's body, Long Chen slid back, gently moved his palm, deflected her palm, and slapped it into the air. Chu Yao originally used all her strength to attack, but was easily resolved by Long Chen. It was as if all her strength was hitting cotton, which made her feel extremely painful. "Asshole, you actually dare to hide." Chu Yao shouted tenderly, and she stepped on the ground, like a butterfly among flowers, and slapped him again. Long Chen was almost amused by Chu Yao's words. How could such a beautiful woman say such nonsense? However, although Long Chen was also very angry, he really couldn't be cruel to a beautiful woman. If it were Zhou Yaoyang, he would have kicked and punched her. Long Chen dodged several moves in succession and discovered that although Chu Yao's cultivation was high, her foundation was extremely weak and her actual cultivation was probably not even as good as that of the 5th level of Qi gathering. Although the moves were ingenious, they were too rigid. What almost made Long Chen spit blood was that Chu Yao's moves were actually routine. No matter whether Long Chen was dodging or blocking, she used the same moves to the end, and even her tactics did not change, which made Long Chen almost laugh several times. "Asshole, what are you laughing at?" Chu Yao was so angry that she stamped her feet after failing to take down Long Chen for a long time. Now seeing Long Chen's face that was very painful, she couldn't help but be furious. "You are a country bumpkin who doesn't even know the moves. Do you have the ability to fight me according to the moves?" Long Chen finally couldn't help but burst into laughter, and his previous anger disappeared. It was the first time in his life that he met such an interesting woman. It didn't matter that he smiled. Chu Yao was so angry that her face turned blue. She regarded Long Chen's behavior as the greatest mockery. "Asshole!" Chu Yao shouted angrily, and suddenly ignored the routine, and rushed towards Long Chen like a person who knew no martial arts at all. This was beyond Long Chen's expectations. He had never seen this style of fighting before. He quickly reached out and pushed Chu Yao out. Who would have thought that Chu Yao was like a madman at this moment? She ignored Long Chen's hands and continued to pounce on Long Chen. So Long Chen's big hand pushed tightly on Chu Yao's chest. The soft touch and the feeling he had never experienced before made Long Chen open his eyes wide, blinded. Chu Yao suddenly felt a pair of huge hands covering her body, as if she was struck by lightning. Her whole body froze and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Misunderstanding, absolutely a misunderstanding. Long Chen hurriedly explained, but he was so nervous that he completely forgot to take his big hand back before speaking. "Asshole, I'm going to fight you." Chu Yao suddenly hugged Long Chen's arm, opened her cherry mouth, and bit Long Chen's arm fiercely. Hey, stop it, no, shut up, oops." Long Chen's arm was in severe pain. Chu Yao bit Long Chen's arm tightly and refused to let go. Long Chen shook it off several times but failed. Instead, the pain became more and more severe. In a rage, Long Chen also became anxious, and without thinking, he slapped Chu Yao on her buttocks. Snap! The elastic touch made Long Chen's heart flutter, but the severe pain in his arm made him recover instantly. "Let me go quickly, or I'll spank you again," Long Chen threatened loudly. Chu Yao groaned lightly as she felt a sharp pain in her buttocks, but did not let go of Long Chen's arm and continued to bite hard. Another burst of severe pain came, and Long Chen couldn't help but get angry. He swung his big hand and slapped 3 times in a row, this time with great force. Chu Yao groaned in pain and tears came out. On the one hand, she was in pain, and on the other hand, she felt wronged, but she just refused to give in. But what surprised Chu Yao was that after Long Chen hit it 3 times, it stopped moving and did not move no matter how hard she bit it. After a while, perhaps because her mouth was sore from biting it, or perhaps because she was tired, Chu Yao slowly loosened her cherry lips. Long Chen's arm was now a bloody mess, and blood stained his sleeves. Long Chen sighed and said, "Did you vent your anger?" Chu Yao looked at Long Chen and saw that there was no trace of anger on his face. Instead, there was a hint of loneliness. For some reason, her heart trembled slightly. "Why, don't you fight anymore?" For some reason, Chu Yao actually asked such a question. She regretted it as soon as she said it, and her pretty face turned red. "I'm not good at beating women," Long Chen said unhappily. After saying that, he tore open his sleeve, revealing his arm with a piece of flesh almost bitten off, and tore off a piece of cloth to bandage it. Long Chen's words made Chu Yao blush, and her original anger, for some reason, disappeared without a trace. Seeing that Long Chen couldn't bandage his arm with just one hand, she stretched out her jade hand, snatched the cloth from Long Chen's hand, and said softly, "Let me bandage you. Let me help you." Chu Yao took the cloth from Long Chen's hand, slowly bandaged Long Chen's arm, and said hesitantly, "I'm sorry." For some reason, in Chu Yao's heart, Long Chen was different from everyone else. In her impression, he was the only servant who dared to confront her. From Long Chen's wild eyes, it can be seen that Long Chen is a fearless man, but he would rather hurt himself than hurt Chuyao again, which invisibly touched the soft part of Chuyao's heart. Thinking about it carefully, Long Chen didn't seem to have done anything wrong. Perhaps he didn't understand the true whole story. It was the first time in Chuyao's life that she felt a little guilty. Long Chen was about to speak. You don't have to apologize. We owe each other nothing today. If I bite you, you will. Chuyao's pretty face turned red. She still felt something strange on her chest, as if that feeling had not yet dissipated. No, I want to say, Long Chen shook his head. I've already told you that this matter is over. What else do you want? Chuyao said angrily. Beauty, what I want to say is that my left arm was bitten. Why are you wrapping my right arm? Long Chen said with a helpless look. Chuyao then realized that she had wrapped the wrong arm in her confusion. Her pretty face flushed. Looking at Long Chen's helpless expression, she couldn't help but curse softly, "Bad guy, why didn't you remind me earlier?" After saying that, he bandaged Long Chen again. However, it was only a superficial wound after all, and apart from being a little painful, it was not a serious injury. Long Chen smiled secretly in his heart. This beautiful girl still had some conscience. He could easily capture her with a little self-torture. In fact, there are healing medicines in Long Chen's ring, both for internal and external use, but he didn't take them out because of this self-torture tactic. Originally, Long Chen did not hold out much hope, and was prepared to use force if soft tactics didn't work. However, this girl actually fell into his trap, which was beyond his expectations. At the same time, for the first time, he developed a favorable impression towards the royal family and whispered, "In fact, your brother was used. Zhou Yaoyang wanted to suppress me through your brother." After that, Long Chen briefly talked about the conflict between himself and Zhou Yaoyang. This time, Long Chen did not need to be sensational, he just recounted some of his experiences in a light tone. "Long Chen, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you," Chuyao said a little embarrassedly, while secretly hating herself for being too arbitrary. "It's nothing, I'm used to it anyway," Long Chen said indifferently. The words were plain, but coupled with the melancholy eyes, they gave people an extremely strong visual impact and were shocking. Long Chen's expression made Chuyao feel even more guilty. It felt like she was pouring salt on a wounded person. She couldn't help but feel very sad. "Haha, don't take it too seriously, I'm just trying to trick your sympathy," Long Chen laughed. For some reason, seeing Long Chen's smile, Chuyao became even sadder. Her eyes turned red and tears streamed down her cheeks. "Hey, don't cry, can't I just stop talking?" Long Chen was not afraid of anything except women crying. For a moment, he was flustered and at a loss. "Will you forgive me?" Chuyao said sadly. She felt like she was the worst woman in the world. "I've already said it, this is not your fault. There are bad guys behind it. You don't have to blame yourself," Long Chen said. "But there's nothing to worry about. What's past is past. If it's happy, we should remember it. If it's annoying, we should forget it. This is how I have lived through all these years," Long Chen said. "Thank you, Long Chen." Chuyao wiped her tears, a look of joy appearing on her pretty face. Looking at Chuyao, Long Chen's heart trembled. Although Chuyao was slightly inferior to Meng Qi, her appearance was absolutely stunning, especially when she smiled. It was hard for any man not to be moved. Seeing Long Chen suddenly looking at her blankly, Chuyao asked in confusion, "Long Chen, why are you looking at me like this?" "Ahem, because you're so beautiful, I can't help it." Long Chen's old face turned red and he coughed twice. "Am I really that good-looking?" Chuyao asked seriously, tucking a strand of hair behind her ears with her jade hand. Long Chen was a little surprised and said, "It's very beautiful. Don't you know? Didn't others say so?" Chuyao shook her head and said, "Some people say that every day, but I don't believe everything they say. I don't like people who wear masks every day." When Chuyao spoke, a hint of helplessness emerged on her pretty face, which was heartbreaking to see. She was like two completely different people from before. Long Chen could not have imagined that Chuyao had such a side. "Let's find a place to sit down. It's not good to stand like this. Long Chen found a clean stone and sat down. Chu Yao nodded, but just as she sat down, she suddenly screamed and stood up again. Long Chen was stunned. What? Chu Yao's pretty face flushed, and she said angrily, "It's all because of you." Long Chen understood immediately and felt a little embarrassed, but secretly rubbed it a few times with his right hand, as if the ecstasy was still flowing in his palm. Chu Yao took out a long blanket from the space ring, covered the stone with it, and then slowly sat down. However, when she just touched the stone, her brows were still slightly frowned, and it was obviously still a little painful, but it was much better than before. Excuse me, Long Chen said a little embarrassedly. What he did was really ungentlemanly, but Long Chen had never thought of being a gentleman. Besides, he was in a hurry when he was bitten, and it was purely a subconscious action. He didn't really want to take advantage of the other person. I've never seen anyone as fierce as you. You're the first one who hits me in my life. When Chu Yao said this, her eyes turned red and her face was full of grievance. Well, don't cry, or I'll let you spank me too. Seeing Chu Yao about to cry, Long Chen hurriedly said. Puff. Pooh. Who wants to hit you there? You are so mean. Chu Yao was amused by Long Chen. Her pretty face turned red and she quickly turned around. Seeing Chu Yao burst into laughter, Long Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Spanking a princess was considered very daring. Long Chen, even though you are a bad guy, I feel that you will not lie to me, and you will not say something against your will to please me. Can I be friends with you? Chu Yao suddenly said very seriously. Of course you can, as long as you don't put me in the net again next time. To be honest, I was really afraid that you would let go and throw me down, Long Chen said with a smile. Chu Yao also smiled, thinking about the miserable look of Long Chen when he was thrown down by her just now. She couldn't help but feel amused. After the smile, it seemed as if the distance between the two was shortened a lot, and Chu Yao actually told Long Chen some of her experiences with her brother. Maybe it was because this was the first time in his life that he met someone he could talk to, so he told Long Chen a lot. Chu Yao, how long has it been since you last saw His Majesty? Long Chen suddenly asked. Chu Yao shook her head and said, I haven't seen him since I was 3 years old, and I haven't seen my younger brother even once. Long Chen nodded and hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not ask. After all, he had just established a trusting relationship with Chu Yao, and he could not rashly inquire about sensitive issues. In fact, Long Chen really wanted to know the current situation inside the palace and who was targeting the Long family. Long Chen had always wanted to find out. Calculating the time, it was 5 years after the emperor had been in seclusion that he began to summon Long Tianxiao back to the palace, but at that time Long Tianxiao began to refuse to return to the imperial capital. What happened in the meantime? The father hadn't been heard from for more than a decade. What was he doing? Did he really abandon them? Although the impression was a little vague, Long Tianxiao's resolute face was deeply imprinted in Long Chen's mind. He was definitely not that kind of person. So what was all this all about? Long Chen felt like he was caught up in a huge mystery, but he didn't dare to reveal it rashly. Because the closer he is to the truth, the greater the danger. Before he has the strength, Long Chen still needs to continue lurking. Long Chen asked in a roundabout way about the situation of other princes in the palace. Chu Yao obviously didn't know Long Chen's purpose, and thought that Long Chen was concerned about her, so she answered whatever he asked. Long Chen couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Deceiving a woman like this made him feel uncomfortable. Later, he simply stopped asking because he was afraid that he would feel more and more guilty. Since we are getting closer and closer to the truth, the most important thing right now is to improve our strength. Now that Feng Fu Star is initially formed and our spiritual power has greatly increased, we can increase the speed of alchemy and continue to nourish Feng Fu Star. When Feng Fu Star is completely perfected, he will be able to attack blood coagulation. Once he enters the blood coagulation stage, he will be a true warrior. Now he is too weak. In addition, he was pleasantly surprised to find that as Feng Fu Star became stronger, his body also became stronger. Feng Fu Star is like a spring. Once it is formed, it has been constantly nourishing his body. Now his strength can be described as abnormal. Now, the 9-star hegemony body art has become his greatest reliance, but the 9-star hegemony body art is too mysterious. In his memory, there is only the method of practicing it, and he knows nothing else. Chu Yao talked non-stop for more than 2 hours. Finally, her pretty face turned red. She felt that she had lost her composure and began to question Long Chen. Long Chen smiled and told her some interesting things, without mentioning a word about the hardships in the past. It must be said that Long Chen had an amazing talent for eloquence, which made Chu Yao laugh like a silver bell from time to time. The willful and capricious princess at the beginning suddenly turned into a young girl in love, as if she had become a different person. When the sun slowly set, the two of them realized the passage of time. Chu Yao looked at Long Chen and said, "Long Chen, can I come and play with you in the future?" Long Chen hesitated a little. He didn't want to get too close to the royal family. He was a little scared, but looking at Chu Yao's expectant eyes, he couldn't bear to refuse. He smiled and said, "Of course, but this is a secret between the two of us." When Chu Yao heard Long Chen's next words, a blush appeared on her pretty face. Her beautiful eyes were a little evasive, with a hint of panic in her eyes. She whispered, "Then let's go back." "You go back first, I'll just walk," Long Chen said with a smile. If he were to ride on the same horse with the princess and be discovered, it would be a huge trouble. Chu Yao obviously realized it as well. She said goodbye to Long Chen in a low voice, jumped onto the harrier's back, and flew away. Long Chen watched the figure gradually disappear. He felt uncomfortable in his heart. After a long time, he sighed and returned to his home. However, when he arrived at the door of his house, he saw countless elite soldiers surrounding the entire Zhenyuan Marquis mansion. Long Chen's face darkened and a hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. "The worse my mood is, the more fuel you add to the fire. Since you are looking for death, I will grant your wish." The anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and he went straight to the elite soldiers guarding the gate of the Marquis mansion. In front of the Zhenyuan Marquis mansion, hundreds of elite soldiers surrounded the entire mansion. A middle-aged man in silver armor sat on a horse and looked at Madame Long with a haughty face. Mrs. Long was saying something to that man with a pale face. Behind her, Bauer and other family members were looking at the people in bright armor with horror on their faces. When Long Chen appeared, the man's eyes lit up and he shouted coldly, "Long Chen, you have severely injured Prince Zhou Yaoyang for no reason. I have been ordered to capture you. Why don't you surrender?" Choke. Hundreds of long swords came out with a roar, and the whole scene was filled with a murderous atmosphere, making it difficult for people to breathe. These people were all elite soldiers, and they carried a strong bloody smell. Mrs. Long had never seen such a murderous scene before. Her face instantly turned pale as paper, and she was on the verge of collapse. If Bauer hadn't supported her, she wouldn't have been able to stand steadily. Long Chen ignored the gleaming sword in front of him and walked up to his mother. Seeing the fear in her eyes, Long Chen felt a pain in his heart. "Mom, it's okay, it's just a dream. Everything will disappear when you wake up." Long Chen held his mother's hand and said softly. Along with Long Chen's voice, a gentle soul force came, and Mrs. Long's eyelids immediately felt as if they weighed more than 1,000 pounds. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. "Bauer, Aunt Zhang, please help my mother in." Long Chen couldn't bear to see his mother frightened, so he hypnotized her with the power of his soul. Otherwise, as a mortal, it would be difficult for his mother to bear such a shock and she would be very likely to get sick. Bauer received Long Chen's order, and together with Zhang Ma, helped Madame Long in. Long Chen asked everyone to close the door. Looking at the man sitting on the horse, feeling the faint blood on him, Long Chen showed a hint of sarcasm. "It's just a half-step blood coagulation." When the men saw that Long Chen had done all this and had no intention of surrendering, but instead looked at him carelessly, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "Long Chen, now that you have committed a heinous crime, no one can save you. Are you waiting for me to take action myself?" the men shouted coldly. "General. You are nothing but a minor general, in other words, a dog. How dare you call yourself a general? Do you want to make me laugh to death?" Long Chen pointed at the man's nose and cursed. The deputy general is the most inferior official position among the generals in the Fengming Empire. He has neither merits nor real power. To put it bluntly, he is just a small captain. But this guy was so excited when he was promoted to a lieutenant general that he kept calling him, this general. He had already gotten used to it. Now, Long Chen's words were like poisonous arrows, shooting into that person's heart, instantly making that person's face look extremely ugly. He was born in a grassroots family and had endured hardship in the military camp for more than 10 years. Now he finally had the opportunity to break through the blood coagulation realm, and was promoted to a deputy general as an exception. Now, what he considered to be his greatest honor was being trampled underfoot, which made him feel a strong desire to kill. Long Chen, don't force me to kill you. The man gritted his teeth and pressed his hand to the sword at his waist. If you dare to draw your sword, I will kill you. Long Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the men, and spoke very seriously. His voice was not loud, and there was no trace of anger in it, but it was filled with unparalleled confidence. Court death. The man roared angrily, stretched out his hand and pressed on the horse's back, and pounced on Long Chen like an eagle, punching him down. The blood and energy in his body circulated, and a faint blood energy emerged. It was obvious that the men had used a trace of the strength of the blood coagulation realm. Long Chen's eyes flashed like lightning, his face turned cold, he took a step forward and punched out. Boom. The two fists collided, strong winds flew in all directions, and a loud bang was heard. Both of them were knocked back several steps by the other's force. With just these two tricks, you dare to be so arrogant? Long Chen sneered. The man's face changed. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode when he was mocked by a boy who called him a waste. Go to hell. Choke. The long sword came out of its body, and with a flash of cold light, it chopped down at Long Chen's head. The whistling wind pierced people's eardrums and made them feel cold. This was the moment he was waiting for. Long Chen touched the ground and retreated a dozen feet like a ghost, avoiding the man's attack. This time he retreated, he used the newly learned wind-chasing step. Although he was a beginner, Long Chen had integrated the memories of the Pill Emperor and was extremely proficient in the running routes of the human body's meridians. His skills were so mature that it was no different from someone who had been practicing for decades. He took a step forward and came directly in front of a soldier, and punched the soldier. The soldier was terrified and hurriedly raised his knife to block. However, his palm suddenly shook, and the long sword in his hand disappeared. When he looked at Long Chen, he was already holding the long sword and slashing at the general fiercely. Laugh. The deputy general had just slashed at the air with his sword, and before he could adjust himself, Long Chen had already retreated, snatched the sword, and slashed at him in one go. The whistling wind cut through the space, which made him terrified, and he hurriedly used his strength to resist. Boom. After the roar, the deputy general felt an irresistible force coming, and he flew into the air and rolled several feet away. Just as he steadied his body, he suddenly felt a chill in his waist. Relying on his years of experience in life and death, he swung his sword without thinking. There was another loud bang, sparks flew everywhere, and a cold light flew out several dozen feet and stuck on an old tree. The deputy general just now blocked Long Chen's sword with his amazing intuition, but he was unable to resist Long Chen's terrifying power. His knuckles were cracked and his long sword was knocked away. The deputy general at this moment no longer had the arrogance and pride he had before, and his face was filled with horror, because he saw a cold light approaching right before his eyes, like the blade of the god of death. No. Puff. The terrified voice was still echoing in the air, but the general's head had already flown high into the sky, his face full of horror and unwillingness. Before his soul fell into darkness, he suddenly remembered what Long Chen had said before, "If you dare to unsheath your sword, I will make your head fall off." He finally believed it now. Long Chen was not trying to scare him. What he said was the truth. Unfortunately, he realized it too late. Plop. The headless body fell to the ground, and the head rolled in the air for a long time before falling to the ground and rolling a long distance away. All the soldiers were dumbfounded for a moment. Their leaders were lying dead on the streets, and everyone's weapons were unsteady. They had also seen blood, but they had never seen such bloodiness as today. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen's face remained calm, and he didn't even bat an eyelid. This was even more terrifying than gritting his teeth. Long Chen, you dare to kill my beloved general. Do you believe that I will destroy your Zhenyuan Marquis mansion? Suddenly, an angry shout was heard from a distance, and a middle-aged man with a dignified face, accompanied by dozens of strong men, walked towards this side. Finally coming out. Long Chen sneered in his heart. When he first arrived, he used his spiritual sense to check the surroundings and found that someone was hiding in the distance and watching. Marquis of the Wilderness, you really deserve to be called the Marquis of the Wilderness. This unreasonable energy really makes me think you are the right Marquis. Long Chen leaned lazily against the stone lion in front of his house and said lazily. Long Chen, today you offended the 7th prince in the literature hall, severely injured my son, and now you have even killed my beloved general. Humph, even if you are eloquent today, you can't escape your crime. I wonder who can come to save you, shouted the Marquis of Savagery. Looking at this Marquis who was once as famous as his father, Long Chen had a hint of sarcasm on his face. With your rubbish skills, you can be as famous as my father. Pa. Zhou Qingqing, are you going backwards as you live longer? Do I, Long Chen, still need someone to save me? You are such an idiot. Long Chen reached into his bosom and took out the jade token. He said to him, open your dog eye, your nose eye, and the eye in your butt. Look carefully for me. What is this? Zhou Qingqing, Marquis of the Wilderness, looked at the jade plate engraved with a pattern of an alchemy furnace and his face was filled with shock. How is it possible? How could you own the Dante nameplate? This must be fake. Zhou Qingqing shouted angrily. Idiot, it seems that you are really old. You have 5 eyes, 4 small and 1 big, and you can't see clearly. I will be kind and let you see clearly. After saying this, Long Chen directly threw the jade token to Zhou Qingqing. Zhou Qingqing reached out to take the jade token, examined it carefully, and finally his face was filled with shock. As a marquis, how could he not recognize the identity plate of the Alchemist Guild? But it was precisely because of recognition that his face changed drastically. The person who signed the nameplate was Yun Qi. From the Fengming Empire, would anyone who was a prominent person not know that master? Even emperors of all dynasties had to be respectful to the president of the Alchemist Guild, which shows how respected the Alchemist Guild is in the empire. If a country does not have the support of the Alchemist Guild, it will soon be swallowed up by other empires. It can be said that the Alchemist Guild is the tribute of the empire. Zhou Qingqing, do you understand now? Can you return the nameplate to me? Long Chen sneered at the dazed Man Huangho. Man Huangho's face turned ugly. He wanted to crush the jade token and capture Long Chen, but he didn't dare. Although no one knew how Long Chen obtained the nameplate proved that Long Chen was a member of the Alchemist Guild, who was above the laws of the empire, and he had no right to deal with him. After receiving the jade pendant from the Marquis of Wilderness, who looked as if his mother had died, Long Chen's face suddenly turned serious and he shouted coldly, Zhou Qingqing, your subordinate surrounded an alchemist's mansion and attacked with a knife. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will apply to the Alchemist Guild tomorrow to impose sanctions on the Fengming Empire. Zhou Qingqing's face changed drastically. The sanctions from the Alchemist Guild were very terrible. They would refuse to supply elixirs to the empire for a period of time, which was tantamount to asking for the life of the empire. I had no prior knowledge of this matter. It was completely that brat who acted on his own. I will go back and find out the reason, and I will give an explanation to the prince soon. Now that Long Chen has a special identity, Man Huangho has no choice but to swallow his anger. How shameless he was, he could eat his own shit without batting an eyelid. For the first time, Long Chen admired this barbarian prince. No wonder he was a strongman in the blood coagulation realm more than 10 years ago, and he is still in the blood coagulation realm now. It seems that he has been practicing how to eat shit for so many years. How you check is your business. Before I get up tomorrow, the front door of my house must be clean. Otherwise, you know how serious the consequences will be. Long Chen snorted coldly, too lazy to waste time talking to this shameless old fox. After saying that, he went straight back to the mansion and slammed the door shut. He was really annoyed today. He had sex in the literature hall in the morning, in Luoxia Mountain at noon, and at his doorstep at night. It was 3 times a day, which was really annoying. However, the one at noon was still quite erotic. After Long Chen disappeared, Man Wang Ho's face turned pale. He had not only failed to gain what he expected, but also got himself into trouble. My lord, what should we do? Do it. Do it, your sister. Hurry up and clean up this place. Lift the blood on the ground clean, even if you have to lick it with your tongue. Man Wang Ho was originally full of anger but had no place to vent it. Finally, he found a place to vent his anger. After cursing loudly, he left alone, leaving behind a group of stunned people. How did that little beast become a member of the Alchemist Guild? This is troublesome. The Manhuang Marquis muttered to himself, pondered for a moment, and seeing that there was no one around, he stood up and walked towards the palace. In the inner courtyard of the palace, in a side hall, a man who looked to be in his 20s, wearing a yellow robe and with a handsome face, was quietly listening to the report of the Manhuang Marquis. This incident happened suddenly, and I dare not make a decision on my own, so I sincerely request to see the fourth prince. I hope the fourth prince will forgive me, said the Marquis of Manhuang. The handsome man was none other than the fourth Prince Chu Xia. However, unlike the other princes, he was born to a concubine. Although they are both princes, their statuses are very different. However, the fourth prince has always been low-key and not envied. Among all the princes, he has the best popularity. Almost all the princes and nobles of the empire believe that the fourth prince was the most qualified to inherit the throne. Unfortunately, he was not born to the queen. The fourth Prince Chu Xia nodded and said, "You did the right thing, but I was surprised that Long Chen suddenly became an alchemist. Yes, when I saw the nameplate, I couldn't believe my eyes. This useless guy suddenly turned into an alchemist. It's really unbelievable." Man Huang Ho also shook his head. He still couldn't believe it. It's interesting. After Long Chen was seriously injured by your son last time, he seemed to have changed completely. He became even stronger and was even able to kill a half-step blood coagulation realm expert. I'm afraid there is something fishy going on here. The fourth prince stood up, walked back and forth a few steps and said, "When you go back, carefully monitor the movements of the Zhenyuan Marquis mansion to see if there are any suspicious people coming in or out. Remember not to alert the enemy." "Yes, I will do it right away, but as for Long Chen," Man Wang Ho said hesitantly. "Don't worry about him for now. He is just a chess piece. As long as he doesn't jump out of the chess game, even if he has a backer, he still can't escape the fate of a chess piece. But now his identity is somewhat sensitive, you ask your son to restrain himself for the time being." "By the way, how is Yaoyang's injury?" asked the fourth prince. "Thank you for your concern, fourth prince. My son has been treated and is now fine," Marquis Manhuang said hurriedly. But having said that, when Zhou Yaoyang was carried back, he was really shocked. The injuries were so horrific that he couldn't even recognize his own son. Fortunately, although the injuries were horrific, the damage to his internal organs was not serious. That was because Long Chen gave him a pill that saved his life. After a period of treatment and spending a large amount of gold coins, Zhou Yaoyang was able to walk yesterday. Except for being unable to fight with others for the time being, he is no longer in any serious condition. Well, that's good. You go back first. Remember what I said, keep an eye on that place. If there is any unusual movement, report to me immediately." "Yes, I will take my leave." After Marquis Manhuang left, the fourth prince came to the window, looked at the dark sky outside, and a smile appeared on his lips. The darkness cannot last forever. Dawn will soon arrive. Lord Zhenyuan, how long can you resist? The next morning, when the people from Zhenyuan Marquis Mansion pushed open the door, they were surprised to see that the ground in front of the door was paved with brand new tiles. What they didn't know was that when the people from the Manhuang Marquis Mansion were cleaning the ground, they dug up all the blood-stained ground. Seeing the bumpy ground, the man who was originally left to deal with the aftermath, thinking about the scolding he received from Manhuang Ho before he left, thought about it over and over again. In the end, he asked his men to simply renovate the entire ground before he left with peace of mind. Long Chen couldn't help but reveal a hint of sarcasm about this matter. "You bully the weak and fear the strong. It's time for you to behave yourself for a while." After Long Chen got up, he went to greet his mother first. He didn't know how Mrs. Long came back yesterday. It seemed as if as soon as he opened his eyes, it was already dawn. What happened yesterday seemed like a dream. Chenner, what happened yesterday? Although seeing that Long Chen was safe and sound, Mrs. Long was still a little frightened. Mom, I have grown up and become a real man. Like your father, I can also protect this family from wind and rain. Long Chen held his mother's hand and said solemnly. He didn't want his mother to know too much. She was just a mortal. Long Chen had checked her body a long time ago. It was a kind of congenital broken meridians. It was not that her spiritual roots were useless, but that she had no spiritual roots. Moreover, my mother is nearly 40 years old now, and is even less able to practice the 9-star hegemony body art. What's more, the 9-star hegemony body art is an extremely strong and masculine practice method, which is simply incapable of being practiced by women. Even if Long Chen was more powerful than anyone else, he still couldn't change his mother's physique. All he could do now was to make his mother worry less. Seeing her son grow up overnight, as if she had seen the resolute figure of her husband, Mrs. Long couldn't help but feel a little excited, and tears couldn't help flowing down. Good boy, I won't ask you any more questions. I believe in you. Long Chen quickly wiped away his mother's tears and said with a smile, Mom, your son has grown up, you should be happy. Today I have prepared a gift for you. After Long Chen finished speaking, he touched the ring and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Before Long Chen could say anything, Madame Long asked in surprise, This is a space ring. Where did you get it from? Long Chen couldn't help but feel a little amused. This look made him feel as if he was a thief. Long Chen knew that it was not a good idea to keep it a secret from his mother. In order to prevent his mother from worrying, Long Chen revealed his identity as an alchemist to her. Sooner or later everyone would know it anyway, so there was no need for him to hide it. However, Long Chen lied that after being beaten up, he happened to open up his meridians by chance and could practice now. Moreover, he even cultivated the alchemy fire and possessed the potential to become an alchemist. Then he went to the Alchemist Guild and happened to meet Master Yunqi. He hugged Master Yunqi's legs and cried and complained to the sky. Finally, under the attack of Long Chen's snot and tears, the hard-hearted Master Yunqi was moved and promoted as an alchemist. Mrs. Long was confused by what she heard, but Long Chen swore that it was true and showed the nameplate to his mother, and only then did Mrs. Long believe it. Although Madame Long was not a cultivator, she knew that alchemists were extremely noble beings. For Long Chen to become an alchemist was a blessing earned through several lifetimes of cultivation. Mom, don't move, I'll apply it on you. After saying that, Long Chen poured out a few drops of liquid medicine from the bottle, put them on the palm of his hand and gently applied them. A fragrance instantly filled the entire room, making people feel refreshed, as if taking a breath of the fragrance could make the whole person feel relaxed. Seeing that Long Chen was serious, Mrs. Long did not dare to move. Long Chen gently applied the liquid medicine on her cheek. A cool and refreshing feeling penetrated her heart, and Mrs. Long immediately felt cool on her face and felt very comfortable. Chenner, what is this? It looks like it feels good. Mrs. Long closed her eyes, feeling her son's movements, and said softly. Hee, this is your son's gift to you. Just keep this position and don't move, Long Chen said with a smile. Naughty, you bad boy. Seeing that Long Chen refused to give a direct answer, Mrs. Long couldn't help but laugh and scold him, but she felt warm in her heart. She raised Long Chen with great difficulty. Now that her son has grown up and knows how to be filial, Mrs. Long is happier than anything else. Okay, you can open your eyes now, Long Chen said. Mrs. Long slowly opened her eyes and found a huge bronze mirror in front of her. It was her dressing mirror, which was now held in front of Long Chen. Ah! Mrs. Long looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but scream. She looked around and found that it was indeed herself, but she looked much younger. The wrinkles at the corners of the eyes have obviously faded a lot, and the originally dry skin has become moisturized, making her look 10 years younger. Chenner, I am not dreaming, am I? Mrs. Long looked at herself in the mirror for a long time and said in disbelief. I don't know if this is a dream or not, but if you continue, we'll have to go straight to lunch, Long Chen said with a grin. Madame Long couldn't help but blush and hit Long Chen lightly. You little bastard, you even dare to play tricks on your mother. It hasn't even been more than half an hour. Long Chen was delighted. Well, not only did my face look 10 years younger, my heart was also 10 years younger. He smiled and said, Mom, this is the anti-aging liquid I made specially for you. Although the ingredients are ordinary, it is effective in making you look like you are about 30 years old. There is no problem. The anti-aging liquid originally needed a main ingredient called anti-aging fruit to be prepared, but the anti-aging fruit was extremely rare and Long Chen could not find it in a short period of time. He used a kind of anti-aging herb instead. Although the effect was much worse and it couldn't make people go back to their girlhood, it was still possible to make them look a few years younger. Really? Mrs. Long couldn't help but exclaimed in delight. As a woman, how could she not cherish her appearance? It's just that Madame Long was separated from her husband, and Long Chen was born with a disabled body, which made her worry a lot, so she aged quickly. Seeing his mother so happy, Long Chen felt filled with guilt. His mother had given so much for this family. Mom, leave this bottle of medicine with you. I will prepare a few more pills for you. After you take them, I promise that within a month, when we stand together, others will definitely not believe that you are my mother. They will think you are my sister. Long Chen put his hands on his mother's shoulders and smiled. Stop talking nonsense, little brat. You have become much more capable now, but I have to tell you, we have an agreement. My daughter-in-law Meng Qi must not run away. I don't care what method you use, you must get her back for me. Although she was happy in her heart, Mrs. Long was still thinking about this matter. When Long Chen proposed to break up with Meng Qi before, she could guess what was going on. A man would never give up on a fairy-like woman like Meng Qi. But Long Chen did just that. When she thought about it later, her heart felt like it was being stabbed by needles. To put it bluntly, it was because of her incompetence that her son suffered injustice. But Long Chen never mentioned this matter, and Mrs. Long felt more and more sad. When she saw Long Chen's methods today, she thought of this matter first. In the past, Long Chen was not worthy of her, but now Long Chen is an alchemist with a higher status, so he should have a chance, so he couldn't help but urge her. Mom, don't worry. Don't you know my temper? Who dares to snatch what's mine? When I was a child, I bit my cousin and made him cry out in pain, Long Chen said with a smile. However, as Long Chen was laughing, he couldn't continue laughing because he saw the sadness in his mother's eyes. Ever since my father went to guard the border, it seemed that my mother had never had any contact with her parents' family again. No matter how difficult her family was, my mother had never asked her parents for help. Long Chen took his mother's hand and said, Mom, your son is now an alchemist. Our hard days are over. Don't think about unpleasant things. After talking with his mother for a while and seeing that his mother's mood was gradually brightening, Long Chen had breakfast and went straight to the Alchemist Guild. Arriving at the Alchemist Guild, Long Chen went directly to Yun Qi's alchemy room, but was stopped as soon as he entered the inner courtyard. The Alchemist Guild is divided into the inner court and the outer court. The outer court is an auxiliary court open to the Empire, and all the examinations for alchemist qualifications are conducted in the outer court. The inner courtyard is the place where the Alchemist Guild holds internal activities. The last time Long Chen entered the inner courtyard for a test, he was led in by Master Yun Qi, so naturally no one stopped him. No one is allowed in the inner courtyard of the guild. The person guarding the gate was a young man who looked similar to Long Chen. He was dressed in the clothes of a medicine boy and looked at Long Chen with a haughty expression. Long Chen smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and flashed his nameplate, then entered the inner courtyard in front of the shocked face of the medicine boy. Seeing that the medicine boy's originally arrogant face suddenly turned into shock, Long Chen couldn't help but feel a little proud. It seemed that he had been suppressed for too long. Now that he had finally made some progress, he began to indulge in his selfish desires. However, he was secretly alert in his heart. He did not have time to be proud of these trivial matters. As soon as he entered the inner courtyard, Long Chen couldn't help but slap his head. He was so busy feeling proud that he forgot to ask Master Yun Qi whether he was in the inner courtyard. If not, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Just as he was regretting, a young girl suddenly walked by. Without thinking, Long Chen stopped the girl and asked, "Miss, where is Master Yun Qi?" The girl was walking with her head down when she was stopped by someone. She looked unhappy and raised her head to see a thin boy looking at her. She couldn't help but asked coldly, "What do you want from Master Yun Qi?" Long Chen was slightly stunned. The girl was very beautiful. Although she could not be compared with Chu Yao and Meng Qi, she was also a beauty picked out of thousands. Although he looks good, the way he looks at people is a bit unpleasant. He looks like no one is a good person, and there is a hint of pride in his eyes that is hard to conceal. I just want to know where Master Yunqi is. Please tell me, young lady. Although Long Chen was unhappy, he still asked in a gentle voice out of politeness. Who are you? Why do you want to see Master Yunqi? The woman looked at Long Chen and asked vigilantly. After being answered irrelevantly for 2 consecutive times, Long Chen shook his head and ignored the woman. He walked straight inside to see if he could find someone else to ask. Hey, I'm asking you a question, why are you so rude? The woman couldn't help but scolded Long Chen when she saw that he didn't answer after she asked him twice. Long Chen had just taken a few steps when he turned back to look at the woman and said, "You are here to see a doctor, right?" What? The woman was stunned. If you have a mental illness, don't run around. Long Chen snorted coldly and was about to leave when suddenly a strong wind blew towards him from behind, accompanied by an angry rebuke. You're looking for death. Long Chen was secretly surprised. The woman seemed to be thin, but when she struck out with her palm, a strong wind whistled, making it difficult for him to breathe. He did not expect that the woman was actually a powerful person at the peak of Qi gathering. Moreover, an extremely powerful force was attached to his palm. Now that Long Chen's spiritual power was hidden in Fengfu Star, he looked like a weak scholar. Even an ordinary Qi gathering realm expert would be seriously injured by that palm. If it were an ordinary person, there is a possibility that he would be killed by that palm. It was such a cruel attack for no reason. Roll. Long Chen was already full of anger, and now seeing the woman suddenly attack him, he could no longer suppress his anger and kicked her. Bang. Before the woman's palm could reach Long Chen's body, she was kicked in the abdomen by Long Chen, and the whole person was kicked away. Crash. The woman flew more than 2 meters away and hit her head on a rack for drying medicinal herbs, knocking the rack over. The medicinal herbs on the rack poured down like water and immediately buried the woman. Boom. There was a loud bang, and the medicinal herbs splattered everywhere. The woman rushed out from the pile of herbs, her hair was messy and covered with fine medicinal powder, and she looked very embarrassed. Go to hell. The woman's eyes were full of rage. She roared, and her aura exploded. She condensed her palms, and a golden ripple appeared in her palms, rushing towards Long Chen. Looking at the woman who looked like a shrew, Long Chen cursed his bad luck in his heart. He didn't plan to die when he went out today, so how could he meet a lunatic? This palm strike clearly used a combat skill, and it was so powerful that it was obviously intended to kill him. Long Chen's face turned cold. He has the soul of the Dan Emperor and also has some superficial combat experience, but the so-called superficial is only for the Dan Emperor. What Long Chen encountered now were just some small shrimps. To him, these superficial experiences were no different from divine skills, and dealing with them was just a piece of cake. The kick that Long Chen launched just now did not contain any spiritual energy, so the woman was not injured. However, instead of being grateful, she wanted to kill him. Long Chen's eyes turned cold, and a murderous intent slowly gathered as he looked at the woman rushing towards him. Although he would not kill her, if she dared to rush over, Long Chen would not mind giving her an unforgettable memory. Stop. Suddenly a cold shout was heard, and the crazy woman seemed to have her acupuncture points pressed, and dared not move at all. Master. The woman hurriedly said respectfully. The person who came was none other than Master Yunqi. Long Chen was also shocked. No way, this crazy woman was actually his disciple. Master Yunqi shook his head and said, I've said before that I, Yunqi, will never accept a disciple in my lifetime. It's no use for you to stay here like this. Master, I am a weak woman who has traveled thousands of miles just to learn alchemy skills from you. I have been in the guild for 3 months. Isn't my sincerity enough? The woman said aggrievedly. Go back to where you came from, Master Yunqi said calmly, unmoved. No, I won't leave. As long as you don't accept me, I will stay here every day until you accept me, the woman said stubbornly. It's up to you, but remember, the use of force is not allowed in my guild. If it happens again, I will expel you, Yun Qi said coldly. After saying that, he said to Long Chen, follow me. Long Chen was stunned for a moment. This crazy woman actually wanted to learn alchemy from Yun Qi, but Yun Qi was not moved at all. Looking at the woman's resentful eyes, Long Chen suddenly realized that this woman must have mistakenly thought that he was also a disciple of Yun Qi, so she questioned him like this. After taking a look at the woman, Long Chen shook his head. Who would dare to accept such a disciple? He slowly followed Master Yun Qi and entered a room in the inner courtyard. Entering the abode, Long Chen hurriedly bowed and said, I'm sorry, I was reckless today. Yun Qi smiled and said, it's okay, it's not your fault, I saw the whole thing. But you really shocked me. You could kick a 9th-level Qi-gathering expert away without using any spiritual power. And I can see that you didn't even use half of your strength, otherwise the girl would have been seriously injured. Boy, you hit it very well. Long Chen was shocked. It seemed that he had underestimated Master Yun Qi. As expected, an old man is cunning and a horse is sly. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Kid, everyone has his or her own secrets, which is nothing. But one cannot be distracted. Otherwise, such a great talent of yours will be wasted, which is a pity, said Master Yun Qi meaningfully. Long Chen's heart moved. Master Yun Qi was reminding him that he should concentrate on practicing alchemy. Thank you for your advice, Master. Long Chen understands. No matter what, Master Yun Qi has good intentions. Whether you listen to it or not, I appreciate his kindness. I heard that yesterday, you killed a half-step blood coagulation expert with 3 sword strikes. Is this true? Master Yun Qi asked. Yes, it is true. Long Chen could only nod his head, feeling somewhat puzzled. At that time, there were soldiers blocking the area, so it stands to reason that no one else would know about this. As if he could see Long Chen's doubts, Master Yun Qi smiled and said, yesterday, someone from the royal family asked me if the guild had an alchemist named Long Chen. I answered yes and said that you were my student. Then there was no more news from them. Long Chen was stunned. Master Yun Qi, who had always refused to accept him as a disciple, actually acknowledged him at this time. He couldn't help but feel touched. Thank you, teacher. Haha, it's nothing actually. I'd better make use of my signboard while it still has some value. Besides, there is a difference between a disciple and an apprentice, Master Yun Qi smiled calmly. Although it was a piece of cake for Master Yun Qi, it was a huge favor for Long Chen. With Master Yun Qi as his backer, he had a huge trump card and could stand much stronger. Kid, I have learned a little about your situation. The guild has its own rules and cannot interfere in worldly conflicts. This is all I can do to help you, Master Yun Qi sighed. Master, you have done so much for me. I am already very grateful. As for worldly matters, just leave them to a layman like me, Long Chen said with a smile. Now that he has the reputation of Master Yun Qi, it will be much easier for him to do things, and the security of the Zhenyuan Marquis Mansion has also been greatly improved. Although the Alchemist Guild will not interfere in worldly disputes, as long as Long Chen does not actually participate, he will still be protected by the Alchemist Guild. When Long Chen has his own strength and no longer needs the protection of the Alchemist Guild, he will be able to unravel the mystery on his own. Although he now has some clues, he dare not act yet. Maintaining the status quo is the best option. What's the matter with you coming here this time? Yun Qi asked. Long Chen then remembered his business. It's like this, I want to borrow some herbs from the guild this time, and return them after I refine the pills. It is common for alchemists to withdraw some medicinal materials from the Union, which can be compensated with elixirs in the future. This is a very good choice for both the alchemists and the Union. As Long Chen possessed the nameplate of the Alchemist Guild, while enjoying discounts on medicinal materials, he also had the obligation to sell his own refined pills to the guild first. When the nameplate was issued, the two parties signed an agreement. Can you make pills now? Yun Qi asked in surprise. I would like to ask the teacher for some advice. Long Chen smiled slightly, but his smile was full of confidence. In the alchemy room, more than a dozen alchemists sat together, staring at the young men intently. These alchemists are all quite old, most of them are over 40 years old, and the youngest is in his 30s. Now, seeing a teenager of 15 or 16 years old claiming that he could make elixirs, everyone was surprised and couldn't help but find it hard to believe. Some people even shook their heads secretly, with a hint of mockery in their eyes. However, they were all clear-eyed and persuasive people. They had heard long ago that Master Yunqi had specially given a Dante nameplate to a young man. Although they didn't know whether it was true or not, no one would be foolish enough to ridicule him rashly. Long Chen, although I am the president, I cannot break the rules. If you want to advance the medicinal materials, you need to refine the pills in front of all the alchemists. Then we will decide the amount you can withdraw each time based on the quality of the pills, said Master Yunqi in a serious tone. The disciples understood. Long Chen expressed his understanding of this matter. After all, the Alchemist Guild was not an individual business, and with Master Yunqi's style, he would definitely not give him special treatment. Here are 187 recipes for first-grade elixirs. You can choose any one you like. An alchemist handed over a piece of animal skin paper with a hint of gloating in his eyes. The elixir recorded on that piece of animal skin paper is not an ordinary first-level elixir. Its difficulty is in the upper-middle level among first-level elixirs. The success rate of ordinary elixir practitioners is not high. What's more, he was refining the pill in front of all the alchemists, and with a master like Yunqi present, it would be strange if he wasn't nervous. In such an atmosphere, it was very difficult to successfully refine a finished pill. The man who handed Long Chen the animal skin paper was also an alchemy disciple, already in his 40s. When he was taking the assessment for the advance payment quota, he failed 17 times before finally passing. Everyone present was not much stronger than him, and most of them took more than 10 tries to pass the test. It can be seen that it is not an easy task to advance medicinal materials from the Union, but once successful, it will be much more convenient. Long Chen looked at the animal skin and pointed at the last recipe and said, "Let's take this one." "What? Are you sure?" The men said with a somewhat strange expression that the elixir that Long Chen chose was called the Violent Chi Pill, which was an extremely domineering elixir. It can allow a person to burst out with powerful combat power in a short period of time, and can almost increase a person's combat power by nearly 30%. The violence pill is the most beloved thing among adventurers. Although using the violence pill will put people into a weak state for a long period of time and leave considerable sequelae. However, for those who live under the sharp claws and mouths of monsters all day long, the violence pill is undoubtedly a life-saving treasure. However, the Violent Chi Pill is extremely difficult to refine, as it contains several medicinal ingredients with extremely strong medicinal properties. Even experienced alchemists rarely refine such a pill. After all, alchemy is risky. Although the price of the elixir is extremely high, the materials are not free, they all cost money. Moreover, the ingredients for the violent pill are extremely expensive. If the alchemist fails to make it successfully for 3 consecutive times, the alchemist will lose money. Therefore, not many people can refine this kind of medicine. After all, adventurers cannot afford the high price of medicinal materials. If adventurers are really rich, who would be willing to take the risk? "Yes, that's it," Long Chen said calmly, ignoring the gloating in the man's eyes. Master Yunqi smiled slightly and asked a medicine boy to prepare 3 portions of medicinal materials. This was the rule of the assessment. There were only 3 portions, and as long as one was successfully refined, the test would be considered passed. When the 3 medicinal materials were neatly placed in front of Long Chen took out his alchemy furnace without any hesitation, and a light yellow flame rose in the palm of his hand. After a breath of time, Long Chen slowly transferred the power of the pill fire to the bottom of the medicine cauldron to heat the cauldron. After heating the cauldron, he opened the cauldron. The so-called opening of the cauldron means that after the cauldron is heated, he uses the power of the soul to drive the pill fire and let it travel around in the cauldron. The advantage of doing this is that it can completely put the medicine cauldron into the alchemy state, which can reduce the risk of the cauldron exploding, and can also warm the medicine cauldron. In fact, Long Chen had more advanced methods, but he had to use the most basic techniques he learned in the Alchemist Guild. He didn't want to make himself too shocking, as that would be detrimental to his future. If someone secretly had bad intentions, it would only bring him trouble. Everyone originally looked down on Long Chen, but when they saw that Long Chen's movements were very methodical and very mature, the contempt on their faces gradually diminished. After all the preparations were done, Long Chen did not hesitate at all and directly threw a piece of iron wire grass into the cauldron to start refining it. Long Chen's action immediately turned the slight interest that had just arisen in many people into ridicule. Iron wire grass takes the longest time to refine, and is usually put in the middle and late stages, after the medicine cauldron is thoroughly heated, before it can be refined. However, only Master Yunqi had a strange look in his eyes and nodded secretly. What surprised everyone was that the iron wire grass had just been refined halfway and had not yet completely formed into powder when Long Chen took it out of the cauldron, put it aside, and began to refine other medicinal herbs. After refining the sixth medicinal ingredient, Long Chen continued to refine the iron wire grass, but it still was not completely refined, so he began to refine other herbs. This action puzzled everyone, but seeing the admiration in Master Yunqi's eyes, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that this kid had some secret in his technique? Long Chen's iron wire grass was refined 13 times in total before it was considered complete. At this time, more than 20 kinds of medicinal herbs had been fully refined. Under normal circumstances, most Dan practitioners would regulate their breathing at this time to relieve their tense spirit. However, Long Chen didn't have time to waste. After refining the essence of the herbs, he started to make pills directly, putting the herbs one by one into the pill furnace. What no one could understand was that Long Chen pressed the key several times before putting the essence of the iron wire grass into the medicine cauldron. Call. The power of the soul was activated, the fire of the pill rose rapidly, a wave of hot air came, and Long Chen began to refine the pill. Such a powerful soul force. Everyone was shocked, but they all shook their heads secretly at the same time. At this time, they began to increase the firepower. When the pill was formed, what would they use to gather the pill? After all, young people are young people, and they are too impatient. Master Yunqi looked at the young men with great interest. He was the only one here who understood the significance of Long Chen's actions. At the same time, he liked Long Chen even more. It would be easier to achieve results if he had a strong soul and was willing to work hard to study. What no one expected was that after half an hour, Long Chen's soul power did not show any signs of being exhausted, but instead became increasingly powerful. Bang! With a sound, the medicine cauldron vibrated slightly, and a strong wave came, and everyone's heart couldn't help but tighten. They all knew that this was the critical moment. The medicine cauldron kept making noises. Logically, at this time, the alchemist should slow down the power of the fire to stabilize the cauldron. But Long Chen not only did not slow down, but his soul power increased, the pill fire became hotter, and the noise in the medicine cauldron became more violent. What is he doing? Some people couldn't help but change their faces. This was not alchemy at all. He was doing this to blow up the furnace. This was clearly intentional. Boom. There was another loud bang, and the medicine cauldron was lifted. Long Chen suddenly put a big hand and pressed tightly on the lid of the cauldron. Suddenly, a powerful soul force broke out with all his strength. Bang! The rioting alchemy furnace suddenly stopped its violence, fell to the ground, and returned to calm. This is a lousy method. It's really laborious. Long Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead. Using this method to refine pills was simply exhausting. Most importantly, he could not reveal his own strength and could only do it methodically. Long Chen had no way of expressing his pain. Bang! The lid of the furnace was gently lifted, and a strong fragrance of elixir instantly filled the entire hall, and everyone was shocked. It actually worked. Everyone present was an expert. They didn't even need to look inside the cauldron to know that Long Chen had succeeded just by smelling the elixir. Many people were filled with shock. Very good, there should be at least one medium-grade pill in it. Master Yunqi looked at Long Chen with eyes full of admiration. This time, Long Chen had greatly exceeded his expectations. He knew that with Long Chen's soul power, it shouldn't be difficult to successfully refine the elixir, but he really wanted to know what Long Chen's foundation was. Seeing him today, he found that Long Chen's basic skills were extremely solid, and were not inferior to those of some alchemy disciples who had practiced for many years. The most commendable thing is that Long Chen has a deep knowledge of pharmacology and understands that the strong medicine like iron wire grass needs to be refined several times to reduce its strength, which will make the elixir more effective and have a higher success rate. No one in the current Alchemist Guild knows about this method of refining, but some seniors have recorded their experiences in the Guild's secret book library. Unfortunately, the record there was very vague, and it only expressed a theory: after multiple refining of the wire grass, its ferocity should be reduced. However, most of those experiences are extremely common methods, or some immature ideas. How many alchemists are great enough to share their hard work with others for free? Even if others didn't tell him, even Master Yunqi knew the method of extracting iron wire grass, but he never mentioned it to anyone. One is that he has no obligation to teach others, and the other is that as an alchemist, if he doesn't even dare to innovate, he will never achieve any great success in his life. When everyone heard Master Yunqi say this, they were shocked. A mid-grade elixir. Is this possible? Seeing everyone looking at him, Long Chen smiled slightly, waved his hand, and with his soul power pulling, 5 plump and round pills appeared in his hand. 2 of the pills had extremely eye-catching patterns printed on them, pill patterns, which were the characteristics of mid-grade pills. For a moment, the whole place was silent. Except for Master Yunqi, everyone's eyes were filled with shock, envy, and of course a hint of jealousy. Looking at the 5 pills in his hand, Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Master Yunqi said, "Long Chen succeeded in refining the pills, and I grant you the 2nd level credit." Master Yunqi's words made everyone's eyes change all of a sudden. Level 2 credit means the right to advance 2nd level elixirs, which makes people jealous. Seeing the complicated looks from everyone, Long Chen followed Master Yunqi and left the hall. Master Yunqi suddenly said to Long Chen seriously, "Long Chen, be careful of that woman." Long Chen couldn't help but be shocked. "That woman? It's the woman who fought with you before," Master Yunqi said seriously. "What? Is there something wrong with her?" Long Chen asked with some confusion. Master Yunqi hesitated for a moment, then said, "Follow me." Long Chen followed Master Yunqi to the abode that Master Yunqi had stayed in before. He couldn't help but feel curious. The woman was only at the 9th level of Qi gathering, so it shouldn't be necessary for Master Yunqi to specifically instruct him. After entering the room and closing the door, Yunqi touched the ring with his big hand, and a scroll appeared in his hand. Crash! When the scroll was opened, Long Chen couldn't help but be surprised. He saw a beautiful woman with delicate features in the scroll. In front of her was an ancient medicine cauldron, in which she was refining an elixir. What surprised Long Chen was that the woman's face was almost exactly the same as the crazy woman he met. It's just that the woman in the painting is pure, beautiful, and quiet, giving people a very gentle feeling, while the crazy woman is so different from her. "This is?" Long Chen asked tentatively. The scroll was extremely old, and was obviously an old object. Long Chen didn't understand what Yunqi meant by taking out this painting. "The person in the painting is my wife." Looking at the person in the painting, a rare hint of tenderness appeared on Master Yunqi's serious face. Long Chen couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He had never expected this and didn't know what to say for a moment. After looking at it for a while, Yunqi gently put the scroll away and sighed, "My beloved wife has been dead for a long time. When I saw the woman for the first time, I almost thought I was dazzled, and it took me a long time to calm myself down. But when that woman said she wanted to be my disciple, I immediately became alert." "What? Does she have some ulterior motive?" Long Chen was stunned. Yunqi smiled slightly and did not answer. After a while, he said, "She is also an alchemist. She has very good aptitude, maybe even better than you, so you have to be careful." Long Chen was somewhat confused by what he heard, but Master Yunqi refused to say anything afterwards. He took Long Chen's jade token and engraved his own unique mark on it. That mark contained a trace of his soul power. With this mark, Long Chen could advance some precious medicinal materials from the guild pharmacy. After carving the mark, Long Chen was driven out directly, which made Long Chen have countless question marks in his mind. It seems that the arrival of that crazy woman was probably not a coincidence. If it was a deliberate arrangement, what did she want to do? Seducing Master Yunqi. But considering Master Yunqi's age, this seems unlikely. But even if it is seduction, you should find someone who is quieter. Who can stand such an arrogant and domineering woman? Could it be that Master Yunqi has other secrets? Could it be his illegitimate daughter? That's not right. Yunqi's illegitimate daughter has no relationship with his beloved wife, so how could she look so much like her? Long Chen was so overwhelmed by the thought that he didn't bother to think about it anymore. Anyway, Master Yunqi wouldn't harm him, but it was better to be careful. He brought the jade token and went straight to the pharmacy. When Long Chen showed his nameplate, the medicine boy's attitude immediately became respectful. Long Chen asked about the procedure for advance payment of medicinal materials and understood that with a first-level credit rating, he could advance medicinal materials within 5 million gold coins, and that it was limited to first-level medicinal materials. Long Chen's credit rating is level 2, which allows him to advance 30 million gold coins worth of first-level medicinal materials and up to 5 portions of level 2 medicinal materials. This result made Long Chen feel that the trip was worthwhile. With these credit lines, he no longer had to worry about not having money to buy medicine. Usually, an alchemist uses 5 ingredients to make an elixir. If he succeeds once, he will basically not lose money. If he succeeds twice, he will make a lot of money. For Long Chen, who possesses the memories of the Pill Emperor, the failure rate of refining a first-level pill is 0. If the pill fire is not too bad, his efficiency will continue to improve. However, Long Chen thought about it and decided to forget about the second-level pill. With the power of his pill fire, he would be exhausted to death if he wanted to refine a second-level pill. For now, he should continue to condense Fengfu Star. Now that Fengfu Star has been initially formed, there is still a lot of room for improvement. He needs to condense Fengfu Star to the perfect state. Long Chen wanted to buy all the herbs for refining Fengfu Dan at once, but to his disappointment, the guild did not have that much in stock. With no other options, Long Chen could only withdraw 50 portions of medicinal materials, and also purchase some other first-tier medicinal materials. After all, he could refine the pills and sell them to the guild, which would also earn him money. The Fengming Empire is a place where martial arts prevails, the population is large, and there are countless adventurers, so elixirs are always in short supply. Fortunately, the Alchemist Guild is a conscientious organization and never raises prices maliciously. Otherwise, the Alchemist Guild's speed of making money would definitely be the fastest and most ruthless. After Long Chen came back from the guild, he was walking when he suddenly heard a commotion in front of him. He could hear shouting and cursing from afar, so he hurried over to take a look. I saw a dozen guys punching and kicking a man. A chubby middle-aged man pointed at the man on the ground with his radish-like fingers and cursed loudly. "Brother, what is going on?" Long Chen asked a bystander. "Hee, let me tell you something that will make you laugh to death. Did you see the chimney that is over 80 meters tall? That guy built it. The boss came to inspect the project today, and when he saw the chimney, he was almost mad to death. That idiot read the blueprint upside down. They actually wanted to dig a well, ha ha ha." After hearing this, Long Chen almost burst out laughing. Is there such a weirdo in the world? Looking at the men being beaten on the ground, his heart was slightly shaken. The men didn't look very old, probably no older than Long Chen, but he was very tall and extremely strong. He lay on the ground, allowing those people to punch and kick him without fighting back. What shocked Long Chen was that when those people punched and kicked that person had an inexplicable force and bounced away. If it weren't for Long Chen's amazing soul power, he wouldn't be able to detect the fluctuations in the fine lines at all. However, there was not a single fluctuation of spiritual power on that young man, so he was not a cultivator at all. The young man was beaten for a long time without any reaction. Instead, those who beat him were exhausted and gasping for breath, with sore hands and swollen feet. I'm so angry. How much money is this idiot going to cause me to lose? Beat him to death. The fat boss, looking at the huge chimney in front of him, became furious, cursed angrily, and kicked it a few times himself. Stop, a voice suddenly came. You said stop, so stop. Who are you? The boss was very angry. When he heard the voice, he cursed without thinking and then looked at the man. However, when he saw the person coming, the boss immediately broke out in sweat and stammered, "Little Marquis. Stop it. Here are 100 gold coins, enough for you to tear down the chimney and dig a new well." Long Chen was too lazy to argue with such a person and directly threw him a bag of gold coins. He was too lazy to do things that could be solved with money. The others stopped immediately upon seeing this, and the fat boss said, "Lord, this Take it and get out of here. Long Chen frowned and said coldly. When Long Chen saw the fat man's face, he knew that this idiot was most likely trying to get close to him. He snorted coldly and knew that he couldn't be nice to such a person. Yes, I'll get out of here right now. The fat man hurriedly left with a group of people in disgrace. Little brother, get up, Long Chen said as he looked at the young man who was still lying on the ground. The young man seemed to be asleep. When he heard Long Chen's call, he raised his head in confusion and found that the people who had beaten him had disappeared. Were you the one who saved me? The young man asked bewilderedly. Let's talk after you get up, Long Chen said with a smile. The young man looked very honest and loyal, which made people feel good about him. Oh. When the young man stood up, the people around who were watching couldn't help but exclaim. Originally he was lying on the ground, and everyone just thought he was very big, but now that he stood up, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. The young man was nearly a meter tall, like a giant, making people around him feel pressured. Very high. Long Chen couldn't help but be shocked. In front of him, everyone around him became like children. They hit you, why didn't you fight back? Long Chen saw that he was so strong, and those who beat him were not warriors, so he could easily knock them down. They said I did something wrong, so they beat me and I couldn't fight back, the young man said honestly. Long Chen shook his head. Although this big guy was strong, his IQ seemed to be that of a child. It was rare for someone to be so honest and simple. However, the fact that he could build a well into a chimney showed that his IQ was worrying enough. Where is your home? I have no home, big brother. Does your family need hard labor? I don't need wages, just give me food, I'm so hungry, the boy pleaded. Just as Long Chen was about to speak, someone suddenly reminded him, young Marquis, don't be fooled. This guy can eat a whole cow in one meal. It's definitely not worthwhile for you to hire him. No, I can live without meat, as long as I have rice to eat, the young man said anxiously. Okay, then follow me. What's your name? Long Chen asked. My name is Maniu, thank you big brother, Maniu said excitedly. Well, from now on I will call you Amen, and you can call me Brother Long, Long Chen nodded. Okay, Brother Long, Amen nodded honestly. After Long Chen and Amen left, the people present couldn't help but feel envious. They envied the big fool for being admired by a prince. It really was a blessing for fools. Along the way, Long Chen asked Amen about his past. Amen said that he was picked up by a kind-hearted person, but when he was 5 years old, a plague killed all the people in the village, and he was the only one who survived. So he wandered alone to the imperial capital, begging for a living by doing hard labor. However, because he ate too much, he was soon driven away and lived a very hard life. Amen, follow me from now on, I won't let you starve. Long Chen couldn't help but feel a touch of sympathy in his heart. As expected, all awesome people have the same awesomeness, and all miserable people have their own misery. Although the two have different identities, the degree of their misery is not much different. Long Chen just had a change of luck. The two were walking and had just entered a wide road when suddenly a cry of surprise was heard and a huge figure rushed past. It was a luxurious carriage, and in the front was pulled by a red-blooded yak, a first-level magical beast, which galloped along without paying any attention to the people around it. A little girl of 5 or 6 years old was playing on the roadside. She suddenly saw the huge red-blooded yak and was so frightened that she even forgot to dodge and was about to die under the pursuit. Long Chen snorted coldly. There was a loud bang under his feet, and several pieces of the solid floor tiles were crushed. He was like a flash of lightning, hugged the little girl, and quickly dodged to the side. Just as Long Chen stood firm, the carriage sped past the two of them. Just when Long Chen thought everything was over, an angry voice came. You are such a bold villain, you dare to stop me, you are seeking death. With a cold snort, a long whip with strong wind whistled towards Long Chen. The long whip was extremely fast and the angle was tricky. It turned out to be a whipmaster. Long Chen could have dodged it, but he was holding the little girl in his arms and it was inconvenient to move. He couldn't help but feel angry, but it was too late to dodge. He held the little girl in his arms, circulated his spiritual power under his feet, protected his whole body, and prepared to take the whip with his arms. At this moment, a huge figure blocked Long Chen's way. Snap. There was a loud bang, and Amen in front of Long Chen grinned. It was Amen who used his back to block the whip. Boom boom. Long Chen's eyes turned cold, and when he wanted to see the person who made the move clearly, the carriage had already sped away. However, a light exclamation was heard, and it was obvious that the man was also surprised by Amen's appearance, but he did not stop. Amen, are you okay? Long Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and asked. Brother Long, I'm fine. I've been beaten many times since I was a child, so I've been trained a long time ago, Amen said casually. However, the clothes on his back were torn, and a long bloodstain appeared on his broad back, and blood was slowly flowing down the wound. At this moment, a woman suddenly hugged the little girl and burst into tears, and hurried to thank Long Chen and Amen. Amen smiled innocently, and Long Chen comforted the little girl softly for a few words before leaving. However, Long Chen was filled with rage. How dare you whip me while we were walking through the busy streets in public? I want to see how much hair has grown on your courage. Although Amen's injuries were bloody and looked scary, they were only superficial injuries and were not serious. This made Long Chen marvel at Amen's terrifying body. The man who attacked was extremely powerful, but he only caused Amen to break some skin. As the two were walking, Amen's stomach suddenly growled like thunder. Long Chen was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized something. There was a bun shop next to them, and bursts of meat aroma wafted from it. Amen looked embarrassed and said, Brother Long, I'm not hungry. It's okay, I'm hungry, let me eat something first. Long Chen brought Amen to the bun shop and found a table. After they sat down, Long Chen threw a gold coin to the boss and said, Take out all the buns in your shop. Brother Long, I'm really not hungry. Well, actually I just want to eat rice, Amen said hurriedly. Because countless experiences have proven that people who have seen him eat basically break up with him, Amen is afraid of repeating the same mistake. Amen, if you can block the whip for me, you are my brother. I, Long Chen, can also block the whip for you. So, don't say things that shouldn't be said between brothers in the future, Long Chen said very seriously. For someone who is willing to block the whip for him after just knowing him for a while, such a person is worthy of Long Chen's recognition as a brother. Brother Long. Amen suddenly covered his face and burst into tears. After so many years of wandering, it was the first time he felt warmth and the first time someone treated him so well. Good brother, don't cry. From now on, we brothers will only shed sweat and blood, and never shed tears again. Crying is a cowardly act, Long Chen said, patting Amen on the shoulder. Okay, Brother Long, I'll listen to you and do whatever you tell me to do, Amen said, wiping away her tears. Long Chen wanted to tell him to have his own opinion, but when he thought about how he could turn someone else's well into a chimney, he swallowed the words back. At this moment, the big steamer of the bun shop owner had been carried over. Long Chen smiled and said, Amen, eat as much as you can. Brother Long has plenty of money in his pocket, so you don't have to save it for me. Amen nodded and stopped being polite. He ate the fist-sized buns one by one, like a meteor chasing the moon. Although he was well prepared, Long Chen was still shocked by Amen's appetite. After eating more than 300 meat buns in the entire bun shop, Amen still seemed to be unsatisfied. But the owner of the bun shop looked worried. All the buns had been brought here, and if they were to be made and steamed on the spot, it would be too late. More than 300 steamed buns only cost 6 silver coins. However, when the boss was about to give the change to Long Chen had already left with Amen. Long Chen returned home and took Amen to meet his mother first. Mrs. Long was also shocked by Amen's figure at first. However, seeing that Amen was honest and loyal, she felt relieved. When Long Chen told her about Amen's life experience, Mrs. Long agreed and let Amen stay. After settling Amen down, Long Chen started to refine medicine directly. Refining medicine in his own home did not require so many concerns. He activated his soul power to the maximum and increased the speed of refining medicine to the extreme. It took Long Chen 3 full days to come out of the room. After 3 days and 3 nights of continuous refining, Long Chen had nearly 100 Feng Fu pills in his hand, and all of them were mid-grade. In addition to Feng Fu pills, Long Chen also refined blood coagulation pills, qi gathering pills, poison avoidance pills, etc., which were very popular in the market. These were all sold to the guild to offset the medicinal materials bought on credit. When Long Chen just walked out of the room, Bauer came over with an embarrassed look on his face. Long Chen couldn't help but asked, "Bauer, what's wrong?" "Master, this." Bauer said a little awkwardly. "Just say whatever you want to say," Long Chen said with a smile. "It's like this, there is nothing to eat in this house now," Bauer said a little uneasily. Amen was such a big eater. Mrs. Long knew that Amen had a miserable life, so she asked the kitchen to prepare more food. As a result, after 3 days, almost all the food that the Long family had stored for more than a month was eaten up. Mrs. Long secretly took out another piece of jewelry and asked Bauer to sell it. Bauer thought that it would be better to discuss this matter with Long Chen, so he came to find Long Chen. Long Chen laughed, pinched Bauer's little face and said, "Little girl, good, you have learned to be smart. I will take care of this matter." Bauer is Long Chen's personal maid. Even though the Long family is in such a bad state, she is reluctant to leave. Long Chen has long regarded her as his own sister. "Master, tonight's dinner is also gone," Bauer reminded. After all, she was the housekeeper of the entire Long family. The accountant probably felt that there was no future for him in the Long family and had already left. "Okay, got it, I'll do it right away." Long Chen still had a few gold coins in his hand, but they were just small change. He called Amen and went out together, heading straight for the Alchemist Guild. There was no particular purpose in calling Amen out. Long Chen just wanted to train his brain. Wisdom was related to experience and needed to be improved. After entering the Alchemist Guild, Long Chen went directly to the pharmacy. When Long Chen handed dozens of plump pills to the medicine boy was almost scared silly. He clearly remembered that Long Chen had just taken away the medicinal materials 3 days ago, so why did he come to return the elixir today? Generally, it takes about half a year to return the elixir, so this is too fast. However, despite the shock in his heart, he was still very dedicated and tested each pill one by one with professional instruments. 17 mid-grade pills and 36 low-grade pills. Even though he was extremely confident in his testing skills, he still almost doubted himself. After repeated confirmation, after offsetting the medicinal materials that Long Chen had advanced last time, there were still some pills left. "Teacher Long Chen, are you going to continue exchanging these remaining pills for medicinal materials, or should we exchange them for gold coins?" the medicine boy asked respectfully. "It feels good to be called a teacher." Long Chen said, "Exchange all of them into gold coins." "Okay, wait a moment." The medicine boy hurriedly flipped out a booklet that contained the latest price information for elixirs. He wanted to settle the bill with Long Chen according to the standards listed above. "Teacher Long Chen, the total is 8.17 million gold coins," said the medicine boy. Long Chen nodded. The Alchemist Guild was a non-profit guild, and the price was very fair. It was only 10% lower than the market price, but one could enjoy so many benefits, which was well worth it. "Exchange it for 2 crystal cards for me, one for 2 million, and put the rest together," Long Chen said. When Long Chen returned home, Bauer was already waiting at the door. Master Shifeng has sent you an invitation." He handed Long Chen a red invitation. When Long Chen opened it, he couldn't help but smile. It turned out that Shifeng had come out of seclusion and broke through the blood coagulation stage. He had set up a banquet in Juying Tower to entertain everyone. It seemed that the time was almost up. "Bauer, here, take good care of it. In the future, the young master will buy you a generous dowry and marry you off in glory." Long Chen smiled and stuffed a crystal card into Bauer's hand. Bauer's face turned red, but when she saw the number on it, she couldn't help but cover her lips with her hands, a look of disbelief. "Little rich woman, from now on, the task of improving the Long family will be handed over to you. By the way, go and redeem all the jewelry that mother pawned. Even if you have to spend 10 times the price, it's no problem," Long Chen said. "Yes, don't worry, young master. Bauer will definitely take care of it," Bauer patted his still upright chest and promised. Long Chen nodded, and headed straight for Juying Tower with Amen. Juyingla is a very famous restaurant in the imperial capital. People who come here to eat are either rich or noble. Mainly because the name of the restaurant is very grand and the dishes are delicious, it has become the favorite gathering place for princes and nobles. On the top floor of Juying building, there was a huge round table filled with all kinds of delicacies, but everyone was just chatting and had no intention of picking up their chopsticks. Suddenly, a figure walked in, and everyone stood up quickly. Brother Dragon. Brother Long. Lord Dragon. Shifeng, Fatty Yu, and the others all had different names for each other, but when they saw Amen behind Long Chen, they couldn't help but be startled. Shifeng was already considered a strong man, but in front of Amen, he became a tiny guy. Let me introduce you, this is my brother Amen. When everyone heard Long Chen's introduction, they hurriedly greeted Amen, but Amen could only nod and smile foolishly. Long Chen arrived, and everyone sat down. Shifeng raised his glass with both hands and said, Brother Long, I won't say anything more. I, Shifeng, will drink first to show my respect. Shifeng remembered Long Chen's gratitude deeply in his heart. It would originally take several years to advance to the blood coagulation stage, but now it has been completed ahead of schedule. This will be of great help to him in the future and he is expected to enter a higher realm. We also toast to Brother Long. Fatty Yu took the lead and everyone stood up. They received the medicine prepared by Long Chen and soon sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Fatty Yu and Ho Tianming, who was called Skinny Monkey, had both reached the first level of qi gathering. All of this was facilitated by Long Chen alone, and everyone was filled with gratitude towards Long Chen. Okay, cheers. Long Chen laughed. No matter what, these people had helped him in times of crisis, so Long Chen regarded them as friends. After a few drinks, everyone started talking, except Amen, who just kept his head down and ate without saying a word. Long Chen specially asked Shifeng to order more dishes, but fortunately, he had already asked him to have some food before Amen came, otherwise Fatty Yu and the others would have been scared to death. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone talked about their current treatment and couldn't help but feel high-spirited. Now they can all practice cultivation, and their status in the family has risen. More importantly, the news that Long Chen is an alchemist has now spread throughout the entire imperial capital, and everyone knows the relationship between Fatty Yu and others and Long Chen. Therefore, their respective families secretly asked them to build a good relationship with Long Chen, which made everyone feel proud. As everyone was talking, they suddenly heard footsteps. Shifeng frowned slightly and said, I clearly told the boss that I have reserved the entire floor. How come someone else is coming up? Forget it, it will be more lively with more people around, and happiness needs to be shared. Fatty Yu was obviously a little drunk, and his tongue was a little big. At this moment, a voice came, let everyone here go away, I don't want to dine with a bunch of lowly people. Long Chen, who was drinking calmly, suddenly turned cold and the veins on his palms bulged. That voice sounded familiar to Long Chen, so familiar that it made him murderous. Long Chen's abnormality alerted everyone. Brother Long, what's wrong? Fatty Yu asked. Seeing Long Chen's murderous eyes, he immediately sobered up a bit. It's okay. When that person comes up, you guys should disgust him to death. Just think of it as a celebration for Shifeng and an extra show, Long Chen said. When everyone heard that Long Chen was going to cause trouble, the alcohol started to take effect. Now that they almost all had the support of their families, they tried hard to get along well with Long Chen. How could they let go of such a good opportunity? Brother Long, just wait and see, the skinny monkey assured, patting his chest. At this time, the footsteps were getting closer, and a man who looked to be in his 20s, wearing a strange hat and a pair of shaggy eyebrows came into everyone's sight. Long Chen did not look back, and told Amen not to look back either. The two of them just happened to have their backs to the men. After the men came up, he was followed by a man with a bitter face, who looked like the owner of the restaurant. Tell them all to get out, otherwise they will bear the consequences themselves, the men said arrogantly without even looking at Long Chen and the others. Obviously, what he meant was to let the shopkeeper chase the people away, as if chasing them away himself would lower his status. Hey, did you see that? Someone has a hairy bump on his head, the skinny monkey whispered to Fatty Yu. Although he spoke quietly, his voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. Long Chen smiled slightly. The man was wearing a hat with a long protrusion in the front. He hadn't noticed it at first, but after Shoho mentioned it, it was true, very similar. Tisk, what's the big deal? It must be that his father did too many bad things and was cursed. Fatty Yu glanced at the men and said to the skinny monkey with some disdain. Why? The skinny monkey asked with some confusion. How foolish. Haven't you heard someone curse you like this? I curse you to give birth to a son with Gigi on his head. Oh, brother, that's a great idea. I'm grateful for your advice, said the skinny monkey with admiration. The shopkeeper who had followed up was so frightened when he saw everyone ridiculing that person that he turned pale and quickly winked at Shifeng. Unfortunately, Shifeng, who originally had some friendship with the shopkeeper, ignored him as if he didn't see it. The frowning man suddenly turned cold, and looked at Fatty Yu coldly. You damned fat pigs, are you looking for death? Fatty Yu shook his head and said, Brother, look at your bitter face. Even if I can't tell fortunes, I know that either your father or mother is dead. It's not appropriate for you to come and eat at this time. That's right, this is too disrespectful. It would have been better to paint a sun like this on the wall. Stop talking. Didn't you see he's shaking? If you keep talking, he might have a seizure and foam at the mouth. How can we drink? There is so-called collective strength. When everyone saw that the fat man and the skinny monkey were singing the same tune and they had no say, now they finally found an opportunity and they had to contribute their own bit of strength. Court death. The men shouted, and a long whip appeared in his hand. The whip whistled with strong force and brought with it a fierce murderous intent. It smashed down at everyone, covering everyone within the range of the whip. Shifeng had been prepared for a long time. When he saw the men making a move, he was already ready to strike. He reached out from his waist and slashed with his sword. Bang. The long sword and the soft whip collided with each other, making a loud bang. Shifeng suddenly felt a huge force coming, and the whole person was blown away and hit directly on the pillar of the building, shaking the whole restaurant. A blush appeared on Shifeng's face, which was a sign that his internal organs were damaged and blood was rushing up. He was actually injured in a single blow. Go to hell, untouchables. After the blow from the frowning man, the long whip instantly turned straight like a poisonous dragon, like a sharp sword, and went straight to Shifeng's heart. This shocked everyone. They couldn't imagine that man was so cruel. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Shifeng. The long whip came too fast and it was too late for Shifeng to dodge. Just when he thought he was going to die. Snap. A big hand tightly grasped the whip, just like someone pinched a poisonous snake by its vital point, making it unable to move. Brother Long. Everyone cheered. Long Chen was now standing in front of Shifeng, tightly grasping the whip in one hand. He looked at the men coldly like an emperor on earth. Is it you? The man with the scowl was shocked when he saw Long Chen. Good, you still remember me. A sneer appeared on Long Chen's face, and he suddenly exerted force on his hands. The man with the shaggy eyebrows felt a strong force coming, and the whole person flew towards Long Chen involuntarily. The man was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Long Chen's power to be so great that even he, a strong man at the first level of blood coagulation, couldn't resist it. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he used this force to fly towards Long Chen, raised one foot, and went straight to Long Chen's chest. His reaction was so fast that it was dazzling. It can be seen that he is a real master. Seeing him running towards him, Long Chen also kicked out with his leg. The speed was not fast, but it just happened that the man's foot kicked Long Chen in the chest, and kicked the man hard in the crotch. Snap. The sound of something exploding made everyone present feel a chill in their crotch and the hair on their backs stand on end. Ah! A scream resounded throughout the restaurant, and anyone who heard the scream could not help but feel horrified. But even such a scream was still unable to vent the pain that the man with the scowl was feeling. Bang! The man with the scowl hit the building pillar hard, making a loud bang, and bounced back. His face was distorted with pain and he rolled back and forth on the ground. Because of the violent rolling, the man's hat suddenly fell off, and Fatty Yu and others couldn't help but change their expressions. People from Daxia. The man's hat fell off, revealing a very strange bun that stood up like a braid. No wonder his hat looked so strange. That bun is the symbol of the great Xia kingdom, but only people of noble status would wear such a bun. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, feeling as if they had caused a big disaster today. Daxia and Fengming were good countries, and such behavior would affect diplomatic relations, and the crime was very serious. Long Chen looked at the men with the scowl rolling on the ground, and the depression in his heart was slightly relieved. He handed the long whip to Amen and said, "He whipped you, now you whip him back. Hit people." "I dare not," Amen said hesitantly. Long Chen's face darkened. "Don't you want to listen to me?" I'll just fight." Seeing Long Chen's face darken, Amen was suddenly shocked. He had only been beaten since he was a child, and this was the first time he beat someone. He hesitated for a long time with the whip in his hand, and did not dare to swing it. "Hit!" Long Chen shouted. He needed to make Amen take that step, otherwise he would be bullied for the rest of his life. "Okay, I'll fight." Amen took a deep breath and whipped the man. Oops. A scream. However, the scream did not come from the men with the shaggy eyebrows, but from the person closest to Amen. "Brother Amen, who are you going to hit?" The man couldn't help but cry and touched his thigh, which was hurt by the beating. Amen couldn't help but blush. He had never used a whip before, that thing was soft and he couldn't exert any power at all. He didn't hit the person in front of him, but he scratched his neighbor. Long Chen exhaled. This kid has been tempered. Continue. After Long Chen finished shouting, everyone ran away, more than 3 meters away. Only that distance made them feel safe. Snap. This time Amen was quite good and found some tricks in using the whip, but the whip was still 8 feet away from the men with the shaggy eyebrows. He covered his crotch tightly with his scowl, his face distorted with pain, so he had no time to care about Amen's attack, which was not painful at all. "Brother Long, it will definitely work this time." Seeing Long Chen's ugly expression, Amen hurriedly said, and was about to whip the men with the whip. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of everyone. The man looked to be in his 30s, with a long scar on his face and an extremely fierce look. "Stop." When the men saw the men with the shaggy eyebrows lying on the ground and Amen holding the whip, he became furious and shouted loudly. "If you say stop, then stop. Beat me." Long Chen snorted coldly. Seeing that Long Chen said to fight, Amen no longer hesitated and whipped the men with the scowl again. Court death. When the men saw Amen was still attacking, he became furious. He moved his feet and turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards Amen. Roll. Long Chen took a step forward, blocked the men, and threw a punch. When the men saw Long Chen blocking him, he raised his eyebrows and threw a punch as well. Boom. The two fists collided with each other, making a loud bang and bursting with energy, but what shocked the scarred man was that his punch was not enough to force back the thin, scholar-like men in front of him. Snap. At this time, Amen's whip finally fell with a slight sound. Originally, he wanted to hit the man with scowl on his butt, but his aim was too poor and he hit him directly on the face. And as luck would have it, the whip hit him right on the nose. Although Amen didn't know how to use the whip, he still had some strength, which directly broke his nose and caused blood to flow out. The scarred man couldn't help but turn pale with anger when he saw this. He shouted loudly and burst out with all his strength, trying to shake Long Chen away. Long Chen no longer held back upon seeing this. The Feng Fu star on the bottom of his feet shook, and terrifying spiritual power gushed out like a flood from a dam, and all the strength in his body exploded. Click. The two men's fists collided, but the terrifying force was too much for the floor tiles beneath their feet to bear, and they cracked and spread like a spider web. Shifeng and the others' faces changed drastically. What kind of power is this? What kind of cultivation is Long Chen at? Why is he like a bottomless pit? When the scarred man saw that Long Chen was still able to resist his power, his expression changed and murderous intent burst out of his eyes. Boom. The man's body was filled with blood and energy. The bloody aura was almost visible to the naked eye. The terrifying energy made the air heavy and the people around him found it difficult to breathe. Middle stage of blood coagulation. Everyone was horrified. Only a strong person in the middle stage of blood coagulation could condense the blood to this extent. Every major realm in the martial arts world is divided into 9 minor realms, from the 1st to the 9th heaven. The 1st to 3rd levels are the early stage, the 4th to 6th levels are the middle stage, the 7th to 9th levels are the late stage, and the scarred man in front of him, who was bursting out with all his strength at this moment, was actually a strong man in the middle stage of blood coagulation. Boom. With a loud bang, Long Chen felt a surge of energy and blood, and the whole person was knocked back more than 10 feet, and his chest couldn't help but ache slightly. Finally, he reached his limit. He was no match for the men in front of him. Long Chen was secretly shocked. After the scarred man sent Long Chen flying with one punch, he threw another punch without any hesitation. Dare to hit my brother Long. Suddenly, a thunderous roar was heard, making everyone's eardrums buzz. A fist glowing with blood, with surging power, smashed towards the scarred man. The man suddenly felt a chill in his bones, as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. Without a second thought, the scarred man immediately changed the direction of the punch that was originally attacking Long Chen and met the fist that was a circle larger than the plate. Bang. With a loud bang, the whole restaurant shook. Everyone's heart was shocked. They saw a huge figure blocking Long Chen. That person was Amen. At this time, Amen was like a giant war god, his eyes were breathing fire, and a strange layer of red appeared on his skin. He actually blocked the scarred man's punch. The scarred man was shocked. He never dreamed that the big man could block him with just his physical strength. However, although he blocked the scarred man's punch, Amen was knocked back several steps and almost fell to the ground. He was supported by Long Chen. The scarred man's expression changed several times. Long Chen and Amen, both of whom had low cultivation levels, were able to block him, a blood coagulation realm expert, in succession. He was shocked and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Seeing the scarred man with murderous intent on his face, Long Chen knew that he had the intention to kill. He was shocked. His Feng Fu star was not yet fully developed and he was unable to deal with him at all. The most important thing is that although the scarred man was furious, he was very scheming and never used any fighting skills, and obviously he did not use any real means. Now, for some unknown reason, Amen has suddenly become much stronger, but even if the two of them join forces, they will definitely not be able to stop the scarred man's killer. Long Chen quietly touched the ring, and a fiery red pill slowly appeared in his hand. He looked at the scarred man coldly. Stop. Just as the scarred man was about to take action, a cold shout was heard and a group of people appeared on the top floor of the restaurant. There were a dozen people in total, all dressed in guard uniforms, but the two men in front were wearing yellow robes, looking very luxurious. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. When everyone saw the men, they were shocked and knelt down in greeting. The man was none other than the Crown Prince Chu Yang, who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, with a straight nose and square mouth, and was quite majestic. The man next to him looked slightly younger than Chu Yang, with a fair complexion and handsome features, but he gave people a feminine feeling. Brother Chu Yang, is this how you treat guests in the Fengming Empire? The men said sinisterly. At this time, Chu Yang's face looked a little ugly. Looking at the men with splayed eyebrows lying on the ground, he could not help but shout angrily, "What is going on? Are you blind? Don't you know that they are the distinguished guests from Daxia?" Chu Yang's eyes swept over everyone. Fatty Yu and the others couldn't help but sweat on their faces and their hearts were beating fast. They also noticed that the man was able to speak to the prince in that way, and seeing his unique bun, they immediately realized that this man was probably the prince of the Great Xia Empire. The Daxia Empire and the Fengming Empire have similar national strength and were once mortal enemies. However, in recent decades, relations have eased and friendly diplomatic relations have been established. But unlike the emperor of the Fengming Empire, there are only two princes in the Daxia Empire, and they don't know whether this person is the eldest prince or the second prince. It's not me who is blind, it's this guy with scowls who is blind, so I have no choice but to teach him a lesson on behalf of my master. Long Chen walked out and looked at Chu Yang indifferently. Who are you? When Prince Chu Yang saw a young man dared to speak to him in such a tone, he couldn't help but feel angry in his heart, but he was still calm and did not order his men to arrest him directly. Dragon dust. Chu Yang was stunned. Even if he didn't know the name Long Chen before, now in the aristocratic circle of the imperial capital, there are not many people who don't know this name. Originally a waste, he defeated a Qi condensation realm expert twice in a row in the arena, and later became an alchemy disciple by some strange coincidence. This made Long Chen suddenly shrouded in a veil of mystery. Why did you beat up Prince Changfeng's guards? Chu Yang couldn't help but feel startled. The matter involved the Alchemist Guild, and even though he was the prince, he found it extremely tricky. No reason, I just feel that this is his fate today, and I am just doing justice for the heavens, Long Chen said with his hands spread out. Chu Yang couldn't help but choke on his anger. He had hoped that Long Chen could give a reason, and he would negotiate a little and point out the Alchemist Guild behind Long Chen, and then the matter would be resolved. But Long Chen seemed not to understand what he meant and said something like this, which made him so angry that his face turned blue. Your name is Long Chen. I seem to have heard of you. You seem to be very powerful recently. Xia Changfeng, the prince of the great Xia kingdom, suddenly interrupted. He is a little bit impressive, but compared to the people of your great Xia country, he is nothing. Long Chen pointed at the man lying on the ground with a frown on his face and said, exorcising demon beasts, driving a chariot, and running rampant in the downtown area without caring about other people's lives, how impressive it is. A dog is so majestic, I really can't imagine how majestic its owner must be. Xia Changfeng's face darkened slightly, and he asked in a deep voice, is this true? Long Chen snorted coldly, don't ask me, ask your dog. Lu Luo, is this true? Xia Changfeng's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, but he quickly suppressed it and spoke to the men with scowl on the ground. My lord, I was in a hurry. Who knew that the untouchables here didn't know to give way? It's not my fault. The scowl had recovered a little at this time, and he responded while enduring the severe pain. Asshole, this is not Xia, who would recognize the royal mount. Take it away from me. Xia Changfeng's face darkened and he couldn't help but curse. After that, two men dressed into Xia clothes took the men with scowl away. Xia Changfeng turned around and said to Chu Yang apologetically, I am sorry for not being strict with my subordinates. I will discipline them properly when I return. I am sorry to have embarrassed you, brother Chu Yang. No, brother Changfeng, you are too polite. I hope this little matter will not affect the diplomatic relations between our two countries, Chu Yang said hurriedly. Brother Chu Yang, you are worrying too much. Let's just let this matter go. After saying this, Xia Changfeng said to Long Chen, Changfeng is not strict in his rule. Thanks to my little brother for reminding me. Thank you for this. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. No one expected that the Prince of the Xia Kingdom would be so easy to talk to and actually apologize to Long Chen. Everyone couldn't help but admire him. This Prince of the Xia had an extraordinary demeanor. If Long Chen did not have strong soul power and perception, he might have thought so, but Xia Changfeng's fleeting murderous intent could not escape his keen perception. Your Highness, you are too polite. It's normal for dogs to be disobedient. You should always keep them under control and not let them open their mouths or stretch out their claws in front of others. That's not good, Long Chen laughed and reminded enthusiastically. Hearing this, the scarred man's face darkened. The dog that Long Chen mentioned included all the guards. Xia Changfeng smiled slightly, as if he didn't hear the hidden meaning. I just arrived in the imperial capital, and my ears are full of your stories, little brother. I originally thought that Brother Long, you were a noble alchemist, but it seems that everyone was wrong. It seems that you are practicing both alchemy and martial arts. This combat power is admirable. Among the younger generation, Long Chen, you are definitely a top-notch figure. Long Chen looked at Xia Changfeng and didn't understand what he meant for a moment. He just smiled slightly and didn't answer. I wonder if you would be so kind as to have a few drinks with me and Brother Chu. Xia Changfeng said with a smile. The smile made people feel comfortable, but Long Chen felt that there were fangs of a poisonous snake hidden in this smile, which made him feel very uncomfortable. I'm sorry, I just drank too much and I can't handle the alcohol anymore, otherwise I wouldn't have bothered with the two dogs. I'm sorry to have made fun of you all, I'll take my leave now. Long Chen smiled slightly, ignoring Xia Changfeng's gloomy face and the murderous intent in the scarred man's eyes, and left with Amen. After Long Chen left, Shifeng and the others hurriedly apologized to Chu Yang and ran away in a hurry. They were really scared today. Master, why don't you let me kill that boy? Lu Luo's life force has been completely destroyed. This boy is too much. Now that the Prince of Daxia has returned to his residence, the scarred man beside him said hatefully. That kid is from the Alchemist Guild, although not from our Imperial Guild. But if you kill him like this, I will have to hand you over to the Alchemist Guild for disposal, Xia Changfeng said lightly after taking a sip of tea. But that boy is too arrogant, I just can't swallow that breath. No one can stand being called a dog all the time. Killing requires a method. The right way is to kill the person while ensuring your own survival, Xia Changfeng said, shaking his head. Master, do you have a solution? The scarred man said happily. Of course, otherwise would I be nice to him. It seems that everyone who makes me talk to him nicely is dead. A smile appeared on Xia Changfeng's lips, but that smile was so gloomy that the scarred man couldn't help but shudder. Don't forget the purpose of our visit. We can't lose the big picture because of the small. Let the kid live a few more days. Anyway, the biggest festival of the Fengming Empire, the Fengming Lantern Festival, is coming, and there will be an annual martial arts performance at that time. I'm praising him so much today, is it for nothing? Humph, when his reputation reaches a certain level, then, at the Lantern Festival, you challenge him, do you think he can refuse? Xia Changfeng leaned back in his chair, half closed his eyelids, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The scarred man suddenly realized that this move was too cruel. At that time, countless people were looking forward to it, and Long Chen had to go even if he didn't want to. If he dared not to go up, the saliva alone would drown him, not to mention that Long Chen was just a hot-blooded boy. However, you have to be careful. As my bodyguard, you cannot reveal too much of your strength. Do I need to remind you again? Yes, Master, don't worry. I have never revealed my true identity over the years, the scarred man said hurriedly. Xia Changfeng nodded, looking at the night sky, which was pitch black, just like the depths of his eyes, making it hard to fathom. Man, what happened to you just now? Why did you suddenly burst out with so much strength? After returning home, Long Chen couldn't help but ask about the situation at that time. At that time, man gave Long Chen a palpitating feeling. I don't know either. When I saw that man was about to hit you, my head suddenly buzzed and my whole body felt hot, as if I had endless energy, man said, scratching his head. Long Chen placed one hand on man's shoulder, and the power of his soul spread out. When Long Chen's soul power entered man's body, he was shocked. A man's body is different from everyone else's. Most people's bodies have densely packed meridians. However, there are only 4 veins in a man's body, extending from the dantian to the limbs. This is the first time that Long Chen has seen such veins. What shocked Long Chen the most was not his strange veins, but his body. Most of the cells in a man's body were closed. To put it bluntly, those cells were like dead. But they were not really dead. Long Chen could feel that once heat flowed through, those cells that were pretending to be dead would immediately devour the cells passing through, and then continue to pretend to be dead. This man is simply a monster. Long Chen was puzzled, but he thought of a possibility. Man, let me ask you, have you never been truly full? Long Chen suddenly asked. Yes, I eat a lot at home, man shook his head. Tell the truth. Long Chen's face sank. Well, at least I can eat half full, I am very satisfied, man did not dare to hide it. Man, remember that I am your brother Long. You are not allowed to lie to me at any time in the future, okay? Otherwise I will be angry, Long Chen said very seriously. Brother Long, I understand. Seeing Long Chen's serious expression, man said nervously. Let me ask you, what food will make you feel energetic? Meat. What kind of meat? Any meat is fine, but beef is the best. I've tried it once. Long Chen nodded. Man had a special physique, and 99% of the cells in his body were in a state of suspended animation. That's because there is not enough energy to feed them, so they need to protect themselves and reduce their own consumption. Even after integrating the memories of the Dan Emperor, Long Chen had never seen such a strange physique. Such a powerful body had only 1% of its cells functioning. If all cells were activated, how terrifying would that be? Long Chen was horrified just thinking about it, but man was one of us, so the stronger he was, the better. I asked you how much beef you can eat in one meal. 100 pounds. Man hesitated and stretched out a finger. To be honest. A cow. To be honest. It can eat 5 cows. Tell me the truth. Long Chen's voice almost roared. I don't know, but if there are 10 heads in one meal, I think I should be full, Amen said with a bitter face. He had never eaten it before and didn't know how big his appetite was. Long Chen shook his head and said speechlessly, Okay, I'll buy you a farm tomorrow, and you can eat without worry. The next day, Long Chen asked Bauer to find a farm in the suburbs. It wasn't very big, but there were more than 1,000 cows. Long Chen asked Amen to go there by herself, but that afternoon, all the people on the farm ran away. Later they came to complain to Bauer, saying that Amen was like a savage, who grabbed a cow, smashed it to death with one punch, and then tore off a bloody thigh and started eating it. They were all terrified, fearing that Amen would get too excited and eat them too. Long Chen had no choice but to ask Bauer to hire dozens of chefs to cook beef specifically for Amen. Only then did Amen get to eat cooked food. However, what shocked Long Chen was that at the beginning Amen could only eat the meat of 10 cows a day, but as the days went by, his appetite began to increase rapidly. However, a cow only cost 2 or 3 gold coins. Long Chen was not afraid of being eaten out of money by him. Instead, he was very happy. Amen's appetite has increased, which means that the cells in his body are beginning to gradually wake up. Once all the cells in his body wake up, Amen will inevitably undergo earth-shaking changes. After resolving Amen's issue, Long Chen also began to retreat. The battle with the scarred man that day had made him feel a great sense of crisis. That day he sensed that the scarred man had always retained his strength. Although he was stopped later, Long Chen always felt that this matter would not end so easily. After merging with the soul of the Dan Emperor, his sense of danger became more and more sensitive. This time, the opponent might not be prepared. By the time the other party was ready, Long Chen would most likely die, but he did not regret it at all. Even if it happened again, he would still do the same thing that night. Otherwise, the whipping that Amen received that day would leave a lump in his heart, and he would not be able to keep his heart spotless, which might become a demon in his heart in the future. Long Chen was very determined during this retreat and began to absorb the Feng Fu pill with all his strength. 7 days later, the Feng Fu star under Long Chen's feet finally made another explosion. The Feng Fu star, which was originally like a bean, underwent tremendous changes after Long Chen absorbed countless medicinal powers. The originally plump outer shell began to fall off, and what shocked Long Chen was that after the outer shell fell off, the inside suddenly turned into the shape of a star. The stars are a little blurry, but they are full of the rhythm of life, which is shocking. That was the first star that Long Chen used to condense the 9-star Overlord body, Feng Fu star. Now Long Chen was unable to sense its actual size and was filled with shock. Boom. The Feng Fu star, with its outer shell peeling off, suddenly shook, and a terrifying energy caused the entire house to tremble. Oh no, what a loud noise. Long Chen was shocked, but it was too late to stop it. The whole room exploded like a piece of paper. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth rushed towards Long Chen like a surging sea. The force completely ignored Long Chen's feelings, just like sea water flooding into a river field. Bang! Long Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his body seemed to explode, and he instantly passed out. When Long Chen woke up again, his mother was looking at him worriedly. Seeing Long Chen wake up, Mrs. Long couldn't help but be surprised and happy. "Chenner, I'm really scared. What happened to you?" Long Chen hurriedly said, "Mom, there is nothing to be surprised about. It is common for alchemists to have their furnace exploded." He could only use the excuse of the furnace explosion to cover it up. After finally comforting his mother and sending her away, Long Chen used his spiritual sense to look inside himself and almost cried out in shock. He actually had a dantian. He discovered that the dantian, which was originally empty, now had 3 cyclones that were slowly rotating. What on earth is going on? Long Chen couldn't help but be shocked. Seeing that the Feng Fu star under his feet was still moving, he felt more at ease. However, looking at the 3 cyclones in his dantian, he fell into deep thought for a moment. One's spiritual roots have been dug out, and dantian has become a dead zone. It is impossible to activate it again, unless... Could it be that after condensing the Feng Fu star, he reshaped the dantian? Thinking of this, Long Chen couldn't help but have a flash of inspiration in his mind, and he remembered the scene before he fell into a coma. The terrifying energy of heaven and earth was simply not something a normal person could withstand. That kind of energy is extremely violent and cannot be used by humans at all. Could it be that the power is used to destroy the original Dantian? And then destroy it and then rebuild it? However, Long Chen was wrong. The 9-star hegemony body art was even more terrifying than he had imagined. If he had already had a Dantian, he would have been shattered to pieces long ago. Although Long Chen couldn't figure it out, looking at the 3 cyclones in his Dantian, he found that he could actually connect with the cyclones. Did I really reshape my Dantian? Long Chen tried to slowly flow the energy in the cyclone into his limbs and found that there was no obstruction, so he could use it completely. As his feet moved, the energy of Feng Fu Star also did not have any hindrance. Long Chen couldn't help but wonder in his heart, what does this mean? Does it give me an extra spiritual energy storage space? With a thought in his mind, Long Chen activated the energy of Feng Fu Star and entered his Dantian. Puff! Long Chen suddenly felt as if a volcano had erupted inside his body. Terrifying energy exploded like a tsunami. He spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Long Chen lay on the ground, gasping for breath frantically, his eyes filled with horror, his internal organs shattered. He hurriedly took out a healing pill and swallowed it. After a moment, the medicinal power covered his entire body, and Long Chen's face turned from pale to rosy. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Long Chen roared in his heart. He was almost shocked to death by himself just now. If he was really shocked to death, it would be too unfair. But there was no answer at all. In his memory, there was only the practice method of the 9-star hegemony body art, but no other introduction at all. No grade, no place of origin, no instructions for use. Like Long Chen, this 9-star hegemony body art was a typical 3-no product. Long Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. He had no spiritual roots, no spiritual bones, and no spiritual blood. These 3 things were all taken away. It really matched the 9-star hegemony body art. However, if he didn't figure out such a strange thing, Long Chen couldn't even eat. He gritted his teeth and continued to touch Feng Fu Star. However, this time Long Chen had learned his lesson. He did not operate it as carelessly and naturally as last time. Instead, he carefully activated a little bit of the power of Feng Fu Star. Boom! When that trace of power surged into Dantian, Long Chen saw clearly this time that the original 3 cyclones instantly became 10 times larger. What shocked Long Chen the most was that it was originally just rotating slowly, but after a trace of Feng Fu Star's energy was added, it instantly turned into a rapidly rotating windmill. As the 3 cyclones spun frantically, countless energies instantly flowed into Long Chen's limbs and bones, filling Long Chen with strength. Call. Long Chen finally figured out a little secret of the 9-star hegemony body art. This discovery was so shocking and terrifying that even Long Chen himself felt a little scared. Could this be the 9 transformations of the stars in my memory? Now that there are 3 cyclones in my Dantian, does it mean that I have entered the 3rd transformation? It took Long Chen a long time to calm himself down. Now, 3 cyclones were running in his Dantian. According to this world, Long Chen was just a rookie at the 3rd level of Qi gathering. However, as to whether he was really a good kid or not, only Long Chen himself knew. With this discovery, Long Chen was shocked and excited at the same time. With a flick of the ring, a piece of ancient animal skin appeared in his hand. It was exactly what Long Chen got back by bribing the blood coagulation realm expert with the elixir. Kaitian, hee, let me see, what secrets are you hiding? Looking at the 9 red dots on the animal skin paper in his hand, Long Chen fell into deep thought. The 9 dots were distributed without any pattern. There was no clue, but Long Chen looked carefully this time and found that there was indeed a faint line connecting the 9 points. These should be 9 acupuncture points. Long Chen looked at it for a long time before he came to this conclusion. In this way, he verified the countless meridian diagrams in Long Chen's mind one by one before he got the final confirmation. If it were someone else, they would not be able to figure it out even if they worked themselves to death. Leave Li Yao, integrate Hui Ming, rush to Tsuchi, and enter Lao Gong. Long Chen gently recited the 9 points and the corresponding acupuncture points. Following the route, Long Chen was stunned, This is not a fist or palm technique, but a combat technique that activates weapons. What a clever move. Long Chen studied it and found that the true energy circulated along these 9 directions, like the waves of the Yangtze River. After 9 layers of blessing, once it was exerted, it would be extremely terrifying. Haha, I found a treasure. Although I don't know the level of this fighting skill, it is definitely not low. Long Chen was overjoyed. With a thought, he calmed his mind and began to circulate the energy in his dantian, pouring it into the Liao Ache appointment. However, when he tried to drive the spiritual power to the second Ache appointment again, he found that the spiritual power was not sufficient. After a moment's shock, Long Chen immediately understood that this technique probably required very high spiritual power, and that his spiritual power was insufficient to activate it. He gave up the spiritual power in his dantian and directly used the spiritual power in Fengfu Star. Sure enough, the spiritual power in Fengfu Star was much more abundant and stronger than that in his dantian. However, when he reached the 4th acupuncture point, he still began to stagnate. No matter how hard Long Chen tried, he could not reach the 6th acupuncture point. I just don't believe it. Long Chen gritted his teeth, and drew out a trace of spiritual power from Fengfu Star, injecting it into the cyclone in dantian. The cyclone in dantian immediately swelled, and a violent force rose up. Control the energy and impact quickly. The 6th. The 7th. The 8th. Not good. Long Chen was suddenly startled, and hurriedly withdrew his spiritual power, circulated his spiritual sense, and observed his meridians. He was horrified to find that cracks had appeared on his meridians because he could not withstand the terrifying energy. If Long Chen had retracted his spiritual power a step later, his meridians would even have exploded. If the meridians were shattered, it would take a long time to repair them. Long Chen was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. No, this thing is not suitable for my practice for the time being. Long Chen had to give up practicing Kaitian. He opened his mouth and swallowed a pill of Run My Pill to repair his slightly damaged meridians. Then Long Chen slowly stood up and walked out. Pushing open the door, a gust of fresh air hit him in the face. He took a deep breath, which relieved Long Chen of his fatigue from the past few days. At this time, the sun had just risen from the east. Long Chen and Bauer asked around and found out that everything was normal in the mansion. Aman had food and drink every day and there were no problems. Long Chen felt relieved. After pondering for a moment, he changed his clothes and prepared to go to the Alchemist Guild to ask Master Yun Qi for help. However, Long Chen felt somewhat uneasy. Most alchemists specialized in cultivating alchemy fire and did not practice combat skills in order to concentrate all their energy in the hope of going further in the path of alchemy. Alchemists are often very proud and don't look down on martial artists who fight with each other, so Master Yun Qi gave Long Chen some advice that day. However, Long Chen had his own ideas. He had been bullied for too long, and without strong military force, he felt insecure. No matter what identity or status, they are all empty to Long Chen. In the face of absolute strength, they are like a fragile piece of paper. However, Long Chen didn't know whether Master Yun Qi would blast him away when he faced him. Dragon dust. Long Chen was feeling anxious and had walked several blocks when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. He looked up and saw a carriage parked in the distance. A young girl on the carriage lifted the curtain and looked at Long Chen with joy on her pretty face. It was obviously Princess Chu Yao, who had met Long Chen once. Chu Yao. When Long Chen saw Chu Yao, he couldn't help but be a little surprised, but after seeing her, for some reason, his original anxiety was dispelled a lot. Chu Yao suddenly looked around and saw that there was no one around at this early hour. She waved at Long Chen and said, "Come up quickly." Long Chen didn't expect Chu Yao to invite him to ride in the same car. Seeing Chu Yao's happy expression, Long Chen's heart was slightly lifted, and he got on Chu Yao's carriage directly. The carriage was very spacious. In addition to a scented bed, there was also a coffee table with a blanket underneath. What a coincidence, I actually met you. Come with me to Luoxia Mountain, okay? When Chu Yao saw Long Chen, her beautiful eyes were filled with joy, completely changing from her previous unruly demeanor. A beautiful lady invites me. If I dare not go, I'm afraid I'll be struck by lightning, Long Chen said with a smile. Chu Yao blushed. She was restricted by various rules in the palace, and she really liked Long Chen's unrestrained way of speaking. The carriage slowly moved out of the city and headed towards Luoxia Mountain outside the city. Chu Yao, what are you going to do in Luoxia Mountain? Long Chen asked. I want to go out and have some fun. For some reason, Chu Yao's pretty face flushed, leaving Long Chen somewhat puzzled. Long Chen, I didn't delay you in any way, did I? Chu Yao asked tentatively. No. I'm just out for a stroll. I just happened to take your car and go out for some fun, Long Chen said with a smile. By the way, is your brother okay now? I'm really sorry about what happened last time. Long Chen was still a little embarrassed about the seventh prince's affairs. It's okay, it's good to scare him so that he will behave himself for a while, Chu Yao said with a smile. The two chatted all the way, and soon they arrived at the foot of Luoxia Mountain. Chu Yao got out of the car directly and let the guard drive back by himself. Come with me up there, I really like the scenery here. Chu Yao pointed to the path ahead and said, when I was young, I often came here to climb mountains, but after my father went into seclusion, I rarely have the chance to come here anymore. As she spoke later, a look of loneliness emerged on Chu Yao's pretty face, which made people feel pity for her. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that no matter where you were born, there would always be things that were not satisfactory. Long Chen, what's wrong? Are you worried about something? Chu Yao asked when she saw that Long Chen was not in a good mood. Seeing Chu Yao's concerned eyes, Long Chen couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He didn't know why, although he had only met Chu Yao once, it was still that complicated situation where he couldn't tell friend from foe. But it gave him a very trustworthy feeling, a feeling that was hard to describe. Seeing Chu Yao's question, Long Chen couldn't help but said, I did run into some trouble. I want to learn some advanced combat skills now. If you want to learn combat skills, then come to me. I don't charge tuition. Chu Yao's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but smile. I am proficient in 13 kinds of fighting skills. They all say that I am a genius. Master 13 kinds of fighting skills. And then use the routine to fight against others. Long Chen couldn't help but feel a little confused. Hey, what's with that look in your eyes? Are you doubting what I just said? Chu Yao couldn't help but show a hint of anger on her pretty face. You are wrong. I don't have the slightest doubt about what you said. I just don't believe it at all, Long Chen laughed. You bad guy, watch out. Chu Yao shouted tenderly and slapped Long Chen with her palm. Bang. Chu Yao slapped Long Chen on the chest. Although she did not use her spiritual power, the power was still considerable. It hit Long Chen with a loud bang. Why didn't you dodge? Chu Yao didn't expect Long Chen to not dodge. If I dodge, you won't be able to hit me, and that would be so boring, Long Chen said with a smile. However, a jade hand was pressed on his chest, and even through the clothes, he could still feel a strange feeling. Long Chen. Chu Yao looked at Long Chen's hearty smile, and for some reason she felt a surge of warmth. She actually leaned her pretty face slowly against Long Chen's chest. Long Chen suddenly froze. What was going on? Long Chen dared not move at all, like a wooden stake. Puff. Chu Yao's pretty face suddenly became hot. Looking at Long Chen's nervous expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. You bad guy, when you beat me up that day, you were like a tiger with bared fangs and claws, but now you have become a kitten. Long Chen couldn't help but feel embarrassed, and quickly changed the subject. Chu Yao, I don't treat you as an outsider. I really need to learn some advanced combat skills now. Chu Yao's pretty face turned red and she rolled her eyes at Long Chen. Not treating him as an outsider meant treating him as an inside person. She obviously misunderstood Long Chen's meaning. However, seeing Long Chen's seriousness, Chu Yao also said with a serious face, I'm not kidding you, I really am proficient in many combat skills, if you don't believe me, just look. Chu Yao stretched out her jade hand, a hot breath rose up, and a light red halo appeared on her jade hand. Bang. A palm slapped on a tree as thick as a bucket. The tree trembled and leaves fell in all directions. The jade hand moved away, leaving a faint jade handprint on the tree. Did you see that? This is the advanced human-level combat skill, the Fire Cloud Palm. How about it? Are you scared? Seeing Long Chen's stunned expression, a hint of pride appeared on Chu Yao's pretty face. Long Chen was indeed shocked. Could this power be considered a combat skill? Even without using combat skills, Long Chen could still break it with one palm strike. Well, it looks good, Long Chen commented very objectively. Chu Yao's movements were very smooth and graceful, and it was pleasing to the eye. Chu Yao didn't understand the hidden meaning of Long Chen's words at all, and thought that Long Chen was shocked by her, so she patiently explained to Long Chen the key points of this move. However, after hearing Chu Yao's explanation of how to use the fire cloud palm, Long Chen was slightly surprised. This was clearly a powerful palm technique. I'll give it a try. So fast? Chu Yao said in disbelief. Long Chen smiled slightly. Fighting skills were just a way of using spiritual power. Through the overlapping of meridians in the body, it could exert a more powerful power. Long Chen was extremely familiar with the meridians in his body. After listening to Chu Yao's explanation once, he understood everything clearly. The spiritual power in the dantian circulated, and a strong fiery energy erupted. Long Chen shouted and struck out with a palm. Boom! A huge tree in front of Long Chen, which required several people to wrap around, broke with a sound, and the huge crown fell with a roar. Bang! A huge tree fell to the ground, causing sand and rocks to fly everywhere. The sound was shocking. Chu Yao was stunned as she watched from the side. Was this really the fire cloud palm that she was familiar with? Looking at the charred area where the giant tree was broken, which was the unique mark of the fire cloud palm, Long Chen nodded secretly. It was worthy of being a high-level human-level combat skill, and its combat power was too strong. However, looking at Chu Yao, whose pretty face was filled with shock, Long Chen's heart moved and he grabbed Chu Yao's jade hand. Chu Yao, let me check your body. Suddenly, Long Chen grabbed her slender hand. Chu Yao's body trembled slightly, and two blushes appeared on her pretty face. There was a hint of panic in her beautiful eyes, but she did not pull her jade hand back. She secretly glanced at Long Chen and found that Long Chen's expression was actually a little solemn. Long Chen looked at Chu Yao, whose face was as shy as a newly blossoming pear blossom and as clear as autumn water. His heart could not help but beat fast, and for a moment, he forgot what he was going to do. Seeing Long Chen staring at her blankly, Chu Yao's pretty face turned even redder, but her beautiful eyes were full of joy. She hummed lightly and lowered her head, not daring to look at Long Chen. Only the warmth from his jade hands made her heart flutter. Long Chen took a deep breath and calmed his mind. Chu Yao had an unattainable aura, but also a gentle and virtuous tenderness, as if she was a combination of contradictions. The arrogant Chu Yao who caught him with the net at the beginning and the tender and shy Chu Yao now gave people a huge sense of disparity, which actually made Long Chen's heart beat fast. Excuse me. Suppressing his pounding heart, Long Chen directed his soul force along the meridians in Chu Yao's palm and slowly penetrated into Chu Yao's dantian. In fact, with Long Chen's current strength, at such a close distance, he can directly use the power of his soul to investigate Chu Yao. But if that happened, Chu Yao would be standing in front of Long Chen without any clothes on. Long Chen wanted to do that, but he was afraid that after he did it, there would be another big net waiting for him. Long Chen's soul power slowly probed into Chu Yao's dantian. When the soul power entered and saw the situation inside the dantian, even with Long Chen's concentration, his face couldn't help but look a little ugly. What's wrong? Chu Yao was startled when she saw Long Chen's face change drastically and his eyes were full of fierceness. The reason why Long Chen was angry was that there were 9 alien spiritual powers in Chu Yao's dantian, locking him tightly. Those 9 alien spiritual powers were like 9 saplings planted on a piece of fertile land, greedily absorbing Chu Yao's spiritual power. No wonder Chu Yao's spiritual power was so chaotic and weak. It turned out that just like Long Chen, someone had tampered with it. What made Long Chen most angry was that there was a ball of root energy in Chu Yao's dantian, which was extremely rich. That was the spiritual root. Although he was not sure about her level, Long Chen knew that Chu Yao was definitely a genius that could not be seen once in 1,000 years. But such a genius was wasted like this. If it were just these, it would be fine, but it was not enough to make Long Chen feel murderous. Because Long Chen saw that the 9 alien spiritual powers were connected to Chu Yao's jade root. In the future, when Chu Yao got married or lost her virginity, the spiritual power that had been nourished in his body for many years would be taken away silently. This is the most hateful thing. A princess of her generation, with such a stunning appearance, is treated as a pawn. This is clearly all planned. And Chu Yao in front of him actually knew nothing about such things. Long Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy for such a beautiful woman. Long Chen, what happened? Seeing Long Chen's complicated expression, Chu Yao couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on her pretty face. Chu Yao, can I trust you? Long Chen hesitated for a moment and asked solemnly. Seeing Long Chen suddenly become serious, Chu Yao also felt something, but without any hesitation, she looked deeply at Long Chen with her beautiful eyes and said softly, "You are the person I trust the most now." Hearing Chu Yao's words, Long Chen's heart warmed and he said, "Your dantian has been tampered with." However, what surprised Long Chen was that Chu Yao did not react much, and a hint of sadness and helplessness appeared in her beautiful eyes. Looking at the mountains in the distance, Chu Yao gently stroked her long hair that was messed up by the wind and said softly, "If you tell the secret, it may implicate your family. Aren't you afraid?" Long Chen was stunned. "You know. Can you answer my question first?" Chu Yao asked, looking into Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, "Since we have chosen to trust each other, even if we lose our lives, it is worth it." Trust. Trust. Chu Yao murmured these 2 words, and suddenly threw herself into Long Chen's arms, crying loudly. Her tears were like a flood that had burst the dam, as if she wanted to pour out all her grievances. Suddenly, with the soft jade in his arms, Long Chen did not have the slightest bit of romantic feelings. Instead, he felt a sense of sadness in his heart. Long Chen was even more miserable than Chu Yao. His spiritual roots, spiritual bones, and spiritual blood were all drained away. If he had not merged with the soul of the Dan Emperor, he would still be kept in the dark. I don't know when, his hands wrapped around Chu Yao's slender waist. He sniffed the fragrance of Chu Yao's hair and held her tightly in his arms. It seemed as if there were only 2 people left in the world. After crying for an unknown amount of time, Chu Yao finally stopped sobbing. A large area of Long Chen's chest was already wet with tears. Chu Yao's pretty face suddenly flushed, and she quickly broke free from Long Chen's embrace and turned around, but her beautiful eyes were filled with joy and hesitation. Ahem. Long Chen coughed awkwardly and asked, "Chu Yao, when did you know that someone had tampered with your dantian?" Hearing Long Chen's question, Chu Yao's pretty face slowly returned to normal, and she looked at Long Chen and said, "When I was a child, before my father went into seclusion, he said that I was a martial arts genius and that I might be able to leave the empire in the future. Before my father went into seclusion, he encouraged me to practice well. At the beginning, I was indeed very hardworking. But when I was 10 years old, my mother suddenly got a strange disease and never recovered. Before Master Yunqi could be invited, she had already passed away." As she spoke, tears slowly flowed from Chu Yao's beautiful eyes, as if she was lost in distant memories. "My brother and I were still young at that time, but as we grew up, we became more familiar with the infighting within the palace, and I realized that my mother's death was definitely not accidental. But all the evidence had long since disappeared, and I was completely powerless to do anything. Moreover, 5 years ago, my cultivation began to stagnate. No matter how hard I tried, I could not make any progress, and my spiritual power became worse and worse. At that time, I understood that the evil hand that killed my mother had finally reached out to my sister and me. From that day on, my brother and I started to become arrogant and willful, and since then, everything seems to have returned to normal." Hearing Chu Yao say this, Long Chen felt indescribably helpless. It seemed that life in the palace was even more cruel than he had imagined. "Are you protecting your brother in this way?" Long Chen sighed. Chu Yao nodded and said, "My brother is my only relative now, and I don't want him to have any accidents. Although he is annoying, at least he won't pose a threat to anyone, so he should be safer. Although I didn't know what someone did in my dantian, I knew they restricted my practice because they were afraid that I would threaten them. So as long as I don't have the heart to practice, no one will care about a weak woman like me, and my sister and I will have no worries about our lives." Long Chen sighed and said, "Unfortunately, you underestimated the viciousness of the enemy. They are simply a group of beasts. After hesitating for a long time, Long Chen still told Chu Yao the situation in her dantian. After Chu Yao heard it, her eyes were full of anger and hesitation, her pretty face was pale, and her delicate body was shaky. Long Chen held Chu Yao tightly with his big hand and said, "But you don't have to worry too much. Give me some time, I can open the shackles in your body." "Really?" Chu Yao said in disbelief. "Realest than real gold," Long Chen said solemnly. For some reason, looking at Long Chen's face, Chu Yaofeng's heart was filled with trust. It was an inexplicable feeling. Long Chen gave her a very safe feeling, which was too luxurious in the palace full of intrigue. Seeing that Chu Yao did not doubt his words at all, Long Chen felt a surge of emotion in his heart, as if there was another burden on his shoulders. "Miss Chu Yao, could you show me a few more of your unparalleled skills so that I can learn from them with an open mind?" Long Chen noticed that the atmosphere was a bit dull and couldn't help but laugh. "Hate it. You are clearly making fun of me." Chu Yao's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she said with some anger. "Absolutely not, Chu Yao, your foundation is very solid, but you can't release the power of your dantian, so this happens. But don't worry, it won't take long for me to help you solve it," Long Chen comforted. Chu Yao's expression eased slightly, and seeing that Long Chen's tone was sincere, she demonstrated another human-level advanced combat skill, wind-breaking fist. Long Chen observed very carefully this time. After watching, he couldn't help but be extremely shocked. Chu Yao's spiritual power, after being absorbed by 9 different spiritual powers, had already been reduced to only 1/10. However, even with such weak spiritual power, Chu Yao did not feel the slightest bit of lack of spiritual power when she used her combat skills. Long Chen discovered that Chu Yao's control over spiritual power had reached an extremely powerful level, much stronger than that of ordinary blood coagulation realm masters. Long Chen praised Chu Yao generously, causing Chu Yao's pretty face to blush with joy, like a peach blossom in March, so beautiful that it was beyond description. Long Chen thought in his heart that the 9 kinds of spiritual power were actually 9 seeds of spiritual power. After being absorbed in Chu Yao's dantian for so many years, they had become extremely powerful. It would be a pity to force them into pieces. The huge amount of energy would be enough for Chu Yao to advance to the blood coagulation stage, and her cultivation would continue to rise. After Long Chen learned the wind-breaking fist, he suddenly took out a bottle of liquid medicine. "This is a disguise liquid. Apply it on your face to change your appearance. It can last for 12 hours. It's very convenient." After Long Chen finished speaking, he poured out a few drops, rubbed them evenly on his hands, and applied them on his face. In an instant, Long Chen's appearance changed drastically, his eyebrows became slightly thicker, and the color of his skin also changed, as if he had become a different person. Chu Yao was overjoyed when she saw this. "This way, I can disguise myself and come find you in the future." After saying that, Chu Yao also applied the liquid medicine on her face. The liquid medicine adhered to her face like a thin film, which could change its shape at will. Once the movement stopped, it only took a few breaths to fix its shape. It was very magical. Chu Yao looked in the mirror and saw that her appearance had become much more mediocre. She couldn't help but shout out in joy. She took Long Chen's arm and said happily, "Long Chen, let's go shopping. I have never been shopping before in my life." Chu Yao is a princess of a country. Although she is barbaric by nature, she cannot go too far and live freely like the poor. Today, Long Chen gave her this opportunity, and she naturally would not let it go. Chu Yao held Long Chen's arm affectionately, and looking at her excited eyes, Long Chen would be lying if he said he was not moved, so he agreed without hesitation. However, after agreeing, Long Chen felt a little regretful. He obviously underestimated Chu Yao's desire to go shopping. She almost dragged him to run through all the alleys of the imperial capital. Everything she saw was new to her. She held Long Chen's arm and asked him all kinds of questions. Sniffing Chu Yao's unique body fragrance and feeling the ecstasy coming from her jade hands, he was feeling elated. Suddenly, he stopped and took Chu Yao to hide in a small stall next to him. Long Chen pretended to look at the things on the stall, but out of the corner of his eye he was looking at the few people in the distance, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Xia Chanfeng. Among those people, Long Chen recognized one of them at a glance. It was Xia Chanfeng, the prince of the great Xia kingdom. However, what shocked Long Chen was the familiar face next to Xia Changfeng. It was a woman with a slender figure and a fair complexion, but there was always a hint of arrogance on her face. She was the crazy woman that Long Chen met in the Alchemist Guild. How could she be here? And she seemed to be very familiar with the Prince of Daxia. Long Chen couldn't help but be confused. There were 7 or 8 people in the group. As soon as Long Chen spotted them, they had already entered a luxurious tea house. One of them is the 4th prince. Chu Yao was beside Long Chen. She also saw that group of people. Chu Yao reminded them. The 4th prince. Long Chen was slightly stunned. Wasn't it said that the 4th prince was extremely low-key and would not participate in the fight for the position of prince? Why would he be so high-profile and walk together with the Prince of Daxia? He disguised himself just like us, but there is a ring mark on his finger that he forgot to cover up. The dragon-patterned ring he usually wears has a unique pattern on it. I can recognize it. Chu Yao reminded. As a princess, she usually pretended to be arrogant and ignorant, but she had a very keen observation of the living habits of the various princes, so she could tell the identity of the 4th prince at a glance. The 4th prince actually wanted to disguise himself. Long Chen's heart moved, and he wanted to see if he could sneak in, expand his spiritual sense, and eavesdrop on what they were talking about. However, seeing that there were more than a dozen elite soldiers of Daxia guarding the door, he shook his head. This idea was difficult to realize. It was still daytime, and it was almost impossible to sneak in. He could only give up this idea helplessly. Chu Yao, I will go back and prepare the materials to dissolve the alien spiritual power in your dantian, Long Chen said. A hint of reluctance flashed across Chu Yao's beautiful eyes, but she still nodded obediently. After the two separated, Long Chen returned directly home. As soon as he entered the house, a loud roar of surprise was heard. Brother Long. Aman, who looked like a little giant, was looking at Long Chen in surprise. Long Chen was happy. Aman was now much more energetic. What surprised Long Chen the most was that Aman was no longer as skinny as before. The exposed arms were a whole circle thicker than when we first met, and the bulging blood vessels could be faintly seen under the skin. Haha, Aman, you must have eaten enough recently. Long Chen patted Aman's strong arms and said with a smile. Brother Long, I eat well every day and I am full of energy. I feel very strong now. I want to be with Brother Long and protect him. Aman patted his chest, like beating a drum, and said confidently. Long Chen nodded, brought Aman into his room, and used his spiritual sense to examine Aman's body. What? It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but when he did, Long Chen was startled. After raising them for such a long time and eating dozens of cows almost every day, less than 1/10 of Aman's body cells have been activated. After checking the meridians around his dantian again, he found that they were actually slightly wider. However, what made Long Chen's heart jump was that there was actually spiritual energy flowing in Aman's dantian. Aman, have you practiced? Long Chen asked. Brother Long, what is cultivation? Aman asked with his eyes wide open. Yeah, it's okay. Long Chen was too lazy to explain. After observing for a while, he found that Aman's dantian was dead silent and motionless, but there was a steady stream of spiritual energy from heaven and earth pouring into his dantian. What a perverted physique, no need to practice, automatically absorbed. Long Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. This phenomenon had never happened before. Now, a large amount of spiritual energy was stored in his dantian. This meant that after Aman's body became stronger, he could automatically absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth for his own use. If other warriors knew about this, they would be jealous to the point of going crazy. In other words, from now on, whether Aman is eating or sleeping, he is actually practicing non-stop. Aman, I will now teach you some simple cultivation methods and teach you how to use the energy in your dantian. In view of the peculiarity of Aman's dantian, Long Chen did not intend to teach him combat skills, because Aman only had 4 meridians, and basically all combat skills could not be activated. So Long Chen only taught him how to circulate spiritual energy to his arms and thighs to passively increase his strength. However, Long Chen still overestimated Aman's intelligence. A simple activation of dantian took Long Chen 3 full hours. Long Chen's throat was smoking from talking, but Aman was still confused. Long Chen was extremely furious, but looking at Aman's innocent expression, he could not vent his anger. Forget it. If I keep teaching you like this, I'll be exhausted to death before you can even learn it. Long Chen sighed and said helplessly. Brother Long, I'm sorry, it's because I'm too stupid. Maybe I'll never be able to learn it in my lifetime, Aman said dejectedly. Aman was indeed too stupid. He couldn't even do the most basic technique of sinking qi into dantian. He couldn't even find where his dantian was. Seeing Aman's disappointed face, Long Chen felt unwilling to accept this. Aman's body was incredibly powerful. If it was supplemented by spiritual energy, the power that would burst out would be extremely terrifying. Not only Aman, but even Long Chen himself felt that it was a waste of God's gifts. He was clearly a beggar. He had a mountain of gold, but he still relied on begging to make a living. That's right. Long Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he patted Aman on the back and said, "Let me help you determine the location of your dantian first." The soul power surged in and went straight to Aman's dantian. Because Aman trusted Long Chen very much and did not resist at all, Long Chen easily integrated the soul power into Aman's dantian. The most important thing is that Aman wanted to stop it but didn't know how to do it. However, this time, Aman finally found the location of his dantian. Now I have found the dantian, the next step is to focus my mind on the dantian. What is the meaning of focusing on dantian? Use your mind to stimulate your dantian. What is intention? Long Chen took a deep breath and almost vomited blood because of Aman's words, but he still patiently said, "Focus all your attention on dantian." Oh, and then? Try to make it work. Is it forward? Or reverse? Long Chen was speechless. No matter how it turns, as long as it turns, it's fine. After finding the location of dantian, Aman was unable to activate dantian. It was as if dantian did not belong to him and did not move at all. No, you can't concentrate, close your eyes and try again. Finally, in Long Chen's endless anticipation, Aman's dantian finally moved slightly. Although it could not be considered as activating the dantian, at least he had found the path to activate the dantian, which made Long Chen breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, next, I will use the power of my soul to guide the qi in my dantian. You remember the process and path. After he finished speaking, Long Chen's soul power began to circulate. Aman's dantian was stimulated by Long Chen's soul power and instantly exploded. The dantian, which was originally like a calm lake, instantly turned into a raging sea, as if a volcano was about to erupt. Aman, can you activate your dantian? Long Chen couldn't help but be overjoyed. No, I don't know what's going on either. The spiritual energy in his body surged, and Aman was frightened and stunned. Don't be afraid, remember my running path. Long Chen was too lazy to tell him the various acupuncture points. He couldn't remember them anyway, so he just let him remember the feeling. The power of the soul attracted the energy in Aman's dantian and poured into his arms. Originally, Long Chen wanted to operate it bit by bit and in distinct sections. Who would have thought that as soon as the qi in Aman's dantian entered Aman's arm, it was like a wild horse running free from its reins, no longer under Long Chen's control, and violent power surged out. Aman felt a powerful force coming from his arm and instinctively threw a punch. Boom. With a loud bang, a terrifying fist wind shattered the entire roof, sending smoke and dust flying everywhere, revealing the endless starry sky above. What a violent force. Long Chen couldn't help but be shocked. The wind from the fist alone was so terrifying. If he was hit by it, wouldn't he be smashed into a pulp? Aman was also stunned by his own attack. He never thought that he would have such powerful strength. Long Chen checked Aman's dantian again and found that the spiritual energy in his dantian was almost exhausted. Aman, go back and take a rest. Remember what I taught you. You must practice hard every day and don't be lazy, Long Chen said very seriously. Your comprehension is extremely poor to begin with, and if you are still lazy, even a god cannot teach you. Don't worry, Brother Long. Aman will practice hard. Aman was dancing with excitement and nodding desperately. After Aman left, Long Chen looked at the open house in a daze. What secrets did Aman have? That punch shocked Long Chen. If it was the blood coagulation realm expert with the scowl, he would have died without a doubt if he had been hit by Ah Man's punch just now. But Ah Man, more than 90% of the cells in her body are still dormant. If all of them were activated, even Long Chen would find it terrifying to think about it. But thinking of Ah Man's honest face, Long Chen shook his head. The stronger my brothers are, the better. Why should I worry about this? He took out a piece of paper and wrote dozens of names on it. It was a list of medicinal herbs. When he counted them carefully, there were a total of 48 kinds. The star-melting pill is a second-level pill. I am still unable to refine a top-quality second-level pill. It seems I have to ask Master Yunqi for help. But before that, I need to collect all the medicinal materials first. According to Long Chen's memory, this star-melting pill can dissolve the alien spiritual energy in Chu Yao's body, but the prerequisite is that it must be of the top grade or above. Right now, Long Chen's elixir fire is too weak. He has the ability to reach the sky and penetrate the earth, but he is unable to display it. The next morning, Long Chen left home and went to the warehouse of the Alchemist Guild and handed the list to the medicine boy. To Long Chen's surprise, all other ingredients were available, except for the main ingredient, the star-releasing grass. Molten star grass is a very rare treasure that can be used to refine a variety of second-level elixirs. Most second-level elixirs are indispensable, so they are in very short supply. Long Chen nodded. There was only one ingredient missing, which was far beyond Long Chen's expectations. He collected all the materials, and now all that was missing was the molten star grass. Coming out of the Alchemist Guild, Long Chen suddenly saw a figure, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The person who came was none other than Zhou Yaoyang, who was almost smashed into a meat pie by Long Chen. Long Chen had to admire that the vitality of a warrior was really tenacious. Last time he was almost thrown into a piece of thin paper, but now he is fine. It seems that the Zhou family has spent a lot of money on this child. The last time Zhou Yaoyang was thrown down by Long Chen, almost no bones in his body were intact. It took a large amount of gold coins to pull him back from the brink of death. Even with the Zhou family's financial resources, this time it was considered a serious injury. Zhou Yaoyang came here today to ask for a few more tonic pills. After all, he is very weak now, and after falling asleep in the middle of the night, he will start to have hallucinations and feel haunted by countless evil spirits, which scares him so much that he dares not turn off the lights to sleep at night. Every morning, he would feel as if his soul was being pierced by tens of thousands of steel needles, and he would roll on the ground in pain. However, the pharmacist from the Alchemist Guild, after examining the patient several times, could not come up with a clear explanation. He only said that it was probably due to the patient's weak body and insufficient qi, which led to the invasion of dampness, and that they could only find a way to strengthen the body's foundation. But half a month had passed and the condition had not improved at all. Instead, it was getting worse. Even if Zhou Yaoyang didn't sleep at night, he would see countless evil spirits taking his life. But in the early morning, his soul was no longer being pricked by needles, but being burned by fire. The pain was so severe that he would rather die than live. Now Zhou Yaoyang is skinny and his face is yellow. He is no longer as cool as before. Zhou Yaoyang, long time no see, how have you been lately? Long Chen raised his hand and greeted him cordially from a distance with a smile that seemed like a blessing from the heavenly official. Zhou Yaoyang, who was already somewhat distracted, suddenly saw Long Chen and his face turned pale instantly, as if he had seen a ghost. Long Chen, what do you want? Your expression makes me feel embarrassed. I just care about you and want to ask you, how does it feel to have evil spirits claiming your life at night and to have your soul roasted in the early morning? Long Chen shook his head. How do you know? Could it be, you? Zhou Yaoyang's eyes were filled with fear. He suddenly remembered that after Long Chen knocked him unconscious that day, he fed him a pill. According to the alchemist, that pill is an organ-protecting pill that can prevent him from dying from organ failure within a short period of time. But Zhou Yaoyang always felt that something was wrong. When Long Chen said this today, he immediately thought of the pill, and he suddenly realized it. Long Chen, it must be you who did this. You are the one who is harming me. You are so despicable. Zhou Yaoyang's eyes were filled with resentment. Thinking about the torture he had endured these days, he couldn't help but become furious and rushed towards Long Chen with a roar. Snap. A slap hit him in the face, but the force was not strong enough to just send him flying, but did not kill him. Despicable. How can I be called that? No matter how despicable I am, I can't be even 1% as despicable as you. Tell me, how many despicable methods have you used to deal with me over the years? Long Chen raised his hand lightly and said calmly, I'm afraid you don't even remember it yourself. You will pay for what you have done sooner or later. Now that I, Long Chen, have turned over a new leaf, how can I be worthy of you if I don't repay you well? The slap on the face made Zhou Yaoyang sober up a lot. During the days he was recuperating from his injuries, he did not give up paying attention to Long Chen. A few days ago, Long Chen defeated a guard of the Great Xia Kingdom's prince, which caused a sensation in the entire imperial capital. He was an absolute blood coagulation realm expert. Now in terms of martial arts, Zhou Yaoyang is no match for Long Chen. In terms of status, Long Chen is a noble alchemy disciple, and he is even more incomparable to him. Thinking of the pharmacist's words, he couldn't help but doubt that the pharmacist clearly knew what Long Chen had done, but still refused to cure him, making him suffer in vain. For a moment, he was filled with hatred. But what he didn't know was that he had wrongly blamed the pharmacist. The pill refined by Long Chen was coated with soul-chasing liquid, and no one except Master Yunqi could find it out. Obviously, Marquis Manhuang is not qualified to invite Master Yunqi, let alone him, even the prince is not qualified. Long Chen, what do you want in exchange for letting me go? Zhou Yaoyang said through gritted teeth. Zhou Yaoyang, why are you so spineless? I have been tortured by you for so many years, and I have never given in. Now it's my turn to fight back, why are you admitting defeat? That's so boring, you have to abide by the rules of the game, Long Chen said indifferently, and turned to leave. Long Chen, are you really not willing to let me go? If you want to escape from the sea of suffering, it's very simple. You have a sword in your hand, just put it on your neck and scratch it. It will only hurt for a moment, and then you will be happy. Why bother asking me for help? Zhou Yaoyang was shaking with anger. When the evil spirit was demanding his life and burning his soul, he did think about using death to find relief. But once that time passed, he immediately became a normal person and became full of attachment to life, making him unable to give up his great life. He couldn't live well, and he couldn't afford to die. Zhou Yaoyang was about to collapse. He didn't have the courage to commit suicide, but if he continued like this, he would soon go crazy. Plop. Zhou Yaoyang gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground. Long Chen, please let me go, I admit defeat. Looking at Zhou Yaoyang kneeling on the ground, to be honest, Long Chen's hatred was not that strong anymore. Now Long Chen was no longer on the same level as Zhou Yaoyang. He did not care about a small shrimp. However, Long Chen would not be a pushover who repays evil with kindness. However, seeing Zhou Yaoyang's miserable appearance now, the hatred in his heart was reduced a lot. Just as Long Chen was planning to learn something from him, he reached out to touch the ring when suddenly his soul power noticed Zhou Yaoyang's secretly clenched hands and the resentment in the corners of his eyes. Long Chen hesitated for a moment, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he touched the ring, a pill appeared, and threw it directly to Zhou Yaoyang. Here's the pill for you. I hope you won't become my enemy in the future, otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life. After throwing the pill to Zhou Yaoyang, Long Chen turned and left. Zhou Yaoyang took the pill and waited until Long Chen walked away before he stood up from the ground. He looked at Long Chen's receding back with his eyes narrowed. Long Chen, if I don't make you die without a burial place, I won't be called Zhou Yaoyang. He was not worried that Long Chen would poison him to death, because many people in the distance had seen what happened just now. If he was poisoned to death by the pill, Long Chen would not be able to escape responsibility, so he took the pill with confidence. What surprised Zhou Yaoyang the next day was that after he took the pill, he no longer had terrible dreams at night, and he no longer had to suffer the pain of his soul being burned in the early morning. Zhou Yaoyang sneered in his heart, Long Chen, just wait for me, when I attack again, I will take your life directly. At that time, you will be the one who regrets it. After seeing Zhou Yaoyang eat the pill, Long Chen sneered, you are asking for trouble. I wanted to spare your life, but unfortunately you wanted to die. Brother Long. As Long Chen was walking, a voice suddenly called out to him. Turning around, he saw that it was Fatty Yu. Long Chen discovered that Fatty Yu had actually entered the third level of Qi gathering. Because he had started practicing, his huge body actually gave him a bit of a burly temperament. Fatty, it's great. You've already entered the third level of Qi gathering, Long Chen said with a smile. Hee hee, this is all thanks to you, Brother Long. Fatty Yu said shyly, Brother Long, I was just about to visit you. What's up? Look, I've already broken through to the third level, so I have to celebrate. Look, Shifeng is holding a banquet, so I can't be too shabby, right? Fatty Yu said. He has advanced to the blood coagulation realm, and you're only at the third realm. Is it necessary to be so grand? Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. Ahem, that's different. I couldn't practice before, but in terms of the degree of surprise, I am definitely not inferior to Shifeng, Fatty Yu said very seriously. Okay, if someone offers me a drink, I normally wouldn't refuse. Let's go. Hey, okay, I've already booked the banquet, you're the only one left. The restaurant that Fatty Yu mentioned is located in the south of the city. Although it is not as famous as Jingla, it is not much different. When Long Chen arrived, just as Fatty Yu had said, Shifeng, Monkey and the others were already there. Haha, Brother Long, you are finally here. Long Chen also laughed, greeted everyone, and sat down immediately. After a while, the table was full of food and drinks. Today, to celebrate my advancement to the third level of Qi gathering, Fatty Yu, I have stepped onto the threshold of the path of cultivation and opened up a bright future. This first cup of wine is for Brother Long. Everyone agreed loudly. The fate of everyone here was changed because of Long Chen. It can be said that Long Chen was their benefactor. Long Chen was not polite either. He picked up a large bowl of wine and drank it directly. Everyone was an acquaintance, so there was no need to be so restrained. They drank to their heart's content. However, except for Shifeng and Fatty Yu, the others were only at the first level of Qi gathering. They were quite heroic, but their alcohol tolerance was not high. After a few bowls, I started to lose control of my mouth. Brother Long, you are such a gifted and heroic person. We are wondering what kind of woman is worthy of you, said someone under the influence of alcohol. Before Long Chen could reply, the monkey next to him said, Hee hee, that goes without saying, at least she has to be a princess. As for the appearance, it must be a beauty that can make fishes sink to the bottom of their bodies, geese fall to the ground, and the moon hide in shame on the flowers. As for cultivation, that doesn't matter. Anyway, no one dares to bully Brother Long. Even the Prince of Daxia, Brother Long ignores him. So in the future, sister-in-law, you don't need to be so strong, haha. You're right. I think in our Fengming Empire, the only one who meets this standard is the third princess, said Fatty Yu with his eyes lighting up. I have seen the third princess. Although she is beautiful, she has a terrible temper and it is impossible for ordinary people to tame her, someone sighed. Tisk, that's because she hasn't met Brother Long yet. If she does, even a tiger will turn into a kitten. Long Chen was speechless for a moment. How could the topic have gone off track? However, when they mentioned the third princess, Chu Yao's beautiful face appeared in Long Chen's mind. I couldn't help but feel pity for her. Chu Yao was actually a gentle and lovely woman, but in order to protect herself, she had to put on a domineering appearance. Thinking about the time I spent with her, I couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in my heart, but at the same time I felt a little embarrassed, wondering if this was a bit unfair to Meng Qi. As Long Chen was thinking, a woman's cold laughter suddenly came. You are such a bold and untouchable person. You are so crazy. The third princess, do you think you can discuss this? I am. Long Chen was stunned. He didn't know this person at all. Great. I'm here to give you an invitation on the orders of the pavilion master, the gaunt middle-aged man said happily. Your Excellency, it is like this. You may not know me. I am a steward of Huayan Pavilion. I have come here specially to invite you to attend our annual auction. Long Chen suddenly realized that this person was here to solicit business. The so-called deacon was just an errand boy who solicited customers. Long Chen was very familiar with Huayan Pavilion, the most famous auction house in Fengming Empire, and a huge behemoth. Although they cannot be compared with the Alchemist Guild, their strength is definitely very strong, and they are the Adventurer Guild's closest partner. The Adventurers Guild is an alliance composed of countless adventurers. Although it is a loose alliance, it has a large number of members. These adventurers travel in the wilderness all year round. Although it is a high-risk profession, the rewards are also extremely generous. Various exotic herbs, monster crystal cores, and even if you are extremely lucky, you may discover ancient heritage, all of which are possible. Adventurers are very happy to cooperate with Huayun Pavilion. As the closest partner, Huayun Pavilion will purchase their items at a very fair price and give them the greatest protection. Adventurers don't need to take risks themselves to trade with others. After all, there are too many cases of murder and robbery. Sometimes the situation in the city is even more terrifying than in the wilderness. Therefore, Huayun Pavilion's annual auction will attract countless buyers, because after collecting a year's worth of rare treasures, they will select the most precious ones as the auction items. Almost every time an item was auctioned, it would be sold at a sky-high price that would make them so happy that they could not stop smiling, so the scale of their auction house became larger and larger. It was not until the last 2 years that the level of auctions became higher and higher, and a membership system was even implemented. Without an invitation, there was no way you could get in. Those who were able to receive the invitation were all people of extremely noble status, and a young man like Long Chen was the first. "Brother Long, this is a good thing, but it seems that if you don't have enough money, it will be useless to go," said the monkey. "The items auctioned by Huayun Pavilion are all the best of the best, and there is hardly any one that is not eye-catching. Coupled with the auctioneer's superb teasing and auctioning skills, the prices are skyrocketing, and those without money can only stare blankly." "Is there an auction list?" Long Chen asked. "This is only a list of the bottom 10, you can take a look at it," said the gaunt middle-aged man apologetically. After all, in order to maintain the mystery of the annual auction, the good stuff will not be revealed in advance. Long Chen took it and took a look. When he saw that melting star grass, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. It was actually melting star grass that was more than 1,000 years old. Ordinary molten star grass is basically more than 10 to 100 years old. Those that are more than 100 years old are very rare, and those that are more than 1,000 years old can be called treasures. Such a thing was actually ranked at the end, which made Long Chen's heart beat fast. Seeing Long Chen's shock, the gaunt middle-aged man showed a hint of pride on his face. "Prince Long Chen, you are an alchemist. If you have any rare elixirs, you can give them to us. If the quality and preciousness of the item meet the requirements, we can consider including it in the auction, but we will charge a 50% commission." 50%. Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Not bad, very dark, very dark. Half of it belongs to you. Do you dare to make it darker?" As if he could see through Long Chen's thoughts, the gaunt middle-aged man smiled and said, "As long as your stuff is good enough, after our packaging and promotion, plus the rendering of our chief auctioneer, the price will soar to a level that is, absolutely beyond your imagination." After hearing what the man said, Long Chen felt much more comfortable. At the same time, he had to admire the businessman. His mouth was really admirable. What Long Chen didn't know was that these deacons also had a very difficult job. They would be allocated 3 places before the auction every year. They need to make full use of these 3 places. To be able to eat and drink delicious food and drink spicy drinks, they depend on these 3 places. They will receive a certain commission from the people they invite, whether they buy items or auction items. The more the invited person buys or sells, the higher the commission they will get, so they are very cautious in selecting people. But so many years have passed, and the ones that should have been picked have long been picked up, and now they are probably picking up a bargain. The gaunt middle-aged man was very shrewd. As soon as he got the spot, he hurried over to invite Long Chen, fearing that it would be snatched away by someone else. There is no way. Now Long Chen is the most popular figure among the younger generation in the imperial capital. He is definitely a big fish with potential. "This is my nameplate, please have a look, Your Excellency." After saying that, he handed Long Chen a small card. Wealthy. Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, I was born in a poor family. My parents hoped that I would become rich, so they gave me this name. I'm sorry to make you laugh at me, Your Highness." The gaunt middle-aged man smiled embarrassedly. After he said that, Long Chen felt embarrassed and nodded, "I am very interested in the auction. Besides, I do have something that I want to auction at your place. I wonder what the process is. Fugue's eyes lit up and he said, if you have treasures, you can come directly to Huayan Pavilion, or we can come to pick them up. Long Chen nodded. There was still nearly a month before the auction started, so there was plenty of time. After agreeing on a time with Fugue, Long Chen and everyone else left the restaurant. Long Chen, the Fengming Lantern Festival will be held in 7 days, you must come, Shifeng said with anticipation. The Fengming Lantern Festival is the biggest festival in the Fengming Empire. All unmarried men and women in the entire imperial capital will participate. It is extremely lively and is the most anticipated festival for all young men and women. Especially those unmarried men, each of them is like a bull in heat, waiting eagerly, hoping to attract the attention of beautiful women at the Lantern Festival. And those women also want to try to find their ideal husbands at the Lantern Festival. The martial arts culture is prevalent in the Fengming Empire. However, the separation between men and women is quite strict. However, only on the day of Fengming Lantern Festival, there are no taboos and women can go out freely and party with men. Therefore, many men and women are preparing early, hoping to be the best on the day of the Lantern Festival. The most exciting part is the competition for the title of the first warrior. There is an arena at the Lantern Festival. Anyone who has cultivated and is under the age of 20 can go on stage to fight. The title of the first warrior is the highlight. Once you get that title, it will be difficult to keep a low profile. The wreaths sent by countless beauties can bury a person alive. Just thinking about it makes people's blood boil. Seeing that even the usually calm Shifeng was so enthusiastic, and then looking at Fatty Yu and the others, it was true that these guys were as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and their eyes were blue. Brother Long, you must go. If you don't go, we don't want to go either, Fatty Yu pleaded. Then don't go anywhere, let's find a place to drink, Long Chen said with a smile. No, Grandpa Long, we've been waiting for this for a year. Fatty Yu and the others immediately rolled on the ground with sad faces, hugged Long Chen's thighs, and refused to let go. Long Chen, it would be too boring if you don't go. Now in the entire imperial capital, you have the highest cheers among the younger generation. You are regarded as the number one. If you don't go, countless people will be disappointed, Shifeng advised. Ah! When did I become so famous? Long Chen was stunned. You don't know yet. Nowadays, even children know, the dual excellences of Dan and Wu shook the universe, the gods were enraged on the Jueying Tower, the phoenix spread its wings and soared into the clouds, and Long Chen was looked at with a smile in the sky. Shifeng looked at Long Chen as if he were a monster. What's going on? How come I don't know? It was even made into a doggerel. Long Chen couldn't help but be dumbfounded. All right, Long Chen, all the brothers are counting on you to have some fun together, you have to go no matter what you say. Shifeng is different from others. From the beginning to the end, he and Long Chen are brothers, so he doesn't need to be so cautious when speaking. Okay, I'll go, Long Chen said with a wry smile. He had originally wanted to practice for a few more days, but his plan was put on hold again. Fatty Yu and the others couldn't help but cheer when they heard it. They seemed to see the eyes of countless beauties walking towards them. After parting with everyone, Long Chen hurried back home, not even bothering to eat dinner. He had wasted too much time, and he had to hurry up to improve his cultivation. Now that Fengfu Star has been successfully condensed, it is equivalent to having the first Dantian. What he needs is to seize the time to condense the cyclone. Now, there are only 3 cyclones in his Dantian, and he needs to continue to condense the cyclones. However, the 9-star hegemony body art only records how to condense 9 stars, and there is no record on how to practice. The last time Fengfu Star was successfully condensed, 3 cyclones were condensed at once, and even Long Chen himself was confused. This time, Long Chen activated his Dantian and found that the 3 cyclones were rotating, just continuously transmitting energy to him. That was a combat state, not a cultivation state. The spiritual power stored in Fengfu Star was injected into the cyclone, and the cyclone instantly expanded 10 times. Long Chen's breath became violent, but he was still in a combat state, not a cultivation state. Long Chen took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and slowly circulated the cyclone to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the outside world. However, This time Long Chen did not send the absorbed spiritual energy into his body. Instead, he condensed it and input it into Fengfu Star. As Long Chen absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and injected it into Fengfu Star began to operate rapidly. There is a door. Long Chen was delighted. Although he didn't know what would happen, this was definitely not a combat state. He kept trying hard to keep absorbing it. With the continuous infusion of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, Fengfu Star became brighter and brighter, and finally became as bright as the scorching sun. Boom. Suddenly, the Fengfu Star shook. The Fengfu Star, which was originally as bright as the sun, suddenly dimmed. At the same time, a cyclone appeared in Long Chen's dantian. Haha, I finally figured out the practice route. Long Chen couldn't help but be overjoyed. With the birth of the fourth cyclone, he found that the meridians in his body had been expanded a little, and the strength of his whole body began to surge. Okay, keep working on it. Long Chen slowly closed his eyes and continued to attack the fifth level of qi condensation. Hearing this voice, everyone's face changed, and Fatty Yu couldn't help but curse, "Which idiot woman, stand up." As Fatty Yu finished speaking, a table, accompanied by a whistling gust of wind, flew out from the corridor and smashed down on everyone, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. Snap. The table suddenly stopped in midair. Long Chen grabbed the table leg with one hand and shook it, and the table flew towards the stairs. A woman just walked out of that place with a hint of disdain on her face. It was obvious that the table was thrown out by her. He originally wanted to throw a table out first, to make Long Chen and the others look miserable, and then walk out, so that he would appear more imposing. However, what she didn't expect was that the table she threw out carried a force 10 times greater than hers, and it came down like a mountain. The table hadn't arrived yet, but the whistling wind made it difficult for her to breathe. The incident happened suddenly and it was too late to dodge. If she was hit by the table, she would definitely break some bones. Bang. Suddenly the table exploded, wood chips scattered, and a man with a scar on his face came into everyone's sight. He stood in front of the woman. When everyone saw the scarred man, their faces changed. They recognized that the man was the personal bodyguard of the Prince of Daxia. The scarred man looked at Long Chen in surprise, his eyes narrowed. "I didn't expect that you have improved in such a short time." Although the scarred man had shattered the table with one punch, he was unable to completely neutralize the force on it, leaving a footprint under his feet. He had obviously underestimated Long Chen's strength. "I can't help it. After all, I am still a young person and I need to be positive and make progress every day. I can't compare to someone like you who is half buried in the ground. After all, I still have a long way to go," Long Chen said lightly. The scarred man's face darkened, and just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly came. "Haha, I haven't seen you for a few days. Brother Long Chen is still as charming as ever. It's really cause for celebration." Xia Changfeng, the Prince of Daxia, walked up slowly, still with a smile on his face, which made it easy for people to have a good impression of him. "It's all misunderstanding. Let me introduce you. This is my sister Xia Baiqi," Xia Changfeng said with a smile. Long Chen suddenly opened his mouth wide and looked at the woman with a look of sudden enlightenment. It turned out that she was a princess. Master Yinchi told Long Chen to be careful of her. It turned out that he knew her identity, so he gave her this reminder. "Humph, now you know the gap between us, right?" Xia Baiqi sneered when he saw Long Chen's surprised expression. Long Chen nodded and said, "Yes, the gap is too big. Even if I practice for 10,000 years, I can't compare with a low-level idiot." "Xia Baiqi, low-level idiot, hee, what a good name. You." Xia Baiqi's face changed drastically, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Not only Xia Baiqi, but even Xia Changfeng had a cold look in his eyes, but it flashed away for a moment, and he smiled and said, "Well, we can say that we have become acquainted after fighting. I wonder what topic you were discussing just now that made it so lively." Fatty Yu and the others felt a little restrained when they saw the arrival of the Prince of Daxia. After all, he was a prince, and there was a huge difference in status between them. They didn't have as strong a backing as Long Chen, so they didn't dare to speak nonsense like before. For a moment, Nua was unable to utter a word. Xia Baiqi sneered and said, I just heard that a toad wanted to eat swan meat and actually set his sights on the third princess. It's ridiculous that some people don't know that my brother has already paid a betrothal gift to the Queen Mother and is preparing to marry the third princess. How dare you set your sights on my brother's fiancée? You are really courting death." Upon hearing this news, Long Chen's face changed. He looked at Xia Changfeng and said coldly, "Is this true?" "Long Chen, what's your attitude?" The scarred man looked at Long Chen coldly and reminded him. "No problem." Xia Changfeng waved his hand to stop the scarred man, looked at Long Chen and smiled. "I came to Fengming this time because of my father's order to propose marriage to the third princess. Now that the Queen Mother has agreed, we should be able to set an auspicious date soon. If Brother Long is free in the future, you can come to my daxia and have a drink at the wedding." It was not known whether Xia Changfeng did it intentionally or unintentionally, but the look on his face when he looked at Long Chen was one of pity, the pity of a victor for the weak. Did he know something? Long Chen couldn't help but feel moved. Although he knew that Xia Changfeng might be deliberately trying to anger him. However, the anger in Long Chen's heart still rose up involuntarily. If Xia Changfeng did it unintentionally, it would be fine. But Long Chen knew that this was a conspiracy against Chu Yao. Leaving a different kind of true energy in Chu Yao's body was like leaving a seed. Now that the fruit was ripe, the person who planned it finally showed up. Although the person who planned the plan may not be Xia Changfeng, he is a beneficiary and should be one of the participants. He must know a lot of secrets. Long Chen thought of his own experience. He didn't know if his situation was also related to Xia Changfeng, but the possibility was very high. Thinking of what happened between him and Chu Yao, Long Chen felt murderous intent boiling in his heart, but now was not the time to take action. He still needed to become stronger. Now only the tip of the iceberg of the truth has been revealed. He cannot control it yet and needs to be patient. Thinking of this, the anger on Long Chen's face instantly returned to calm. Seeing that Long Chen's originally furious face suddenly became calm, Xia Changfeng was slightly shocked, and at the same time he became more cautious towards Long Chen. An enemy who can control his emotions is more terrifying. "Brother Xia, I don't think you should propose to the third princess." Long Chen shook his head. "Oh. Why is that?" "I, Long, have studied the art of physiognomy and have calculated for you. Brother Xia's name has the character Wind in it, and the third princess' name has the character Lin in it. If the wind blows over the forest, it will destroy it. This is unlucky for the third princess," Long Chen said, looking into Xia Changfeng's eyes. "Haha, Brother Long, you're joking. How can we believe such things?" Xia Changfeng said with a smile. Long Chen's eyes became even darker, because he had just pushed his spiritual sense to the extreme. When he spoke just now, although Xia Changfeng's expression did not change, his heartbeat quickened. "Very good, you bastard, you really know a lot of things. Otherwise, Long's physiognomy has always been very accurate. Brother Xia, your fate is of the fire element, so you were given the name Changfeng. Fire borrows the power of the wind, spreading across thousands of miles, unstoppable. This is a very good name," Long Chen praised. Xia Changfeng smiled slightly and said nothing, but his heart was shaking wildly. Could it be that this Long Chen was really proficient in physiognomy? His name was given to him by a stranger. It was exactly as Long Chen said, his fate was of the fire element, so he was named Changfeng. Although he looked calm as usual, the changes in his heartbeat, blood flow, and breathing could not escape Long Chen's perception. Long Chen couldn't help but smile in his heart. He didn't expect that he would hit upon a dead rat after all his guessing. He continued calmly, "And our third princess has the character Yao in her maiden name. She is originally a water person, and her name also has the character water in it. The most important thing is that there is the character king in her water. She is not just ordinary water, but the king of water. Wind and forest repel each other, water and fire counteract each other. You, a mortal fire, will surely be doomed when you encounter the king of water. The imperial capital is surrounded by water on all sides, which is a very dangerous place for you, Brother Xia. If you dare to marry the third princess, you may not be able to leave Fengming alive, so I advise you to think twice before doing anything. As the saying goes, women are like clothes. It's really not worth it for you to risk your life in the imperial capital for a piece of clothing. For a moment, Shifeng, Fatty Yu, and others couldn't help but change their expressions. Is this a threat to a prince? They were skeptical about Long Chen's physiognomy, but now that Long Chen explained it so clearly, people had to believe him. At this moment, Xia Changfeng's face looked extremely ugly. Long Chen's words made him feel very disgusted, but he couldn't refute them. You are so bold, Long Chen, that you actually spread lies to confuse the people and use some street tricks to deceive the prince. I think you don't want to live anymore, the scarred man shouted. You are a disobedient dog. Your master hasn't said anything yet. What are you yelling for? Long Chen couldn't help but frowned. He could always feel the murderous intent from the scarred man, and that murderous intent made him feel cold to the bone. This meant that the scarred man was planning to kill him, so Long Chen certainly wouldn't give him any good looks. Bold. The scarred man roared angrily and punched Long Chen. Stop. Xia Changfeng shouted coldly, stopping the scarred man. At this time, he had returned to normal and smiled at Long Chen. I didn't expect Brother Long to have such a humorous side. I'm glad to see it. I have something else to do today, so we'll talk another day. After saying that, Xia Changfeng took the scarred man and Xia Baiqi away. However, Xia Baiqi glared at Long Chen fiercely when he left, and his eyes seemed to want to bite off a piece of Long Chen's flesh. After going downstairs, the scarred man said fiercely, if it weren't for the prince stopping him, Long Chen would have been dead. This Long Chen is going to die. I almost couldn't hold back just now, this bastard is so annoying. But now Long Chen has other uses, and his death now will affect our plan, so let him live a few more days, Xia Changfeng sighed. Even his calmness was almost enough to strangle Long Chen to death just now, which really made him almost die of anger. My master sent me a message, asking me to defeat Long Chen in front of that old ghost Yun Qi, and then kill him. It would be best if I could make that old ghost angry to death, Xia Baiqi said coldly. Humph, this old idiot, no matter I'm sincere in seeking advice or trying to seduce him, this old ghost just won't accept me. I've wasted so much time, it's really hateful. Xia Changfeng looked at her, shook his head and sighed, when Master Wei asked you to seduce Yun Qi, I thought it was unreliable. Xia Baiqi asked, why? Xia Changfeng shook his head and said nothing. The scarred man beside him sighed and said, because, princess, you don't have the temperament of a woman. Snap. Xia Baiqi slapped the scarred man on the face, but the scarred man just smiled faintly, obviously he was used to this action. After Xia Changfeng and others left, Long Chen and others also lost interest in drinking. He found that his time was becoming more and more tight. The closer he gets to the truth, the more dangerous he will be. When the truth comes out, if he does not have enough strength, he will surely die. But he doesn't have enough time now, he needs to seize the time to practice. Every bit of strength he gains means a better chance of survival. But Chu Yao's matter is also urgent, he must race against time and resolve Chu Yao's matter as soon as possible. Excuse me, are you Prince Long Chen? Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a gaunt face walked up to the restaurant and bowed to Long Chen. In the inner courtyard of the palace, in the study of the fourth prince was seen leaning on a chair with his eyes half closed, quietly listening to the report of the Marquis of Savagery. Master, there is still no movement from Marquis Zhenyuan. The army is still stationed where it is. As for your letter, there is no response either, said Marquis Manhuang respectfully. After a while, the fourth prince slowly opened his eyes. A hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. He snorted coldly, he is such a stubborn old man who doesn't know how to live or die. I gave him so much time, but he actually treated me as a soft persimmon. This Long Tianxiao is really ungrateful. After so many years, he still refuses to submit to the prince. He is really despicable and deserves to be put to death, said Marquis Manhuang hatefully. The fourth prince glanced at Manhuang Ho and said, I know about the feud between you and Long Tianxiao. If it weren't for his punch, you would have a great chance of advancing to Yijin realm. But Long Tianxiao's strength does not only lie in his martial arts, otherwise I would not value him so much. Unfortunately, he is too stubborn and refuses to be used by me. Since he cannot be mine, I will let him die. Hearing what the fourth prince said, the wilderness marquis was overjoyed and asked hurriedly, Master, do you have any good ideas? Now is not the time to deal with him, but he has let me down for so many years of hard work, so let's kill his only son first, just as a way to pay back the interest, the fourth prince said indifferently. Long Chen. How to kill him? Man Huangho was a little confused. Now Long Chen is a member of the Alchemist Guild. It is rumored that he has a special relationship with Master Yun Qi. Even the royal family dare not offend the Alchemist Guild. I have already arranged this matter, you don't have to worry about it. Now you should slowly concentrate all your strength. We are going to take big actions. Remember not to cause any unusual movements, the fourth prince said coldly. Yes, master, rest assured, I will do it perfectly, Man Huangho said hurriedly. Now his strength is only at the blood coagulation stage, and his martial arts are not outstanding, which is why the fourth prince values him so much. On the one hand, it is because he is loyal, and on the other hand, he is very careful and cautious in doing things. Over the years, he has never made any mistakes. After Marquis Manhuang left, the fourth prince stared at the books on the desk in a daze, and then he sighed after a long time. Long Tianxiao, why are you doing this? My sincerity over the years has failed to impress you, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Boom. There was another explosion in his body, and Long Chen's eyes slowly opened. The sharpness hidden in his star-like eyes was like a sharp blade, which made people dare not look directly at him. Looking at the 7 cyclones slowly rotating in his dantian, a satisfied smile appeared on Long Chen's face. He advanced 4 realms in 7 days. If this speed were told to others, it would scare a lot of people to death. However, Long Chen was still a little dissatisfied. He originally thought that as the number of cyclones increased, his cultivation would become faster and faster, but he soon discovered that this idea was wrong. The more time passes, the more difficult it becomes to condense the cyclone, and the more spiritual energy is required. It only took him 3 hours to condense the 4th cyclone, but the 7th took him a full 3 days. It was equivalent to the total consumption of the first 3 cyclones, but what made Long Chen happy was that after reaching the 7th level of qi gathering, he discovered that his meridians had become more condensed. However, he was still unable to perform the Kaitian fighting skill. This made Long Chen not depressed but even more excited. This showed that Kaitian was an extremely powerful fighting skill. A rubbish pill in exchange for a high-level fighting skill was a good deal no matter how you looked at it. Originally, Long Chen wanted to continue exchanging pills for some advanced combat skills through the blood coagulation realm expert who was guarding the combat skills pavilion. But now it is enough to have the wind-breaking fist and fire cloud palm taught by Chu Yao. Both are high-level human-level combat skills, which can probably only be found on the 3rd floor of the combat skills pavilion. Even the person guarding the combat skills pavilion is probably not qualified to learn them. The more combat skills you have, the better. Usually, warriors will not use combat skills unless they have no other choice. Because combat skills consume a huge amount of spiritual energy, ordinary warriors in the qi gathering realm can only activate lower-level human-level combat skills once. After one activation, the remaining spiritual energy is not enough to activate it a second time, so if you can't defeat the enemy in one move, you basically won't waste precious spiritual energy. The more advanced the combat skills, the more spiritual energy they consume. Generally speaking, high-level human-level combat skills are used by strong people in the blood coagulation realm. Only they have powerful spiritual energy to support such horrific consumption, but Long Chen is different. His spiritual energy is stored in Fengfu Star. Long Chen has tested it and found that with his current spiritual energy, he can activate 7 human-level advanced combat skills. However, if he uses a super combat skill, that is, mobilizing the spiritual energy of Fengfu Star, entering the cyclone and then performing it, his spiritual energy is only enough to mobilize it once. The second time, he was exhausted but couldn't activate it. However, Long Chen was still unable to condense the 2nd star, because it was recorded in the 9-star hegemony body art that only when the 1st star became a real star could the 2nd star be condensed. However, Long Chen now didn't know what a real star was, nor did he know what the 9 transformations of a star in his memory meant. He was becoming more and more confused, so he could only continue to condense the cyclone helplessly. "Master, can I come in?" Bao's clear voice came from outside the door. "Come in." When Bao Er came in, holding a few cloves in her hands, she said with a smile, "Master, today is the Fengming Lantern Festival, and the lady asked me to dress you up." After that, he asked Long Chen to sit down, cleaned his face and combed his hair. Long Chen smiled and said, "Why is it so grand?" "Hee, madam said that the young master is almost 16 years old and it's time for him to get married. She asked me to dress you up well in case some young lady takes a fancy to you, you know," Bauer said with a smile. "No way, why am I so anxious?" Long Chen couldn't help but be speechless. Fatty Yu and the others were already 17 or 18 years old, and they were not married yet. "Of course I am anxious. I am anxious to hold my grandson." After she finished speaking, Madame Long walked in, looked at Long Chen and said, "Meng Qi's matter can be taken slowly, and it can be a long-term goal. But you also have to have short-term goals. This is called doing both things well. To be safe, I suggest you find a suitable girl first and have the baby. This will not delay you from pursuing Meng Qi. This is called double insurance." "Mom, is this possible?" Long Chen looked at his mother in disbelief. "Why not? It's common for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Can't you just leave your principal wife to Meng Qi?" Mrs. Long said as a matter of course. "No way, are you sure?" Long Chen obviously didn't believe it. "Of course, but you can't tell Meng Qi in advance. She will agree after you do that," Mrs. Long reminded. Long Chen opened his eyes wide. "Is this possible? Mom, you said that Dad has ignored us for so many years. Does he have 3 wives and 4 concubines outside?" "Don't talk nonsense, it would be great if your father had 3 wives and 4 concubines, Mrs. Long scolded, but there was a hint of guilt in her eyes. "Haha, I'm just kidding, Mom, don't worry, if there are any suitable ones at this lantern festival, I will get 2 back for you first." Long Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw that his mother was not very happy. "Bah, who do you think you are? You brought 2 back. I'm telling you, don't be so frivolous in front of me. You have to keep this in mind, do you understand?" Mrs. Long reminded solemnly. Okay, I'll do whatever you say," Long Chen agreed readily, but he didn't agree in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. After washing up, Long Chen changed into a blue robe that was a perfect size for him. After putting it on, Long Chen looked completely refreshed. He had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a lively look, and was so handsome that Bauer's eyes lit up and he couldn't stop praising him. "Hee, madam, don't worry. With our young master's conditions, how many women can stop him?" "You, stop praising him too much," Mrs. Long said this, but her eyes were full of satisfaction. Looking at her son's handsome appearance, her heart was filled with pride. "Okay, it's getting late, let's go out quickly." Mrs. Long pushed Long Chen out of the door. "Mom, the sun is still so high in the sky, it's still a long way from getting dark." Long Chen pointed at the sun which was slightly to the west and said helplessly, "You little brat, don't you know how to prepare for a rainy day? Go and occupy a good seat first, so that you can improve your efficiency. Go quickly." After Mrs. Long finished speaking, she slammed the door shut. Long Chen rolled his eyes. This wasn't a street stall, so why did he need to occupy a seat? However, he had already been kicked out of the house, so he had no choice but to leave. Along the way, Long Chen saw countless people busy hanging lanterns in front of their houses. When they saw Long Chen, a young man smiled and said, "Brother, you're here early enough. What do you know? The early bird catches the worm," Long Chen said unhappily. "Yes, that makes sense. Thanks for the reminder, brother. I'll go change my clothes now." After saying that, the men ran back to the yard. "You little brat, only 13 or 14 years old, and you're already thinking about picking up girls." Long Chen curled his lips. Kids nowadays mature too early. He came out too early. If he went out now, he would only be laughed at. But the time is too awkward now. If I want to find a place to practice, the time is too short, and if I just wait, the time is too long. When Long Chen was hesitating about what to do, he suddenly felt a murderous intent as if it were real, and a strong wind whistled and rushed straight to the vital part of Long Chen's back. He quickly turned around and swung out with his palm, and Long Chen's palm hit the sneak attack. Bang! The chi force made an explosive sound and Long Chen was knocked back several steps. Looking up, he saw a masked man slapping Long Chen again with great force and a strong wind whistling. Long Chen snorted coldly, ignoring the man's palm and kicked straight at the man's crotch. Bang! The man had rich combat experience. He retracted his palm and switched from offense to defense, blocking Long Chen's kick with his leg. Go to hell. After blocking Long Chen's kick, the man's blood and energy suddenly exploded, a fierce force rose up, and he punched through the space, blocking all of Long Chen's escape routes. A fierce look flashed in Long Chen's eyes, and he was about to burst out with all his strength, but suddenly he remembered something. Bull-like strength. Long Chen shouted loudly and punched the man's fist. The whole person was knocked back more than 10 steps, and the blood in his chest surged. The man sent Long Chen flying with a punch, and was about to continue his pursuit when suddenly the figures around him shook, apparently alarming the people around him. Humph, kid, I'll take your life next time. The men glanced at the pale-faced Long Chen, snorted coldly, and left. After a few jumps, he disappeared from Long Chen's sight at an incredibly fast speed. After that person disappeared, the paleness on Long Chen's face immediately disappeared, and instead a hint of mockery emerged. Idiot, you want to test my background? Long Chen dusted himself off, glanced at the direction the man left, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seems that tonight will be an unusual night. In the sneak attack just now, when the men just made a move, Long Chen saw through the other party's purpose. Although he was dressed as a killer, it was just to deceive people. There is no killer who would release his murderous intent before making a move. Even a trainee would not make such a low-level mistake. Moreover, although that person had murderous intent, he did not have the killing intent. Although each of his moves was powerful, they were clearly reserved. This was completely different from the killer's one-hit kill style, so Long Chen deliberately lost in his last move, was knocked away by a punch, and used his spiritual power to cover himself up, making people feel that he was slightly injured. As expected, the killer left immediately. This idiot couldn't even act. The people in the distance were clearly ordinary people. He could have just killed them and left calmly. But he seemed to be frightened and ran away quickly. Such poor acting skills made Long Chen sneer. Even if you use your heels to think, you can tell that this guy must be someone of high status, and he is usually arrogant and self-righteous. Although he didn't know why that person was testing him, Long Chen knew that the other party must have other follow-up plans, otherwise his previous efforts would have been in vain. Brother Long, haha, you're here so early. Long Chen was lost in thought, and unknowingly, he had already walked to the door of Fengming Square. Monkey shouted excitedly. Now, countless giant wind lanterns, more than 10 feet high, have been arranged in the square with a radius of several miles. However, it is not completely dark yet and the lanterns have not been lit yet. Throughout the square, countless people were busy constructing various buildings, and it was obvious that the project was nearing completion. From afar, the huge square was decorated with countless lights of various kinds. Even without the lights on, it was already extremely spectacular. As soon as Long Chen arrived, he found that countless young men and women had already arrived and started to play. There were sweet chirping sounds and laughter like silver bells from time to time. It's just that some of the laughter, I don't know if it's so unpleasant to listen to, or if it's just a misfire, it makes people feel creepy. While the girls were holding hands and playing, they would occasionally steal glances at the men passing by. Although it was almost autumn, the whole square gave people a feeling of spring. As Long Chen's mother had said, some of the men had already occupied the commanding heights. Some stood on the rockery, some stood on the low bridge, holding folding fans and waving them gently, looking extremely coquettish. What made Long Chen speechless the most was that someone actually recited poetry like a majestic rooster, which made Long Chen feel a chill. Monkey, is this the legendary Phoenix Lantern Festival of handsome men and beautiful women? Long Chen said in disbelief. Brother Long, we are here too early. The real beauties haven't come out yet. Only those who lack confidence will come so early, Monkey said awkwardly. But after saying that, the monkey immediately reacted and swore to the sky, Brother Long, you are definitely an exception. As expected, we came too early. It's all my mother's fault. Long Chen couldn't help but feel like crying. However, as the sky gradually darkened, more and more men and women came over here. The quality of this time's visit was much better than before. At least the laughter wasn't that scary. Both the quantity and quality were very good. Haha, Long Chen, you are so nice. You really came. Shifeng had just arrived when he saw Long Chen and the monkey hiding in the corner. Haha, brother Long, you look so handsome today. Fatty Yu and others also arrived and greeted Long Chen one by one. Fatty Yu, you're not bad either. Your weight loss effect is very good. Come over here from a distance. We can finally tell whether you are coming vertically or sideways. The monkey laughed, and everyone couldn't help but laugh. As everyone was laughing and joking, more and more men and women came here, and the originally empty square immediately became lively. Men and women, in groups of 3 or 5, were talking and laughing quietly, but their eyes were all darting around, obviously looking for their targets. Long Chen, let's go in. It's almost time. The show will start soon, said Shifeng. Fatty Yu and the others couldn't wait any longer, but Long Chen didn't say anything, so they could only stay here with him. In fact, Long Chen really didn't want to go in, but he couldn't refuse the kindness, so he had to bite the bullet and follow in. As soon as Long Chen and his group came in, they immediately attracted the attention of most people. On the one hand, it was because Long Chen's group was basically the last group. On the other hand, this group of people are too special. Some are tall, some are short, some are fat, and some are thin. It is impossible not to be attractive. Wow, who is that guy? He looks so handsome, how come I've never seen him before? A woman exclaimed. Long Chen originally had a delicate appearance, but not to the point of being world-shattering. However, whether this flower is beautiful or not, it needs green leaves to match it. With the giant green leaves like Fatty Yu and the monkey as the backdrop, even Shifeng with a black face looks much more handsome. Don't you know? That's Long Chen, the son of Zhenyuan Marquis Long Chen. Oh my god, he is Long Chen. Long Chen, who is known as the best of the younger generation of the Fengming Empire. I heard that he is also an alchemy disciple, and it is said that he may become Master Yunqi's first disciple. At once, countless discussions were heard, and many women secretly looked at Long Chen, whispering to each other, and some bolder ones even began to shout Long Chen's name. Sweat flowed down his face. Long Chen had never seen such a scene before. Even though he thought he was thick-skinned enough, he still couldn't handle it. Brother Sure, you take the lead, Fatty, Monkey, you guys move forward as well. Long Chen simply hid in the middle of the team, walked with his head down and without saying a word, and the effect was much better. I don't know how far I walked, but a field covering an area of about a mile appeared in front of me. On the field, there was a large arena that was 100 meters square. Long Chen, that arena is where the competition for the title of Fengming's #1 warrior is held. Are you interested in giving it a try? Shifeng asked with a smile. I'm not interested. I don't like fighting like a monkey. Long Chen shook his head. Hee hee, Long Chen, now that you say that, I feel relieved, Shifeng said with a laugh. Long Chen was slightly stunned, and then he realized that Shifeng came here for the title of Fengming's #1 warrior. I'll help you in the battle. Long Chen stretched out his fist. Shifeng also stretched out his fist, and compared it with Long Chen, saying, Don't worry, as long as I don't fight against you, Long Chen, I still have confidence. Oh my god, you guys are so unreasonable. We will have no chance to succeed now. Come on, brothers, let's go and make some friends while we still have time, the monkey yelled and ran away with everyone. Remember, gather here in a while, Shifeng shouted. I don't know if they heard it or not. They quickly dispersed and merged into the crowd, each looking for their own target. Shifeng, how is your cultivation now? Long Chen asked in a low voice when he saw that there was no one around. I have already reached the peak of the first level of blood coagulation. It won't be long before I can enter the second level of blood coagulation, Shifeng said with some gratitude. The reason why he was able to practice so fast was all thanks to Long Chen's help. The sooner he entered the blood coagulation realm, the better it would be for his future practice. If one breaks through the blood coagulation realm at the age of 30, it will be basically difficult to enter the first level of blood coagulation in his entire life. Shifeng is not even 18 years old now, but he has already broken through the blood coagulation realm. In the future, he has at least a 30% chance of successfully entering the muscle-changing realm. The E-Gene realm is the most powerful existence in the Fengming Empire. There are only 3 people in the entire Fengming Empire. Long Chen nodded. Such a speed proved that Shifeng was very hard-working. However, Long Chen had checked Shifeng's dantian. His spiritual roots could only be considered above average. He was afraid that the E-Gene realm would be the end of his martial arts. There was probably no hope of going any further. I will help you refine a foundation solidifying pill later to consolidate your foundation. With your diligence, you should be able to advance to the E-Gene realm before you are 30, Long Chen said. Long Chen, did you really make the pill you gave me last time yourself? Shifeng asked in surprise but still in disbelief. How fresh. If I didn't refine it, could it be that I picked it up? Long Chen couldn't help but said unhappily. No, we all thought that it was given to you by Master Yunqi, Shifeng said honestly. After all, they still found it hard to accept that Long Chen had transformed himself into an alchemy disciple, so they made such speculations. However, Long Chen's words today meant that Long Chen could make pills by himself. Although your foundation is not bad, it is still not solid enough. The main reason is that you are in the early stage of qi gathering and you are a little too anxious in your cultivation. This will leave some flaws in your foundation, which will cause some obstacles when you try to reach the E-Gene realm in the future. I will refine a solid foundation pill for you later. Although it cannot completely erase those flaws, it will be much easier for you to break through to the E-Gene realm in the future, Long Chen said. Brother, I won't say any more polite words. Just say the word and you can take my life at any time, Shifeng said solemnly. Brothers, these things hurt feelings. Hey, what is that? Long Chen suddenly saw dozens of guards in brocade clothes walking towards him from a distance, holding huge objects in their hands, the shapes of which could not be seen clearly. Those are the princesses' lanterns. Every year during the Lantern Festival, the princesses make lanterns by themselves and pray for Fengming. Shifeng explained. Princess. I have to take a closer look. I don't know which one Chu Yao did. However, the guards gathered behind a huge curtain. Obviously, they would not let the public have a sneak peek before the show started, and with the arrival of these guards, more guards came in and surrounded a high seat. That seat was facing the stage and all the people here. As the guards came in, the men and women who were still chatting and talking also ran over. Like the tide, there were originally countless empty seats, but they were filled up all of a sudden. Some women were lucky enough not to have rushed to get a seat, but as long as they flirted with a man, they would immediately get a seat. The men could only stand behind and watch from afar. Even Fatty Yu and others could only stare blankly. Who told them to go pick up girls? All the seats were taken, so they could only stand aside. Just as everyone was seated, a phoenix sedan chair appeared. Suddenly, a long shout was given and all the guards fell to their knees. The Empress Dowager arrives, lantern has 8 petals, each held by 8 young girls. When the 8 petals close together, they form a huge lotus flower. Suddenly the lotus blossomed and the pistil moved slightly. People were then surprised to find that the pistil was actually a woman in colorful clothes. When the woman appeared, the whole audience cheered. That person was the eldest princess of the Fengming Empire. Long Chen took a look and thought she was pretty and worthy of a thumbs up. After the eldest princess appeared, she stretched out her jade hand and 2 couplets appeared. The top couplet was, God bless the phoenix, and the bottom couplet was, the country is peaceful and the people are prosperous, which caused the whole audience to burst into cheers. Long Chen smiled slightly. As a princess of an empire, her life was quite sad, just like a group of crickets living in a small jar. Fighting with others all day long, but think about yourself, it's the same. If you don't fight with others, you will be stepped on by others. It would be fine if he just stepped on you, but the key is that he wants to step on you to death. This has nothing to do with grudges or good or bad. Perhaps this is the most primitive evil in human nature. As Long Chen was sighing with emotion, the second princess appeared. Long Chen was distracted and did not even see how the second princess appeared, which made Long Chen regretful. But next was Chu Yao's lantern, and Long Chen opened his eyes wide, afraid that he would miss something. Boom. First there was a loud bang, and then a firework shot up into the sky, lighting up the sky and making all the women cheer. However, just as they cheered, they suddenly saw a huge shadow appear in the sky, and a kite made of a giant dragon came roaring towards them. At the same time, opposite the giant dragon, a colorful phoenix with gorgeous wings flew over, sprinkling golden powder all over the sky, just like a real phoenix descending to the earth. Wow, so beautiful! With colorful powder all over the sky, a dragon and a phoenix complement each other, like a myth, bringing everyone into a strange world. Boom! A dragon and a phoenix circled and flew, then slowly landed on the ground. A huge white light spurted out from the dragon and phoenix's mouths, and the white light exploded, and colorful ribbons flew. When the ribbons dispersed, a beautiful woman in ancient costume slowly appeared in front of everyone, with graceful brows, phoenix eyes, and a clear mind. What a peerless beauty! Call. As soon as the third princess appeared, the whole scene was boiling. Many princes had long heard that the third princess was extremely beautiful and stunningly beautiful. Today, they finally saw the third princess's true appearance and shouted wildly with excitement. Long Chen looked at the third princess and was stunned for a moment. It was the first time that Long Chen saw Chu Yao dressed up. Chu Yao's beautiful eyes moved around as she searched the crowd. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and her jade hand trembled. A small round ball slowly flew out and went straight to Long Chen. Bang! Long Chen reached out to catch the ball, only to see that there was a small tail on the ball. The whole place was suddenly silent, everyone's eyes were fixed on Long Chen. The Queen Mother's expression changed slightly, but she didn't say anything. But if we talk about the person with the ugliest expression, it would be Xia Changfeng, the Prince of Xia. Although he wanted to appear calm and composed, he really couldn't do it. His face turned green with anger. The Queen Mother had already decided to marry Chu Yao to Xia Changfeng, but Chu Yao's performance today clearly meant the auspiciousness of the dragon and the phoenix, and she threw the ball in her hand directly to Long Chen. Originally, a ball has no special meaning, but with the preparation of the lanterns, it becomes completely different, and is exactly the same as the procedure of throwing a ball to choose a husband in ancient times. Although Xia Changfeng tried hard to control himself, he still couldn't stop his body from shaking, and veins bulged on the back of his hands. Changfeng, be patient, Wei Tsang said, looking at Xia Changfeng. Master, don't worry. I can bear it, Xia Changfeng nodded, but he couldn't hide the trembling in his voice. At this moment, Xia Changfeng wished he could bite Long Chen to death, and Long Chen also noticed everyone's strange looks. Among the people present, only Master Yunqi had a smile on his face, while the eyes of the others were filled with either complicated expressions or jealousy. Long Chen looked at Chu Yao in the field. She had a smile in her beautiful eyes and was looking at him affectionately. Her jade hand gently pointed at the ball in Long Chen's hand. At this time, Long Chen understood that this was actually a firework. He stretched out his hand and pulled the small tail on the ball, throwing the ball directly into the sky. Bang! A brilliant light spread out, illuminating the entire square. After the light faded away, two flashing words appeared in the sky. A dragon travels thousands of miles across the 4 seas, and a phoenix leaves the phoenix tree and accompanies the 9 states. Looking at the 2 lines of words that lingered in the sky for a long time, Xia Changfeng finally lost control and crushed the teacup in his hand with a snap. Long Chen, if I don't tear you into pieces, I won't be called Xia Changfeng. And Chu Yao, you bitch, I will make you live a life worse than death. Veins popped up on Xia Changfeng's face. Chu Yao's action was more embarrassing than slapping him hard in the face. The Queen Mother's expression was also extremely ugly. She had not expected Chu Yao to be so bold as to express her love to a man in such a public occasion. Long Chen was also stunned. He saw Chu Yao standing on the stage in the distance. At this moment, Chu Yao's pretty face was full of blush, but she looked determined. Looking at Long Chen, tears slowly flowed from her beautiful eyes, which made Long Chen feel sad. Is she desperate? She actually thought of dying and wanted to express her wish before she died. Looking at Chu Yao's tearful face, Long Chen's mind suddenly went blank. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "We will never give up on each other, even if it means death. The dragon and the phoenix will stay together until we grow old together." Long Chen's roar was like the sound of a huge bell, shaking everyone's heart. His roar revealed his unwavering will and determination to never surrender. Chu Yao's delicate body trembled, her jade hands covered her cherry lips, tears streaming down her beautiful eyes. Originally, she only hoped to express her wishes in the last days, and she did not ask for anything, but just hoped that Long Chen could understand her heart. But Long Chen's answer put him in a desperate situation. For a moment, Chu Yao was moved and regretful, feeling that she had harmed Long Chen. The third princess is tired. Someone, come and help her down, the Queen Mother said coldly, suppressing her anger. 5 guards came over and were about to ask Chu Yao to leave, but Master Yunqi said calmly, Queen Mother, this is not right. It's a good thing that young people dare to love and hate. Chu Yao, come, if you don't mind, sit next to the old man. The Queen Mother's face changed. She had never expected that Master Yunqi, who had always been indifferent to worldly affairs, would actually interfere in the affairs of the empire. Chu Yao was overjoyed when she heard Master Yunqi speak. She didn't ask Master Yunqi to protect her, but she wanted Master Yunqi to protect Long Chen. Thinking of this, Chu Yao slowly knelt down on her knees, but before she reached the ground, Master Yunqi stretched out his hand, and a gentle force lifted her up. Kid, we are all family, so there is no need for all these mundane etiquettes, Yunqi said, and pulled Chu Yao to sit next to him. But what was strange was that Wei Tsang, who originally had a bad relationship with Yunqi, just looked on coldly without saying a word. Although the Queen Mother was angry, she did not want to offend Yunqi because of such a small matter. Without the support of the Alchemist Guild, even the most powerful country would soon fall apart, so she could only endure it. However, as the Queen Mother, she was extremely scheming. She remained calm and said with a smile, in that case, let's continue the show. After the Queen Mother said this, Shifeng beside Long Chen stood up and stretched his muscles, hee, it's finally my turn to appear. The procedure in previous years was that after the princess presented the lanterns, the princes would compete for the title of Fengming's greatest warrior. Wait a minute, Your Majesty. I have come all the way from Daxia and happened to catch the Lantern Festival. I have specially brought you a wonderful show, Wei Tsang suddenly said. Oh. The show that the master will bring must be wonderful. The Queen Mother was slightly stunned and then smiled. This is my incompetent disciple. He is 17 years old this year, and has become a genuine alchemy disciple. Wei Tsang said this while staring at Gu Tsang, especially the 4 words genuine, which he emphasized with extra emphasis. Everyone looked at Long Chen. Anyone who was not a fool would know that Gu Tsang was speaking indirectly, implying that Long Chen was just a fake. Long Chen was qualified as an alchemy disciple, and many people were skeptical about his true ability. After all, Long Chen's alchemy was done within the guild, and the outside world was not aware of it, so most people thought that Long Chen was just lucky and did not necessarily have any real talent. After all, he has been labeled a waste for too long, and Long Chen has risen too quickly recently. Many people have doubts that there is a big hand supporting Long Chen behind the scenes, and that big hand is most likely Master Yunqi. But no matter how miraculous Master Yunqi is, it is impossible for him to turn a waste into an alchemy disciple in just over 2 months. When Long Chen heard Wei Tsang's words, a hint of sarcasm appeared on his face. The good show is about to begin. Yunqi did not say anything, only to hear Wei Tsang continue, today, let me show you how to make a furnace of pills for you on the spot. After hearing Wei Tsang's words, the whole audience burst into cheers. Alchemists have a highly respected status. Everyone present has only heard of alchemy but has never seen it in person. They are full of respect and curiosity for this profession. If they could see with their own eyes the formation of a pill, it would be a great opportunity for them. But as the saying goes, good things come in pairs. Bai Qi represents our great Xia Alchemist Guild, the younger generation of alchemists. I wonder if anyone from the Fengming Guild will come out to show off their skills as well. After Wei Tsang finished speaking, he looked at Master Yunqi. She is your disciple, but Long Chen is not yet my disciple, so I'm afraid your thoughts will be in vain, Master Yunqi said lightly. Long Chen's heart moved. Could it be that this was the reason why Yunqi had always refused to accept him as a disciple? It's just for fun, and it's not for nothing. As Wei Tsang was speaking, a jade bottle suddenly appeared in his hand. In the bottle there was a flame as thick as a thumb, which was constantly twisting. This is the beast fire of the 2nd level magical beast flame leopard. I will give it to whoever wins. Xia Baiqi looked at the beast fire, and a hint of excitement appeared in her eyes. She had been thinking about the beast fire for a long time, and she didn't expect that Wei Tsang was finally willing to take it out. Wei Tsang waved the beast fire in his hand and said to Long Chen in a very tempting way, "Boy, how about coming up and playing?" Everyone shook their heads in the face of such an obvious temptation. Wei Tsang's behavior seemed to be inconsistent with the identity of a master. It was too low-level. Sure enough, Long Chen looked at Wei Tsang with squinted eyes, his face full of ridicule and disdain, and he just uttered one word lightly. "Good." Puff. Fatty Yu and others couldn't help but spit out saliva. "Brother Long, where is your moral integrity?" Under everyone's strange gazes, Long Chen walked up to the stage with 3 steps and said to Xia Baiqi, "Your master asked him to play with you. How do you say we should play?" Following a long shout, a woman walked down from the Phoenix sedan chair, and 8 girls slowly came forward to support her. As the woman stepped off the carriage, all the men and women present knelt on the ground and sang respectfully, "Meet the Queen Mother." However, Long Chen was not among those who knelt. According to the rules of the Empire, warriors above the blood coagulation realm did not have to kneel before the prince. But when you meet the Queen Mother, no matter how high your cultivation level is, as long as you are still a citizen of the Empire, you must kneel down. But Long Chen had the identity of a Dan disciple, so he could worship or not. Of course, Long Chen chose not to worship. What's more, Long Chen was sitting among the crowd and it was impossible for him to be discovered. No need to be polite. As expected, the Queen Mother just glanced at everyone and raised her hand lightly. Everyone then slowly stood up, and Long Chen looked at this woman who had gathered all the strength of the Empire in one person. She looked to be around 37 or 38 years old, but it was said that the Queen Mother was already in her 50s. Long Chen knew that she was not the biological mother of the Emperor, but the mother of the Crown Prince. Originally, the prince's mother should be called the Queen, but the Emperor had been in seclusion for many years and the prince was already in his 30s. It was not a solution to drag it on like this, so after discussion among the ministers, it was finally decided that the Crown Prince would ascend the throne next year, so this year, the Queen's name could only be Empress Dowager, otherwise the generations would be messed up. With the help of everyone, the Queen Mother slowly sat down on the chair in the center of the table. The 7 princes came out one by one and sat beside the Queen Mother. It was the first time that Long Chen saw the 7 princes gathered together. He looked at them one by one. He had seen the Crown Prince before, but among the other princes he only knew the 7th prince. At this time, the 7th prince was much more honest and did not dare to look around. Long Chen finally found the person he was looking for, the 4th prince. It must be said that the 4th prince was a handsome man with a humble smile on his face, and was very approachable. After taking a quick look around, Long Chen discovered that many girls had stars in their eyes, and were obviously fascinated by this handsome prince. As for the other princes, Long Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Although they all looked quite steady, the arrogance in their eyes could not be concealed at all. Long Chen couldn't help but think of Chu Yao. Among these princes, who was not wearing a mask? Or, were all of them wearing masks? Or, in other words, how many layers of masks did they wear? A hint of sneer appeared on Long Chen's lips. This was the palace. The greater the power, the more corrupt it was. It would be better to fight in the martial arts world with swords and sabers, which was more exciting. Long Chen sneered at the kind of fighting that involved killing people without spilling blood and using tricks in secret. If they had that kind of mind, why didn't they think about how to improve their own strength? Master Yunqi has arrived. What surprised Long Chen was that the old figure of Master Yunqi actually appeared at the table. The appearance of Master Yunqi immediately caused a commotion. Everyone was shocked. The Fengming Lantern Festival had been held for so many years, and it seemed like this was the first time that a figure like Master Yunqi appeared. Long Chen was also stunned. As soon as Master Yunqi came up, the Queen Mother hurriedly stood up from her seat and saluted Yunqi. Met the Master. Your Majesty, you are too kind to me, said Master Yunqi, bowing slightly. After the two of them greeted each other, Master Yunqi sat in his seat, which was next to the Queen Mother, but the heights were the same, which indicated Master Yunqi's transcendent status. After Master Yunqi sat down, he glanced at the crowd and suddenly saw Long Chen hiding in the corner. He nodded slightly. Master Yunqi's action immediately attracted everyone's attention. They followed Master Yunqi's gaze and immediately found Long Chen's figure. It seems that the rumors are true. Long Chen has been favored by Master Yunqi and may have been accepted as his apprentice. Some people couldn't help but sigh that Long Chen was a loser who was bullied by everyone a while ago, but now he has been appreciated by Master Yunqi and has transformed himself into a respected alchemy disciple. It is really a pity. When Long Chen saw Master Yunqi nodding to him, he couldn't help but secretly say, "Bad luck." Sure enough, everyone was looking at him, and he immediately became the focus of the whole audience. Long Chen secretly groaned in his heart. He didn't want to be the focus, but the situation had already come to this, and it was useless to keep a low profile. Seeing Long Chen stand up and bow to Master Yunqi from a distance, the Queen Mother glanced at Long Chen and smiled. It seems that Master's heart, which has been sealed for many years, has finally moved. Are you planning to pass on your legacy? After hearing the Queen Mother's question, everyone fell silent. It was rumored that Master Yunqi was very arrogant and never accepted a disciple in his life. Everyone was very curious about how Master Yunqi would answer. This child has great potential. I really hope he can become my apprentice, Master Yunqi responded calmly. Although Master Yunqi did not give a direct answer, everyone could not help but be surprised. Almost everyone knew how arrogant Master Yunqi was. It was said that he never praised others. Master Yunqi was so optimistic about Long Chen. What was it about Long Chen that made him think so highly of him? Countless question marks appeared in people's minds at once. I guess Long Chen must be extremely talented in alchemy, otherwise, with your vision, it would be difficult for an ordinary alchemist to catch your eye, the fourth prince praised. Yunqi glanced at the fourth prince and said with a smile, talent in alchemy is only part of the equation. Ultimately, it's perseverance and persistence that counts. The fourth prince's persistence is also admirable. The fourth prince smiled slightly. Master, you are too kind. After saying this, the fourth prince did not continue speaking, but Long Chen keenly discovered that there was something a little abnormal on the fourth prince's face. Could it be that Master Yunqi has something else in mind? Long Chen couldn't help but feel moved. Master Weitsong, Prince Chongfeng, and Princess Baiqi are here. As the voice fell, Xia Chongfeng and Xia Baiqi embraced a thin man who looked to be in his 40s, with a goatee and wearing an alchemist's robe. There was an exquisite alchemy cauldron painted on the chest of the robe, with 3 lines engraved on it, indicating that he was also an alchemist. Long Chen also has such a robe, but the material is obviously much worse, and the pattern on Long Chen's alchemy furnace only has 1 pattern. 1 line is for a pill apprentice, 2 lines are for a pill practitioner, and 3 lines are for a pill master. Long Chen couldn't help but shrink his eyes. Who is this person? Why is he here? Yunqi, I haven't seen you for many years. You seem to have aged a lot. Weitsong looked at Yunqi and said lightly. As soon as Weitsong's words came out, the whole place fell silent. Master Yunqi had a highly respected status in the Fengming Empire, and no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Weitsong, why don't you stay in Xia? Is it because you are having a last burst of energy and want to walk more before you die? Master Yunqi said lightly. Even if it's a last gasp, it's better than losing my wife. At least I've had many wives and concubines over the years, and I've lived a very comfortable life. Weitsong laughed, not knowing whether it was intentional or not, but Xia Baiqi held Weitsong's arm and pressed it very close to his chest. Well, to be specific, they were stuck in the ditch. Long Chen's face turned slightly cold. The clothes Xia Baiqi wore today were exactly the same as the woman in the painting that Yunqi had shown him. If Long Chen guessed correctly, the zombie man with a goatee was most likely Yunqi's enemy. What's worse, the death of Mrs. Yunqi was related to him. Today he was clearly here for Master Yunqi, using Xia Baiqi to provoke Master Yunqi. Thinking of this, an inexplicable anger rose in Long Chen's heart. Although he had not had much contact with Master Yunqi, Yunqi was calm and indifferent, and he was an upright person. He was a respectable elder. Now that he was being framed like this, he said coldly without thinking. He's just an old pervert, with not an ounce of flesh on his body. Be careful that one day you might have a stroke and die in a woman's belly. The entire place was dead silent, and Long Chen's voice was clearly heard in every corner. Everyone looked at Long Chen in horror. How dare you, a lowly person, be rude to the master? Xia Baiqi's eyes seemed to spit fire as he saw Long Chen. Come on, that master is about to fall into your ditch and drown. Why should I be rude to an old pervert? Long Chen said disdainfully. When everyone heard what Long Chen meant, they hurriedly looked towards Xia Baiqi, and sure enough, one of the master's arms had fallen on her chest. Xia Baiqi quickly let go of Wei Cang's arm, stared at Long Chen, and pointed at Long Chen, unable to speak for a long time. Is the prince of your Fengming Empire so uneducated? Wei Cang glanced at Long Chen and snorted coldly. Just as the Queen Mother was about to speak, Yunqi said calmly, Long Chen is my alchemist apprentice from the Alchemist Guild. Old pervert, did you hear me? I'm from the guild, who do you think you are? Long Chen said disdainfully. How dare you? Master Wei Cang is the president of our great Xia Alchemist Guild, Xia Baiqi said angrily. So it's not made in China. That's what I said. The land in our Fengming Empire is fertile and can't support such a lecherous maniac. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Long Chen's words made everyone feel miserable. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. However, they couldn't hold it back. The smart ones just lowered their heads. Some people who were unable to react in time quickly covered their mouths with their hands, but that look was even more embarrassing than laughing out loud. For a moment, the whole scene was extremely awkward. The ones who suffered the most were not the people below, but the princes. They dared not laugh, and had no place to cover their faces, so their faces were distorted from holding back. Ahem, today is a festive occasion. Master Wei Cang, please take a seat. The show will begin soon. The Queen Mother was also in a dilemma. Both sides were powerful people whom she could not afford to offend, so she could only try to smooth things over. In that case, I am sorry to bother you. Wei Cang said politely, snorted at Yunqi, walked slowly to his seat, sat down, and glanced coldly at Long Chen in the field. Seeing this old pervert staring at him, Long Chen wondered if he was trying to intimidate him. He quickly stretched out a fist, palm facing up, with his middle finger raised high. When Long Chen made this move, everyone at the scene, regardless of gender, covered their mouths tightly, with a look of shock on their faces. Wei Cang's face immediately turned livid, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, the Queen Mother hurriedly shouted. The Lantern Festival begins. As the Queen Mother finished her words, melodious music sounded, and countless people began to light up the lights, illuminating the entire square like daylight. Suddenly, a string of huge lanterns appeared on the stage. As soon as Long Chen said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Fatty you, monkey, and others all opened their mouths to the limit. Brother Long is Brother Long. He can choke a lot of people to death with just one sentence. Xia Baiqi's face turned blue with anger, and his eyes were like two sharp blades. If looks could kill, then Long Chen would have been stabbed into a pulp. Master Yunqi had a strange look on his face and shook his head slightly, but he felt very comfortable in his heart. Long Chen helped him vent his anger. Is this the legendary, evil will be punished by evil? You bad guy. Chu Yao's pretty face flushed red. This Long Chen was too mean. Seeing Xia Baiqi shaking with anger, she wondered if she would still have the strength to refine the pill in a while. Boy, you are so rude. I asked you to come up and compete with me, Wei Cang shouted angrily. He wanted to slap the boy to death. It was really infuriating. No problem, you can get that if you win. Long Chen pointed at the bottle in Wei Cang's hand and said uncertainly. Humph, what I say is what I mean, and I will never go back on my word, Wei Cang snorted coldly. Xia Baiqi finally caught his breath and pointed at Long Chen, gritting his teeth and saying, you want to win against me? Dream on. But if you lose, I want you to kneel down and kowtow 3 times, crawl under my crotch, and lick all 10 of my toes clean. When Xia Baiqi's voice came, everyone was surprised. From her gnashing teeth tone, it was probably that the grudge between her and Long Chen was not just a little bit. They suddenly realized that Wei Cang's arrival was definitely not a coincidence, and was obviously aimed at Long Chen and Master Yunqi. Xia Baiqi's condition was too cruel. Anyone could not afford such a failure. This was going to force Long Chen to death. Shi Feng, Fatty Yu, and the others couldn't help but change color. Wei Tsang personally admitted that Xia Baiqi was her disciple, so her alchemy skills must be amazing. However, no one has ever seen Long Chen's alchemy skills, so it is still unclear whether he can really make pills. Even if Long Chen knew how to make pills, how long had he known Master Yun Qi? What could he learn in 2 months? Not even the basics. A trace of paleness appeared on Chu Yao's pretty face, and her eyes were full of worry. Although she had not been dating Long Chen for a long time, she could feel the pride in Long Chen's bones. Even if she died, she would never accept such an insult. Long Chen, you are not my disciple, there is no need to fall into this trap, Yun Qi reminded, and at the same time pointed out that Long Chen did not receive his true teachings. I know about the trap, but this bait is really tempting. Long Chen was a little reluctant and said with a conflicted look on his face. Fatty Yu and the others almost vomited blood. Brother Long, no, Master Long, you knew it was a trap, why did you still jump down? Everyone had a strange look on their faces. They couldn't figure out whether Long Chen was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. Long Chen hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and said, I agree, but I have a condition. Seeing Long Chen agreed, Xia Baiqi sneered, and Wei Tsang flashed a hint of mockery in his old eyes. Tell me, what are the conditions? If I win, I don't want her to lick my feet. She has such a good relationship with you, and I'm afraid of getting athlete's foot, Long Chen said righteously. Long Chen, I'm going to kill you. Xia Baiqi was so angry that his long hair stood on end. His originally pretty face became extremely distorted, giving people an extremely terrifying feeling. Long Chen. Wei Tsang clenched his fists tightly, veins popped out on his forehead, and he had always been very calm, but now he was shaking with anger. Old man, you're not suffering from a cerebral thrombosis, are you? Long Chen said with some concern. After all, Wei Tsang was an old monster who had lived for many years, and his endurance was beyond Long Chen's expectations. He snorted coldly and suppressed the anger in his heart. This time, the pill competition is for the blood-breaking pill. Please bring your own herbs, up to 3 portions. The competition will begin in a quarter of an hour. After Wei Tsang finished reading the rules, he returned to his seat. He was a little afraid of Long Chen. This bastard's ability to irritate people was absolutely amazing. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and kill him. This time, he wanted to use Xia Baiqi to humiliate Long Chen and provoke Yun Qi. Besides, even if he wanted to take action, Yun Qi would definitely not stand idly by. The medicinal herbs for Xia Baiqi were naturally prepared by Wei Tsang, while Long Chen could only rely on Master Yun Qi. Master, can you lend me some medicinal herbs? Long Chen spread his hands and said. Long Chen, you should think twice, Master Yun Qi said solemnly. Master, I am doing this entirely for myself this time. Don't worry, I am confident, Long Chen said. Oh well. Although he was a little worried, seeing that Long Chen was so determined, he nodded and told an alchemist who was accompanying him to go back to the guild to get the herbs. The blood-breaking pill is a second-level elixir that is used by those who are strong in the blood coagulation realm to break through the smaller realms. It is extremely precious. The medicinal materials used to refine the blood-breaking pill are not particularly rare. The most precious main ingredient in the blood-breaking pill is called the blood spirit fruit. The quality of the elixir basically depends on the purification of the blood spirit fruit. There are too many impurities in the blood spirit fruit, and purification is very difficult. If the fire is a little bit higher, it will be burned to ashes immediately. However, if the temperature is not high enough, the impurities inside cannot be removed at all, which seriously affects the effect of the pill. It can be said that the blood-breaking pill is one of the few second-level pills that are very difficult to refine. Refining the elixir on site increased the difficulty. Although 3 portions of medicinal materials seemed to give 3 chances, it was still very dangerous for the blood-breaking pill with its high failure rate. Both sides moved very quickly. 2 alchemy platforms were temporarily built on the arena. Alchemy was done on them and the people below could see it clearly. The competition begins. The time limit is 1 hour. After 1 hour, whoever refines a higher quality blood-breaking pill will win. As the competition began, Long Chen and Xia Baiqi walked to their respective stages and placed their medicinal herbs one by one. Long Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at Xia Baiqi, only to see a round fruit on Xia Baiqi's alchemy platform that was very conspicuous. Blood-clotting fruit that is more than 100 years old. Long Chen was slightly startled. It seemed that Xia Baiqi came prepared. The blood-clotting fruit in Long Chen's hand was only more than 30 years old, and the best one was only more than 50 years old. Humph, I already told you to bring your own herbs. You can only blame your guild for being too poor. Xia Baiqi sneered when he saw Long Chen looking at him. Master Yunqi's face darkened slightly, and he snorted coldly, after so many years, you are still using some inferior things. Master Yunqi's words were not directed at anyone, as if he was talking to himself, but Wei Tsang sneered, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. What I want is the final result. It was you who were careless. Who can you blame? Master, did they do anything with the materials? Although Chu Yao couldn't tell the age of the blood-clotting fruit, she could tell some clues through their conversation. Master Yunqi nodded and said, the blood-clotting fruits in their hands are all over 300 years old. The essence extracted from them will be more pure, which will improve the quality of the elixir to a certain extent. Doesn't that mean Long Chen is at a disadvantage? Chu Yao was shocked. It hasn't even started yet, but he's already lost at the starting line. Chu Yao couldn't help but feel anxious. Master Yunqi sighed and said, it's my fault. I underestimated Wei Tsang's face. The whole scene was in commotion for a moment. Master Yunqi did not try to conceal his words, and everyone around heard them. But what Master Wei Tsang said is true. You should prepare the herbs yourself. It was your fault that you didn't manage them well, so you can only suffer this loss in silence. What do you think of Brother Long? Can he do it? Monkey asked worriedly. What a joke, who is Brother Long? Just wait and see. Fatty Yu was full of confidence. Long Chen looked at Xia Baiqi who was busy working. Long Chen simply stood with his hands behind his back, neither distributing medicine nor warming the stove. Humph, you gave up. Wait till you lick my toes. Seeing that Long Chen was motionless, Xia Baiqi thought that Long Chen was hit, so he stretched out his jade hand and a light yellow flame rose up. Not bad. Although I cannot praise Xia Baiqi's character, the solidity of this den fire is indeed very high. Among the Dantu, she is one of the top ones. No wonder she is so confident and dares to throw out such a big bait. However, Long Chen was indeed attracted by the bait. Although the flame leopard beast fire was not ranked on the beast fire list, it was more than 10 times stronger than his own Dan fire. If Long Chen refined the flame leopard beast fire, he would be certain that he could refine a top-grade molten star pill, which was what Chu Yao needed most. Because the alien true energy in Chu Yao's body has been there for too long, like a seed that has grown into a big tree, only the top-grade melting star pill can refine it. This is also the reason why Long Chen jumped into it even though he knew it was a trap. Just like he said, there is no way, the bait is too tempting. After heating the stove, Xia Baiqi's movements were very smooth, and every step was done meticulously, leaving nothing to be desired. A smile appeared on Wei Tsanglau's face, and he stroked his goatee slightly, his eyes full of confidence. Baiqi is a promising child. As long as she can successfully refine a blood coagulation pill today and the quality is not too bad, she can be promoted to an alchemist immediately. The blood coagulation pill is one of the assessment pills for alchemy apprentices to be promoted to alchemy masters. The successful refining of it in front of so many people today also means that Xia Baiqi can advance. This is all thanks to the master's cultivation. The master just arrived and was exhausted from the journey, but Changfeng has already found a place for him to stay. After that, he lowered his voice again, saying in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Changfeng also found a pair of top-notch twin sisters for the master, and they are still virgins. Wei Tsang, who originally had a serious face, suddenly had his eyes light up, but he quickly suppressed it and said seriously, it's just a casual rest, there's no need for such a big scene. Master, I know you don't like this, but when a big shot like you comes here, you should always give those who admire you some opportunities to let them admire you properly, right? Xia Changfeng said with a smile. But I cursed in my heart, you old pervert, everyone in the world knows that you are lustful, yet you still insist on pretending to be noble. Haha, just let the servants arrange these. I don't care much about such things, Wei Tsang said indifferently. Not paying attention. Of course you don't pay attention, you mainly want to get on top of others, Xia Changfeng muttered in his heart, and suddenly his face straightened. He found that Xia Baiqi had begun to refine the blood coagulation fruit. The success or failure of the blood coagulation pill depends largely on the blood coagulation fruit. If it is refined pure enough, the success rate will be greatly improved. Xia Baiqi carefully placed the blood-clotting fruit into the cauldron and slowly raised the temperature of the alchemy fire. To be honest, it was her first time to purify such a high-year-old blood-clotting fruit and she did not dare to be careless at all. What was unexpected was that at this critical moment, the whole place could hear a pin drop, and Long Chen suddenly shouted out in a howl. Bang! Xia Baiqi's hand trembled, and the flames surged. The blood-clotting fruit could not withstand the sudden change in the flames and was instantly burned to ashes. The whole city was silent, staring at Long Chen blankly. Xia Baiqi's hand couldn't help but tremble, and the flames suddenly surged. The blood-clotting fruit couldn't withstand the drastic changes in the flames and was instantly burned to ashes. For a moment, everyone in the audience had an extremely strange look on their faces. They looked at each other, and no one could say a word. Dragon dust. A shrill sound pierced everyone's eardrums, as if a ghost was demanding their lives, making people shudder. The voice came from Xia Baiqi's mouth. At this moment, Xia Baiqi's face was ferocious and distorted, staring at Long Chen intently. Just now she was about to find the critical point of the blood-clotting fruit so that she could know what temperature was most suitable for purifying it. But frightened by Long Chen, the flames swelled up, and by the time she wanted to take it back, it was too late. An extremely precious 300-year-old blood-clotting fruit was gone, and her heart was bleeding. Ahem, sorry. I have the habit of moistening my throat before refining the elixir. In order not to scare you, I will roar twice first. I just want to tell you that I am also going to start refining the elixir. I am really sorry, Long Chen said apologetically. It was intentional, absolutely intentional. Even a blind person could see it. Xia Baiqi's eyes were about to spit fire. But she couldn't do anything to Long Chen. No matter what the rules were, there was no stipulation that the other party couldn't make any sound. Now she suffered a loss. Come. Wei Tsang shouted coldly, which made Xia Baiqi slowly calm down her anger. If she didn't calm down, she would be more likely to fail. I'm very calm, you don't have to worry about me, Long Chen replied coldly. Miss Idiot, how about you continue practicing, and I'll try to be quieter next time, is that okay with you? Xia Baiqi no longer paid attention to Long Chen. With a sullen face, she took out 2 pieces of cloth from her ring and stuffed them tightly into her ears, so that she wouldn't have to worry about Long Chen scaring her. What made Long Chen speechless was that Xia Baiqi took out another blood-clotting fruit and even had a spare one, which made Long Chen a little depressed. But now that they are on guard, it is obviously not going to work if I use the same old trick again, and I can only blame myself for my bad luck. Call. Long Chen stretched out his palm, and a yellow flame rose up. What made Wei Tsang's pupils shrink was that Long Chen's flame was not much weaker than Xia Baiqi's. Looking at Long Chen's alchemy fire, Master Yun Qi was slightly surprised. Long Chen's alchemy fire was much stronger than the last time he refined the alchemy. Haha, I told you, Brother Long will be absolutely fine. Look, Brother Long's hands are also on fire, Fatty Yu said proudly. Shifeng and the others felt relieved when they saw Long Chen condense the alchemy fire for the first time. This proved that Long Chen was indeed an alchemy disciple. However, Long Chen's Dan fire shocked many people. Although they guessed that Long Chen might be a Dan disciple, they were still shocked when they saw the real Dan fire. In just 2 months, he created an alchemy apprentice out of thin air. Everyone looked at Master Yunqi sitting firmly on the stage, their hearts filled with awe. Master Yunqi smiled bitterly in his heart, for he was the only one who knew that Long Chen's alchemy skills were not taught by him at all. It seemed that this Long Chen had many secrets. Chu Yao watched Long Chen concentrate on condensing the pill fire. After the pill fire stabilized, he also began to warm the furnace. His movements were calm and his expression was indifferent, which made Chu Yao's originally nervous mood become much more relaxed. Seeing that Xia Baiqi had begun to purify the blood-clotting fruit stably, Long Chen wanted to say hello to her again, but thinking that the hope of success was slim and it would also cause ridicule, he gave up and started to refine the blood-clotting fruit. Long Chen's blood-clotting fruit was only the size of a longan, which was very different from the 300-year-old blood-clotting fruit that was the size of a baby's fist. Not only is there a big difference in size, but also in the essence inside. It can be said that at the starting line, Long Chen lost by more than one step. This is a completely unfair competition. Long Chen could only try his best to remove the impurities from the blood-clotting fruit to improve the quality of the pill. He had already suffered a disadvantage at the beginning and could only make up for it in other ways. Call. Suddenly, flames burst out, and Long Chen's alchemy fire covered the entire alchemy furnace. The terrifying flames made everyone around feel a burning sensation. Such a powerful soul force. This time even Wei Tsang was moved. Long Chen used the soul power as oil to support the pill fire, and also separated a part of the soul power to protect the essence in the blood-clotting fruit from being lost. This practice was really too crazy. However, after being moved, Wei Tsang showed a cold smile. The power of the soul is very strong, but how can a 50-year-old blood-clotting fruit be compared with a 100-year-old blood-clotting fruit? What's more, it was a 300-year-old blood-clotting fruit. The soul power is consumed so much in the early stage. When the pill is formed, there will not be enough soul power to lock the pill, which will mean death. In Wei Tsang's eyes, this behavior is clearly the behavior of an amateur. Among the people present, only Master Yunqi was not surprised at Long Chen's method. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that only Long Chen was qualified to do such an extravagant thing. Call. Long Chen took out a pile of red powder from the alchemy furnace and found that the powder was bright red and there were not many spots. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Those spots are impurities, but with his current firepower, it is impossible to purify them completely. This is already the limit. Looking up at Xia Baiqi, I found that her ears were plugged, so she was deaf to what was happening in the outside world. She was extremely efficient, and there was a pile of red powder next to her. That is the powder of the blood-clotting fruit. What made Long Chen's pupils shrink was that the 300-year-old blood-clotting fruit was different. The powder was much brighter than that of Long Chen's, and had fewer impurities. Long Chen couldn't help but frown. He hated himself for having so many advanced alchemy skills but not daring to use them. If that bastard Wei Tsang saw through something fishy, he would definitely deal with him. Let's take it one step at a time. If it really doesn't work, just give it a try. Anyway, you absolutely cannot lose. He refined the herbs into powder one by one. Calculating the time, half an hour had passed. When he looked at Xia Baiqi again, she had already sealed the furnace and started refining the pill. After the furnace is sealed, it is basically finalized. Except for the last step of gathering the elixir, there is nothing easy to go wrong. Long Chen, the time is almost up, I'm looking forward to you licking my toes. Xia Baiqi had already taken off his earplugs and sneered at Long Chen. Now that she had sealed the furnace, she only needed to maintain the input of elixir fire. In order to avenge the previous arrow attack, she began to divide Long Chen's heart. Please shut up, your athlete's foot will affect the air quality, Long Chen said lightly. You. Xia Baiqi got angry, and the fire in her hand jumped slightly again. She was so scared that she quickly collected her thoughts, dared not speak anymore, and plugged her ears again. She found that when it came to bickering, even if there were 10,000 of her, they would not be a match for Long Chen. She now put all her energy into the elixir, and she was looking forward to the moment when Long Chen would be humiliated. After a while, Long Chen also began to seal the furnace, and the two of them each activated the pill fire to speed up the formation of the pill. Bang! A quarter of an hour later, the alchemy furnace on Xia Baiqi's side vibrated, and the originally silent scene suddenly boiled over. Even if you have never seen alchemy, you have heard that when the elixir is ready, the alchemy furnace will move strangely, which is clearly a sign of the elixir being successful. As the alchemy furnace continued to make sounds, the sound became louder and louder, and the vibrations became more and more intense. Xia Baiqi shouted coldly, slapped his hands on the alchemy furnace, and the power of his soul poured into it. Boom. After a loud noise, the alchemy furnace became silent. Xia Baiqi couldn't suppress his excitement. With her rich experience in alchemy, she was 90% sure that she had succeeded, but she was still a little nervous. He slowly reached out and opened the lid of the furnace. A rich fragrance of elixir wafted in the air and instantly spread throughout the entire venue. Great aroma. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, and a look of satisfaction appeared on Wei Tsang's face. Without looking, just based on the fragrance, he knew that Xia Baiqi had succeeded. Ha 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 ha. Xia Baiqi held a round pill in his hand, his face full of fanaticism, and he laughed loudly, but because he was too excited, his laughter was a little hoarse and unpleasant. Who stepped on your neck? Long Chen glanced at Xia Baiqi and asked with concern. Although Xia Baiqi knew that Long Chen's words were full of sarcasm, he didn't care. He looked at Long Chen coldly and said, "Boy, I'm waiting for the moment when you kowtow to me and lick my feet, ha ha." Long Chen shook his head slightly and stopped talking, but he was shocked in his heart. This crazy woman was so lucky that she actually refined a mid-grade blood coagulation pill. No wonder she laughed like crazy. Long Chen saw a very faint Dan pattern on the Dan. Although it was very faint, it was indeed a Dan pattern. With someone as powerful as Xia Baiqi, the probability of refining such a mid-grade elixir would definitely not exceed 1%. Is God taking care of idiots? Long Chen couldn't help but curse in his heart. If this goes on, he might really lose. No, he has to think of a way. Bang. At this time, Long Chen's alchemy furnace also vibrated, indicating that Long Chen's pill was about to take shape and it was the most critical moment. No, I have to take action. Long Chen took a deep breath, and as everyone stared in amazement, he slapped the lid of the alchemy furnace with his palm, gently opening the lid a little. What? Yun Qi was shocked. This was the critical moment for the pill to take shape. The furnace lid must not be opened, otherwise the medicinal properties would be lost. Even Wei Tsang was surprised. Long Chen's action was obviously not in line with the common sense of alchemy, but Long Chen's face was serious and he didn't look like he was giving up on himself at all. As the lid of the furnace was opened, Long Chen's soul power began to circulate frantically, tightly locking the medicinal properties in the furnace. Boom boom boom. The alchemy furnace kept rioting, and beads of sweat appeared on Long Chen's face. At this time, the elixir in the alchemy furnace was like a struggling bull. Long Chen used his soul power to lock it tightly, but the consumption of soul power was extremely terrifying. Oops, my soul power is running out. Long Chen suddenly felt tired, and with a loud shout, his soul power surged out. Boom. The alchemy furnace made a loud bang, and the entire arena was shaken. Long Chen closed the furnace lid tightly and covered it tightly. Not until the alchemy furnace had completely calmed down did Long Chen heave a sigh of relief. His entire body was soaked with sweat as he had consumed too much energy just now. Slowly opening the furnace lid, a scent of elixir wafted out, and looking at the elixir lying in the furnace, Long Chen's face changed. Long Chen looked up and saw a strongman standing in the center of the arena, clasping his fists to the surroundings. Long Chen didn't recognize the man, but he looked very young. As soon as he came on stage, the whole audience cheered. It seemed that he had a wide network of contacts. Only then did Long Chen notice that the entire square was filled with people. It turned out that the first half of the Lantern Festival was only open to the princes, giving young men and women a chance to communicate. As for the competition for the first place of the bravest warrior, there were no restrictions and it was completely open. At this time, Long Chen saw that there were many more people in the spectator seats on the Queen Mother's side. He saw the shadow of Man Wang Ho among those people. Those people were relatively old, but they had strong blood and energy in their bodies. They were all masters of the blood coagulation realm, and they also had a faint murderous aura on them. It was obvious that they were all truly strong men. As Long Chen was looking at those people, he suddenly heard another cheer. He saw a man leap about 10 feet and landed lightly on the stage with a very graceful figure. It's Feng Yang. Shi Feng looked at the man and said in surprise. Why, do you know him? Long Chen asked. Yes, he is the same age as me. He joined the army 2 years ago. At that time, he was only at the 3rd level of Qi gathering. Now he has reached the 8th level of Qi gathering. In just 2 years, he crossed 5 small realms. It was truly astonishing. It's nothing. After joining the army, you will often carry out some missions. That is a real life and death experience. This speed is normal. Long Chen nodded and looked at the men. This Feng Yang is pretty good. Although his cultivation is not high, he carries a hint of murderous aura that cannot be compared to those kids who grew up in honeypots. While Long Chen and Shifeng were talking, Feng Yang and the men had already started fighting, and it was just as Long Chen said. Although the men before him looked strong and his cultivation was the same as Feng Yang's, his actual fighting power was far inferior to Feng Yang's. In less than 10 rounds, he was knocked off the stage by Feng Yang's palm. In martial arts, the higher the level of cultivation, the stronger the combat power. Sometimes, the indomitable spirit will frighten the opponent and make him lose confidence, which will greatly reduce the combat power. So if you want to go further in martial arts, you need a heart for martial arts, to cut through thorns and brambles, and to be indomitable. Long Chen patted Shifeng on the shoulder and said, I know, I will. I can die, but I can't surrender. Shifeng nodded. Long Chen smiled slightly. Shifeng's path of cultivation was difficult due to his limited talent, but if his heart was firm enough, perhaps a miracle would happen. Bang. Feng Yang was finally exhausted after defeating 3 strong men in a row. He was knocked back by a punch and had to admit defeat. Long Chen, I'm going. Huh? So early? Can you handle the continuous battle? Long Chen asked in surprise. I regard this battle as a kind of practice. The result is not important. What is important is that I need to strengthen my determination to become a martial artist, Shifeng said with a smile. Okay, brother Shi, we are here to cheer you up, Fatty Yu said very politely. They were all looking forward to Shifeng's move. Come on. Long Chen patted Shifeng on the shoulder and said. Shifeng is here to learn from you. Following Shifeng's loud shout, it was like a thunderclap in the square, and the whole audience erupted in cheers like a tide. It was obvious that Shifeng was still very famous among the younger generation in the imperial capital. The shouts of Fatty Yu and others were drowned out by the tide of cheers. Even they themselves could not hear themselves and could only look at each other in embarrassment. Shifeng has a dark complexion and a stern demeanor. When he stands there, one feels like a huge mountain that cannot be shaken. Opposite Shifeng was a powerful warrior at the 9th level of Qi gathering. However, when he saw Shifeng, his heart skipped a beat and he was actually shocked. Go ahead, I'll only use the 9th level of Qi gathering strength. Shifeng smiled slightly. When the men heard this, he couldn't help but feel angry. With so many people watching him, he couldn't leave the stage. Who wants you to let? The men snorted coldly, stepped on the ground, and punched Shifeng, but Shifeng ignored the punch. Isn't Shifeng too arrogant? Call. Just when everyone thought Shifeng was being arrogant, the men who attacked Shifeng threw a second punch straight at Shifeng's lower abdomen. The first move was actually a feint. Snap. A big hand blocked the man's fist with a muffled sound. Shifeng grabbed the man's big hand and exerted force on it. Go. Call. People screamed, and the men flew into the air several feet away and fell heavily to the ground, looking very ugly. After the men landed, he spat out the mud in his mouth, cursed a few words, turned around and left, without even watching the rest of the competition. Brother Shi is mighty. Fatty Yu and others seized the opportunity and were the first to shout out this slogan. Following their shouts, a burst of cheers rang out. The cheers were mixed with the cheers of countless girls. Long Chen smiled slightly. No wonder so many people like to go on stage. This is the best way for male creatures to attract females. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly realized something was wrong and looked towards the other side of the spectator booth, just in time to see Chu Yao's beautiful eyes staring at him. Long Chen smiled slightly and blinked. Chu Yao's pretty face suddenly blushed and she lowered her head hurriedly, but her beautiful eyes were full of joy. However, neither Long Chen nor Chu Yao noticed that their slight movements were all seen by one eye. Xia Changfeng's face turned pale, and he suddenly whispered to someone beside him, "How's the investigation going? Did you find out anything about him?" "My lord, I have investigated and found that this boy's cultivation is weird. His true cultivation is never revealed. However, his real combat capability is no more than the initial stage of blood coagulation, the men whispered. If Long Chen was here, he would immediately recognize that person's accent. He was the one who pretended to be a killer and attacked Long Chen when he went out. Humph, that's good, Wang Shang, I want him dead tonight, try not to reveal too many of your cards, Xia Changfeng snorted coldly. The Huang Shang he was talking about was his personal bodyguard, the Scarred Man. Huang Shang smiled cruelly and said, Master, don't worry. He will definitely not survive this night. Bang. It must be said that Shifeng, who had entered the blood coagulation realm, was unstoppable and defeated 18 opponents in a row, causing the entire audience to boil. The last 2 opponents were also powerful blood coagulation realm warriors, but their combat power was much weaker than Shifeng's. After all, Shifeng broke through to the blood coagulation realm with the help of Long Chen. His realm was much more solid than that of others, which gave him a huge advantage. When the last blood coagulation realm expert was defeated, Shifeng shouted 3 times on the stage but still no one came up. According to the rules of the competition, the title of this year's Fengming's #1 warrior has already fallen into Shifeng's pocket. Amid the warm cheers of the audience, Shifeng walked up to the Queen Mother and knelt on the ground. The Queen Mother gave Shifeng a jade tablet and gave him some words of encouragement. When Shifeng returned to the stage, the whole place became even more excited. Countless girls rushed onto the stage and put their wreaths on Shifeng's head and neck. Those wreaths were made by each girl herself. They were a kind of token of love. When she saw a man she liked, she would present them to that man. If the man accepted them, it meant that he accepted the girl's heart. Each wreath was embroidered with the owner's maiden name to facilitate the other party to find it. In the Fengming Empire, the more powerful a man was, the more wives and concubines he had. Therefore, most girls would rather marry a man with many wives and concubines as a concubine than marry a mediocre man as his wife. When Shifeng came back, his entire body was covered with garlands, with only his head exposed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to walk. Haha, Shifeng, congratulations. Long Chen laughed at the funny look. Wow, Shifeng, you're rich this time, the monkey said with envy. What kind of fortune do you want to make? Shifeng is not a human trafficker. But brother Shi, you have to sort things out when you go back. You have to pick a few wives at least, Fatty, you scolded with a smile. Those girls handed their wreaths to Shifeng, indicating that they were willing to marry him. As long as Shifeng nodded and paid the betrothal gift, they could marry him. It was very convenient. Shifeng blushed and said, Shifeng is where he is today thanks to Long Chen's help. How about this, let's divide these wreaths. Puff. Including Long Chen, everyone burst into laughter. This thing could be divided. Only Shifeng could think of this. Seeing everyone laughing, Shifeng realized that he had been stupid, and everyone couldn't help laughing. Originally, this year's Lantern Festival was over at this time. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, Xia Changfeng suddenly laughed and said, This competition is really exciting and leaves people wanting more. I have a suggestion, but I don't know if I should say it or not. The Queen Mother frowned slightly. There had been enough things to happen today, and she didn't want to cause any more trouble. However, Xia Changfeng was a guest, so the Queen Mother couldn't refuse him and said, Prince Xia, please feel free to speak. In order to liven up the fun, we've also sent a young man to compete with the heroes of Fengming to see who is stronger, Xia Changfeng said with a smile. Before the Queen Mother could speak, Weitsong interrupted and said, Daxia and Fengming are as close as a family. I believe the Queen Mother will not refuse a little friendship exchange. The Queen Mother not only sighed, but was clearly trying to pressure her with words. If she didn't agree, she would offend Weitsong. Then let's do as the master says. Let's bet on the style of the men of Daxia. I wonder which one will come on stage. Huang Shang, you go, but remember to show mercy and don't hurt the harmony, Xia Changfeng said with a wave of his hand. Yes. Huang Shang tapped the ground on tiptoe, and like a big bird, he drew an arc and slowly landed on the stage. I am Huang Shang of Daxia, please give me some advice from the hero of Fengming, Huang Shang said while clasping his fists. Are you kidding me? You're already so old, yet you're still pretending to be young. You're so shameless. Long Chen winked at the monkey, who immediately understood and shouted. Huang Shang smiled slightly. Huang Shang is 19 years old this year, and I have a certificate of identity to prove it. Everyone in the Great Xia Empire knows it. After hearing what Huang Shang said, everyone in the audience felt relieved. It was normal for some people to look older. Young Master Long Chen, I, Huang Shang, have come to the imperial capital and have heard all about you. I admire you very much. I wonder if I am qualified to have a competition with you. Huang Shang looked at Long Chen and clasped his fists. Huang Shang's words immediately attracted everyone's attention, and the scene immediately became like a boiling pot. Dragon dust. Dragon dust. Dragon dust. The shouts were higher and higher, surging and exciting, making people's blood boil, and countless eager eyes were cast towards Long Chen. Seeing the sudden change in Long Chen's expression, Chuyao's heart suddenly tightened, and Shifeng and Fatty Yu were also startled. If they lost, the consequences would be too serious, even more painful than death. However, when Xia Changfeng and the others saw Long Chen's expression, they sneered in their hearts. Haha, Long Chen, what are you waiting for? Why don't you come over and kowtow? Xia Baiqi looked at Long Chen with a sneer, his face full of satisfaction. Being able to torture Long Chen made her even more excited than her promotion to an alchemist, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. Long Chen looked at the alchemy furnace with a serious face, slowly took out a pill from the furnace, and said regretfully, I want to keep a low profile, but God won't let me. Everyone was surprised to see a full pill in Long Chen's hand, and they all cursed in their hearts, saying that he was too pretentious. This big bad guy. Chu Yao's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She was really scared just now. Oh my God, I feel like I'm going to die. If this goes on, my heart won't be able to take it. Fatty Yu fell to the ground weakly. It was then that everyone realized that they had been tricked by Long Chen, especially Xia Baiqi, who felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Long Chen, how dare you play tricks on me? Xia Baiqi said angrily. I'm just sitting here doing nothing, so I'm just trying to amuse everyone. Why do you have to be so serious? Long Chen said indifferently. Humph, Long Chen, even though you have also refined the blood coagulation pill, you will still lose. The pill you refined is only of low quality, while the one I have is of medium quality. Xia Baiqi raised his hand and revealed the conspicuous side of the Danwen so that people nearby could see it clearly. Miss Baiqi is very talented. She can refine a second-grade intermediate quality elixir at such a young age. It's really admirable, Prince Chu Yang couldn't help but admire. It is true that such young alchemists are very rare, and one may not appear in decades. Such talents can often go further in the path of alchemy. Long Chen looked at Xia Baiqi, who was mocking him, and said calmly, it seems that you have no say in who wins and who loses. Long Chen, are you trying to quibble? My pill has pill patterns, but yours doesn't. Can't you see such an obvious difference? Xia Baiqi sneered. Yours is a mid-grade elixir, yes, but the one I have is also a mid-grade elixir, Long Chen said, shaking the elixir in his hand. Everyone was surprised when Long Chen said this, but after a closer look, the pill in Long Chen's hand was clearly an ordinary pill. Although it was round, there was no pill pattern. Mid-grade elixir. Humph, why can't I see it? Xia Baiqi sneered. I actually sympathize with you. You're blind at such a young age. Who says that mid-grade elixirs must have elixir patterns? Long Chen sighed. After Long Chen said this, Wei Tsang's expression changed slightly, a look of shock appeared in his eyes, and he stared at the pill in Long Chen's hand. He had just felt that the pill in Long Chen's hand was a little strange. After Long Chen said this, he remembered what Long Chen had done before the pill was made, and he couldn't help but start to feel doubtful. Bring the Danjianyi. Following Master Yunqi's instructions, an alchemy disciple respectfully took out a huge instrument. The instrument is like a table with a groove in the middle. It is the place to place the elixir and can identify the grade of the elixir most accurately. The essence component is 61%. Miss Baiqi's pill meets the requirements of medium quality. The pharmacist read out the number on the instrument. A pill whose essence accounts for more than 50% is low grade, and more than 60% is medium grade. Xia Baiqi's blood-clotting pill just falls into the category of medium-grade pills. Long Chen, I really want to see the mid-grade elixir in your hand. Xia Baiqi took back her elixir and sneered at Long Chen. He didn't believe that the pill in Long Chen's hand had reached the middle grade, and it didn't even have any pill patterns. Who was he trying to fool? This was just a desperate struggle. Then you better watch out. Long Chen smiled faintly and handed the pill in his hand to the alchemy apprentice, because the pills that had just been refined had a thin layer of pill film within 3 hours, which could not be faked. The essence content is 63%. Mr. Long Chen's pill meets the requirements of a mid-grade pill. The alchemist read out the number on the instrument. What? Xia Baiqi was so shocked that she didn't even notice the blood-gathering pill in her hand fell to the ground. Her mind was blank. She actually lost. Not only her, everyone was stunned, especially Wei Tsang. Looking at the numbers on the instrument, his face instantly turned pale. The entire process was completed under his supervision, and it was absolutely impossible to fake it. Long Chen actually refined a middle-grade pill without patterns. Often the quality of the elixir is determined when it is refined, so Wei Tsang prepared a 300-year-old blood-clotting fruit for Xia Baiqi, which can be said to be invincible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so generous and really give the flame leopard beast fire as a reward. But now that Xia Baiqi actually lost, it would be strange if he didn't look unhappy. No, Long Chen, you despicable bastard, you must have switched the items. You bribed this appraiser. I'm going to kill you. Xia Baiqi suddenly screamed and rushed towards Long Chen like a madman. A look of disgust appeared on Long Chen's face. If she dared to come over, he would kick her away. Baiqi, stop it, don't do this. Wei Tsang grabbed Xia Baiqi and shouted sternly. He knew that he was in trouble today. With so many eyes staring at him, if he went back on his word, he would lose face, so he stopped Xia Baiqi. Xia Baiqi was grabbed by Wei Tsang, but he struggled like a madman and shouted loudly, "You old pervert, what did you say when you were playing with me in bed yesterday? Didn't you say that you would leave the flame leopard beast fire to me? Give it to me now." Xia Baiqi's shrill voice spread throughout the entire venue. No one could fail to hear it, and many people shook their heads after hearing it. This Wei Tsang is really trash, unworthy of the status of a master. In the past, it was just rumored that he was lustful, but now after hearing what Xia Baiqi said, everyone looked at him with contempt. Snap. Wei Tsang's face turned purple with anger, and he knocked Xia Baiqi unconscious. Baiqi's mind has been stimulated, and she has started to talk nonsense. Take her away. After Xia Baiqi was taken away, the whole scene was silent. Long Chen squinted at Wei Tsang and stretched out his hand. Bring it here. Wei Tsang's face looked extremely ugly, and his heart was bleeding. This flame leopard beast fire was extremely precious, and he was indeed planning to leave it to Xia Baiqi. But he didn't expect that today he would end up losing more than he gained. Instead of making Yun Qi lose face, he lost his own treasure. However, in front of so many people, he really couldn't bring himself to regret it. Then. Snap. Long Chen reached out to take the bottle, and saw a ball of fire dancing in the bottle, and he couldn't help but cheer. Haha, thanks. For the first time, Long Chen felt that this old man still had some cute qualities. Can you tell me how you did it? Wei Tsang felt unwilling to lose this time. Long Chen hesitated for a moment, but seeing Master Yun Qi also gave him an encouraging look, Long Chen smiled and said, "For your filial piety, I will kindly tell you. This is a secret technique for alchemy that I saw in Kugu's notes, which mentioned a method. When the pill is about to take shape, open a small hole, use the power of the soul to lock the essence of the medicine, and force out some impurities to form a secondary purification. Do you understand now?" Kegu's notes. Are you talking about Kegu Dan Wang? Wei Tsang was surprised. I don't know, anyway, I saw it in a book, you can find it yourself. Long Chen shook his head, but what Long Chen said was not true. In order not to arouse suspicion, he read a lot of notes in the guild, and did see the description of this paragraph in the notes, but Long Chen's method was not exactly the same. The notes said to open one hole, but Long Chen opened two holes, one hole to force out impurities, and the other hole to absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Otherwise, there would be insufficient spiritual energy in the furnace and the pill could not be condensed at all. If only one hole is opened, there will be only air out but no air in. No matter how strong the soul power is, it will not be able to form a pill in the end, but will turn into a furnace of medicine ash. Long Chen came before Master Yun Qi and bowed. Master Yun Qi nodded. Long Chen's performance today was completely beyond his expectations. At the same time, he also admired Long Chen's courage. He actually dared to gamble his life. Now that Long Chen had the beast fire, as long as he refined it, the pill fire would definitely be 10 times stronger. With the support of the powerful alchemy fire and his powerful soul power, Long Chen's alchemy journey will be smooth. Long Chen walked up to Chu Yao, looked at her charming face, and almost couldn't help but hug her in his arms. With today's confession, both of them broke down the barrier in their hearts, and their hearts became closer. I will definitely do what I promised you, believe me, Long Chen whispered. Chu Yao nodded obediently. Looking at Long Chen's resolute face, she felt full of warmth and she felt that she was no longer alone. Long Chen bowed slightly to the Queen Mother, then walked down the stage and returned to his seat, attracting everyone's attention along the way. Especially the girls, their eyes were shining. Long Chen's performance today was too wild. He pointed at Master Wei Tsang's nose and scolded him, which made them feel fresh and excited. Later, on the alchemy platform, he showed calmness and ease, and made a perfect counterattack in an extremely unfair and dangerous situation. They had never met such a person before, and they were full of novelty. When Long Chen walked past them, many brave girls flirted with him. When Long Chen returned to his seat, Fatty Yu and the others were extremely excited. Brother Long, you are too strong. Hee, now I have the beast fire. From now on, your promotion to blood coagulation will be left to me. Seeing that they cared about him so much, Long Chen was touched. Although he was on the stage, he was paying attention to every move of the audience, so the expressions of Fatty Yu and others were all caught in his eyes. Fatty Yu and the others did not have high cultivation bases, and as Long Chen grew stronger, they were no longer of any help to him. But when Long Chen was down and out, they were able to follow him all the time. Long Chen still cherishes this feeling very much. As they were talking, a cheer suddenly came, waking Long Chen and the others up. Shi Feng laughed. The show is about to begin. Long Chen looked at Huang Shang, then at Xia Changfeng in the distance. How could he not understand what was going on? He sneered and waved his hand. As soon as Long Chen stretched out his hand, everyone stopped talking and looked at Long Chen. Long Chen only said one sentence, I am not interested in fighting a prematurely aged dog. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Long Chen actually refused. Is this the best young man in Fengming Empire? He is just a pustule, which is really disappointing. Huang Shang shook his head. Long Chen smiled coldly. I've already fallen into one trap, why would I fall into a second one? You don't even have bait, do you think I'm stupid? Let's go, ignore that dog. Long Chen said hello to everyone and walked out. He was in a hurry to go back to refine the beast fire and didn't have time to waste with them. With your character, you still dream of marrying the third princess. I advise you not to be a toad dreaming of eating swan flesh. You are just a piece of trash, don't you deserve it? Huang Shang sneered when he saw Long Chen was about to leave. Long Chen's body suddenly froze. This Huang Shang really angered him. He didn't know when Chu Yao had become a very important part of his life, and he would never allow others to trample on her. However, even though he was angry, Long Chen didn't want to confront Huang Shang yet. He was not confident enough, so he continued to walk out. I'll go meet him. Shi Feng suddenly snorted coldly and ran straight to the arena. Long Chen was shocked and hurried to pull Shi Feng, but Shi Feng moved very fast and Long Chen failed to catch him before Shi Feng jumped onto the platform. Huang Shang, watch your mouth. Long Chen is not someone you can insult, Shi Feng said sternly, pointing at Huang Shang. Seeing Shi Feng coming on stage, Huang Shang's eyes lit up, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although you are the best warrior of this session, you can't even withstand 10 of my moves. You'd better get off and don't embarrass yourself. Too arrogant. Hateful. Shi Feng, knock him down. Shi Feng had just won the title of the first warrior. His bravery had won the admiration of countless people. Now seeing the people of Daxia insulting Shi Feng was simply an insult to the entire young generation of Fengming. Shi Feng, get down here. Long Chen had already rushed to the edge of the arena and shouted at Shi Feng. See? He's calling you to go down because he's afraid you'll get hurt. So just go down, Wang Shang also advised calmly, but his words were more infuriating than cursing. Long Chen, I want to compete with him, Shi Feng said. This is a trap. If you compete with him, you are not my brother, Long Chen said angrily. He can insult me, but he can't insult you. I have to compete with him today no matter what. I can't listen to you today. Shi Feng stared at Wang Shang in front of him and said, make your move. Wang Shang glanced at Shi Feng, nodded and said, I can't believe you are more capable than him. For your courage, if you can withstand 10 of my moves, you win. Arrogant. Shi Feng was furious, and he roared as all the energy and blood in his body surged. He stomped his foot on the ring, ran in front of Wang Shang, and threw a punch. This punch condensed all of Shi Feng's strength, and the strong wind whistled and cut through the sky. It could be heard clearly even dozens of feet away. Good. Seeing Shi Feng's powerful punch, people cheered, but Long Chen was secretly anxious. Bang. Shi Feng's unstoppable punch was blocked. Wang Shang blocked Shi Feng's fist with one hand and put the other hand behind his back, and his whole body did not move at all. What? Everyone was shocked. Shi Feng's punch was so powerful that it couldn't even shake Wang Shang. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Is that all the strength you have? Wang Shang shook his head, a hint of disdain appearing on the corner of his mouth. Shi Feng's original shock turned into raging rage in an instant. Without waiting to retract his fist, he kicked Wang Shang's lower abdomen fiercely, and at the same time, his right hand hooked towards Wang Shang's throat. It was a double attack with one move, with the foot coming out first. Normally, Wang Shang should have retracted his abdomen to avoid it, but Shi Feng's other hand could just lock his throat. It was a very clever move. However, what Shi Feng did not expect was that Wang Shang did not dodge. When Shi Feng kicked, Wang Shang also kicked out, and at an incredibly fast speed, he arrived first. Bang. Wang Shang kicked Shi Feng on the knee, causing a loud bang. Shi Feng felt a sharp pain in his knee, and suddenly he was hit on the chest by a palm. Shi Feng could not help but take 3 steps back. He found that his right knee was no longer able to move properly. Before he could recover, Wang Shang had already approached him. Not bad. If you can't catch it, you can always give up. While speaking, Wang Shang did not slow down at all. He stretched out his hand and went straight to Shi Feng's throat. Shi Feng was shocked and quickly threw a punch to block the claw. Bang. As soon as Shi Feng threw his fist, he was caught by Wang Shang's big hand, and suddenly a great force came. Click. With a slight sound, one of Shi Feng's arms was actually broken. Oops, sorry, I think I used too much force. Wang Shang smiled apologetically, but his palm did not stop at all and he slapped down again. At this time, one of Shi Feng's legs was unable to move, and it was too late for him to retreat. Wang Shang slapped him on the shoulder. A strange force came, and Shi Feng felt a tightness in his chest, as if a 1,000-pound rock was pressing on him. He had difficulty breathing and could not make a single breath. At this moment, he finally realized that there was a huge gap in strength between him and Wang Shang. He wanted to speak, but found that he could no longer speak. Shi Feng, if you can't hold on, you can admit defeat at any time. Wang Shang smiled slightly, but his eyes were filled with a sinister coldness, and he slapped Shi Feng on the chest with his palm. Bang. With a loud bang, Shi Feng flew up, spurting out a mouthful of blood and flying towards the audience, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. A figure lightly leaped up and caught Shi Feng. Long Chen looked and saw that Shi Feng's knee bones were shattered, his arms were broken, and the last palm strike had shattered his meridians, almost making him a cripple. The entire place fell into dead silence. No one could have imagined that Shi Feng, who had been so brave and invincible just a moment ago, would be defeated so quickly, and in a tragic manner. Brother Shi Feng, he is too stubborn. He actually took my blow head on. I'm really sorry. Huang Shang stood on the stage, looking at Long Chen and the others, spreading his hands helplessly. However, deep in his eyes, Long Chen saw ridicule, disdain, and deep contempt. As the saying goes, fists and feet have no eyes. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for showing off without any ability. It's good enough that you didn't get beaten to death. Wei Tsang shook his head. Shut up, old pervert. Long Chen suddenly roared, shaking all directions, and a strong murderous intent rose up, making people tremble in their hearts. Even the marquises who had been fighting for years felt a palpitation in their hearts and were shocked. Long Chen gave Shifeng a healing pill and slowly walked onto the stage. Looking at Huang Shang on the stage, his voice was as cold as ice. You want to force me to duel with you, right? Now you can do as you wish. Long Chen was filled with murderous intent at this incident, but he didn't know that while he was angry, the wind palace under his feet was running rapidly. What was originally just a chaotic sphere actually gradually became clearer. However, as time passed, it seemed as if some power was insufficient and it slowly returned to its original state. Long Chen turned around, looked at Xia Changfeng, pointed at his nose and said, Xia Changfeng, you bastard, just wait for me. Queen Mother, I want to challenge Huang Shang to a life and death duel. I hope your majesty will grant me your permission. Long Chen's last words were addressed to the Queen Mother. For a moment, the entire scene seemed to be still and solemn. Dragon dust. Chu Yao looked at the angry Long Chen and couldn't help but feel panic in her heart. She had never seen Long Chen so angry before, and her heart couldn't help but ache. Queen Mother, a life and death battle with overwhelming passion is the true nature of a man. I think such an action should be supported. Seeing that Long Chen was so angry that he actually challenged Huang Shang to a life and death battle, Wei Tsang couldn't help but be overjoyed. With this decisive battle, he could take back his beast fire. Because it is a life and death battle, the dice side, and all the spoils belong to the victor. The Queen Mother was somewhat embarrassed and glanced at Master Yunqi, who also looked at Long Chen with a serious expression. Please help me, Master, Long Chen nodded. Master Yunqi sighed and said, the Queen Mother can make the decision on this matter. This is a challenge initiated by Long Chen, and the guild has no right to interfere. Allow. Following the Queen Mother's order, no one could cheer at all. This was no longer a martial arts competition but a bloody battle to the death. Xia Changfeng was scolded by Long Chen just now, but he was not angry at all. There was no need for him to be angry with a dead person. This trap went very smoothly. Originally, Huang Shang was planning to make it appear that he had accidentally killed Long Chen. Now that the decisive battle had begun, he could kill Long Chen openly and relieve his hatred. Chu Yao looked at Long Chen with a worried look on her face. Huang Shang defeated Shifeng as if it was child's play. He was obviously an extremely powerful and terrifying opponent. The people below the stage were originally extremely disappointed because Long Chen refused to fight, but now Long Chen brazenly launched a life and death battle, which shocked everyone. Some girls covered their lips with their hands, their eyes full of admiration. The wildness displayed by Long Chen deeply touched their hearts. Huang Shang looked at Long Chen with a hint of sarcasm on his face. If you had come this morning, your friend would have been fine. You are such a jeer. Long Chen did not speak, but stood there quietly, his entire body filled with a murderous aura. The look in your eyes really disgusts me, so I decided to dig out your eyeballs first. Huang Shang suddenly moved his feet and appeared in front of Long Chen like a ghost. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. It was even faster than when he fought with Shifeng. Roll. A loud shout was heard, like a spring thunder, shaking the whole area. After the loud shout, a figure flew backwards. Everyone looked at the stage in shock. Long Chen maintained the posture of punching. Huang Shang stood 5 meters away, looking at Long Chen in shock. What's going on? I didn't see it clearly either. It seems that Long Chen knocked Huang Shang away with one punch. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. Fatty Yu and others were the first to react and cheered, and others also started to cheer. Long Chen turned a deaf ear to the cheers from the audience and looked at Huang Shang coldly. If I can let you leave alive today, I will not be called Long Chen. Boom. Suddenly, Long Chen's aura exploded, causing the space to tremble. The terrifying air waves radiated in all directions and rolled away, causing everyone to change color instantly. With Long Chen's low shout, a green luster appeared on his fist. As the luster appeared, a terrifying airflow radiated, and the air groaned under that fist. Seeing this scene, a tenderness emerged on Chu Yao's pretty face in the distance. That posture was exactly the human-level advanced combat skill that she taught Long Chen. However, this move was completely changed when used by Long Chen. Its power was so overwhelming that even people at a distance of dozens of feet could feel the enormous pressure. Wind-breaking fist. As Long Chen shouted loudly, it was like thunderbolt shaking the sky, and his fist brought with it a whistling strong wind, as if it was going to shatter the earth, and it also brought with it an indomitable momentum. The whole audience exclaimed in amazement. The power that Long Chen unleashed was beyond everyone's imagination. In their eyes, Long Chen was like a monster. Especially in Huang Shang's eyes, Long Chen was more like a murderous devil. That punch filled the heaven and earth and actually locked him tightly. This horrified him. He originally thought that Long Chen had only relied on a chance encounter to make his body stronger. He was a weapon secretly cultivated by Xia Changfeng. He had been struggling on the line of death since he was a child and survived only after going through countless life and death tests. Huang Shang had extremely terrifying combat experience, so even though Long Chen had previously displayed such powerful strength, he still did not take it seriously. He was confident that he could easily kill Long Chen with his rich combat experience. However, Long Chen's punch actually locked him in place, and he had no way of dodging it, so he could only fight hard. Locking is actually an extremely powerful mental skill. Through powerful mental force, it is attached to one's own attack, making it impossible for the opponent to dodge. Originally, such ability would only appear in extremely powerful practitioners, or people like Huang Shang who crawled out of a pile of dead bodies, could possibly master it to a certain extent. But Long Chen, who was only at the 7th level of Qi gathering, had done it. This was a situation that was beyond Huang Shang's comprehension. Long Chen did not give him much time to think. Long Chen's punch, with a whistling gust of wind, cut through the space and arrived in front of him. Huang Shang didn't care about hiding at this time. He roared, his skin turned blood red, and terrifying blood energy surged, and he punched out with all his strength. Boom. With a loud bang, everyone felt the square shake, and then a figure was blown away and hit hard on a rockery. The rockery that was several meters high collapsed in an instant, and the rubble rolled all over the ground. People looked at Long Chen in the field, then looked at the collapsed rockery, and the whole field fell into silence. Xia Changfeng's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that Long Chen actually had such terrifying combat power. This was completely beyond his expectations. Not only Xia Changfeng, but also Wei Songlao beside him had a face full of shock, and at the same time, a hint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. If the outside sects knew about Long Chen's combat power, they would definitely accept him as a disciple. You have to know that Long Chen is so young. If he had the support of the sect, who knew how far he would grow in the future? No, he must not be allowed to leave alive. Wei Song had long hated Long Chen in his heart. Today, Long Chen had made him lose face, and now they were enemies. If Long Chen is allowed to grow up, will he still have a chance to survive? Boom. Suddenly the rockery exploded, debris flew everywhere, and a figure slowly walked out of the rockery, causing a burst of exclamations. The man was Huang Shang, but at this moment, Huang Shang was in a very disheveled state, with most of his clothes torn and his hair disheveled. Through his messy hair, people could see that Huang Shang's face was covered with blood, which was sliding down his cheeks and slowly dripping onto the ground. Very good, you really surprised me. Although Huang Shang was injured, his voice was full of calmness. You surprised me too. Long Chen had a bad feeling in his heart, but he must not be overwhelmed by the other party in terms of momentum. A smile appeared on Huang Shang's face, but that smile, appearing on his hideous face covered in blood, looked particularly sinister. Huang Shang glanced at Xia Changfeng in the distance and saw Xia Changfeng nodding slightly at him, and suddenly burst into laughter. Long Chen, you are more powerful than I expected, but you will not be able to escape death today. Now I will let you see what true strength is. Ah! Huang Shang suddenly let out a howl like a wild beast, and then the clothes on his body exploded and flew everywhere like butterflies in the wind. Ah! People in the distance suddenly exclaimed, and saw that Huang Shang's arms were more than twice as thick as before and covered with a layer of dark yellow fluff, which was very strange. The most shocking thing was that Huang Shang's face became even more distorted, his fine hair grew back, and 2 fangs more than 3 inches long grew out of his mouth. His palms also began to deform, and his nails grew long, like 5 steel hooks, exuding a chilling air. At this time, Huang Shang was no longer in human form. He looked like a humanoid monster, emitting a violent aura. Seeing this scene, Master Yunqi, who had been calm in the distance, finally changed his expression. With his experience, he recognized the horror of this move. Chu Yao, who was beside Yunqi, was horrified. She also noticed Master Yunqi's expression and asked hurriedly, "Master, what is going on? Is Huang Shang a human or a beast?" Master Yunqi said with a solemn expression, "I'm afraid this Huang Shang has a rather complicated background. He is actually a beast cultivator. Although he has only mastered the basics, this beast transformation will terribly increase his combat power. It turns out that the so-called beast cultivators are an extremely powerful inheritance. They refine the essence and blood of magical beasts to acquire some of the magical beast's abilities. This kind of practice will allow the practitioner to obtain a small portion of the Warcraft's physical strength. Although it is only a small portion, the Warcraft's physical body is so powerful that even a small portion is extremely terrifying. Huang Shang has always been very conceited. Ever since he refined the essence and blood of magical beasts, few people of the same level can last more than 10 moves against him. In the past 2 years, he has been following Xia Changfeng, keeping a low profile and never revealing his true strength. He didn't expect that today, even if he used all his strength, he still couldn't defeat the young men in front of him, which made him extremely angry. Just now, when he saw Xia Changfeng nod, he finally had no more scruples and used his ultimate move, Beast Transformation. Looking at the color of his hair, he should have refined the blood essence of the 2nd-level peak beast Yellow Wolf. Don't worry, I will take action when Long Chen is in danger. Humph, I want to see what they are up to. Seeing Chu Yao's worried face, Yunqi comforted her. He looked at Wei Tsang, who was looking smug in the distance, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, everyone in the audience looked at Huang Shang with fear, and they all retreated far away involuntarily, as if only a far enough distance could give them a sense of security. Long Chen also looked at Huang Shang in front of him with shock. He felt the breath of death for the first time, and it was an extremely strong one. He had merged with the soul of the Dan Emperor and was extremely sensitive to danger. This feeling meant that Huang Shang was extremely dangerous at this moment. He looked at his palms, and the 5 nails that were like iron hooks moved slightly. Huang Shang looked at Long Chen, and his voice was as painful as scraping iron. "Boy, do you have any last words to say?" Long Chen suppressed the fear in his heart. That thing was of no use at all and would only put him in a desperate situation. He had to overcome it. At this time, Huang Shang's muscles bulged all over his body, his yellow hair stood up, and his fangs turned outward. He looked like a humanoid monster. "I want to ask you a question," Long Chen said. "Tell me, just consider it as your last wish before you die," Huang Shang said with a smile, shaking his long nails. "I want to ask, are your parents human or beast? How did they give birth to a bastard like you? Or are you a hybrid of human and beast?" Long Chen asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Call." What answered Long Chen were 5 iron hook-like nails, which cut through the air with sharp gusts of wind. By the time Long Chen noticed it, they had already reached his chest. Long Chen was shocked and almost instinctively shrank his chest while stepping back quickly. Laugh. Long Chen reacted immediately, and although he avoided the attack, the clothes on his chest were still cut, leaving 5 cuts. At the same time, 5 blood grooves appeared on his skin, and blood slowly flowed down. Long Chen was horrified. What a fast speed and sharp attack. If he had been a step late, he would have become a corpse. It happened so fast, like a flash of lightning. By the time everyone reacted, the move was already over. "Your mouth is disgusting. As punishment, I will tear you into pieces alive." Huang Shang slowly put his nails on his tongue and licked it. There was a trace of Long Chen's blood on it. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen focused all his attention and used his spiritual sense to the fullest. He was almost ripped open by his carelessness just now. One such mistake was enough. If it happened again, he would become a corpse. For the first time, Long Chen felt a little bit of fear. At the same time, for some reason, he actually felt a little bit of excitement, and he felt the blood in his body was heating up. What he didn't know was that when Long Chen was threatened with death, the Fengfu star under his feet began to move slowly without any command from Long Chen, and an unknown change was taking place. It was just that Long Chen didn't notice it. He now focused all his attention on the outside world and on Huang Shang. His ghostly speed made him dare not be careless. Tear me into pieces alive. Just because you are an idiot who is neither human nor dog. I really don't believe it. Long Chen looked at Huang Shang with disdain, but while speaking, he exerted his spiritual sense to the extreme, replacing his eyes to capture Huang Shang's movements. Court death. As expected, Huang Shang, after transforming into a beast, was more easily angered. He rushed towards Long Chen like a yellow gust of wind. What? Even the princes and nobles could no longer sit still. After Long Chen burst out with his aura, 7 cyclones could be vaguely seen floating behind him. He is only at the 7th level of Qi gathering. Long Chen had fought with others several times, but he never showed his cultivation level. Some people secretly speculated that Long Chen had already entered the blood coagulation realm a long time ago, but had just been enduring it. However, the aura that Long Chen exuded at this time was clearly only at the 7th level of Qi gathering. However, how can the aura of the 7th heaven be so powerful? Someone was the first to notice that something was wrong. The aura emanating from Long Chen was too terrifying. It didn't look like the aura of a 7th level cultivator at all. Wei Tsang, Xia Changfeng, and others were also surprised. It was the first time they heard of such a thing. Bang. There was a loud bang under Long Chen's feet, and the solid arena shook. He had already turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Huang Shang. A punch was thrown out, and a strong wind exploded, filling the sky and earth, like a giant hammer, smashing towards Huang Shang. Huang Shang snorted coldly, his body shook, his blood surged, causing the space to distort slightly, and he also threw a punch. Boom. With a deafening bang, the two fists collided fiercely, and the air waves overlapped and swept in all directions. Boom boom boom. Long Chen punched out like a mountain, 3 punches in a row, like a violent storm. Huang Shang's face changed, and he roared and took it with all his strength. Boom. With a loud bang, the arena with a radius of 100 meters could not withstand the power of the two people and exploded. Wood chips flew everywhere, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. Boom. There was another loud bang, and 2 people appeared on the collapsed arena, staring at each other. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Huang Shang gently wiped the corner of his mouth to remove the blood stains there. The current Long Chen was simply a humanoid monster with terrifying strength. Huang Shang was caught off guard and was actually slightly injured. There are many things you can't imagine, and I'm not just a few tricks up my sleeve. You should never, ever use my confidant and brother to irritate me. I will go crazy if I do that. Once I go crazy, I will be afraid of myself, Long Chen said coldly. Ha ha ha, you are so arrogant. Do you really think that this is all I am capable of? Today, I will let you, a frog in the well, see what real strength is. Bang. Huang Shang shouted loudly, and the aura all over his body rose. The aura that was originally only at the 4th level of blood coagulation began to soar rapidly. 5th heaven. 6th heaven. 7th heaven. Master Yinqi's face changed. He didn't expect that Huang Shang actually hit his cultivation level and turned out to be a powerful man in the late stage of blood coagulation. The 3rd and 4th levels of the blood coagulation realm are a huge hurdle, and the same is true for the 6th and 7th levels. Once this barrier is crossed, the combat power will be greatly improved. That is why after the blood coagulation stage, the strength is basically calculated in terms of early, middle and late stages. At this moment, Huang Shang burst out with the strength of the 7th level of blood coagulation. The blood in his body surged like a tide, making people feel depressed. Kid, wake up, your death is coming. Huang Shang shouted loudly, a ferocious look appeared on his face, and he opened his big hand and floated in front of Long Chen, slapping him down with one palm. Long Chen's heart trembled. Sure enough, his intuition was correct. Huang Shang had hidden his cultivation. Now was the real battle. Originally, Long Chen didn't want to fight Huang Shang right now, but Long Chen was already mad with anger. If he didn't fight, he wouldn't be able to get over the hurdle in his heart. Seeing Huang Shang slapping him with a palm, with a disdainful smile on his face, as if he was looking at an ant, Long Chen became angry, and the 7 cyclones in his dantian were running at full power, and he threw a punch. Boom. With a loud bang, Long Chen felt a huge force coming, as if he was hit by a fast-running bull, and flew backwards in an instant. Bang. The broken board of the ring behind him was made of solid wood that was more than a foot thick. Long Chen directly crashed through it and flew several feet away before falling to the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. What a strong power. The difference between the middle and late stages is so huge. Long Chen stood up from the ground, and couldn't help but be shocked. When he first met Huang Shang, he only showed the cultivation level of the 4th level of blood coagulation. At that time, Long Chen found that he was unable to resist him at all. He was very surprised at the gap between the early and middle stages. When he held Ba Zimei in his hand on top of Juying Tower, Ba Zimei had no room to resist at all. You know, Ba Zimei was a strongman in the early stage of blood coagulation. Now Long Chen has condensed 7 cyclones, and his combat power is much stronger than before, but he is still completely defeated by Huang Shang, who is in the late stage of blood coagulation. You are just a piece of trash, and you dare to challenge me to a duel. You dare to stand up for others. You dare to be a toad and eat swan meat. It's really funny. Huang Shang slowly walked towards Long Chen with a disdainful smile on his face. People like you don't deserve to live in this world with me, let me put an end to you. Don't want. Chu Yao screamed when she saw this and was about to rush out. Don't be so presumptuous. This is a life and death battle, and no one can interfere. The Queen Mother's face darkened and she shouted sternly. At the same time, dozens of guards appeared in front of Chu Yao. Those guards were all masters, and Chu Yao had no chance of getting through them. Child, sit down first, you can't stop it, Master Yunqi said slowly. Master, please, save Long Chen, Chu Yao pleaded with tears streaming down her face. Don't worry, I will save Long Chen even if it means sacrificing my reputation, Master Yunqi said in a low voice with a slight smile. Chu Yao couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised when Master Yunqi said this. Master Yunqi continued, let's wait and see. Long Chen is not a reckless person. He should have his own trump card. Chu Yao nodded. Although they had not known each other for long, in her impression, Long Chen had always been very reliable. However, she did not know why her heart was suddenly in turmoil. Thinking about her actions just now, which were seen by everyone, her pretty face turned red. Xia Changfeng, who had calmed down a lot after seeing that Long Chen was doomed to die, suddenly became furious when he saw Chu Yao was so concerned about Long Chen. He shouted. Huang Shang, stop talking nonsense and kill him. Hearing Xia Changfeng's order, Huang Shang had already walked close to Long Chen, sighed and said, Boy, before I die, I will give you a word. In your next life, you must be clear about your own strength. There are some people you cannot afford to offend. Huang Shang sneered after he finished speaking, and slapped Long Chen with his palm. However, this palm was silent, and a yellowish-brown color appeared on the palm of his hand, which was obviously an advanced combat skill. Everyone present was stunned. Huang Shang was a powerful warrior in the late stage of blood coagulation. Even without using his combat skills, his combat power was already boundless. With this palm strike, Long Chen would definitely die. Some girls had already closed their eyes in pain, not wanting to see Long Chen's blood splattered on the spot. However, Long Chen was not panicked at all, and said calmly, when a man is about to die, his words are good. You are right. Look at your own strength clearly. There are some people you can't afford to offend. Call. Seeing Huang Shang slapping him with his palm, Long Chen met it with a punch. At the moment Long Chen threw the punch, the Fengfu star under Long Chen's feet started to rotate rapidly, and a subtle stream of energy was sent into his dantian. The 7 cyclones that were originally rotating slowly suddenly expanded 10 times and began to rotate rapidly like windmills. At that moment, endless energy instantly swept through my body, like a vast ocean. Boom. When the fists and palms collided, waves of energy rolled out and the sound shook the whole square. The terrifying power swept out and surged in all directions. The howling wind made the people nearby unable to stand steadily, and they retreated one after another. The young men and women could not help but have expressions of horror on their faces. They had never seen such a horrific battle before, and had never even thought about it. Is this really the power of human beings? When the dust raised by the strong wind slowly dissipated, the originally broken arena could no longer be recognized, with broken wood scattered all around. In the middle, a blank space appeared after the strong wind. The blank square ground, the originally solid stone slabs, were now covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The 2 figures stood there, their fists and palms still intertwined. Long Chen's eyes were like lightning, staring at Huang Shang intently. Huang Shang's face was filled with shock at this moment. He had just used all his strength to attack Long Chen, but he was unable to shake him. Feeling the power coming from Long Chen's fist continuously, it was like a raging sea, simply endless. Huang Shang had already unleashed all his strength, but he was still unable to kill Long Chen. Long Chen's power was like a bottomless pit, and for the first time, he felt a little fear. At this moment, Xia Changfeng and Wei Tsang stood up suddenly, their faces filled with horror. Long Chen's combat power was completely beyond their expectations. How is this possible? Xia Changfeng's face changed. How could a kid at the 7th level of Qi gathering burst out with such terrifying power that he could actually rival a strongman in the late stage of blood coagulation? Everyone present was stunned. Even the usually calm Master Yunqi had a look of shock in his eyes. Chu Yao's pretty face was filled with surprise. Looking at the figure who looked like a god descending from heaven, her beautiful eyes were full of tenderness. Fatty Yu and the others were shaking with excitement. Although they had just been tough, facing a powerful warrior in the late stage of blood coagulation, they really thought that Long Chen was going to die today. Brother Long, so handsome. At this time, Shifeng, who had been in a coma, had woken up with the help of Long Chen's elixir, but he had multiple fractures all over his body and was unable to move, so he was supported by the monkey. Looking at Long Chen in the field, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, like a bloodthirsty killer god. He felt moved and at the same time extremely ashamed. No matter how stupid he was, he could see that this was a conspiracy against Long Chen. The other party used himself to successfully lure Long Chen into a carefully laid trap. Long Chen knew that this was a life-threatening trap, but he still jumped in without hesitation, which made Shifeng, a tough guy, moisten his eyes. Bang. There was a loud bang, and Long Chen shouted loudly, with an unstoppable force that pushed Huang Shang back several feet. Huang Shang, if I can't make you bleed 5 steps away today, I, Long Chen, will not see the sun tomorrow. Long Chen's voice sounded like it came from the netherworld, and the undisguised murderous intent in it caused the wind and clouds to change color and people's hearts to tremble. Humph, although you are very strong, killing people does not rely solely on strength. Huang Shang put away the shock on his face and sneered. But you are right about one thing. You will not see the sun tomorrow, because tonight, you will definitely die. Huang Shang's words finally woke everyone up. Their fight was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but a conspiracy against Long Chen. Long Chen took a deep breath, slowly extended a fist, and his whole body moved without wind. His long robe floated, and his black hair fluttered, as if possessed by the god of war. Then let's give it a try. Who among us will not see the sun tomorrow? This was what Long Chen did on purpose. Although he didn't know much about beast cultivation, he was sure that using the power of magic beasts to increase combat effectiveness would inevitably make people extremely violent and unable to remain calm. Although the power after going berserk is terrifying, fighting is entirely based on instinct. Long Chen always believes that a mad bull is easier to deal with than a calm fox. This time Long Chen was prepared. When Huang Shang moved, he also moved and kicked straight at Huang Shang's lower abdomen. Bang! Long Chen kicked Huang Shang hard in the abdomen, directly knocking Huang Shang back. After becoming furious, Huang Shang was like a wild beast and did not care about Long Chen's attack at all. However, what made Long Chen break out in a cold sweat was that Huang Shang's speed after going berserk was too fast. Just when Long Chen's foot touched Huang Shang's lower abdomen, Huang Shang's sharp claws were about to touch Long Chen's throat. If Long Chen had not made the first move, it would have been too late by the time he reacted. This was the terrifying power of beast cultivators. Once transformed into beasts, their strength, speed, and defense increased dramatically, as if they had become a different person. Roar. After being knocked back by Long Chen's kick, Huang Shang let out a roar like a wild beast, his eyes turned red, and he stretched out his claws to grab Long Chen. Wind-breaking fist. Long Chen shouted and threw a punch. Boom. Long Chen's fist smashed onto the sharp claws. With a loud bang, both of them were knocked back several feet. What a powerful force. Long Chen groaned in his heart. He didn't expect Huang Shang to have such a terrifying trump card. This bastard hit it too deeply. Previously, Long Chen's wind-breaking fist had directly knocked Huang Shang away, leaving him with no strength to resist. However, after Huang Shang transformed into a beast, Long Chen's punch was unable to hurt him at all. Huang Shang was like an enraged monster. It had just retreated, but then it pounced forward again, its claws dancing wildly, strong winds filling the sky, as it pounced towards Long Chen. Long Chen gritted his teeth, and activated the Feng Fu star under his feet with all his strength. The 7 cyclones in his dantian circulated rapidly, and he used all his strength like a tide. He swung his fists and fought Huang Shang with all his strength. Boom, boom, boom. The loud explosions were deafening, strong winds blew in all directions, and terrifying waves, like the Yangtze River, forced the people watching the battle to retreat continuously. Oh my God, what a battle this is! It's horrible. The boys and girls present had never seen such a fierce battle before, and they were so frightened that their faces turned pale and their legs trembled. Not to mention the young men, even the veteran warriors who had been on many battles were shocked. No one had expected that Huang Shang was actually a beast cultivator with terrifying combat power. What made everyone even more surprised was that Long Chen, who was once known as the most useless prince in the imperial capital, could actually fight a monster like Huang Shang. Now the claw shadows filled the sky, the fist wind was whistling, and it was shaking the blue sky. The most shocked people were Xia Changfeng and Wei Tsang. They could never have imagined that Long Chen, who was only at the qi gathering stage, could actually burst out with such terrifying combat power and be able to fight against the beast like Huang Shang. You have to know that Huang Shang was a secret assassin. Out of the 1,000 people, only a dozen survived the brutal training. Huang Shang was the most powerful one among those dozen people, so he was valued and trained vigorously by Daxia. It can be said that Huang Shang is a killing machine built up by countless resources. If Long Chen had not angered Xia Changfeng and Wei Tsang, they would not have exposed this secret weapon. However, although he was shocked, he saw that although Long Chen tried his best to resist, he was already at a disadvantage under Huang Shang's attack, which was like a raging sea wave. After all, Long Chen only had the 7th level of qi gathering, and he had only opened up one of the 9 stars. In terms of the power of spiritual energy, he was far inferior to Huang Shang. If Long Chen's body wasn't equally strong, anyone else would have been torn to pieces long ago. Laugh. Long Chen's arm was scratched by Huang Shang's claws again. Although he tried his best to avoid it, his clothes were still torn and blood was dripping. At this time, there were many blood stains on Long Chen's body, and blood had soaked most of his clothes. Chu Yao's heart was wrenched when she saw it. We can't go on like this. Huang Shang is now a humanoid monster with infinite power, and his claws are as sharp as steel. Long Chen was shocked. If he didn't have the combat experience in the Dan Emperor's soul, he would have collapsed long ago. Master Yunqi, please save Long Chen. Chu Yao looked at Master Yunqi and couldn't help but beg. Wait a minute. Master Yunqi stared at Long Chen but did not make a move. In fact, Master Yunqi was also very conflicted. He admired Long Chen's achievements in alchemy the most. He also once reminded Long Chen that he hoped he would devote all his energy to the path of alchemy. With his aptitude, he would go further in the path of alchemy. But the fighting power displayed by Long Chen today was simply appalling. As an alchemist, he had to admit that if Long Chen put all his energy into practicing martial arts, he might achieve higher achievements than in alchemy. The reason why he didn't take action was that he wanted to see where Long Chen's limit was, and he also wanted to make Long Chen's will more determined through the test of life and death. Going through this kind of life and death training will bring immeasurable benefits to Long Chen no matter whether he chooses to practice alchemy or martial arts in the future. Laugh. Blood splattered, and Long Chen's chest was scratched by another claw, leaving a few more bloody marks on his chest. Long Chen, I won't let you die so easily. I said I will tear you into pieces bit by bit. After a long battle, Wang Shang's initial madness had been suppressed a lot, and he sneered. Long Chen did not answer. He found that Wang Shang had loopholes all over his body, but his defense was incredibly strong. He had kicked Wang Shang in the crotch before, hitting the vital point, but what surprised Long Chen was that Wang Shang just staggered for a moment, and then acted as if nothing had happened, with no impact on his movements at all. After a fierce battle that lasted for an incense stick of time, Long Chen had already figured out Wang Shang's current condition. His physical strength and endurance were not up to human standards. If he continued like this, he would have no chance of winning. Let's try this next. Long Chen suddenly shouted loudly and threw a punch, just in time to meet Wang Shang's claw. He was thrown back 3 feet and stared at Wang Shang from a distance. Wang Shang did not chase after him directly, but looked at Long Chen indifferently, like a tiger looking at its prey. The whole place was silent the whole time, but at this moment, people seemed to be drowning and now they had a chance to catch their breath. The violent storm-like attack just now made them breathless and their hearts were in their throats, especially the girls, who clasped their hands tightly in front of their chests, fearing that Long Chen would be careless and bleed to death on the spot. Are you going to continue your desperate struggle? Wang Shang raised his hand. His 3-inch-long nails were covered in blood. It was all Long Chen's. Now Long Chen's clothes were torn to pieces, with dozens of wounds crisscrossing his body, and blood was flowing slowly, looking very scary. Death struggle. It doesn't seem to have reached that stage yet. Long Chen shook his head. Although he was covered in wounds, they were all superficial. They looked scary, but they did not have a particularly big impact on him. Long Chen knew that today's battle was extremely difficult, the toughest battle in his life, but it was definitely not the last one. As long as he fights against fate, the battles he will face in the future will only become more and more intense. He needs the threat of death to strengthen his will to survive. If you want to become a true warrior, you must face the threat of life and death. Only by overcoming the fear of death can you go further on this path. This is the only way for the strong. In the battle just now, he was always struggling on the brink of life and death. Although he had integrated the soul of the Dan Emperor, he also integrated some combat experience. But just one mistake would result in a corpse, so Long Chen made a great determination to do so. He also had his own difficulties. If he couldn't even withstand such pressure, how could he face future enemies? How could he solve his own predicament? How could he avenge the blood-stealing, bone-stealing, and root-destroying? After escaping death several times, his intuition became more and more sharp, and his mind became clearer and clearer. He achieved his goal, and now it was time for a real fight to the death. But since you said it was a last-ditch struggle, then let it be. Next, let me show you what my last-ditch struggle is. Call. Long Chen clasped his hands together, and a flame swept out. Heat waves surged in all directions, and the whole person was wrapped in a light yellow flame. What? Wei Tsang stood up suddenly, his face full of disbelief. He pointed a finger at Long Chen and said in disbelief, "How is it possible that the pill fire protects the body?" In addition to Wei Tsang, another person who was shocked was Master Yun Qi that Long Chen could actually cover his entire body with Dan fire. Protecting the body with elixir fire is something that only alchemists like Yun Qi and Wei Tsang can do. This not only requires powerful Dan fire and vigorous spiritual energy, but also requires the assistance of extremely deep soul power. It is common sense that only a strong alchemist can use the elixir fire to protect the body. Usually an alchemist has to reach the E-gene realm to have enough spiritual power and soul power to barely use the elixir fire to protect the body. Although according to his level, Long Chen is already an alchemist, his cultivation is only at the 7th level of qi gathering. Generally speaking, although the levels of alchemy practitioners and martial arts practitioners are not the same, they are also closely related. Generally, to become an alchemist, one must at least reach the qi gathering stage, because only when qi is gathered can one condense the alchemy fire. However, condensing the elixir fire does not necessarily make one an elixir apprentice. Only those who can refine an elixir of qualified quality are qualified to be called an elixir apprentice. Most of those who are called alchemy disciples have usually reached the blood coagulation stage or above, otherwise they would not have enough spiritual energy to refine pills. Only alchemists with extremely high qualifications can become alchemy disciples in the qi gathering realm. People like Long Chen and Xia Baiqi can refine second-level pills in the qi gathering realm, and becoming alchemists can be called geniuses. But no matter how talented one is, it is impossible to condense den fire to protect the body in the qi condensation realm. This overturned the cognition of the two people. Long Chen stood still on the field, his entire body wrapped in yellow flames, his hair flowing, his eyes like stars, like a fire god descending to the earth, indescribably domineering. "I'm here, huh?" With a wave of his palm, the high temperature on Long Chen's palm caused a large area of space to distort, and with a terrifying momentum, he slapped Huang Shang in the distance. Huang Shang was horrified. He was indescribably terrified of the flames on Long Chen's body. Seeing Long Chen attacking, he quickly moved his feet and avoided Long Chen's palm. However, just as he dodged Long Chen's palm, he suddenly saw a sneer on Long Chen's lips, and at the same time, a great sense of crisis arose in his heart. Not good. Huang Shang's face changed drastically. Long Chen's astonishing palm was actually a feint. The real attack was actually that silent kick. By the time he noticed it, Long Chen's kick had already hit him hard in the lower abdomen. Ah! Huang Shang's screams echoed throughout the square. Long Chen's kick did not seriously injure him, but the flames ignited the fur covering his body. As expected, animals are afraid of fire. Long Chen felt relieved. Although Huang Shang's transformation into a beast brought him the combat power that a demon beast should have, he also inherited all of its weaknesses. Furry monsters are born with a fear of fire, so the Dan fire has a great restraining effect on Huang Shang, causing him to have an instinctive fear in his heart. The flame attached to Long Chen's kick ignited Huang Shang's body, and in an instant a strong smell of roasted bird feathers spread. Huang Shang was desperately beating the flames on his body. When the flames were all extinguished, the yellow fur that originally covered Huang Shang's body had been charred black and looked in a miserable state, like a mouse that had crawled out of a stove. Seeing this scene, Yun Qi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was very rare for Long Chen to find Huang Shang's weakness so quickly. The most important thing is that even if others know it, it is useless. Only Long Chen, who can condense Den fire, can grasp his fatal weakness. Ah! Huang Shang's skin was charred black and his fur was burned off in an instant. Although he was not seriously injured, he could not control his natural fear of fire and couldn't help but let out a roar. When things developed to this point, it was already very obvious that Long Chen's Dan fire was restraining Huang Shang tightly. Just as Huang Shang was wailing, Long Chen rushed towards Huang Shang like a human-shaped flame, with his palms flying. Boom boom boom. Long Chen was extremely fast and slapped out 3 palms in a row. Huang Shang saw that he was unable to dodge and could only grit his teeth and resist desperately. However, he might not be afraid of Long Chen's power, but after each palm strike from Long Chen, his claws seemed to be retracted from a furnace. After 3 palm strikes, Huang Shang felt that his palms were not his own. He could even smell the faint scent of meat emanating from his palms. Just now, Long Chen was forced to dodge everywhere, but now the situation has completely reversed. Under Long Chen's Dan fire, Huang Shang can only run away with his head in his hands, and he has no power to fight back. Fatty Yu and the others couldn't help but be overjoyed when they saw this. As long as Long Chen could hold on, victory would definitely belong to him. Huang Shang, kill him. Xia Changfeng stood up and shouted coldly. Long Chen's strength was far beyond his expectations. He even felt fear for this alchemist with unlimited potential, and also a martial arts genius with boundless combat power. Such a person should either be accepted as a subordinate or killed. Now that he and Long Chen are enemies, the first situation is completely impossible. So now he must eliminate Long Chen at all costs, otherwise he will not be able to sleep or eat. Huang Shang looked at Long Chen, who was surrounded by flames, his eyes filled with resentment. He never thought that a killing game would evolve to this extent. Long Chen, you die. Now receiving Xia Chongfeng's order, Wang Shang let out a wild beast-like roar, and suddenly blood filled the air. His entire body seemed to be filled with blood, turning completely red, even his eyeballs were no exception. What? You actually used the blood rage technique? This is crazy. In the spectator seats, the marquises of the Fengming Empire cried out in surprise. They recognized Wang Shang's methods. The blood burst technique is an extremely terrifying secret technique. Only those who are strong in the blood coagulation realm, when they encounter a strong opponent that they cannot defeat and are faced with the prospect of certain death, will they make such a ruthless decision. The blood burst technique ignites the entire body's qi and blood in exchange for a temporary increase in combat power, which will double the user's combat power. However, the price is also very tragic. Once the blood burst technique is used, the condensed blood essence will be burned out. Even if you survive, your cultivation level will basically be frozen, and you will never be able to make any progress for the rest of your life. This situation is very rare. No one would do this unless it is absolutely necessary, but Wang Shang did it now. Master Yunqi glanced at the princes and nobles of the Fengming Empire who were watching the game with a blank expression on their faces, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fengming was hopeless. With such a genius, no one stood up for Long Chen. No matter what, Long Chen is ultimately a member of the Fengming Empire, and the son of the highly meritorious Jinyuan Marquis, even if Long Chen has made no contribution to Fengming. However, Marquis Jinyuan guarded the border for more than 10 years, fought bloody battles, and resisted the brutal barbarians, allowing the Fengming Empire to enjoy peace. If his son died in the imperial capital, wouldn't the royal family be afraid of chilling the hearts of the people? However, Yunqi looked at the fourth prince, then at the queen mother, and couldn't help but sigh. He leaned forward slightly, ready to rescue Long Chen at any time. Long Chen's performance today has far exceeded Master Yunqi's expectations, and he absolutely cannot let anything happen to Long Chen. After performing the bloodthirsty technique, Wang Shang had turned into a bloodthirsty beast with both eyes full of blood. Wang Shang shouted loudly, and suddenly all the blood and energy in his body stagnates. Then, like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, all the blood and energy in his body condensed on his right hand. The entire right hand instantly became as thick as a thigh, with muscles intertwined and emitting a terrifying pressure, and grabbed towards Long Chen. Wolf Claw. At the moment when Wang Shang made his move, Master Yunqi's figure flashed and floated out, heading straight for the center of the field. Yunqi, don't get in the way. As soon as Master Yunqi moved, Wei Song, who had been prepared, sneered, rushed out, stood in front of Master Yunqi, and slapped him down with a palm. Yunqi snorted coldly and slapped out with his palm, trying to push Wei Song back. Snap. The two men's palms faced each other, and Wei Song's body swayed, but he managed to block Yunqi's palm. When the two palms intersected, Master Yunqi's face changed. He suddenly felt his palms become cold, and they turned black in an instant. Yunqi, my Insha palm tastes good, right? Don't even think about getting through here while I'm here. That guy is dead, haha, Wei Song sneered. Yunqi was shocked. He had been feuding with Wei Song for decades, but he didn't expect that Wei Song had made so much progress in recent years. He couldn't even break through his blockade in such a short time. You old pervert, you are dead. A mocking voice came from Long Chen's mouth. Seeing Wang Shang's palm coming, Long Chen took a deep breath and pushed his cultivation to the extreme. The power of Dan fire was no longer reserved and erupted like a volcano. Fire Cloud Palm. All the flames on Long Chen's body disappeared, and all the power of the flames was concentrated in the palm of his hand. The originally light yellow flames, due to the high degree of concentration, gave birth to a hint of light red. Boom. As everyone stared in amazement, Long Chen slapped Wang Shang's sharp claws with his palm. There was a deafening explosion, flames flew, and billowing air waves rose up. Even Yunqi and Wei Song stopped what they were doing and looked at the scene in shock. When the smoke and dust cleared and vision was restored, the first thing that caught people's eyes was a huge pit about 10 feet in radius. Several feet apart on either side of the pit, two figures were lying on the ground, and the entire place was in complete silence. Snap. There was a slight sound, and a figure slowly moved. Long Chen, covered in blood, slowly stood up. Although his hair was disheveled, his clothes were torn, and he was gasping for breath, Long Chen still looked so strong at this moment. Going around the big pit, Long Chen slowly walked in front of Huang Shang. At this time, Huang Shang looked even more miserable, with a charred body, like a dried corpse, and many bones were exposed. After activating the blood burst technique, his defense dropped sharply, so in the last hard fight, his injuries were more serious than Long Chen's. I said before, I will not make sure you see the sun tomorrow, Long Chen said coldly as he stood in front of Huang Shang. Huang Shang wanted to say something, but his collapsed chest squeezed his abdomen so tightly that he couldn't utter a word. It must be uncomfortable to be speechless. Retribution comes really quickly. You made others speechless, and now you are speechless too. A hint of sneer appeared on Long Chen's lips. Huang Shang had used despicable means before. In order to provoke Long Chen, he deliberately severely injured Shifeng and sealed his breath, making it impossible for him to admit defeat. All of this did not escape Long Chen's eyes. Looking at Long Chen's cold eyes, Huang Shang's eyes showed a hint of fear. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Huang Shang was scared. If it were a few years ago, he would not be afraid of life and death, but in recent years, he followed Xia Changfeng to indulge in pleasure, and he was full of attachment to this world. He did not want to die. Forget about begging for mercy. People like you don't deserve pity. Long Chen shook his head and slowly raised one foot. Everyone in the audience watched in silence, unable to say a word. This ups and downs of the fight between dragons and tigers shocked them deeply. Long Chen, let Huang Shang go, and I am willing to give you a large compensation. Xia Changfeng was of course unwilling to accept this. Seeing his most capable subordinate die like this, he couldn't help but speak shamelessly. Oh! Do you have anything that can impress me? A hint of interest appeared on Long Chen's face. Seeing that there was a way, Xia Changfeng couldn't help but be overjoyed. Just ask for what you want. As long as I have it, I will never be stingy. Long Chen nodded, gave a thumbs up and said, I didn't expect you to be so righteous. I'll give you a chance. Give me your life and I'll let him go. Xia Changfeng's face, which was originally full of joy, looked as if he had been slapped hard. He stared at Long Chen intently. Are you kidding me? The purpose is not to play with you, the purpose is to kill you. A sinister smile appeared on Long Chen's face, and he said word by word. After saying this, Long Chen raised his foot and stomped hard on Huang Shang on the ground amid exclamations from the audience. Just as Long Chen's foot was about to touch Huang Shang's chest, he suddenly felt his scalp tingling. At the same time, he heard Yun Qi's angry roar in his ears. Without thinking, he quickly rolled to the side. Laugh. An arrow passed by Long Chen's waist. Long Chen rolled around in a panic for a few times before looking up. The arrow was dodged by Long Chen and hit Huang Shang's thigh directly. At this time, Huang Shang opened his mouth wide. His eyes had lost their luster, like a pair of dead fish's eyes, staring blankly at the sky. A strong fishy smell spread from Huang Shang's thigh. Although Long Chen controlled his breathing at the first moment, he still felt dizzy, chest tightness and nausea. What a powerful poison! Long Chen was horrified. The arrow was clearly tainted with a deadly poison. Although based on the smell alone, Long Chen couldn't tell what the poison was. However, its concentration must be that of the venom collected from magical beasts of level 3 or above. Anyone below the blood coagulation stage will die instantly. Shameless. Master Yunqi just roared angrily, stretched out his hand, and shot a flaming spear about 10 feet long towards Wei Song. Wei Song was shocked to see that Long Chen had dodged his attack. Seeing Yun Qi coming, he quickly retracted the lightweight crossbow in his hand, from which the poisonous arrow had been fired. Boom. Wei Song also stretched out his hand and summoned a flaming sword, which he placed heavily on Yun Qi's spear. There was a loud bang, flames splashed, and endless heat waves surged in all directions. Long Chen was the closest, only a dozen feet away. Long Chen, who was already weak, was immediately blown away by the air wave. Just when Long Chen thought that he was going to be thrown to the ground like a gourd, a soft and fragrant body suddenly stuck closely to his back, and his nose was filled with the faint fragrance of a virgin. Chu Yao. Long Chen looked back and saw Chu Yao looking at him with concern. He was lying in Chu Yao's arms. Long Chen. I'm sorry, I hurt you. Chu Yao cried softly, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. She knew that Long Chen's fate was largely due to her. If she hadn't done what she did today, Long Chen might not be like this. He almost lost his life several times just now. Thinking about it, he felt sad. What are you talking about? That bastard Xia Changfeng has disliked me for a long time. This matter has nothing to do with you, Long Chen comforted. He wanted to stand up, but he didn't have any strength in his body. Leaning in Chu Yao's arms, Long Chen couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. Thank you, Long Chen. Chu Yao knew that Long Chen was deliberately comforting her, and she couldn't help but feel touched and ashamed. Boom. Another loud bang shattered the sweet feeling in Long Chen's heart, and he hurriedly looked towards the sound. At this time, Master Yunqi was holding a spear condensed by Dan fire in his hand, which was more than 3 meters long. The whole body was red, the aura was blazing, and the power was overwhelming. That is an ability that only alchemists can possess, the ability to transform into human form through elixir fire. Alchemists do not like fighting, but that does not mean that their fighting power is not strong. A pill master's entire life's cultivation is concentrated on the pill fire, which can not only be used to refine pills, but also used in battle, with power far exceeding that of people of the same level. Wei Tsang's face was extremely serious. Long Chen could see that although Wei Tsang was also an alchemist and his alchemy fire was powerful, he was far inferior to Master Yun Qi in terms of purity. Long Chen wanted to taunt Wei Tsang, but he was weak after the battle, and the last blow almost exhausted all his strength, so he didn't even have the energy to shout. Every time the flaming weapons in Yun Qi and Wei Tsang's hands touched each other, there would be a loud bang, and the earth would shake, and the rolling air waves would make people retreat unbearable. Both of them were presidents of the Alchemist Guild, of respected status. Not only the young people, but even the princes and nobles had never seen such figures take action, and they all watched intently. Wei Tsang, you have lived for so many years, but you still haven't made any progress. Go away, flame dragon thorn. Yun Qi shouted loudly, and suddenly thrust the spear in his hand forward. The whistling wind cut through the void, shattered the ground, and a dragon-like flame burst out of his body. Wei Tsang shouted loudly upon seeing this, and the sword in his hand turned into a giant shield, blocking the front tightly. Bang! The explosion was deafening and dust and flames were billowing, as if the air was on fire, making it impossible to breathe. Yun Qi, wait for me. Suddenly, a figure flew out from the flames, running away in a panic. That person was Wei Tsang. He left a word and disappeared into the night. As if he had expected this result, Master Yunqi glanced coldly in the direction where Wei Tsang left, then slowly turned around and returned to his seat. For a moment, the whole place was silent. People looked at Long Chen, who was supported by Chu Yao, and then looked at Xia Changfeng, whose face was ashen. For a moment, no one could say a word. The Queen Mother's face was not looking good either. What happened today was completely beyond her expectations. She, the ruler of the Fengming Empire, had actually become a supporting role. Long Chen wins, this year's Lantern Festival ends here. The Queen Mother had no choice but to announce the result. As soon as the Queen Mother's voice fell, the whole scene suddenly boiled over, and all the girls in the audience rushed towards Long Chen like a tide. Long Chen was startled, and before he could figure out what was going on, a young girl put a wreath on his head. Long Chen was stunned, and was about to say something when suddenly 7 or 8 girls came up and, regardless of whether Long Chen was willing or not, they put the wreaths they had made on his head like tying a cow. Chu Yao stood aside and watched with a smile, not saying a word. Her beautiful eyes were full of teasing, but there was a sense of pride on her pretty face. Hello. Long Chen's body was already covered with garlands, with nowhere else to hang them. He was just about to tell this group of enthusiastic girls, but just as he spoke, the sky suddenly darkened, and garlands filled the sky and flew over, covering the entire sky. It turned out that some girls, seeing that there were too many people and they couldn't squeeze through, couldn't help but get anxious and threw the wreaths in their hands directly in front of Long Chen. With one person taking the lead, the other women suddenly realized and followed suit. In an instant, hundreds of garlands flew over. When the crowd dispersed, Long Chen had disappeared, buried by the garlands. The Fengming Empire is a martial arts-loving country, and women are very direct in expressing their love. Even though they know that Long Chen has expressed his love to Chu Yao, it does not affect their admiration for him at all. Handsome, powerful, loyal, and righteous, for the sake of his beloved and his brothers, he dared to fight bloody battles with blood-clotting masters, and disregarded life and death. What kind of courage is that? It can be said that Long Chen's performance touched the ignorant hearts of most girls. When Long Chen struggled to crawl out of the pile of flowers, the people around him had dispersed, Chu Yao was gone, and only Fatty Yu and others came and pulled Long Chen out. "Brother Long, you are simply my idol," Fatty Yu said excitedly. The situation of the other people was similar. Long Chen's performance today shocked everyone. Long Chen was simply the reincarnation of the god of war, making them extremely proud. Long Chen smiled slightly and looked around, and found that the Queen Mother and other ministers, princes, Master Yunqi, had all left, and even Chu Yao was gone. "Brother Long, when you were buried just now, the third princess was called away by the Queen Dowager. I saw that the Queen Dowager looked very unhappy. I'm afraid that the third princess will have a hard time in the future," Monkey said worriedly. If it were any other time, they would not dare to talk about the royal family's affairs, but Long Chen's performance today aroused their ambitions, and they no longer cared so much. The main reason why Xia Changfeng, the prince of Daxia, came to Fengming this time was to propose marriage to the third princess. Although there has been no definite news yet, it is said that the Queen Mother has already agreed. Now that the third princess was openly showing her goodwill to Long Chen at the Lantern Festival, it was tantamount to slapping the Queen Mother and Xia Changfeng in the face. It would be strange if the Queen Mother looked happy. "When I was here, I had the support of Master Yunqi, but Master Yunqi was from the Alchemist Guild after all, which was a neutral force and would never interfere in the affairs of the Empire, not to mention that it was someone else's family affair. Therefore, the worries of Monkey and others were normal." Upon hearing this, Long Chen's joy of victory suddenly disappeared. However, Long Chen did not regret it. For a lovely girl who confessed her love to him at all costs, he would never let her down even if he died. Seeing that everyone in the square had left, only a few soldiers were left, who were dismantling the surrounding decorations and some broken garbage. Huang Shang's body had already been moved away. Let's go back first." "Shi Feng, how is your injury?" Long Chen stood up with the help of the monkey. "I'm fine, Long Chen." Shi Feng felt a little ashamed. If it weren't for him today, Long Chen would never have fallen for this trick and almost lost his life. There's no need to say useless words between brothers. As brothers, you should heal your wounds, improve your cultivation, and avenge yourself, Long Chen said, waving his hand. "Revenge? Isn't Huang Shang dead?" Fatty Yu said in surprise. Long Chen smiled slightly and said nothing. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Long Chen wanted to? "Okay, send Shi Feng and I back. We need to recuperate. To be honest, I feel like my bones are about to fall apart," Long Chen said with a smile. Everyone rushed over to support Long Chen. Long Chen's injuries were actually not very serious. The key point was that he was exhausted and had no strength in his body. After everyone slowly left, a man slowly appeared in a dark corner. He looked in the direction where Long Chen and the others disappeared, and couldn't help muttering to himself. "I can't believe that Long Chen has grown to this level. Could it be that he has been hiding all along?" That person was none other than the fourth prince of the current dynasty. Long Chen's performance today was beyond everyone's expectations, including him. If it's true, then this boy is very scheming. The fourth prince couldn't help but sigh. "Sir, do you want to get rid of him secretly?" Behind the fourth prince, a shadow lingered in the darkness. If he hadn't made a sound, no one would ever notice him. "Don't worry, although he surprised me today, his weaknesses were also exposed. No matter how powerful a person is, if he has weaknesses, he will be nothing to be afraid of. Although something unexpected happened, it may not be a bad thing. If we use it well, it will bring us unexpected gains." The fourth prince smiled faintly. Long Chen did not go home that day. Instead, he asked Monkey to send a message to his family, saying that he was studying with Master Yunqi at the Alchemist Guild. Today's incident was too big a deal, and he didn't want to face his mother as soon as he returned. Besides, he was covered in injuries and his mother would be sad to see him. That night, Long Chen went to Shifeng's house. Shifeng only had a few broken bones. As for the injuries to his internal organs, they were no longer a big deal thanks to Long Chen's elixir. Several broken bones only need to be healed for a few days. Although Shifeng suffered a crushing defeat this time, it is beneficial to his growth path. The strong need to be tempered. That night, Shifeng's father arranged a quiet room for Long Chen. When he returned to Shifeng's house, Long Chen's strength had recovered a little. The people around were sent away, and Long Chen slowly took out a jade bottle from the ring, with a hint of burning fluctuations coming from it. Hee, I can't wait until dawn for good things. Long Chen looked at the jade bottle in his hand. There was a ball of liquid in it, but it exuded warmth, as if there was a warm current inside. However, Long Chen knew that this warm current that looked like a ball of hot water was beast fire, the flame essence of a fire-type monster. Beast fire is extremely precious. A ball of beast fire is equivalent to the life of a magical beast, and only magical beasts above the second level have the ability to nourish beast fire. Long Chen used his spiritual sense to observe this beast fire, and found that the fire element in it was very rich. According to Long Chen's memory, this kind of beast fire was probably the beast fire of a second-level peak demon beast. No wonder when Wei Tsang handed over the beast fire, his face was uglier than his wife's death. Call. Long Chen's Dan fire circulated, surrounding his body. He opened the jade bottle and swallowed the beast fire essence in the jade bottle in one gulp. Boom. After Long Chen swallowed the ball of beast fire, it was originally like a ball of water, but it exploded instantly. The beast fire that was originally as gentle as a rabbit suddenly became as violent as a tiger. Originally, the beast fire was the innate essence of the monster, which contained the monster's own violent will. Generally, if an alchemist wanted to subdue the beast fire, he would need to spend a lot of time to grind away the violent will in the beast fire. After the beast fire's violent will was smoothed over, he began to use his own Dan fire to communicate with the beast fire, slowly letting the beast fire give up resistance and further refine it step by step. But Long Chen couldn't wait. Today's battle completely exposed his trump card. He needed a more powerful trump card to save his life. Xia Changfeng lost his beloved and capable general, and Wei Tsang lost his beast fire. Even if you think about it with your butt, you know that they will never give up. Now in the entire Fengming Empire, the only person that Long Chen can rely on is Master Yunqi, but as the president of the Alchemist Guild, he cannot directly intervene in the fight in Fengming. Unless Long Chen is willing to join the Alchemist Guild completely and no longer interfere in Fengming's affairs, but Long Chen has been suppressed for so many years, how can he be willing if he doesn't find out the mastermind behind the scenes? Moreover, how could he possibly abandon Chu Yao? At the same time, Chu Yao's experience reminded him of his own experience. Was the person who tampered with Chu Yao also the one who stole his spiritual roots? Long Chen would never be able to give up before everything became clear, so time was running out for him and he could only use the most violent and direct method to refine the beast fire. Boom. There was another explosion in Long Chen's body. After the beast fire entered his stomach, he turned into a ferocious leopard and rushed forward desperately. The terrifying high temperature seemed to want to destroy Long Chen completely. Usually when the beast fire is extracted, in order to maintain the power of the beast fire, it cannot be suppressed, otherwise the quality of the beast fire will be reduced. At this moment, Long Chen was facing the burning of the beast fire of a second-level peak magic beast. The violent power made Long Chen spit out a mouthful of blood. As soon as the blood left the body, it immediately turned into steam, which showed that Long Chen's body had long been like a furnace. Humph, a mere second-level monster dares to resist. Long Chen snorted coldly, and the Feng Fu star started to operate. 7 cyclones erupted, and the power of fire in his body was like a giant net, tightly covering the ball of beast fire. The beast fire was extremely violent at first, but although Long Chen's Dan fire was not particularly powerful, it was supported by Feng Fu star and the 7 enlarged cyclones, and its power became extremely powerful. At first, the ball of beast fire was still able to rush left and right, but after a few breaths, it began to become a trapped beast, and no matter how it struggled, it was of no avail. After all, the beast fire had no follow-up power. Under Long Chen's full strength in refining it, the violent aura was gradually eliminated and gradually calmed down. Although he had expected this, Long Chen still breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was sweating profusely and his clothes were soaked. Long Chen felt as if he had a split personality. On one hand, he looked down on the beast fire, but on the other hand, he was extremely eager. There was a hint of surprise, and also a hint of disdain. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Long Chen knew that he had merged the soul of a generation of Dan Emperor, and the Dan Emperor naturally looked down on such beast fire. But he needs it, and needs it urgently. This ball of beast fire will be his first step in practicing alchemy. After Long Chen's continuous refining, the beast fire calmed down again and turned into a ball of water, which was extremely docile. At this time, it was completely purified and no longer had any trace of tyrannical aura. The most primitive elixir fire of ordinary alchemy practitioners is actually the spiritual energy in the dantian. The high temperature generated by releasing the spiritual energy outside the body along a specific running route. Rather than calling it fire, it is more like a high-temperature gas. Only those who can form such a gas have the potential to become alchemists. Such people are basically 1 in 1,000, so alchemy practitioners are extremely scarce. However, there is a kind of people who are born with a trace of fire power in their dantian, which is guided by acquired factors and becomes Dan fire. Such Dan fire can be called real Dan fire. But that kind of person is not 1 in 1,000, but 1 in tens of millions. Therefore, among all the loser alchemy practitioners, basically they are like Long Chen. Their real rise begins with refining beast fire. But even so, beast fire is extremely precious and cannot be measured by money. I don't know about other things, but in the Fengming Empire, except Yun Qi, it seems that no one else possesses beast fire. Slowly retracting his own flame, looking at the beast fire in his body, Long Chen couldn't help but feel a little troubled. Generally, after cultivating the beast fire, the cultivator will integrate it into the dantian and use the beast fire as the only way of cultivation in his life. But Long Chen couldn't do that. First, the source of his spiritual energy did not come from his dantian, but from Fengfu Star. Secondly, he has the 9-star hegemony body technique, and this technique is extremely mysterious and powerful, allowing him to have the strength to challenge opponents of higher levels. Even if he is beaten to death, he will never give up the 9-star hegemony body and turn to alchemy practice. Yes. Long Chen suddenly had an idea and placed the beast fire in his dantian. 7 cyclones slowly surrounded the beast fire. Try this. Long Chen took a deep breath and made an extremely bold attempt. He slowly circulated several cyclones to absorb the beast fire. Through the absorption of the cyclone, the beast fire did not resist at all and just allowed Long Chen to control it, dissolving into Long Chen's meridians. This is melting fire. One must melt the beast fire into every part of one's body, allowing one's body to become familiar with this fire and fit it to the greatest extent possible. The beast fire was refined very thoroughly, so the process was very easy, and the beast fire was scattered throughout all of Long Chen's meridians. Long Chen's approach was definitely a first. No one would try this, not even in the memory of the Dan Emperor. After dissolving the beast fire into his meridians, Long Chen was surprised to find that his meridians had actually been widened a bit. Don't underestimate these points. Each meridian is like a canal. The wider the canal, the more spiritual energy it can carry during battle, and the greater the power it unleashes. It is like comparing the dantian to the sea and the meridians to ditches. During a battle, the water from the sea needs to be injected into various ditches, and finally gathered at one point to explode. This is the process of stimulating combat skills. However, the more powerful the fighting skills, the more energy they mobilize, but if the capacity of the ditch is insufficient, it will collapse, and before it can injure the enemy, its meridians will be shattered and it will be scrapped. This is why, even though Long Chen clearly knew how to activate Kai Tian, he just couldn't do it, because his meridians were not wide enough. But today's attempt made him so excited that he almost jumped up. He used his meridians as a carrier to nourish the beast fire, and the two complemented each other. As his cultivation becomes stronger, his meridians will be continuously widened and consolidated by the beast fire. This time, Long Chen has really found a treasure. Although other alchemy practitioners can speed up their practice by dissolving the beast fire into their dantian, it is nowhere as beneficial as widening the meridians. Okay, whether it's a dragon or a snake, we still have to look at this, give some strength. Long Chen took a deep breath and prayed in his heart. With a thought, the beast fire that had merged into his meridian slowly gathered towards his dantian. Call. A flame of light red appeared in Long Chen's palm. As soon as the flame appeared, the space was distorted. He nodded. It was so powerful just after being refined. It was indeed worthy of being called beast fire. It was several times stronger than the original pill fire. After hesitating for a while, he finally gritted his teeth, and Feng Fu Star slowly moved, carefully circulating a trace of spiritual energy and injecting it into the cyclone. The 7 cyclones that were originally rotating slowly suddenly enlarged and started to rotate rapidly like windmills. I don't know if it will work. Long Chen had a conflicted look on his face. He looked at the flame in his hand with his heart beating fast. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. However, Long Chen still directed the power of the 7 cyclones to the ball of fire surrounded by the 7 cyclones. Call. Long Chen felt his body shake, as if it was about to explode. The more than 1 foot long flame on his palm suddenly surged to more than 10 feet high. Not good. Long Chen was startled, and quickly retracted the flames, slapping the roof with his palm. It turned out that the fire in his hand had just surged, and the terrifying high temperature instantly burned the roof. Bang. With a loud bang, Long Chen used the palm wind to put out the fire, but although the fire was put out, the entire roof was also blown away by Long Chen's palm. Looking at the starry sky and the 360-degree panoramic skylight, Long Chen felt like crying but had no tears. When he first arrived at someone's house, they either burned down the house or demolished it. This was not a good idea. Sure enough, footsteps were heard and the people in the Sher mansion were alarmed. There was nothing they could do as the entire roof was blown away. With such a loud noise, even a deaf person could hear it. Seeing Long Chen's embarrassed face, Shi Feng's father concealed the shock in his eyes, smiled slightly, said nothing, and asked the servants to arrange a new room for Long Chen. Long Chen wanted to say something, but Shi Feng's father patted Long Chen on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You and Shi Feng are brothers, just treat this place as your home." After rearranging the room, Long Chen no longer dared to experiment with the method he invented. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to circulate the cyclone, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, injecting it into Feng Fu Star, and began to practice. The next morning, before the sun showed his unchanging face, there was a sudden explosion in Long Chen's body. Boom. Long Chen slowly opened his eyes full of joy. He didn't expect that after the battle with Wang Shang, he would break through the bottleneck so quickly and enter the 8th level of Qi gathering. After breakfast, Long Chen took a look at Shi Feng and found that he was no longer seriously injured. He left 2 pills for him, then left the Sher mansion and headed straight for the Alchemist Guild.